Chapter 1 Different Naruto. Chapter 2 Uchiha Seijutsu. The one-day course passed quickly with Naruto's attentive listening. Those classmates who used to often skip classes with Naruto and sleep together are now full of doubts. Naruto, do you want to work hard? After school in the afternoon, the students went home one after another accompanied by their parents. Naruto slowly walked out of the school alone. Later, he has to go to the wild to catch some fish and come back. Although there is food at home, most of those instant noodles have expired, and he really has no desire to eat them. Just as he was about to leave, a voice behind him suddenly stopped him. Naruto, wait a minute. Iruka-sensei. Naruto turned around, only to find that Iruka was looking at him with a warm expression. Iruka stepped forward, looked at Naruto and smiled. Naruto, you did a good job in class today. Naruto was stunned for a moment, then smiled. At this moment, Iruka's heart is very doubtful. Naruto seems to feel that he has changed a person, as if he has matured a lot at once, and he is more gratified about this. Naruto, since you studied so hard today, I'll reward you with ramen for dinner. Iruka chuckled, with a hint of love on his face. Okay, I'm worrying about dinner. Naruto agreed, and he didn't have to go out to the wild if Iruka invited him to dinner. Well, then let's go. At dusk, two figures, one tall and one short, drew a long shadow on the ground under the golden afterglow. After eating the ramen, Naruto returned home and started practicing again. Although he still had 5 years to practice, now is the time to lay the foundation. Only a solid foundation can make it easier to change in future cultivation. Powerful. The next day, Naruto was no longer late. He came to the school early. At this time, there were only a few people in the classroom. He silently opened the textbook and began to read the book. Some of the theoretical knowledge above was still useful. They are all basic things. As a traverser, he knows the importance of basics. At this time, a few tall boys entered the classroom. They first looked around the classroom and seemed to have expected that there were not many people in the classroom, so they came to the back row of the classroom carelessly, and when they passed Naruto, they were all slightly surprised. I didn't expect this guy who was late yesterday to come so early today. However, their target was not him, so they just glanced a little, and then locked their eyes on a petite figure in the back row of the classroom. The petite figure was reading a book very seriously at this time. Suddenly, the tall boys gathered around his desk. She was slightly startled, then raised her head, with a trace of confusion on her face, and asked softly, "What's the matter with you? Is it?" Her voice was light, her face was slightly shy, and she was introverted and a little uncomfortable with such a sudden thing. "Yo, is our eldest lady reading books here so early? Come, show me what book you're reading." One of the tall boys snatched the book without asking the girl's consent. "Also, give it back to me." Hinata's face was slightly anxious. She stood up and wanted to take back the book, but she didn't want to. One of the boys pushed her hard and pushed her backwards. Hinata let out a soft cry. The body suddenly fell to the ground. "Ah, you, what are you doing?" Naruto frowned slightly, and he stood up slowly, wanting to step forward to stop them from bullying Hinata. Unexpectedly, a icy coquettish voice suddenly came. "You guys, stop me." As soon as the voice was remembered, the bodies of the boys couldn't help but tremble, and their faces all showed fear. "Yes, Uchiha Seijutsu. She's the first." Before these boys could finish their words, they saw a shadow flashed by, and with a few soft bangs, everyone's bodies were knocked out by her. Naruto was stunned for a moment, staring at the girl who suddenly appeared in a daze, with a delicate melon-seed face, a pair of black eyes showing a cold breath, and long black hair hanging down to her waist. But the whole person exudes a breath of strangers. The boys who were beaten up didn't even dare to say a word, got up in embarrassment, and left in a hurry. After rescuing Hinata, the girl named Sasuke turned her head to look at Naruto here, and immediately came to the front row of the classroom and sat down. Naruto came back to his senses and was slightly curious, when did such a person appear in the class? Uchiha Seijutsu. After searching the previous memory in my mind, I realized that this girl named Uchiha Sasu is Itachi's younger sister. Not long ago, the Uchiha family was just exterminated, and she was the only descendant left in the entire family. Isn't this Sasuke in the original book? How did you become Zoe? Looking at her back sitting quietly in the front seat, Naruto couldn't help but stay for a while. Well, it hurts. Just when he was in a trance, Hinata, who was lying on the ground and was about to get up, suddenly exclaimed softly, and fell down again. Naruto quickly stepped forward to support her. What's the matter? Are you okay, Hinata? Suddenly being so approached by Naruto, Hinata suddenly became shy, and Yuhi couldn't help but look on his face. Just like in the original book, Hinata still had a crush on Naruto early on, so he was suddenly supported by Naruto at this time. His heart was beating wildly, and Yuhi's face was bleeding. No, it's fine, Hinata stammered. Her body was half held by Naruto, and Hinata, who had never had this kind of intimate contact, was almost dizzy now. Feeling the slight heat of Hinata's delicate body, Naruto couldn't help but wonder. He thought she was broken, but when he saw her face, he suddenly realized that he was too close. He took a quick step away, and Hinata was out of danger of fainting. At this time, Naruto noticed that Hinata's movements seemed to be somewhat inconvenient, and asked, Hinata, did your foot hurt? Before she could answer, Naruto squatted down and rolled up her trouser legs, revealing a delicate calf-like suet and white jade, but a yuhi swelling on the knee ruined the overall beauty. Ah! Naruto's action immediately frightened Hinata. He fainted after a slight exclamation, and fell forward on top of him. Forehead. Naruto is speechless. It seems that he has forgotten the attribute that Hinata is too shy to approach easily. The few people in the classroom noticed the situation and hurried to inform Iruka. At this time, the students also came to the classroom one after another. In order not to make the matter worse, Naruto had to jump out of the window carrying Hinata. Running all the way down, Naruto brought Hinata to a piece of grass and put her down gently. Third chapter learned Shadow Clone. Looking at Hinata's cute little face, she was in a coma with a hint of Yuhi's dizziness on her face. Naruto smiled slightly, sat silently beside her, and looked up at the blue sky leisurely. The same blue sky Shirakumo, the same as the hometown in the previous life, but the current self can never go back. Thinking of his previous life, Naruto couldn't help but think of his not rich but very warm family, the little sister who made him love infinitely. I don't know how she will survive after that disaster. Without herself by her side, she must be having a hard time, right? Perhaps, she has also died like herself. Sighing quietly, Naruto's blue eyes inadvertently brought a trace of sadness, a trace of nostalgia. A gust of wind came quietly, and Naruto's eyes regained clarity, because a figure appeared behind him. Uzumaki Naruto, I'm here to bring back Miss Hinata. The visitor walked up to Hinata and said lightly. Naruto stood up and nodded slightly. The person who came was a young man in his 20s. Just from his white pupils, he knew that he was from the Hyuga family. He should have come to bring Hinata back. Well, Hinata suddenly fainted just now. Since you're here, I'm going to class too, Naruto said. Watching the Hyuga family leave with Hinata, he also walked towards the school. Returned to the classroom, Iruka was in class, and he didn't say anything about Naruto coming in halfway, just let Naruto return to his seat. In the morning, when Naruto passed the front row, their eyes could not help but stay on the cold and arrogant figure for a while, and the doubts in his eyes became heavier and heavier. Uchiha Seijutsu, Naruto thought silently in his heart. He looked around the teacher just now, but couldn't find the figure of the second male Sasuke in the original book. Has the plot changed? With a hint of doubt, Naruto started another day of lessons. It was still the same as yesterday. Naruto listened very carefully, which caused Kiba, Shikamaru, Choji and others who used to skip class with him to be very puzzled now. Why did Tien listen to the class so seriously? Naruto answered with a smile, because he wanted to become stronger and protect the people he wanted to protect. At noon, Hinata returned to school under the leadership of her family, but because of what happened in the morning, her face was still a little shy, and she didn't dare to look at Naruto. A peaceful day passed like this. After school in the afternoon, Naruto was walking home alone again. In the setting sun, his figure seemed to be dyed golden. He slowly passed by a small river beach, but saw a figure in front of him sitting quietly by the small river, with his hands on his cheeks, facing the river. Feeling something. Naruto's eyes fell on her, and a scene seemed to flash in his mind, but after a flash, he couldn't find any information. Isn't she the Uchiha Sasuke who was the first in her class? When Naruto was staring at each other's back, she seemed to glance back, and those black and bright eyes just met Naruto's blue eyes. Naruto was stunned for a moment, and then he grinned wide, revealing a sunny smile. Zuiyu snorted softly, turned her head away and ignored it. Such a smile is the most annoying to me. Scratching his head slightly, Naruto's hot face pressed against his cold buttocks, but he didn't care, shook his head slightly, and left here. When he gets home, he still has to practice. The current Naruto is no longer the original Naruto. Now he has a strict schedule for himself, and he is very strict with his practice. Whenever he has time, he will sit down and practice chakra, so that his chakra will change. Get more and more concise. A year later, Naruto has quietly completed all the courses that the ninja school needs to take. Including the basic three-body technique of ninjas, he has also used it very skillfully. Even Iruka constantly praised him for his hard work over the past year than any student he had ever met. In the ramen restaurant on Konoha Center Street, there are two figures, one tall and one short. Naruto in a white turtleneck shirt and Iruka in a chunin suit were both struggling against the ramen in the bowl in front of them. After a while, the ramen in Naruto's bowl had bottomed out, but Iruka before he finished eating, he let Uncle Ramen cook another bowl. Naruto, you've almost eaten up all my money in a year. Iruka said with a bitter face, seeing Naruto gobbling up. Hehe, Iruka-sensei, you promised me that as long as I needed it, you would come and invite me to eat ramen at any time. You can't go back. Naruto smiled and continued to eat ramen. Looking at Naruto's cute appearance of constantly eating ramen, a look of relief flashed on Iruka's face. He saw Naruto's hard work over the past year, and he was very happy to see him continue to grow. Suddenly, Naruto seemed to have remembered something, and stopped eating ramen, raised his face, turned to look at Iruka, and asked, Iruka-sensei, do you have any powerful ninjutsu? I think next learn some ninjutsu. I have become very proficient in three-body art. Quote. Want to learn ninjutsu? Iruka was a little embarrassed. It wasn't that he didn't want to teach. Naruto just wanted to be his own younger brother. No matter what he asked for, he would agree. There is no ninjutsu you can do. Got it. Naruto, you have already learned the avatar technique, but it is not an entity. Once attacked, it will disappear. I will teach you a physical avatar technique now. Oh, that's Shadow Clone, right? The book says that only Jonin is qualified to learn this technique. Naruto said, thinking to himself, Shadow Clone has been coveted for a long time. If he can learn it now, you can practice with Shadow Clone yourself. Then let's start now. Naruto had a look of anticipation on his face, put down the ramen in his hand and walked straight out. Hey, wait, your noodles aren't finished yet. Iruka exclaimed. Don't eat, it's important to practice ninjutsu. Naruto turned his head and showed a sunny smile. Iruka was stunned for a moment. It's really hard work, Naruto, then I must try my best to teach you. Iruka's exclamation came from the grass on the mountain behind the school. Oh my god. Naruto, you learned Shadow Clone so easily. And it's so perfect. Iruka looked at the two identical Narutos who were almost indistinguishable between true and false, and was shocked. It turned out that Naruto's talents were so outstanding. In just 1 hour, he had already made Shadow Clone Master so accurate. Chapter 4 Play against Hinata. Learning Shadow Clone, Naruto began to practice with clones. Shadow clones are not like multiple shadow clones that can be divided into a lot at one time, but as long as 3 or 5 can be divided into practice, it is enough. After all, this kind of cultivation speed is 3 to 5 times that of the average person. Since Shadow Clone, Naruto's body is still 10-10 going to school, but he sleeps on the desk every day. Iruka doesn't blame him for this, because he already knows that Naruto doesn't need to listen to the class now, and can be in the classroom. Those who have been familiar with the knowledge of textbooks and mastered the 3-body art in 1 year, and even those who can learn advanced ninjutsu like Shadow Clone, are already qualified to graduate early from school. But now Naruto doesn't want to make himself look too dazzling. He is familiar with the 3-body technique and Shadow Clone. Only Iruka knows about it, and Naruto also told him that this matter must be kept secret, and he will give it to him in the future. A surprise for all. Of course, Iruka, who was close to him like a brother, didn't know the other meaning in Naruto's heart, so he naturally agreed. Today, it was the battle practice class, and Iruka brought everyone to the playground. Let everyone find a team to fight against. After a while, everyone found an opponent they wanted to challenge. Shikamaru met Choji. Kiba met Shino. Sakura meets Ino. Everyone started their own battle. Even Zuiyu was found by an arrogant boy. Naruto was still standing by, waiting for someone to come to him, but after waiting for a long time, no one came. Only then did I realize that everyone had already started to practice separately, but I was still idle. It seemed that because of my status as a monster, everyone was reluctant to practice with me. Thinking of this, Naruto shook his head helplessly. Suddenly, he caught a glimpse of a figure in the crowd anxiously looking for something. It's Hinata. She didn't seem to find an opponent to practice either. Seeing that Hinata was bewildered, Naruto stepped forward. Hinata, haven't you found someone to practice against? Naruto said with a smile at her. Suddenly hearing Naruto's voice, Hinata was startled and turned around in a hurry, but met his blue eyes and the sunny smile on his face. Unconsciously panicking, thinking of his current predicament, he stuttered and was speechless. Hinata, haven't you found someone to practice with? I happen to have no one to practice with. Naruto said with a smile on his invitation. Why don't we practice together? Us. Together. Suddenly receiving Naruto's invitation, Hinata's heart skipped a beat, wondering if she had heard it wrong. A Yuhi dizziness suddenly rose on her white neck, and she climbed up to the cute little face, and said at a loss, Naruto-kun, this. Seeing the cute appearance of Hinata in a panic, Naruto was amused, nodded and said, yeah. We don't have any opponents, isn't it just right? Okay, Naruto-kun. Hinata's heart suddenly flew. She felt that today should be her lucky day. The boy she always watched secretly. Now she's sending an invitation to myself, although it is only a pairing exercise, but being able to get so close to him is already a qualitative leap for me. Okay, then let's go over there. Naruto smiled slightly, and pointed to the open space in the corner. It was empty and could be used for practice. Hinata nodded lightly, her heart was beating wildly, and she followed Naruto to the open space. Hinata, I have always heard that your Hyuga's gentle fist is very powerful, but I really want to see it. How about you attack me with gentle fist later? Naruto stood 3 meters away from Hinata, looking at Hinata, who had been kneading the corners of his clothes with his head down, said. However, looking at her situation, it seemed that she had no intention of fighting at all, and Naruto couldn't help but be speechless. Hinata, are you listening? Naruto reminded. I'm sorry Naruto-kun. Hearing Naruto calling himself, Hinata suddenly recovered from the fantasy in his heart, raised her white and tender face full of Yuhi's dizziness, and apologized to him in a panic. I really didn't hear what Naruto-kun said just now, and I couldn't help but panic and anxious. After a few minutes, Hinata finally stopped being so flustered, calmed down, and began to take this rare battle seriously. Naruto has always been the person she secretly admired in her heart, especially in the past year, Naruto's efforts have been seen in her eyes. Although he is often scolded by people and alienated by other children, he always has a confident and sunny smile on his face. This smile is the smile that he has always yearned for. The introverted self actually hopes to be able to like Naruto. He raised his head and faced everyone with that kind of generous smile. Naruto-kun, I'm going. Hinata posed as the gentle fist of the Hyuga family. Although she is just getting started, as the eldest lady of the Hyuga family, Hinata has been trained by her father since she was a child. Physical skills are not bad. At this time, Hinata's face showed a firmness. Naruto worked so hard, he must not fall behind. It is my honor to be able to play against Naruto, and I must not miss this opportunity. Be sure to prove yourself to Naruto-kun. Seeing Hinata's actions, Naruto also began to be cautious. Gentle Fist is known as Konoha's strongest physique. Now he wants to prove his strength. He has always been practicing alone. Take this opportunity to test your abilities. Both of them are ready to go. Suddenly, Hinata stepped forward and slapped Naruto's chest with a palm. Although the speed of this palm was not fast, the movement was steady and standard. Naruto quickly stretched out an arm and covered Hinata's small hand. Unexpectedly, Hinata attacked again, and hit Naruto's abdomen with a palm. Naruto's body flashed to the left, almost dodging Hinata's small hand, and he stepped on the ground, and his body suddenly circled behind Hinata's back. He punched out and hit her in the back, but Hinata turned around as if she had eyes on her back, and met Naruto's fist with a palm. Looking at the white tender jade palm that Hinata hit directly, Naruto's fist withdrew slightly. With a bang, the fists and palms collided, and both of them were shocked, and their bodies retreated back together. It's amazing, Hinata. Naruto couldn't help but exclaim when he felt the power from Hinata's palm. Naruto-kun, your physical skills are also very good. After being praised by Naruto, Hinata's heart rose with joy, and he said happily. He is a ninja who specializes in taijutsu. Judging from Naruto's actions just now, his taijutsu is at least at the same level as himself. This has to surprise her. Although her own physical skills are not outstanding, she still has a huge advantage compared to ordinary ninjas. Naruto-kun has made a lot of progress this year. Chapter 5 Zoe's Challenge. The two practiced against each other for a while, until Naruto stopped when Hinata was panting from exhaustion. Naruto-kun, it's amazing, I have practiced with you for so long, and I haven't seen you sweat. Hinata supported her knees, and she gasped slightly from her small mouth, and a fine layer of perspiration could not help oozing out of her white face. Naruto smiled slightly. Hinata, you are also very good, I can't hit you. Come on, let's go there and rest. Naruto pointed to a big tree beside him. Yeah, Hinata nodded slightly and followed Naruto to sit under the big tree. Sitting down gently, Hinata felt as if she was in a dream. This day was destined to be unforgettable in her life. Sitting under the same tree as the boy she had always admired and enjoying the shade, this feeling almost made her die happily. After Naruto sat down, he looked at those who were still practicing in front of him. Suddenly, there was a scream from there, and then I saw a boy flying towards this side. To be precise, it was kicked by someone. The boy landed heavily on the ground with a thud, stirring up a cloud of dust. In an instant, the originally noisy environment immediately quieted down and became audible. The students who were practicing against each other stopped their movements and looked at the pretty figure standing proudly in the crowd. Uchiha Seijutsu. I don't know who shouted, and the surroundings suddenly became noisy. That's the genius of the Uchiha family. She is very powerful. I heard that she can master advanced ninjutsu. Yeah, she's the first in the grade. For a while, everyone was talking about it. Naruto's attention couldn't help but be attracted, only to see a girl with a cold face over there, standing there quietly, and the boy who was knocked flying before was ridden by her. Are you on this level? Uchiha Sasu looked at the boy lying on the ground coldly, with a look of disdain. I admit defeat. The boy was also a top student with excellent grades. He wanted to challenge the girl who was number 1 in the grade, but he didn't want to be defeated before she had gone through 3 rounds under her hands. At this time, only bowed his head to admit defeat. Wow, it's really amazing. I guess no one of us is her opponent here, right? Seeing the boy admit defeat, the surrounding people couldn't help but talk. It's really boring. Zuo-yu shook her head in disappointment, turned and walked towards Naruto. Seeing Zuo-yu suddenly walking towards him, Naruto couldn't help but froze for a moment, then turned to look at Hinata suspiciously. Hinata is also puzzled. Uzumaki Naruto, can you fight against me? Sayu came to Naruto under everyone's attention, and said with a pair of bright black eyes staring at Naruto sitting under the tree. Whoa! Immediately, the surrounding students all boiled. Am I right? She actually invited Naruto to fight. That monster. Genius and monster, but that guy has always been the tail of a crane. He must be abused badly. That's not necessarily true. Uzumaki Naruto seems to have been listening very seriously this year. And Iruka was standing not far away, watching the scenes here, with a hint of anticipation in his eyes. Naruto and Sasu, one is someone he recognizes, and the other is the first in the grade. Who is more powerful between the two? I am really looking forward to it too. Naruto stood up, smiled at her, thought for a moment, nodded and said, okay, I promise you. Hinata beside him suddenly gently pulled his sleeve. Naruto turned his head, looked at her suspiciously, but saw a hint of worry in Hinata's eyes. Naruto nodded at her, with a reassuring smile on his face, indicating that she should not worry. After Naruto agreed to Sayu, everyone consciously gave the two an open space for them to fight. The two of them are fighting, must Sayu win? Sakura whispered to Ino, Sayu has always been a role model for all girls. Choji said while eating snacks, Naruto seems to be very serious this year. I really want to see how good he is now. Naruto, he has really changed a lot recently. Shikamaru also nodded and said. In the field, the two stood face to face with each other. A group of boys could not help shouting around, Zuiyu, Zuiyu, Zuiyu. At this moment, Iruka came over, and the surrounding voices immediately quieted down. Just listen to him say, Konoha has always had a rule that when companions challenge each other, they must first forge a seal of friendship. Then, Iruka told the two of them the method of the seal of friendship, and said to them, now, before you fight, let's forge the seal of friendship. Seal of friendship. Both Naruto were slightly puzzled, but Naruto stretched out his hand after being stunned for a while, and looked at Zuo-yu with a smile on his face. Zuo-yu was a little reluctant. Looking at the small hand on the opposite side, she was obviously not used to it. She hesitated for a long time and did not extend her hand. Zhao-yu, Iruka reminded softly, and then Zuo-yu reached out and shook hands with Naruto. At the moment when the two hands were clasped, Naruto raised his head and grinned, revealing a big white fang towards her. Zuo-yu snorted, turned her head awkwardly, and didn't look at him. She hates this kind of laugh the most. Zuo-yu's little hand was a little cold, and the feeling of being cold to the heart made Naruto stunned for a while. On the contrary, Naruto's hand was very warm. This feeling reminded Zuo-yu of his brother's big hand, and his heart was slightly dazed. Next, she quickly put aside Naruto's hand. Seeing that the two had formed the seal of friendship, Iruka smiled and signaled that the two could start. Zuo-yu, let's go first. Naruto picked up a kunai in his hand. Facing the first genius of this grade, he couldn't be careless. It's Uchiha's blood. Humph. Sayu's expression seemed to have always been so indifferent, as if everyone owed her millions. Naruto couldn't help but have a little curiosity about her. Is this girl the same as Sasuke in the original book? Experience. Zuo-yu didn't hold anything in his hands, and rushed towards Naruto with his bare hands. It's so fast. Naruto only felt that in the blink of an eye, the shadow of Zuo-yu had already come to him, and when she raised a small pink fist, she slammed into his stomach, and the speed was extremely fast. As expected of the number 1 in the grade, his strength is different. Naruto stretched out his left hand and grabbed her fist. Zuo-yu was slightly startled, but Naruto didn't expect Naruto to catch his fist. The next moment, her left leg suddenly lifted, and then she quickly kicked towards Naruto's head. Naruto blocked her ankle with a right hand, but she was kicked out to the side with a strong force. After a somersault, Naruto stood up again, feeling the slightly numb right arm, and was secretly shocked. He didn't expect that Zuo-yu's legs were so powerful that he could actually kick himself out, although it was not ruled out that he was useless. For the sake of all efforts, but even so, it's already great. It seems that it is impossible not to take it seriously. There was a hint of caution in Naruto's blue eyes. Chapter 6 Naruto defeated. Zuo-yu is indeed a talented girl. After kicking Naruto with one foot, her body movements did not stop, and rushed towards him again, raising her jade arm and attacking Naruto's vital point. Naruto stretched out his hand to resist Zuo-yu's attack with great effort. Looking at her weak body, he didn't expect such a powerful force to erupt. It felt so painful when the little pink fist hit his arm. Bang bang bang. I saw the two people in the field coming and going, and the punches and kicks were dazzling, but anyone with a discerning eye could tell that it was Naruto who was clearly at a disadvantage. Zuo-yu is amazing. Yeah, how can this crane tail be Zuo-yu's opponent? The classmates around were talking a lot, and Naruto was also at a disadvantage in the field. Standing by the side, Hinata folded his hands, stared at Naruto's figure, and prayed secretly in his heart, "Naruto-kun, you will definitely not lose." Boom. Suddenly, there was a muffled groan in the arena, and Naruto's body was kicked out by Zuo-yu and fell to the ground with a bang. It hurts. Naruto rubbed his chest. This girl is really merciless. He lay on the ground and raised his head to look at the frost-faced Zuo-yu, and smiled bitterly, "I admit defeat." Zuo-yu frowned slightly, as if she was very dissatisfied with what Naruto said. She looked at Naruto condescendingly with cold eyes, and spit out 2 words with disdain, "Trash." In an instant, Naruto's heart surged with anger. Is this girl too dragged? But then he calmed down the anger in his heart again, let go of his clenched fists, and then stood up slowly with a sunny smile on his face. Trash is just trash, but even trash has a bottom line. Having said that, Naruto suddenly exuded an aura. This was an extremely confident aura, which made Zuo-yu feel that he was the one who was defeated. This guy didn't have the depression that a loser should have. Gas. After speaking, Naruto walked away as if nothing had happened. At this time, Hinata hurriedly greeted him, silently following behind Naruto, and stretched out a small hand to help Naruto, but when she reached halfway, she stopped. She shrank back nervously. Finally, Naruto stopped when he came to the woods behind the school. Naruto-kun, are you alright? Hinata asked cautiously. Naruto suddenly turned around with a bright smile on his face. I'm fine, Hinata, don't worry, I didn't use all my strength just now. I thought that Naruto-kun's emotions would be very disappointed, but there was no trace of disappointment on Naruto's face in front of him. Naruto-kun, you didn't use all your strength. Hinata was surprised, but more joyful, because Naruto wasn't lost because he lost to Sayu. As long as Naruto is happy, he is satisfied. With Zuoyu's strong character, if I defeat her in public, I'll be in trouble. In order not to get myself into trouble, I have to pretend to be defeated by her. Naruto exploded, blinking his eyes. He suddenly approached Hinata's pink face and whispered, "You can't tell me about this. This is a secret between us." The hot breath from Naruto's mouth all entered his ears, and Hinata only felt a tremor all over his body. His blood was surging, and there was a dizziness in his mind. Forehead. Forget about Hinata's shyness. Naruto scratched his head and looked at Hinata, who had collapsed to the ground with a tilt of his body, and his head swelled. Next, Naruto had to sit aside and wait for Hinata to wake up, secretly thinking about the battle with Sasuke just now. Originally, I wanted to try my own strength, but I changed my mind temporarily. Now I don't want to attract attention. Although I have mastered the 3-body technique and shadow clone technique, I want to defeat Zuoyu. It's a difficult thing, but if you beat her now, then you will be greeted by a lot of surprised and curious eyes. Maybe in a few days, there will be news of the crane tail defeating the first person in the grade in the streets of Konoha village. At that time, it might even attract the attention of Konoha executives. That would be troublesome. After a while, Hinata finally woke up. Only then did he realize that the boy beside him had been silently guarding him, and looking at his back, Hinata couldn't help feeling a burst of sweetness in his heart. Naruto-kun. Huh, you're awake, Hinata. Naruto turned back and smiled slightly, then hurry up and go to school. Classes are starting. Ah, class has already started. Hinata quickly sat up and went to class with Naruto. One day passed like this. After school, Naruto practiced kunai and shuriken techniques on the school's training ground for a while, and then started to walk back. As soon as he walked out of the door of the school, he found a sneaky figure behind him. With a little doubt in his heart, Naruto quietly came to the edge of an empty river. At this time, it was the moment when the sun was setting in the west, and a magnificent sunset in the west sky hung there, looking extremely beautiful. Suddenly, Naruto snorted softly, "Come out, Zuoyu. You have been following from the school gate to this place just now. Do you have something to say?" "HMPH. I didn't expect you to find out." Zuoyu snorted softly, walked out from under a small tree, walked slowly to Naruto, and stared at him with a pair of dark eyes full of fighting intent. "Uzumaki Naruto. You didn't give your best this morning. Now I want you to fight me seriously." "Huh, I really lost to you this morning." "What, don't you want to humiliate me again?" Naruto pouted, slightly startled, but she didn't expect that she could see that she didn't do her best. Zuoyu was very dissatisfied with this answer. Blue eyebrows wrinkled slightly, but she reached out and took out a kunai and pointed it at Naruto. "This time, I am fighting you with the determination to kill you. So you must fight seriously. Otherwise you will die at my hands." "I'm not interested in this battle at all. Is it really that important to win?" Naruto was speechless and felt very innocent. He had already let her go during the day, but she still chased after him. "I want to defeat all opponents. This reason is enough." Zuoyu stared at Naruto's eyes and said stubbornly. "I said I'm not interested." Naruto pouted, turned and jumped away. However, Zuoyu was chasing after him, and Naruto had to speed up his steps. Chapter 7. The plot begins. Running all the way back to the house, Naruto got into the small but neat room and lay down on the white cot. Looking at Zuoyu who followed closely, Naruto couldn't help but say, "Student Zuoyu, I'm home now, are you still entangled?" "HMPH, I must fight with you." Zuoyu observed the room for a while, and was slightly surprised. She didn't expect this guy's room to be so neat. "I said I'm not interested anymore. I'm lying on the bed now. If you must fight me, kill me." Naruto waved his hand, and then he actually closed his eyes. "Go to her." Looking at this boy who didn't take herself seriously at all, Zuoyu bit her lower lip lightly, her eyes flickered, holding Kuwu for a long time, and finally slammed out the door bitterly. When Zuoyu left, Naruto quietly opened his eyes, and the corners of his mouth showed a slight arc of good-looking. In the days that followed, Naruto continued his cultivation. With Shadow Clone, his cultivation speed was much faster than before. However, Naruto now runs around Konoha village with weights every morning. In order to strengthen his body, he must practice from an early age. It has been like this for 4 years, and finally the day when the plot begins. That is, during the graduation exam, Naruto got up early, still wearing a white turtleneck and short sleeves, but compared to 4 years ago, he grew a lot taller and got acquainted with his body. After 4 years of training, Naruto's own chakra and body have become much stronger than before. In the classroom, it was still so noisy, and everyone had different expressions on their faces, some worried, some excited, and some indifferent. In short, facing the graduation exam, everyone already had their own ideas. Today is graduation exam day. That's when you walk out of school. Iruka shouted from the edge of the podium, you will become a ninja to face many difficulties in the future. You may bleed and get hurt, but everyone keep in mind the dream in your heart. As a ninja, blaze your own path. So now, the graduation exam starts. Next to me is Mr. Mizuki, who is here to evaluate your graduation test today. Iruka said. A young and handsome ninja teacher beside him smiled politely at everyone. By the way, why hasn't Naruto come yet? When the first student stepped forward to demonstrate the avatar technique, Iruka frowned slightly and looked at the empty seat in the back row of the classroom, where Naruto usually took classes. The seat is empty now. Doesn't he know that today is the big day for the graduation exam? In the past 4 years, Naruto has made a lot of progress, so much that he doesn't even know how far Naruto has reached. Naturally, there is no need to worry about such a small graduation test. Iruka, who thought Naruto might be a little late because of something, waited for a long time, but he couldn't help but feel anxious. For the past 4 years, Naruto's performance has been maintained at the lower middle level, and his actions are also very worry-free. Iruka can't remember how many years ago in a situation like today. Naruto, don't drop the chain at a critical moment. Iruka's hope was completely dashed when the last student demonstrated the clone technique. Okay, today's test is over. Tomorrow is the graduation group. Everyone remember not to be late tomorrow. When the time came, Iruka had no choice but to announce the end of the test. People can't graduate successfully this year. Cleaning up, Iruka walked out of the school very depressed. At this moment, Naruto arrived late. Seeing Naruto slowly approaching, Iruka was furious and rushed to Naruto's side, scolding him. Naruto, you bastard, today is the graduation exam. Why are you here now? Iruka's caring scolding made Naruto's heart warm. He scratched his head embarrassedly and said, Sorry, Iruka-sensei, I overslept today. Tomorrow is the graduation group. You didn't even pass the graduation exam today, and you didn't get your forehead protection. How can you go to the group and become a genin tomorrow? Iruka rubbed with a headache at Naruto's answer. Forehead, even if I'm an invigilator, I can't protect your forehead without permission. Really, Naruto, why did you suddenly, hey? Seeing Iruka worrying about himself, Naruto smiled slightly. It's okay, Iruka-sensei. Don't worry about me, I will definitely graduate successfully. Really, Naruto, I'll go and apply to Hokage-sama later, and I'll let you take the test again. I hope you can catch up with the group tomorrow. Iruka left in a hurry after saying that. 3 generations explain the situation. Watching Iruka leave, Naruto came to the playground under the tree and sat there quietly. Of course Naruto knew what day it was today, and he got up early. But he didn't come to the classroom when he got up, but continued his training, and didn't go to school until it was time to dismiss. In order not to affect the development of the original plot, Naruto had to come up with such a stupid way to make him fail the exam, waiting for Mizuki's foxtail to appear. In fact, his real purpose was not this, but the sealed book of Konoha. After 4 years of living, he finally knew how difficult it was to learn a ninjutsu. No wonder there are so many wandering ninjas in the ninja world risking their lives to steal the ninjutsu of Da Ninja Village. Thinking, Mizuki saw Naruto's lonely figure sitting under the tree, and suddenly walked towards him. Naruto, didn't you come for the exam today? Compared to Iruka, Mizuki appeared to be more gentle, with a slight smile on his face. It makes people feel like a good person at first glance. However, Naruto, who had long known his essence, cursed inwardly, but nodded his head with regret and said, Yeah, what a pity, I could have lived it. Yeah, Naruto, although your grades are usually not top students, you still have no problem graduating successfully. However, the graduation exam is only once, and if you want to come again, you have to wait until next year, unless. Mizuki said, and finally threw the bait at him. Unless what? Naruto's face was slightly happy, the expression on his face seemed to be grabbing a life-saving straw, and Mizuki's heart suddenly Ichiraku. Chapter 8 Old Fox. In the end, Mizuki asked Naruto to steal the Book of Seals, saying that as long as he learned the ninjutsu on the Book of Seals, he could become a genin without taking an exam. Naruto of course showed an ecstatic look, and then under the arrangement of Mizuki, they made an appointment to act at night. At night, the moon in the sky is very bright, emitting a bright light. Under the moonlight, a figure sneakily flashed through the streets of Konoha, all the way to a remote grove, where a quiet little house sat quietly. Seeing that there was no defense at all, Naruto didn't think much, just groping and dodging. After entering the room, Naruto couldn't help but be speechless when he saw the large sealed book lying on a table. If he couldn't see such an obvious bug, he would really be a transmigrator. Konoha's Book of Treasure Seals is actually placed in such a loosely defended place, and it is so clearly placed on the table in the room, isn't it obvious that he wants to steal it? However, Naruto also felt at ease. Except for the third generation, it is estimated that no one would do this. It seems that he deliberately wanted to borrow Mizuki to give himself water. Naruto, who has read the original book, of course knows that the Book of Seals will never be so easy to get his hands. This is just a trial for 3 generations. Naruto picked up the Book of Seals and quickly went to the place that he made an appointment with Mizuki. At his current speed, after arriving at that place, he still had time to write down the contents of the Book of Seals, so there was no need for another then find a secluded place to surreptitiously browse for yourself. Maybe now he has fallen into the surveillance of 3 generations. Naruto didn't have the strength to detect others' surveillance, so he still followed Mizuki's instructions in a calm manner, so as not to be suspected at that time. Came to a forest outside Konoha village, Naruto couldn't wait to open the Book of Seals. The Book of Seals originally had a complicated seal on it, and most people would never be able to open it, but he didn't need any action to unlock the seal at all. Being able to open and look at it made him even more sure that the 3 generations had already set up the game. Then you will count on yourself. Naruto pulled the scroll, and the first ninjutsu that caught his eye was the multiple shadow clone. This absolute bug ninjutsu, if you don't learn it yourself, you'll be sorry to cross. After silently writing down the hand seal method and chakra operation method of this ninjutsu, he slowly opened the back content, but when he saw the back content, he immediately felt a chill. Really? Conceived by that old fox of the 3rd generation. How lucky Naruto is now that he has followed the original script. I saw the back of the sealed book, and what was recorded was not any other ninjutsu at all, but some words that made people seem to feel very esoteric but actually have little content. Where are those legendary forbidden techniques? Not even an ordinary escape technique. Therefore, there is only one multiple shadow clone technique recorded in the entire sealed book. 3 generations of this old fox. Mind is really careful. He had long expected that Shuimu would do this, and he had long known that his ability was the most suitable for using the multiple shadow clone technique. Although I know that the 3rd generation is not malicious, but secretly helping myself to cheat, but this feeling of being completely arranged by others in the future is very unpleasant. Especially the transmigrator who is not bound by his own thoughts, it is even more unbearable. However, although Naruto felt very helpless at this feeling of being unable to control his destiny, but now his strength is not enough, so he can only do it according to other people's ideas. There's no harm in that either. No matter where you are, you still have to keep a low profile. At this time, in the Konoha Hokage office, Sandai was looking at the scene in the crystal ball with a pipe in his mouth. A group of ninjas surrounded him. Seeing Naruto stealing the Book of Seals, they all showed anger and shock. What do you think about this matter? Sandai took a breath and said with a serious look. Konoha elites around. Uzumaki Naruto, he used to look quite real. I didn't expect him to do such a thing. Yeah, the Book of Seals is Konoha's treasure, and this time, he must not be easily forgiven. Get him back. Listening to everyone's discussion, the expression on Sandai's face did not change. At this moment, a voice suddenly came. Master Sandai. I have something to say. Huh. The others were suddenly attracted by the loud voice, and turned their heads to look at the person who came. It was Iruka. Iruka came to Sandai, bowed slightly, and then said slowly, I know Naruto, he is not that kind of bad boy. He has always made people worry, and if he did something excessive this time, he must be there's a reason. And with his current level of knowledge, he doesn't know the significance of the Book of Seals at all, so I think someone must be instigating him. 3 generations of adults, please don't blame Naruto. He's just for a while it's just being misled. Hearing Iruka's words, the 3rd generation nodded indifferently, with a hint of admiration in his eyes. Of course he knew about this from the beginning to the end, and now calling everyone here is just a formality, or just being a witness for Naruto to learn Konoha's forbidden technique multiple shadow clone. Then let's keep watching. Iruka, you go and bring Naruto back. Yes. In the woods, Naruto flipped through the entire Book of Seals and found no other ninjutsu. In the end, he could only throw it aside, sat down slowly, and began to reminisce about the multiple shadow clone techniques and learned shadow. The art of cloning has long been known to keep away from shadow clone, and now it is easy to learn multiple shadow clones. Bang bang bang. Under Naruto's hand seal, more than 20 people suddenly appeared around him. The usual shadow clone can only be divided into 5 or 6 at most, and it will be very laborious after dividing 5 or 6. Now this multiple shadow clone saves effort. Many, more than 20 all at once, I don't feel at all. Disarming shadow clone, Naruto couldn't help but smile. In the Hokage office, after seeing Naruto learn the multiple shadow clone forbidden technique all at once, even the 3 generations can't help but change their complexion. This kid learns so easily. Uzumaki Naruto, is he another genius in Konoha? The ninjas were talking again. After all, this is absolutely impossible to do on their own. Chapter 9 Count Up. Actually, you are the Kyuubi, Nine-Tails Fox. The monster who killed the villagers. The monster everyone hates. Mizuki laughed wildly at Naruto, while Naruto lowered his head. Can't see any expressions. When Mizuki had said enough, his voice finally cooled down, and he said with murderous intent, now you are useless. The damn demon fox should go to hell. After speaking, Mizuki suddenly took out the huge hand behind him. The sword was hurled towards Naruto, and the huge shuriken swirled, making a gust of wind, as if it were the scythe of the god of death that harvested life. At this moment, a figure suddenly jumped out, stopped in front of Naruto, and blocked the fatal blow of the shuriken with his back. Kai. Blood spurted out. Iruka's body stood in front of Naruto, and he shouted loudly to Naruto, Naruto. Don't listen to him. You are not a monster. You are Uzumaki Naruto. You are my student. Iruka, you bastard dare to mess with me. Shueimyu was stunned for a moment when he saw this uninvited guest, and then his face darkened. Since you dare to stop me, then I will fulfill you. Let you die with this demon fox. Go. Swish swish. Another few kunai pierced the air and rushed towards Iruka and Naruto. This time, Iruka had no strength to dodge, so he had to use his body to block Naruto so that he would not be hurt. Seeing that Iruka was willing to give up his life for himself, Naruto couldn't help but feel moved. He is not alone in this world. Even if his soul does not belong to this world, the friendship between them is still strong. Thinking of this, Naruto suddenly raised his head, a pair of piercing blue eyes staring at the 3 deadly kunai. Swish. Suddenly, Naruto's figure flashed and quickly appeared in front of Iruka, and a handful of kuu suddenly flashed out in his hand. Naruto, you. Iruka turned around with difficulty, looking at Naruto's back with kunai in his hand, and couldn't help but be stunned for a while. I'm fine, Iruka-sensei. Thank you. Naruto turned his head with a bright smile on his face. Even monsters have feelings. Mizuki, that's the end of your demagogic words. Multiple shadow clone techniques. Naruto folded his hands together, slightly hand seal, and in the next instant, there were a few bangs, and more than 20 Naruto appeared. There. Ha ha ha, Uzumaki Naruto, do you think you can beat me with just this number of clones? Stop laughing. Mizumaki laughed, but didn't notice that one of Naruto's clones had quietly sneaked around behind him. Go. Under Naruto's order, several clones suddenly rushed towards him. Bang bang bang. However, as Chunin, Mizuki's strength should not be underestimated. Although Naruto's current strength is not weak, under Mizuki's quick attack, those clones were easily beaten into a cloud of smoke. Ha ha ha. Mizuki laughed proudly, his eyes full of disdain. Uzumaki Naruto, don't think that you can beat me by learning how many shadow clone. The guy who didn't even graduate from ninja school, don't try to beat me. Naruto, run away, I'll deal with this guy. At this time, Iruka stood in front of Naruto, bit Kiba and pulled out the huge shuriken inserted into his back, with a firm tone. I never forgive guys who take advantage of others. Saying that, Iruka threw the large shuriken that was just drawn from his body at him with a sharp swipe. Humph, do you think you can beat me with your current strength? Iruka, you are too naive. Mizuki slammed the shuriken flying with the kuwui in his hand. Iruka-sensei, I'll deal with this guy. Suddenly, Naruto stopped in front of him and said firmly, I want to defeat him. Multiple shadow clone technique. Bang bang bang. After countless soft sounds, I saw that thousands of Naruto clones suddenly appeared in the woods. Hey, can you beat this amount? Naruto said with a grin. After using this, he immediately felt that the chakra in his body was empty. This ninjutsu consumes a lot of chakra, but in order to preserve the strength, it is also worth it. What? So many? How can you have so many chakras? Is it really a monster? Seeing the Naruto clones all around, Mizuki was instantly terrified. Taking advantage of Mizuki's distracted moment, the Naruto clone who had sneaked behind him suddenly appeared behind him silently and grabbed his neck. This is a bastard. Mizuki was suddenly attacked, and immediately panicked, trying to get rid of the Naruto clones behind him, but at this time, the numerous Naruto clones suddenly rushed up, and the densely packed piece seemed to be he was drowned in the sea of people like locusts. Mizuki had no room for resistance at all, and was beaten up by thousands of Naruto clones. Mizuki's terrifying and miserable howl came from the forest. What do you think about this matter? 3 generations of Hokage saw everything that happened in the forest. After reading it, he slowly asked the ninjas around him. Lord Sandai, although Naruto Uzumaki made a mistake, he was misled by Mizuki. I think it can be handled lightly. A relatively fair ninja said. Well, he can actually defeat Mizuki, his potential is limitless. A ninja next to him with yuhi-colored pupils nodded in appreciation, and his sentence, even monsters have feelings, is very not bad. Hihi, Kurenai Yuhi is right, Naruto already has the conditions to become a ninja, I think he can graduate from school. Asuma on the side also agreed with Yuhi's words. Seeing that everyone was trying to protect Naruto, the 3rd generation smiled slightly, and the corners of his mouth showed a slight arc. Then let's add another Uzumaki Naruto to the graduation group tomorrow. Chapter 10 Graduation Group. The next day, the time for the graduation group finally came, and the students were all sitting in the classroom excitedly, looking forward to their future teacher Jonin. Uchiha Sasu sat there quietly, as silent as ever. She always lowered her head and looked contemplative, frowning slightly, making a large group of boys around her fall for it. If only I could be in a group with Zuiyu. A wretched boy came from the side, but it caused a lot of controversy. Go to hell. Are you worthy of Zuoyu? Quote. In the corner, a figure was also sitting there quietly, but her eyes were extremely uneasy, because at this time, her heart was full of that dazzling blonde sunshine boy. Naruto-kun, why haven't you come yet? You will definitely graduate. The silly Hinata was still naively fantasizing that Naruto could appear in this group. However, when Naruto did appear at the door of the classroom, and walked in with a smile on everyone's eyes, Hinata's face couldn't contain a burst of ecstasy. Huh, Naruto, why did you come to join the graduation group? Shikamaru asked in a strange way when he saw Naruto walk in slowly with a smile on his face. Hee, look here. Naruto smiled and pointed at the forehead guard on his forehead. I've graduated as a genin just like you. Congratulations to you, I would have no problem graduating with your grades. Shikamaru curled his lips, and then lay down on the table listlessly. Looking around, Naruto found that the classroom was already full of people. He wanted to sit next to Hinata, who was more familiar, but her side was already occupied. It turned out that there was no one sitting next to Zuoyu, and after Naruto hesitated a little, he had to go up and sit beside her. Feeling someone sitting beside her, Zuoyu slightly opened her dark eyes and glanced at him. At this moment, two more figures came to the door, one pink and one yellow, and two equally youthful and beautiful girls walked in. It's Yamanaka Ino and Haruno Sakura. The two have not become rivals in love now, they are still a pair of good sisters. Huh, isn't that Naruto? Didn't he graduate? Sakura saw Naruto sitting next to Sasuke at a glance, and asked Ino beside him suspiciously. Yeah, he didn't come to take the exam at all yesterday. Ino nodded, then looked around, and saw that there was only a seat next to Sayu. She hesitated a little, then she pulled Sakura to the side of Sayu's seat. Zuoyu was still sitting there quietly with her eyes closed, as if nothing in the outside world had anything to do with her. Because Naruto has always been studying very seriously, he is not the tail of the crane in the class. Although he has the identity of a monster in the eyes of everyone, because his performance has always been very good, the two of Sakura Ino he didn't reject him either, but because of what Naruto said 4 years ago after he lost the battle with Sasuke, he had a tinge of affection. After waiting for a while, Iruka finally came to the classroom and started announcing the list of groups. Naruto still had a faint smile on his face, but he was a little nervous. Because of his arrival, I don't know if the plot has changed. If it changes too much now, the future will be completely unpredictable. When Iruka revealed the names of the groups, Kiba, Hinata, Shino are still together, and Ino Shikacho is still together. But the only slight difference was that he was in the same group as Sayu and Sakura. Fortunately, Sayu's identity is similar to Sasuke in the original plot, so it's still not much changed. Naruto thought to himself. Sakura felt pressure after hearing this. The genius girl in the first grade, descendant of the mysterious Uchiha clan, her teammate Uchiha Sayu was much stronger than herself, and she was like an ugly duckling in front of her. Also, Naruto Uzumaki, who is called a monster, although she always has a smile on her face, she always has a feeling that she cannot see through. The combination of these factors makes Sakura feel uneasy. It's a hassle to be together. Everyone got their own group information, of which there were joys and sorrows, and the most lonely one was Hinata. She always wanted to be in the same group as Naruto, so that she could get along with Tenten. But now it is. Hinata secretly looked at Naruto's back, suddenly feeling so far away. Next, everyone, Teacher Jonin, came to pick up their students and started the future arrangement. After more than an hour, the people in the classroom had long since left, and only the three of Naruto were left sitting there stupidly. In fact, Sakura had already grown impatient, but the two beside her were still sitting there so calmly, she had no choice but to sit there with her chin up and look at the scenery outside the window. In fact, Naruto couldn't wait any longer, but as a transmigrator, he couldn't do the idiotic behavior of Naruto in the original book. He had nothing to do anyway, so he might as well just sit there and think about the problem of cultivation. Hi, hello. At this moment, a relaxed tone broke the silence in the classroom. The three suddenly recovered from their various minds. Hello, teacher. Although Sakura was very dissatisfied with the late teacher, on the surface, he stood up and greeted very politely. Okay, you've been waiting hard, come with me to the rooftop now. Kakashi waved his hand and motioned the three to follow him. The three of them sat on the steps of the rooftop, while Kakashi leaned against the iron railing, looked at the three in front of him, and said slowly, "Okay, let's all introduce ourselves." "How do I introduce it, teacher?" Sakura stood up and said. "Well, it's just my name, and there are things I like, things I hate, and future dreams. Let me introduce you first. My name is Hitaki Kakashi. I don't have anything I like, and I don't have anything I hate. The dream of the future. I won't tell you. Sakura, saw you. It turned out to be only one name." Sakura exclaimed in dissatisfaction. "Okay, it's up to you next. You come first," Kakashi said with a slight smile, pointing to Sakura. My name is Haruno Sakura. I like all good things, hate all bad things, and my dream is to be a powerful female ninja, and find a Prince Charming." Sakura said. After that, Kakashi was speechless with a look of infatuation on his face. Now, children, there are some things of love and love in their heads. Next, it was Zoe's turn. Zuo-yu paused for a while, then slowly said, "I don't have anything I like, and I don't have anything I hate, but I have a dream. No, it's more of an ambition than a dream, and that is to kill that man." As she said that, a murderous aura suddenly radiated from her body, making Sakura shiver. Could it be that she was given by that man? Sure enough, she still has revenge in her heart. Kakashi's brows furrowed indiscernibly, and he secretly cried out for trouble. Finally, it was Naruto's turn. He is still very satisfied with the speeches of the previous two people, which at least shows that the plot has not changed, and he also confirms a guess in his heart that Sasuke's current identity is exactly the same as Sasuke in the original book, but it is gender. Just changed. "It's your turn now, Naruto." Sakura couldn't help reminding when she saw Naruto in a daze. Naruto came back to his senses and smiled slightly. He was not as eager to express himself as children like Sakura and Sasuke, and he took the time to tell others his inner thoughts. "My name is Uzumaki Naruto. I like what I like and hate what I hate. My dream is world peace." What a unique idea. As a result, it is the same as saying nothing. Looking at Naruto's smiling face, Kakashi couldn't help thinking to himself, the son of a fourth-generation teacher, his dreams are indeed grand. Cut. What world peace, it sounds so nice. Turned out to be as cunning as Kakashi-sensei, who only knew his name. Sakura pouted, thinking inwardly. Chapter 11 CQB, 9 Tails. Okay, let's go to the test next. Test. Hearing this, Sakura looked puzzled. Didn't he graduate? Why are there still tests? Kakashi saw what Sakura was thinking at a glance, and smiled. You don't think you don't have to take exams after graduating from school, do you? Although you have become genin, you still have to go through me if you can become my students. Your consent. If you fail the test I set, you must go back to the ninja school. What? Sakura paled in shock. He didn't expect that the consequences of failing to pass would be so serious. Without waiting for Sakura to continue, Kakashi waved his hand, looked at the sky, and said lazily, "It's already too late. You should come to the 23rd practice ground at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. I'll be there. Waiting for you. Don't be late. And don't eat in the morning. Otherwise, you will be at your own risk." With a seal, Kakashi disappeared into the air with a bang. Shadow clone. Naruto also patted his butt and stood up, and said to both Suzuki and Sakura, "Then I'm leaving too. Go back and prepare for tomorrow's test. Bye." However, just as he was about to leave, a voice behind him suddenly stopped him. "Hey, wait, Naruto." "Huh, is there anything else?" Naruto looked at Sakura, who was walking slowly, and asked slightly puzzled. Sakura hesitated for a moment, then glanced at Sayu who had also stood up and was about to leave, and said to Naruto, "We will be a group from now on. I'll invite you two to a meal." Naruto was slightly taken aback when he heard the words, and thought to himself, it seemed that Sakura wanted to use this to cultivate the relationship between the members of the group. After all, it would be a group in the future, and we should strengthen our understanding of each other first. Okay, but will she agree? Naruto nodded simply, with a sunny smile on his face, looked at Zuo-yu again, and found that she had turned away and didn't look here. Sakura also saw Sayu's movements, and glanced at Naruto, before he stopped talking. Naruto frowned slightly, but then his brows stretched out again, and he walked towards Sayu calmly. Gently patted her shoulder, Zuiyu turned her head back, gave him a cold look, and said coldly, "What's the matter with you? I want to invite you to a meal. The three of us will be teammates in the future. Can you see?" Naruto still faced her with a smile. After listening to his words, Zuiyu originally wanted to agree to him, but when she saw his extremely bright smile, her expression became cold and she said lightly, "No, I have to go back to training." This smiling face, it's so annoying. She always smiles so innocently. She doesn't seem to know the troubles at all. It reminds her of her childhood, when she also had such a pure smile, but in that disaster for nothing. Naruto listened, the smile on his face froze slightly, and then nodded. "Okay, don't force it if you don't go. Don't be too tired from training, you will have a test tomorrow." Watching Sakura leave, Naruto turned around and came in front of Sakura, exhaled, and said with a smile, "She seems to be unable to participate because of something, so it's just the two of us." "Oh, forget it, I'm going home too." Sakura was a little disappointed when Sakura saw Sayu left. There was no point in having only two people to eat, so she shook her head indifferently and said goodbye. Naruto leaves. "Ah, okay, this meal is cancelled, let's put it down." Naruto laughed at the fact that Sakura suddenly gave up this meal. It was just a pity that the free dinner was gone. If you think about it, let's go to a good old man like Iruka-sensei. Finding Iruka and asking him to treat him to a meal, Naruto started training. The multiple shadow clone technique was learned yesterday. The principle is similar to shadow clone, but it can create more clones. You can use more clones to train, so as to improve your strength more quickly. On the training ground at the back of the school, Naruto's body is practicing shuriken and kunai throwing. After years of training, although his shuriken can't be said to have reached the level of perfection, it is also he has been able to hit the bullseye every time, but Naruto still can't master the incomparably subtle kunai throwing technique that Sasuke learned from Itachi. But he will not be discouraged. After all, there are teachers who teach him, and he has to rely on his own exploration. It is very good to be able to reach the current level. After practicing kunai and shuriken for a while, Naruto felt that it was almost the same, so he wiped his sweat and planned to leave. But at this moment, his face suddenly changed, because at the same time, all his clones exhausted their strength and disappeared. In an instant, a sense of tiredness emerged in his mind, and Naruto only felt in front of him. As soon as it got dark, he staggered a few steps, and the next moment he lost consciousness. Before he lost consciousness, he faintly heard a soft whistle. Originally, the clones that Naruto had created wouldn't be so exhausting, but when he thought about Kakashi's test tomorrow, he used multiple shadow clone to create a few more clones. After shadow clone disappeared, the tiredness of training suddenly spread to his body. As a result, the sudden increase in fatigue overwhelmed him and he fainted. When Naruto regained consciousness, he found himself in a dark underground passage. There was a shallow stream of water flowing in the tunnel. Naruto stepped on the water and stood on the water, looking at this unfamiliar but familiar place. This is his own consciousness space. In front, a powerful chakra emerged, accompanied by the monstrous momentum, which almost felt suffocating on his body. This is Kyuubi, Nine Tails. This is the first time I've seen him since time travel. In the darkness in front of him, a pair of red pupils like lanterns came into view. Naruto narrowed his eyes and took a step back, cautious in his heart. This Kyuubi, Nine Tails, is really powerful enough, just looking at himself. At a glance, he felt like he was in an ice cellar. He, Naruto, you are finally here. With the appearance of those eyes, a huge iron prison also appeared, and Kyuubi, Nine Tails' hideous fox face was also displayed in Naruto's eyes. Hearing the words of Kyuubi, Nine Tails, Naruto took a step forward, looked directly into Kyuubi, Nine Tails' eyes, and said, "Kyuubi, Nine Tails, you are the one who pulled me here. Come. Oh, you little bastard actually know me. Naruto's words made Kyuubi Ninetales' eyes widen, and a look of doubt appeared in his eyes. Interesting. You brought it here. It's been 12 years, and it's time for me to talk to you. Chapter 12 Coma. What do you want to say to me? Naruto smiled slightly. The huge Kyuubi Ninetales in front of him and the powerful aura seemed to be non-existent, and the smile was still so relaxed and natural. Seeing Naruto so calm, Kyuubi Ninetales suddenly smiled. I didn't expect you to be not afraid of me at all. Who are you? Hehe, my name is Uzumaki Naruto, don't you know this? Naruto said lightly. Humph, you're not that kid at all. If you want to fool me, you have to see who I am. I'm Kyuubi Ninetales who exists in your consciousness space, and you, an outsider consciousness, actually pretends to be ambiguous. That's it. Kyuubi Ninetales snorted suddenly, and his voice turned cold. These words came out. Naruto was subconsciously startled, and he secretly thought in his heart, Kyuubi Ninetales, he didn't expect his identity to be revealed by him. It's no wonder that he exists in the space of his own consciousness. What he does, and even what he thinks in his heart, he is very clear. Thinking of this, Naruto's face changed. What do you know? Naruto stared at Kyuubi Ninetales' eyes as big as a copper bell, and now he doesn't care about Kyuubi Ninetales' aura. His heart is full of worrying. Your identity as a traveler will not have been discovered by it, right? Hehe, I don't know anything. But looking at you being so nervous, it seems that you must have a ghost in your heart. Kyuubi Ninetales grinned, and then his tone became gloomy. 5 years ago, I was about to completely darken that kid's consciousness, but I didn't expect you to suddenly enter this kid's body, take away the kid's kind consciousness, and become the master of this body. As far as I know, this kind of ninjutsu that steals people's bodies is only known to a few people. Who are you? Kyuubi Ninetales hated Naruto's current soul to the core. Originally, his plan had been successful, and the day of breaking the seal was coming. Unexpectedly, this guy suddenly entered the body and ruined his good deeds. Although Naruto was still immersed in worry and shock, Kyuubi Ninetales' words made him calm down again. Judging from the meaning of his words, Kyuubi Ninetales should not know what he was thinking. Otherwise he should have been thinking he already knew that he was a transmigrator and came from the earth. Thinking of this, Naruto's face reappeared with a smile. You bastard, what are you laughing at? Broke my big business, I'm going to solve you here. Seeing his smile, Kyuubi Ninetales roared furiously, and a surge of chakra formed. The colored chakra flow instantly overflowed the huge iron prison and rolled towards Naruto. Naruto stood on the spot and jumped upwards, trying to avoid the chakra flow, but he didn't want that chakra to be faster than Naruto, and suddenly wrapped around one of his feet. Gently with a tug, Naruto fell to the ground again, staggered, and stood up again. After a while, that chakra surrounded Naruto's body and reflected Yuhi. He, take my time to feel my hatred. Kyuubi Ninetales smiled gloomily as he looked at Naruto surrounded by his chakra. Naruto lowered his head, feeling this powerful force, and smacking his lips contentedly. Yes, this force is powerful enough. But, do you think your hatred can affect me? What? My consciousness can't sneak into your consciousness. What's going on? Are you not using my power? At this time, the outside world. Hinata originally hid behind the big tree and secretly watched the figure of her sweetheart training, and felt a burst of joy in her heart. Although she couldn't be in the same group as Naruto, as long as she could look at him from such a distance, even if she could only look at him like this, she was already satisfied. However, something bad happened suddenly, and the good Naruto fainted. Hinata didn't care about anything. She hurriedly walked past with a soft whistle, and came to the fainted Naruto, panicking in her heart. Naruto-kun, what's wrong with you? Wake up. Hinata looked anxious and was about to cry, but seeing Naruto's breathing steady and sound asleep, she calmed down again. It seemed that Naruto-kun just passed out from exhaustion. Helpless, she couldn't go back like this, let alone carry him home. In that case, her father would definitely blame herself, and even beat and scold her. After thinking about it, Hinata was still struggling to carry Naruto on his back, resisting the shyness of being in close contact with him, and placed him on a soft grass, and then sat down, silently beside him, waiting for him wake up. Suddenly, Naruto's body revealed an evil and powerful chakra breath, and yuhi-colored chakra gradually surrounded his entire body. Hinata's eyes widened in surprise, shocked. Naruto-kun, what happened? What the hell is going on with this terrifyingly powerful chakra? But after a while, the yuhi-colored chakra that was very uncomfortable disappeared again, and Naruto slowly opened his eyes. Ah, Naruto-kun, you finally woke up. That's great. Hinata didn't care about being excited. She hugged Naruto's neck with a coquettish cry, her tone full of surprise. After Naruto woke up, he felt the fragrance of the girl around him. He couldn't help laughing bitterly, raised his hand and patted Hinata's soft back, and said, Hinata, I'm about to be strangled to death by you. Yeah, I'm sorry Naruto-kun, Hinata exclaimed. Her body hurriedly shrank back, but her face was covered with yuhi tide. She didn't expect to hug Naruto just now. This is really embarrassing. But the strange thing is that although Hinata was so embarrassed that she wanted to get into the ground, she did not faint directly. It may be that the two have been together for a long time, and she has already adapted to the close relationship with Naruto. But when he thought of the evil yuhi-colored chakra oozing out of Naruto-kun just now, Hinata's eyes couldn't help showing a worried look. Naruto-kun, Hinata suddenly called out in a low voice. Huh, what's wrong? Naruto sat up and shook his head slightly. Just now, in his consciousness space, Cubit Ninetails forcibly injected chakra into his body, trying to use that chakra to contaminate the consciousness that he brought, but for some reason, the evil consciousness in Cubit Ninetails' chakra could not penetrate into his own consciousness. For this, Naruto was slightly relieved. It turned out that Cubit Ninetails' chakra Tails can't do anything about himself. But according to what it said, it is very likely that it has now been combined with the original dark consciousness in Naruto to deal with the soul of the transmigrator. Thinking of this, Naruto couldn't help scratching his head in distress. It seems that Cubit Ninetails will never borrow his power to himself in the future. Judging from this incident, Cubit Ninetails already knows his own hatred can no longer invade its willpower, but it is likely that it will think of other ways to deal with itself. In this way, his unknown dangers will increase again. Chapter 13 Kakashi's Test. As the sun went down, the sky was dyed with a magnificent layer of yuhi color. Naruto looked up, then looked at Hinata beside him, and said, It's getting dark, I'll take you home. Hinata answered in a low voice, a trace of reluctance in her heart. Bringing Hinata to the gate of their house, Naruto stopped, and Hinata glanced back at him, hesitating to speak, thinking of the weird yuhi-colored chakra just now. Naruto-kun, goodbye. In the end, Hinata trotted to him again, with a faint smile on her face, and said goodbye to him. This was the first time she had the courage to smile at Naruto. He had the courage to look into his blue eyes. And that ominous chakra, just treat it as your own secret rotten in your heart. Naruto-kun will never give up no matter what he becomes. Well, then I'm leaving too. Naruto smiled, turned around and waved his hand and left slowly. It wasn't until Naruto's figure disappeared at the end of the street that Hinata recovered his silly gaze and walked into the house. At this moment, in a corner of Hyuga's house, a pair of white pupils were quietly watching here. When Hinata walked into the house, he quietly disappeared there. Back at home, Naruto was already physically and mentally exhausted, and lay on the bed and fell asleep directly. The next day, when the sun was shining for 3 poles, Naruto got up in a daze and took a shower. After washing up, he suddenly realized that today is the day of the test, and when he looked at the time, it turned out to be past 9 o'clock. But fortunately, according to Kakashi's habit of being late, he won't go until half a day late. Thinking of this, Naruto unhurriedly went to the street to buy breakfast, and while eating, he slowly walked towards the number 23 practice ground. On the 23rd training ground, Sayu and Sakura were sitting on the grass in depression, waiting for Kakashi's arrival. Seeing Naruto approaching slowly, Sakura's eyes lit up, and he rushed over with a stride, and started to yell at him. "Naruto, why are you late?" Kakashi-sensei said the time was 6 o'clock in the morning. "It's almost 10 o'clock now that you're here. It's so outrageous." God knows that she is actually venting about the two of them waiting in vain for so long. Seeing Sakura's indignant look, Naruto smiled slightly. "Although I'm late, Kakashi-sensei doesn't seem to be here either." "Ah, but you're late. We've been waiting here for so long." Sakura rubbed her sore legs and little butt, all the dissatisfaction on Naruto's head. "They were here just now restless, waiting for someone is the hardest, and now I'm exhausted to death." Sweat. Seeing that Sakura has completely regarded herself as a gas bottle, Naruto shut up and did not speak, and glanced at Zuiyu over there, and it happened that Zuiyu was also looking at herself, and there seemed to be dissatisfaction in her eyes. However, when he saw Naruto's smiling face, he snorted and turned his face away. At this moment, a lazy voice sounded in the field. "Hello everyone, I seem to be late." Seeing Kakashi's relaxed expression after being late for such a long time, Sakura suddenly went berserk, rushed forward and shouted in dissatisfaction. "Really Kakashi-sensei, you are so late." "Hee, I'm sorry, there was a little black cat blocking the road just now." "Everyone is black." "Okay, the next test is very important. If you don't pass, you all have to go back to the ninja school to retake it." Sakura's complaints were enough, and Kakashi began to talk about this test. The three of Naruto stood in front of him and listened to him carefully. Naruto vaguely remembered that this test seemed to test the teamwork spirit among the three of them, that is, the mutual trust between teammates. But Naruto looked at the indifferent Sasuke, and then at the innocent Sakura. It seems that they don't know what teamwork is now. Kakashi took out 2 bells from his trouser pocket, shook them in front of the three of them, and hung them on his waist, then said, "There are 2 bells here, you three will use all means to grab them from me." To these 2 bells. Of course, whoever fails to grab the bell will fail the test. Quote. "Okay, start now." As soon as Kakashi's voice fell, the three of them had already dodged into the nearby bushes. Well, the concealment is good. Kakashi felt the breath and position of the next 3 people carefully, and couldn't help but praise. "I wonder which of you will take the shot first." Kakashi stood there, still holding the Book of Intimacy Paradise in his hand, with a light-hearted look. Swish. A yellow figure suddenly flashed and dashed towards Kakashi. Kakashi glanced slightly, and when he saw Naruto attacking him from the front, he couldn't help shaking his head. Kakashi's eyes flashed, and he raised his foot at the rapidly approaching Naruto, kicking him in the abdomen with a bang. Naruto's body was kicked straight by this foot, and he flew backwards instantly. However, in the next instant, Kakashi's heart suddenly became alert, and he turned around suddenly, with a look of surprise in his eyes. I saw another Naruto suddenly attacked from behind him, punching Kakashi in the face. This punch, whether it is speed or precision, is already quite good in Kakashi's eyes. His heart was once again shocked. Naruto is really not easy. The one just now used Shadow Clone, and now it shows precise and agile physical skills. However, in the face of this aggressive punch, Kakashi just raised his arm lightly and held Naruto's fist. The other hand holding the book did not let go. Naruto was not surprised to see that his punch was blocked. He knew that his strength was far from Kakashi's, but he was not discouraged. This time, he could just use him to try his own strength. Naruto withdrew his arms, stepped down a little, bent his knees and jumped. A sharp knee slammed into Kakashi's chest. Kakashi's figure flickered slightly to the side, and he had avoided Naruto's attack. Naruto's figure fell forward, but he suddenly turned around with his body in the air, and a cold light appeared in his hand, and a sharp pain held it in his hand, and slashed hard at Kakashi's neck. At this time, Kakashi's body had just avoided the knee strike, and his body had not had time to react. Seeing Naruto's sudden slash in the air, he had no choice but to let go of intimacy heaven, and that hand met Naruto's suffering. No, the other empty hand grabbed the clothes on Naruto's chest, trying to grab him and throw him away. Chapter 14 Subdued. Kakashi's book fell off, but his hands had caught Naruto's arms and chest accurately. Shadow clone who was kicked out just now has turned into a cloud of white smoke, and now this one is definitely not a clone based on the feeling in the hand. In order to save a little face, Kakashi has used Jonin's strength unceremoniously. The next moment, Naruto's body was thrown out by him. In the air, Naruto suddenly shouted, "Do it! Zuo-yu!" Boom! After saying this, his body was heavily smashed onto a thick tree trunk, causing the whole tree to shake slightly. It hurts. Naruto rubbed the back that was almost knocked apart, and stood up swayingly, and at this time, Zuo-yu heard his own shout and rushed out, and his hands swished a few seals of forbearance. The technique is formed in an instant. Kaden Fire Style Great Fireball Jutsu. I saw a fireball with a diameter of 5 meters spit out from Sayu's cherry mouth. Fly towards Kakashi. Boom. An instant, Kakashi's figure was crushed by the rolling fiery fireball, and the grass on the spot was burnt to black. And the intimacy paradise where Kakashi fell to the ground has also become ashes. However, Kakashi was not hit by the fireball, but before the fireball hit his body, he used a double technique to escape. Amidst the billowing flames, the wooden stakes were looming, and Naruto's eyes instantly became vigilant. But Sasu didn't notice anything strange. Thinking that her fireball had hit Kakashi, she threw a smug look towards Naruto. It's amazing. Sayu and Naruto are much better than me. At this time, Sakura, who was still hiding in the bushes and watched the changes, saw Naruto and Kakashi's hand-to-hand combat and Suzuki's powerful ninja surgery. However, Naruto was extremely vigilant at this time. Kakashi was not so easy to deal with. Sasu must have been very angry when a great fireball jutsu burned his favorite intimacy paradise just now. While thinking about it, Naruto looked at Zuiyu, but his expression changed immediately, and he hurriedly shouted, "Be careful of your feet, Zuiyu." As soon as Zuiyu heard Naruto's reminder, she found that her feet shook, and her hands suddenly appeared, grabbing her legs at once. Doden Earth-style decapitation in the heart. Kakashi's slightly angry voice came, only to hear a bang on the ground. Sayu's body was instantly dragged into the ground. Only one head remained exposed. Kakashi just got out of the ground at this moment, and glanced at the intimacy paradise that had turned into a pile of ashes. A trace of pity flashed in his eyes, and when his eyes turned to Sayu at his feet, he had become unkind. Lao Tzu's Intimacy Paradise, this is a collector's edition. It was actually burned. Flaw. When Kakashi looked at Sasu angrily, Naruto seized the opportunity in an instant. He closed his eyes slightly, felt the chakra in his body, changed its attributes, and formed a breeze around his body. This is the wind attribute change. I saw Naruto's clothes being gently blown by a gust of wind, and in the next instant, his figure rushed out, and the speed was twice as fast as before. Kakashi was in a trance, and suddenly felt the danger approaching. As soon as he turned around, Naruto's body was already close to him. What a great speed! Transformation of the wind attribute. Naruto has already learned it under the training of Ten Shadow Clone, but because he does not have the futon wind-style ninjutsu, he can only come up with such a way to transform his chakra. The wind attribute changes, and it escapes around the body to form a fresh wind, so as to reduce the resistance of the air to the body. However, this effect seems to be pretty good. No matter how fast my original speed is, it is at most the level of Little Lee, but with the blessing of this breeze, it has surpassed Little Lee, and the speed has almost reached the level of Little Lee opening a door. A cold light flashing in the palm of his hand suddenly appeared, and he stabbed Kakashi's neck fiercely. Hurry! Kakashi's waist was bent back with all his might, his hands resting on the ground, and the whole person became a bow. Narrowly avoided this fatal blow. Naruto's figure flew over his waist. Kunwu also naturally stabs the sky. However, just as he flew over Kakashi's waist, he stretched out his hand and pulled down the 2 bells on his waist. Naruto stood still, looked at Kakashi who turned around in front of him, and smiled. Kakashi-sensei, I got 2 bells. At this time, Kakashi was not surprised or embarrassed that the bell was taken away, but said indifferently, do you think you really got it? Naruto. As soon as the words fell, Naruto's heart froze for a while, and the next moment, he saw the 2 bells in his hand bang, and a cloud of white smoke exploded, and the white smoke instantly covered his sight. Naruto screamed badly, but it was too late at this time. A pair of arms in the white smoke accurately clasped his body, making him unable to move. After the white smoke dissipated, Naruto was subdued to the ground by Kakashi with a wry smile on his face. I was careless, Kakashi-sensei. I didn't expect you to play such a trick. Is it necessary to deal with our genin? Did the bell transform when he used the avatar technique just now? Naruto was unwilling. Kakashi himself turned into a bell, and he was just a shadow clone. Hee, that's right, Naruto, you've all discovered this. It seems that I have to reevaluate your strength. Kakashi smiled. Seeing that Naruto and Sasuke were subdued by Kakashi, Sakura, who was hiding in the dark, couldn't stay any longer. She jumped out tremblingly. Now she is the only one left. The position was already in chaos. Seeing Sakura's frightened face, Kakashi shook his head helplessly. His hands were slightly sealed, a demonic illusion passed, and Sakura fell directly. Chapter 15 Pass Through. At the number 23 training ground, the 3 Naruto were tied to wooden stakes, and Kakashi was standing in front of them with a cold expression. You 3, go back to ninja school, Kakashi said lightly. The 3 of them sat there with their heads down. Sakura was too useless, and fell down before a round. Sakura was frustrated because of her carelessness and the strength gap between Kakashi and Naruto. He lowered his head, thinking back to the battle with Kakashi this time, and summed up his experience from it. In fact, being able to subdue Naruto so quickly, Kakashi also has a fluke in his heart. With Naruto's physical skills, he can at least fight him for a few more rounds, but Kakashi finally used tactics and used transformation technique to transform himself. Become a bell, although this tactic seems simple, but it is difficult to guard against even if the opponent is a jonin. Not to mention Naruto is just a genin. When Sakura heard that she was going to go back to the ninja school immediately, her face changed obviously, and even Sayu on the side turned pale. Really lose face. Kakashi-sensei, give us another chance. Sakura raised her pitiful face and begged. Kakashi ignored him, but glanced at Naruto slightly, and said lightly, I didn't expect you to grab the bell this time. Although I had already used the strength of Jonin at that time, I have to say that your strength is still there. That's right. The moves that I used with Zuo-Yu just now are beyond Genin's level. Hearing Kakashi complimenting himself and Sasu, Naruto just smiled slightly, without showing any proud look. After all, he lost in the end. Seeing Naruto's face, Kakashi secretly admired it. As expected, he was the teacher's son. He was so talented at such a young age. Seeing that Kakashi ignored her, Sakura felt aggrieved and almost cried, but in the end she held back her sobbing and looked at Kakashi stubbornly. This time Kakashi observed Sakura's expression, and his heart softened for the first time, and his tone softened. Okay, then I'll give you another chance. But it's noon now, I just brought you a lunch box, you sit down first. Let's finish eating here. Quote. Saying that, Kakashi reached out and put out 2 lunch boxes in front of Naruto and Sasuke, but didn't give them to Sakura. Seeing Kakashi's actions, Naruto frowned slightly. Isn't this way too hurtful? Glancing at Sakura beside her, seeing the smile that had just melted on her face condensed there again, Yuhi's eyes flashed. After handing over 2 lunch boxes, Kakashi added, since Sakura didn't even survive a single round of me in this test, she left her hungry for lunch. Okay, I'll leave for a while. Come back, if you see any of you feeding her, get out of here immediately," Kakashi said in a stern tone afterward. Sakura lowered her head and was silent. This time, even Zuoyu couldn't help frowning. Kakashi's approach is too harsh for a girl, isn't it? Kakashi untied the ropes on Naruto and the two of them, and then slowly left. Looking at the back of him leaving, Naruto's mouth suddenly showed an imperceptible smile. No one knew it, but he knew it well. Yes, all Kakashi did was acting, but in his opinion, it was a bit real. At this time, Zuoyu had already picked up the lunchbox and ate it after a slight hesitation, while Naruto held the lunchbox and didn't move, because he had already heard a grunt from Sakura's belly beside him. Naruto's gaze made Sakura's face slightly yuhi. This stomach is really unsatisfactory. While secretly hating Kakashi, she is also embarrassed by the current situation. Been so wronged. What are you looking at? Go eat your meal. Seeing Naruto's gaze, Sakura immediately vented her anger on Naruto. Naruto originally planned to hand her his lunchbox, but when she yelled, the hand he was about to stretch out came back. But he immediately noticed Sakura's drooling look at his lunchbox. This girl is duplicitous. Give. While Sakura was swearing fiercely at the unscrupulous teacher and the guy who had food in front of him, Naruto's hands suddenly stretched out, and the smell of the food came to his nostrils. What are you doing? Sakura was stunned for a moment, and after smelling the smell of the food up close, she felt her stomach get hungrier and growled again. I'll give you something to eat. You're protesting when you see your hungry stomach. Naruto smiled. He wasn't very hungry anyway. He couldn't bear to let a girl starve, so he just gave her something to eat. Isn't that exactly the teamwork Kakashi demands? Yeah, but if Kakashi-sensei finds out, then... Looking at the smiling face in front of him, Sakura suddenly had another illusion. How could this boy be a monster in everyone's mouth, even in his parents' mouth? It's alright, you're done eating, I'll be responsible if you find out. Seeing Sakura worrying about himself, Naruto smiled inwardly. It seemed that she didn't hate him too much. Naruto. Sakura's heart was filled with emotion for a moment. He didn't expect Naruto to do this. This boy, who is called a monster by others, has completely changed his impression of him now. He is by no means a monster. Seeing Naruto's movements, Zuoyu suddenly stood up, reached out and handed Sakura his lunchbox, and said, I'll give you mine too. After speaking, she glanced at Naruto, her eyes flashing. Had a strange look. Sasuke. Sakura was truly moved. She was so abused by Kakashi and didn't cry, but now she burst into tears. At this moment, a gust of wind suddenly came from behind the three of them, and Kakashi's figure suddenly appeared behind them. Immediately afterwards, a gloomy voice sounded, You three. How dare you violate my rules? Hearing this voice, Sakura suddenly stopped crying. A look of fear flashed on her face, and Sayu couldn't help her eyelids twitching. The two looked up at Kakashi's gloomy face, and a heart instantly fell into the ice cellar. I didn't expect to be caught by him. If he broke his rules, he had to go back to the ninja school, right? Sakura sighed inwardly, and looked depressed again. You passed. The next moment, Kakashi's gloomy face suddenly turned into a smile, and the words he said immediately made both girls stunned there. Chapter 16 Referral. In the end, just like the original, the three passed this tricky test inexplicably. Seeing the sudden realization on the faces of Sasuke and Sakura, Naruto's mouth showed a faint smile. Okay, the test is over, let's start the mission tomorrow. Seeing that the three of them had understood what they meant, Kakashi smiled and turned to leave. Before leaving, he gave Naruto a meaningful look. Naruto, thank you so much this time. After Kakashi left, Sakura turned to Naruto with a grateful look. I'll invite you to dinner later. Naruto smiled slightly. It's alright, we are a team, we can't do without any one person. Let's eat it, I have to practice later. Oh, if that's the case, let's do it next time you can't refuse again. Sakura replied softly, and suddenly raised her head and smiled at him again. Naruto's refusal made her feel a little lost, but she was also a little bit disappointed. A cute little beauty, this guy doesn't appreciate it at all. Well, I will definitely come next time. Naruto nodded and left in a hurry. Reason why he rejected Sakura's kindness was not because Naruto was really going to practice, but when Kakashi secretly sent a message to himself before he left, Naruto felt awe in his heart, so he was in a hurry to leave. Otherwise, who would let a free lunch slip away in vain? Watching Naruto leave, Sakura's heart had an indescribable meaning. In a deserted training ground on the other side of Konoha, Kakashi was standing there. Since the intimacy paradise was burned down, he now had nothing in his hands, so he had to stand with Kabuto with his hands and pretend to be cool. Behind him, Naruto's figure appeared quietly. Naruto, you are finally here. Kakashi turned around, waved his hand to stop Naruto who wanted to speak, and said to himself, I called you here to tell you something. Oh, what's the matter? Kakashi Nishii-sensei. Naruto smiled and said indifferently. Kakashi looked at him carefully, and suddenly said, I was surprised by the strength you showed in the test at noon just now. I don't think this is a student who just graduated from the ninja school. How did you learn the wind attribute of nature transformation? Quote. Hearing Kakashi's words, Naruto was stunned for a moment, but he already had a countermeasure. Kakashi is really not an ordinary person, he can see his ability at a glance, but he didn't want to hide it, so he said, nature transformation of the wind attribute. This is what I figured out based on some materials on the Konoha library and my own research, but I didn't know that it was the nature transformation of the wind attribute. Quote. When Naruto spoke, he looked at Kakashi with sincerity, and Kakashi couldn't help but believe what he said. Of course, he will not say that he is a transmigrator, and he has long known the fact that the wind attribute changes from the comics. However, Naruto is still very satisfied with his performance. Kakashi was shocked. This is definitely beyond the scope of genius. Naruto, he can achieve this level with only some materials in the library and his own exploration. This is probably impossible for ordinary Jonin to do. I think I also researched for a long time before I created Chidori. This guy, as expected of the teacher's son, has such a high understanding of ninjutsu. Naruto didn't know that he had become a peerless genius in Kakashi's eyes, but judging from the look on his face, he should have been successfully fooled by himself. Thinking of this, his heart was slightly relieved, and his strength has not yet formed. Although Kakashi is definitely not the kind of person who would hurt himself, since Naruto crossed over, there has been a kind of resistance in his heart, which maybe even he doesn't know, except for Iruka and Hinata, who are still trusted by him. Although he always faces others with a smile on his face, he is arrogant in his heart, so he doesn't want others to know a lot about him, including Kakashi's questioning. Naturally, he will not know everything, including I told him everything about how I cultivated, but I just said it lightly, and made up some lies in it. Naruto, I didn't expect you to have such a high talent. Kakashi did not hesitate to appreciate his own praise. Although there are many people in Genin who can change the master attribute, very few can study it alone, and Naruto is in Konoha. In this peaceful environment, it is a surprise to be able to achieve such a result. I see that you don't have wind-type ninjutsu yet, so let me introduce you to Jonin, a master from Konoha who has a wind-type change. Hearing Kakashi's words, Naruto was slightly overjoyed and said, Kakashi is still good to himself, since he can still help with referrals, he is secretly grateful. Okay, then thank you, Kakashi-sensei. Naruto smiled slightly. Well, this is what I should do. Kakashi also smiled back, thinking, teacher, I will definitely train your son well and become a great ninja like you. Saying goodbye to Kakashi, Naruto returned home. It was almost evening. After thinking about it, he hadn't eaten yet, so he quickly went to the street to find a restaurant to fill his stomach, and then went to practice. Since the last time he felt the power of Kyuubi, Nine Tails, he always had an inexplicable feeling in his heart. This feeling was wonderful, that chakra, which was originally full of Kyubi, Nine-Tails, hatred, was in his body. During the flow, although he felt strong negative emotions, he was not affected, and, apart from the hatred, he unexpectedly discovered that Kyubi, Nine-Tails chakra is actually very pure. However, this also inspired Naruto's desire to become stronger. Kyubi, Nine-Tails, in his body is so powerful that if he doesn't improve his strength quickly, he might really be defeated by it. It seems that we must hurry up to increase our strength. Naruto wandered on the street while thinking about it. Currently, the only one who can master quickly is Rasengan. He knows the process of this technique very well. The reason why he didn't practice before was because he wanted to lay a solid foundation first. After 5 years, the basics are almost done, and now it's time to learn ninjutsu. Thinking of this, Naruto secretly decided to let his avatar practice Rasengan after he went back. Chapter 17 Practice Rasengan. A few days later, the three of Naruto had already started doing quests, but since they had just become genin, they could only do some ordinary D-level quests now. For some simple tasks, although Naruto doesn't want to do it, it should be a recuperation after training. Now Naruto still divides 10 shadow clone to practice Rasengan, and the main body is fully rested. In order not to suddenly faint like last time, I can only do this now. Now my nerves are still a little fragile. 12-year-olds are not fully developed, and if they faint frequently from fatigue, they can cause permanent damage to the nerves. Of course Naruto didn't want to. Now, Naruto and Sakura Sasuke are cleaning up the garbage in the Konoha River. He is carrying a bamboo basket behind him and throws the garbage behind him little by little. Kakashi, on the other hand, was standing not far away, holding a new version of Intimacy Paradise that he bought from nowhere, looking at it with enthusiasm. At the end of the day, the task of picking up garbage still made the three of them exhausted. Even though Naruto's strength was much stronger than the two girls around him, he was still sweating profusely. In the end, most of the river was finally cleaned up, and the task of the three was over. Naruto raised his head and wiped his sweat, only to see that Sakura and Sayu were also covered in sweat. Sakura has even complained, "This task is really tiring. After spending a whole day with garbage, my body is so dirty, I have to go back and take a shower." When the sky was getting dark, Kakashi showed up and said that the mission was over, so the three of them went home. Naruto responded and saw that Sakura and Sayu had already left, so he sat down silently and closed his eyes to rest. Although he was very tired today, most of them were physically tired and had no mental impact. Here, the art of shadow clone is unlocked. As soon as it was unpacked, a large amount of information emerged in my mind, and a sense of exhaustion came, but this time it was not physical, but mental. In a dizzy state, Naruto finally reluctantly received the information, sitting directly on the grass by the river and quietly absorbing it. Not bad, in just one day, the training to break the water polo has been completed. Naruto murmured, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Then the next step is to break the rubber ball. After recovering a little, Naruto stood up and went home. For several days, Naruto spent doing D-level tasks and practicing Rasengan. On this day, after the mission was over, Kakashi suddenly stopped Naruto. "What's the matter, Kakashi-sensei?" Naruto stopped himself when he saw Kakashi had sent Sakura away and asked. The past few days, his Rasengan practice has reached the point where he can break the rubber ball, which is the second stage. Fortunately, there is some money for the daily D-level tasks, and the money used to buy the rubber balls for training is just right. Otherwise, it is really impossible to continue to practice. The next stage is the third stage of cultivation, which is also the most critical and difficult stage. Although I had the help of Shadow Clone in the first two stages, it took almost 4 days, which shows how difficult it is for Rasengan to become a master. "Naruto, last time I saw you bought a lot of rubber balls, what do you use them for?" Kakashi asked suddenly. "Oh, that's just a tool for training. Is there anything else Kakashi-sensei has to do?" Naruto replied with a smile. "Cultivation. Well, but I haven't finished it yet. I'll tell you when it's finished. By the way, Kakashi-sensei, you won't just ask me about this, will you? Sooner or later, people will know about Rasengan. Kakashi saw it, so he might as well tell him frankly, but he still didn't like others to ask questions carefully, so Naruto directly left the topic and said. Seeing Naruto, Kakashi didn't seem to want to say more, so he suppressed his curiosity and turned to smile. The last time I told you that I wanted to introduce you to a wind-type Jonin, and now he happens to be free, do you want me to bring it with you? You go over. When Naruto heard this, he was slightly overjoyed. Okay, then thank you Kakashi-sensei. Well, no thanks, as your teacher, the stronger you become, the happier I am. Kakashi waved his hand. Next, Kakashi took Naruto to Konoha Center Street. Although it was almost dark at this time, Naruto was very hot. Although Konoha has a lot of ninjutsu, in his current status, there is no way to learn it. In front of a tavern on Konoha Center Street, Kakashi stopped, glanced at Naruto, and walked in again. Naruto nodded. It seemed that the man should have been drinking inside. Without hesitation, he followed suit, and as soon as he entered, his eyes began to search everywhere. There were not many people in the tavern, and soon he found a familiar figure sitting there drinking alone in a corner, and he really thought it was him. Yo, Asuma, why are you drinking here alone? Kakashi walked up slowly and greeted him. Asuma raised his head slightly, saw Kakashi, lowered his head again, and said lightly, It's Kakashi, why are you here too? Don't you like drinking? Hee, it's good to come and drink occasionally. I think you're sitting here drinking and drinking, is there something wrong? Kakashi sat down directly opposite him, the intimacy heaven in his hand still did not close, faintly asked. Asuma smiled bitterly and took another sip of wine. Instead of answering his words, he said, Tell me, what can I do for you? Kakashi was stunned for a moment, then put down the book in his hand, glanced at Naruto, and said, as expected, I can't hide it from you, this time I want to introduce you to my student, Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto was already standing opposite Asuma at this time, looking at him with a worried look. He secretly wondered, when did Asuma become so decadent? But listening to the conversation between the two of them, Asuma doesn't seem to know anything about him at all. This guy Kakashi is really irresponsible. I thought he would directly help himself to say goodbye to Asuma, but he didn't expect that he would have to say it himself in the end. Asuma raised his head and glanced at Naruto. A flash of understanding flashed in his eyes, sat up slightly, lit a cigarette, took a breath, and said, Are you Uzumaki Naruto? Well, my name is Uzumaki Naruto. This time, Kakashi-sensei and I are here to ask you some questions about ninjutsu. Naruto smiled and replied directly. Chapter 18 Successful Practice. Ask for ninjutsu. Asuma was stunned for a moment, then there was a glint in his eyes. He pondered for a moment, and asked in doubt, Your teacher is the first Konoha technician, Hatake Kakashi, so he actually came to ask me for ninjutsu. Naruto smiled slightly. Although Kakashi-sensei is a grandmaster with a lot of ninjutsu, among the Konoha-style elite ninjas, Asuma-sensei is the only one you have. Wind attribute. Asuma was slightly surprised. So you are also of the wind attribute. Hearing Naruto's words, Asuma immediately became interested. Not many wind-type ninjas in Konoha, and those who can train to the level of grandmaster are even rarer. Asuma can be said to be one of the best. No wonder Kakashi would recommend him to find him. Asuma thought. Well, that's fine. It's getting late now. Come and find me at the number 34 practice ground tomorrow morning. Asuma nodded, agreeing to Naruto. He turned to Kakashi on the side and said, Kakashi, since you're here, come and have a few drinks with me here. Kakashi smiled. Okay, by the way, why are you drinking here alone today? After seeing Asuma's agreement, Kakashi felt relieved and began to get up with him. Hey, that's not the case, Kurenai Yuhi. Asuma sighed slightly. Haven't caught up yet, Kakashi said with a slight glance at him. Yeah, Konoha's famous iceberg rose. Hearing that the two of them started talking, Naruto didn't have any interest in listening, so he just said goodbye and left the small hotel. Walking on the street of Konoha, Naruto was thinking about cultivation. Rasengan has completed the second stage, and now he will prepare for the third stage, and tomorrow he has to find Asuma's resting style ninjutsu. Item Shu, he believes that his strength will definitely be able to improve a grade. The next day, Naruto and Kakashi took a leave of absence and went straight to Asuma instead of doing the quest. The 34th training ground, Naruto saw Asuma's figure from a distance, and next to him was the Inoshikacho trio waiting for Asuma to assign today's mission. Naruto greeted them from a distance. Huh, isn't that Naruto? Ino couldn't help but be surprised when he saw Naruto rushing towards him alone. Naruto, you're here so early. Asuma drank a cigarette, looked back at him and said, wait for a while, I'll set up the task, and I'll start later. Yeah, Naruto nodded, leaning on a big tree trunk and closing his eyes. After a while, Asuma sent the three of Inoshikacho and walked towards Naruto. Naruto opened his eyes with a hint of excitement in his eyes. Asuma-sensei, let's start now. Yeah, Asuma nodded, and the look on his face became serious. Let me see how far you have gotten. Okay, Naruto replied, since he wanted to learn ninjutsu, he couldn't hide his strength now. Closing his eyes slightly, Naruto concentrated his mind and gathered the chakra in the palm of his hand. Suddenly, a breeze rose up and slowly spread out to the surroundings. Asuma's face changed slightly. Have you completed the nature transformation of the wind attribute? This is clearly the effect of turning chakra into wind attribute. Unexpectedly, this Uzumaki Naruto has grown so much. But Asuma, being a Jonin, was only slightly surprised and then recovered his emotions, and continued, since you have completed the nature transformation of the wind attribute, then I don't have to worry about it, I just have a ninjutsu to teach. You look good. Saying that, Asuma came to an open area, and in front of it was a big tree as thick as one person. He saw that he had skillfully made a few seals with his hands, and he snorted softly, futon, wind style, wind cut. The next moment, the air in front of him suddenly gave birth to a transparent wave of ripples, and the invisible wave quickly flew towards the big tree trunk. Kai. With a soft sound, I saw that the sturdy trunk was cut into two sections in an instant. Naruto was overjoyed when he saw Wei. This ninjutsu is sharp enough, I remember seeing an Anbu use it in the comics. At that time, Anbu seemed to use this ninjutsu to cut off the legs of a huge psychic beast. It is enough to see its lethality. Do you understand? Asuma released his hands and explained to Naruto how the ninjutsu works. Naruto listened for a while, closed his eyes slightly, and made a few seals like Asuma did. Futon, wind style, wind cut. With a soft drink, Naruto found that there was only a breeze passing by in front of him, and the breeze turned and disappeared. Asuma was watching Naruto's movements carefully, and found that Naruto didn't succeed once, just nodded and said, this ninjutsu requires a lot of chakra control skills, and even a normal Jonin can't do it so easily. Master, go back and practice hard. Well, then I'll go back, thank you teacher Asuma. Naruto said gratefully with a sunny smile on his face. Although he couldn't succeed, he already knew the principle of this technique, and he believed that he would be able to master it soon. On this day, Naruto divided 10 shadow clone, 5 used to practice the third stage of Rasengan, maintain. The other 5 are used to practice this futon, wind style, ninjutsu. At the end of the day, with 5 shadow clone efforts, Rasengan's hold has been able to do it, but the wind cut has not made any progress. That night, after taking back 10 shadow clones, Naruto decided to try Rasengan first after sitting on the bed at home to absorb all the experience. Extend both hands, palms facing each other. In the palms, a blue chakra suddenly formed, followed by the rapid rotation of the chakra, forming a rapidly rotating small whirlwind in the palms of both hands. The small whirlwind turned faster and faster, and the surrounding hayate was stirred up, making things in the room tinkle. Naruto's forehead was already sweating, and he adjusted his spirit to the best state, carefully controlling chakra, so as not to make it unstable. Finally, the rapid whirlwind between the two palms stabilized, and a small blue chakra ball whirled and turned. It looked extremely round on the outside, but it contained huge destructive power. Finally done. Naruto exhaled softly. Rasengan's training was simpler than he imagined, and he was able to perform it in less than a week. Under the spirit of relaxation, the chakra in Naruto's hands quickly disappeared. Sitting upright on the bed, Naruto carefully experienced the feeling of Rasengan's success just now, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Now that the third stage has been formed, there is only one last step left, one-handed instant Rasengan. This is a process of continuous practice. The original Naruto can only use Shadow Clone to assist. Now that he has crossed over, he must be stronger than the Naruto in the original work, otherwise he is the transmigrator. Isn't it a scumbag? Chapter 19 Ask. Naruto has spent the past few days practicing ninjutsu and doing tasks, and his days are quite fulfilling. After the group became a genin, he already has a source of income and can barely maintain his daily life, but because he has already with income, Konoha cancelled the monthly supply fee for him. In this way, his life will be more difficult. Fortunately, Naruto does not spend much, and the money is just enough. Nearly a month later, the three of Naruto have completed 7 D-level tasks, all of which are extremely simple and non-dangerous things. On this day, the three of them had just finished a weeding task and wanted to leave after saying goodbye to Kakashi. As soon as he turned around, a voice came over. Naruto, wait a minute. It was Sakura's voice. Strange, what did she stop herself doing? Naruto looked back at her and saw that she was approaching him with a mysterious face, and said casually, Naruto, please discuss something with you. What's the matter? It's so mysterious. Naruto asked suspiciously. That, I want to ask you, are you not bothered to do these D-level tasks these days? Naruto was stunned for a moment, and then replied, haha, I don't think so, it's quite interesting. It's really boring. I didn't expect Naruto to answer like this. Sakura begged for no fun. Seeing Sakura pouting Yuhirin's little mouth quietly, Naruto smiled slightly. What's wrong? That's all right. Oh right, Zuoyu seems to be looking for you. Sakura said while looking at Zuoyu who had not left. Zuoyu also looked over here at this time, not only looking at her but also walking towards Naruto. Naruto was slightly stunned, and Zuoyu had already come to him. I saw her asking, Naruto, I want to ask you, are you willing to live like this now? What do you mean? Naruto was even more puzzled, and said in a daze. I mean, as a ninja, even if you can't kill the enemy on the battlefield, you have to temper your mind in life and death missions. We are now 10-10 doing D-level missions, so we can't get effective improvement at all, so I hope you can propose to Kakashi for a more advanced task tomorrow as we unanimously propose to Kakashi. Sasu finished speaking in one breath, gasping slightly. She swears, this is definitely the first time she has said so much to Naruto. Not everyone is a member of the same team. If we don't reach an agreement, even if I ask Kakashi about it, he will not agree. Zuoyu has had enough of the irritating and boring tasks these days. Her ambition is not here. That's it. Well, I promise you. Naruto finally understood, and a smile appeared on his face. It turned out that these two were trying to persuade him to propose a high-level mission with them. No wonder he thought they were weird. Well, that's good. The corners of Zuoyu's mouth showed a slight arc, which looked so beautiful, Naruto couldn't help but stay for a while. Seeing Naruto's eyes, Zuoyu snorted again, turned around and left. Naruto smiled wryly, touched his nose, shook his head, and turned to leave. It turns out that Zuoyu is so pretty when she smiles. Back at home, Naruto sat on the bed again, crossed his knees and took back all the shadow clones. After absorbing the experience of the day, he let out a long breath. Funchi didn't make any progress for some reason, and not only that, but Rasengan couldn't do a one-handed instant cast anyway. What the hell is going on? Naruto was puzzled. It stands to reason that his control is already very good, but why has it been difficult to make progress in recent cultivation? Looks like it's time to find Kyuubi, Nine Tails. It must be Kyuubi, Nine Tails, again. At night, Naruto lay on the bed and slept soundly. In fact, his consciousness had sunk into his own consciousness space. Tails, location. Or the dark underground waterway, the heavy iron gate. Little devil, it's not bad. You were able to find it here by yourself. Kyuubi, Nine Tails, opened his frightening red eyes and said coldly. Hee, Kyuubi, Nine Tails, I'm here to discuss something. Naruto didn't care about Kyuubi, Nine Tails' cold voice without any emotion, but said with a smile. The tone was as if two very familiar people were chatting. It's just that Kyuubi, Nine Tails, doesn't have such a good temper, so he snorted when he heard the words. Little devil, if you want to ask me something about Shu, you can't think about it, I don't have time to accompany you, get out. Naruto was slightly taken aback when he heard the words. He thought he could have a good talk with Kyuubi, Nine Tails, to test whether the problem of his own cultivation was caused by Kyuubi, Nine Tails. I understand what I think. Aware of Naruto's surprise, Kyuubi, Nine Tails, finally recovered from the unhappiness and said, although I, Kyuubi, Nine Tails, are now sealed in this body, and you outsider I can't do anything about your soul, but at least we are the same host. Although I can't influence your heart, I can still know what you think in your heart. Kyuubi, Nine Tails, said. Naruto suddenly realized that he was unhappy. Anyone who has a consciousness in his body who is always watching him will feel extremely uncomfortable, let alone this fake Naruto. It's just that Kyuubi, Nine Tails, didn't finish his sentence. He just paused and then said, yes, although I can't affect your Shinshin now, I can still affect your chakra. Speaking, Kyuubi, Nine Tails, glanced at him slightly to see what his reaction was, but Naruto still had a bashful smile on his face, and after snorting heavily, he closed his eyes and stopped talking. After exiting the consciousness space, Naruto woke up again the next morning, and it was time to do the task. Through the situation last night, Naruto had a general understanding of his physical condition. When I read the comics in my previous life, I already knew that even if Naruto didn't have Kyuubi, Nine Tails, there were still many mysteries in his own body, and he might even be directly linked to the Six Paths Immortal. As for Kyuubi, Nine Tails, it was also created by Six Paths. Although it is now incompatible with Naruto's body, Naruto understands that there may be inextricable connections between the two. It's just that his current strength is not enough, and he can't dig out the magic of this body at all. And the power of Kyuubi, Nine Tails, is too tyrannical, and he can't control it at all. Only in this way, Naruto has another direction to work hard. Although Kyuubi, Nine Tails, interferes with his chakra, making it impossible to control it normally, as long as he can overcome the interference of Kyuubi, Nine Tails, he will chakra's manipulation reaches a situation where he ignores the influence of Kyuubi, Nine Tails, or gets rid of the influence of Kyuubi, Nine Tails. At that time, even if he does not rely on Kyuubi, Nine Tails, he can become a strong man on his own. Chapter 20 The Land of Waves Mission. The next day, Naruto and Kakashi turned around as usual, and went to the Hokage office to collect the task together. Sakura yesterday, Naruto had to take the initiative to do a high-level task as stated in the plot. When he calmly told Sandai that he hoped to get a C-level mission, Sandai did not agree. Sandai objected. Naruto shrugged, looked at Sakura next to Kakashi, and Sasuke, and signaled his helplessness to the two of them. I have already said it, but whether the third generation agrees or not, it doesn't matter to me. Zuiyu's eyes turned cold. She glared at him secretly, stepped forward slightly and came to Sandai, and said in a crisp voice, Sandai-sama Hokage, please agree to Naruto's request, our current strength is enough to challenge this difficulty. The mission is over, and I think that only by challenging stronger missions and stronger people can improve my strength, isn't it? 3 generations of adults. Seeing that Sayuki was also making a fool of himself, Kakashi gave Sandai a helpless look, and Sandai nodded slightly, looked at Naruto and Sasuke, and then looked at Sakura who was looking forward to it. His serious face finally loosened. A trace, I saw him take a puff of cigarette and then took a scroll and said, "Well, since you want to do advanced tasks so much, I happen to have one for you here. Come in." As the voice of the third generation fell, the door of Hokage's office was suddenly pushed open, and then a drunk old man came in from the door. He was carrying a bamboo basket on his back and raised his head with a bottle of wine in his hand. It was in the big can. After entering, he first said to Lord Hokage, and then turned his eyes to the three of Naruto. "This man is Dasna." Outside the gate of Konoha village, Naruto and his party had already set off on the road. They had already left Konoha for dozens of kilometers, but it still took a lot of time to think of the country of waves. On the way, there was Dasna, an ordinary person without chakra. Everyone's speed has also become very slow. At this speed, it will take at least 3 days to reach the country of waves. In fact, Naruto was really taken aback the moment Dasna appeared in Hokage's office. He didn't expect that he would encounter the mission of the Land of Waves so soon. He knew the danger of this mission the most, but danger is danger. The most important thing is how to deal with Bai. I watched a lot of Hokage fans before. To be honest, I once imagined that Bai was a girl and went to save her, but now I think I really come after coming here. I found that my own survival was also difficult to guarantee, not to mention these things that were completely beyond my ability at present. It seems that during this mission, I can only play stupid once. Thinking of this, Naruto couldn't help but turn his head and glance at Zuoyu, only to see that she had an excited expression on her face. Looking at Sakura again, she was also looking around curiously. For them who have never been out of the village, the freshness of this first time out of the village is really too great. Kakashi is holding this intimacy paradise, and watching it with relish. The group entered a tree-lined road unhurriedly, and there was a forest in front of them. As long as they passed through the forest, they reached the seaside, and then took a boat to the country of waves. But at this moment, something destined to happen finally happened. Just as Naruto and his party passed a small puddle on the side of the road, 2 figures suddenly jumped out of it. Swish twice. As soon as everyone turned around, they saw that the 2 black eagle-like shadows suddenly shot several chains from their hands. One of them made Kakashi, who was stunned, in place, and then they pulled hard with both hands. With a thud, Kakashi's body was instantly minced into pieces in front of Naruto and the others. "Kakashi-sensei," Sakura exclaimed, her legs softened by the sudden bloody scene, and she almost fell to her knees. Sayu was also shocked, but her mental quality was obviously much better than that of Sakura. She reacted in an instant, her figure moved rapidly, and she immediately stopped in front of the ghost brother who was about to attack Naruto. Kuwu swung his hand in a row, and after blocking the chain, he kicked one of them in the face, kicking the whole back several meters, and fell to the ground. Turning her head to look at Naruto, who was still standing still, a smug smile appeared on the corner of Zuoyu's mouth. "Coward, I'm too scared to move." Naruto has black lines all over his head, and sure enough, this Sasuke has the same character as Sasuke in the original book. I didn't move just now just to see Zuoyu's reaction, which was as expected. While Zuoyu was talking, the 2 ghost brothers realized that Zuoyu was not easy to mess with, and hurriedly turned the target and rushed to Dasna. Their mission this time was Dasna. As long as they could kill the old man, the mission would be even if it's done. Not good. Seeing that the figures of the 2 had come to the overwhelmed Dishonor, Zuoyu, who was secretly complacent, was startled, but it was too late to stop. At this moment, a figure appeared with the wind, and stopped in front of Dasna almost in an instant. I saw that his arms were pinched, and he easily pinched the necks of the 2 ghost brothers. The 2 lost consciousness before they even had time to react. The 2 bodies fell limply into Kakashi's hands. For all of this, Naruto never made a move. It wasn't that he didn't want to make a move. He was confident that if he made his move, he would definitely do better than Zuoyu, but he knew that this was just a small episode, so he didn't. No effort wasted here. After solving the 2, The group continued on the road, but there was a scene where Kakashi questioned his owner about the reason, and everyone agreed to continue this rare task. "Hey, coward, why didn't you take action just now?" While walking on the road, while Naruto was thinking about how to release Rasengan with one hand, Zuoyu's proud and arrogant voice suddenly sounded beside his ear. Naruto couldn't help but raised his head and glanced at her slightly, seeing that she raised the corners of her mouth like a winning rooster, smiled helplessly. "You've already made a move, why should I do this? Why don't I let you take care of it? Show it off." After listening to Naruto's words, Zuoyu snorted dissatisfiedly. She thought that this guy would be unwilling, it was so boring. Without Sasuke's voice in his ears, Naruto continued to study the issue of Rasengan and how to successfully perform Kazuki ninjutsu. In fact, it all depends on Naruto's chakra control, and chakra's control does not only depend on the strength of mental power. Even people with ordinary mental power, such as Sakura, can control chakra to the extreme degree of precision, and Naruto's chakra control has always been a weak point. This is not because of his own lack of talent. In fact, his chakra control is better than Sakura's, but because of Kyuubi, Nine Tails. But Naruto's body is very talented, which can be seen from the deeds of his father Namikaze Minato, who created the mysterious space ninjutsu of Hiraishin. However, although Naruto knows that his body has countless treasures, he is unable to dig and use them one by one. If he wants to strengthen chakra's control, he can only strengthen his own spiritual power to resist Kyuubi, Nine Tails interferes with itself in this way. In the final analysis, although mental power is not the foundation of improving control, but for the current Naruto, this is already the best way. Chapter 21 Encounter Never Cut. Next, in order to avoid more enemies, Kakashi asked Naruto to carry the old man Dasna on his back. After half a day, the group finally walked out of the forest. There was a big river in front, and the rushing sound of the river had already passed into the eardrum. It seems that there is a seaport not far ahead. As long as you go down the river, you will reach the coast. I have to say that the speed of ninjas is not comparable to that of ordinary people. The 3-day journey of ordinary people is less than half a day at the feet of ninjas. However, judging from Kakashi's increasingly vigilant and dignified face, Naruto knew that danger was approaching, and the enemy this time was undoubtedly Zabuza, who was known as a ghost. And the surrounding air gradually showed a trace of unusual aura. Naruto lost his mind to think about ninjutsu, and took out kunai's full attention on alert. Zabujian's mission is to prevent Dasna from returning to the country of waves, and this place near the coast is undoubtedly the place where he will start. Gradually, everyone felt the tense atmosphere in the air, and Sakura was watching the surrounding environment with Kuu's eyes in her hands, while Sakura stayed by Dasna's side for protection, and Naruto fell without a trace. Finally, in order to prevent others from attacking, he has to be serious now. Feeling the strangeness of everyone, Dasna's face was covered in cold sweat, and he asked tremblingly, "Ninja-sama, may I ask if the enemy has arrived?" Kakashi frowned slightly, but did not answer his question, because he had already felt a faint trace of murderous aura at this time, but what shocked him was that he could not capture the location of this murderous aura. There is only one possibility: the opponent's strength is definitely very strong, and it has exceeded his prediction. What kind of enemy did Dasna provoke? Kakashi was shocked. And just when everyone's nervous palms were sweating, a wild laughter suddenly came from the front. "Who is it? Come out!" Kakashi shouted. His eyes hurriedly swept in the direction of the voice, but at this moment, an extremely dangerous aura suddenly came from behind everyone. At the same time, a whistling sound, the knife wind quickly swept towards Dasna in the crowd. At the moment when the sword wind appeared, Naruto had already sensed its coming, and when his eyes narrowed, he had already seen clearly that this was the beheading sword that would never be cut again. It's just that when he reacted and turned to face it, the rapidly spinning big knife had already flown in front of him. "Get out of the way! Fall down!" Two bursts of shouting, one is naturally Naruto, and the other is Kakashi, who turned back in surprise. He didn't expect that the enemy was playing a tactic of attacking the east and the west. He used a low voice to attract his attention in advance, and the real attack came from behind him. It's hard enough. Until this time, everyone was able to react. Zuiyu was the first to press Dasna to the ground behind him, and he also rushed to the side, and Sakura followed closely, lying on the ground. Ding! With a loud bang, Naruto slammed the powerful sword with Kuwu in his hand, and a spark suddenly erupted between the two collisions. Naruto's body was bounced back by this force. His body was unstable, he staggered back dozens of steps before stopping, and the beheading sword was finally deviated from the original by Naruto. The root fell on a large tree trunk above everyone's head, and the blade pierced deeply into the trunk. Naruto was shocked when he felt his numb arm. At this time, Zabuza stood on the hilt of the beheading sword, looking down at his group. Sayu, Sakura and the others stood up in embarrassment, and their eyes were filled with fear. The aura on this guy was so strong and frightening. It turned out to be a group of little devils. An arrogant and indifferent voice sounded, but this instantly angered Zuoyu. It was already very embarrassing to be forced to dodge in such an embarrassing manner, and now I have to be laughed at by this guy. This is really unforgivable. Bastard, who are you talking about? Zuoyu swayed and was about to rush forward, but was scolded back by Kakashi's stern voice. Stay there for me. From now on, the three of you will do your best to protect Dasner's safety. This guy is very troublesome, I'll deal with it, and none of you are allowed to interfere. Cut. Zuoyu curled her lips in dissatisfaction, but she didn't really come up. After all, it was easy to tell from Kakashi's tone that this enemy was at least on the same level as him. They have no confidence to beat Kakashi. Next, after introducing himself, Zabuza praised Kakashi with a sneer. In this tense atmosphere, the battle is imminent. And the momentum of Kakashi and Zabuza is also rising, and the murderous aura of each other is inspiring. For a time, everyone who has never felt such a murderous aura seems to be in hell-like fear. Fortunately, Naruto often talks to Kyuubi, Ninetales, under the influence of his murderous aura, and now he just smiles slightly at the murderous aura of Zabuza. The Kuwu in his hand tightens, and Naruto calmly stops him. In front of Dishonor and the others, he resisted the overwhelming murderous aura for Sakura and Sayu, who couldn't take it anymore. Naruto, when did you have such a strong endurance? Seeing Naruto standing in front of him, Zuiyu bit her lower lip, her face full of unwillingness. This guy, she must not lose to him. Hey, this kid can still be calm under my murderous aura. Kakashi, not bad. What's his name? Zabuza said, slightly surprised after seeing Naruto's movements. Kakashi also noticed Naruto, but at the next moment he no longer had any extra thoughts to deal with him. He jumped down and rushed towards Zabuza first. The two powerful Jonins fought, dazzling people. With Naruto's current strength, they could barely see their movements, and Zuiyu and Sakura were even more unbearable. Incomparable battle, I wonder when I can reach this level. The battle is thrilling, but Kakashi loses his chain at a crucial moment and is trapped in a water prison as in the original. Oops, now they're going to suffer. Kakashi felt a huge unease in his heart at the moment he was trapped, and looked at the three of Naruto anxiously, signaling them to escape quickly. Mention Naruto, in this case, even Sasuke and Sakura have no intention of running away. I saw her striding forward, standing with Naruto, looking at the clone who would not cut it again. Her eyes were full of strong fighting intent. Although this guy is very strong, she doesn't believe that neither she nor Naruto can solve this avatar, which is only 1/10 of the strength of the original body. Chapter 22 Cooperate. A series of changes made Dishonor stunned. At this time, seeing that the strongest ninja-sama had been trapped, and now there were a few hairy little devils on his side, his heart was suddenly depressed to the extreme, and his heart was finished. It's over, this time this old life is really going to be explained here. Just when Dishonor was full of misery, Naruto's implicitly excited voice suddenly came. Everyone, don't mess up, this guy is not as invincible as he imagined. Well, Naruto, you say that there is a way to defeat him. Zuoyu turned to look at Naruto, who was full of confidence, and there was a hint of surprise in his eyes. Naruto, facing such a powerful the enemy is actually not changing his face, just this mentality is much better than himself. Haha, what a joke, are you just the genin who just graduated from school? You inexperienced, even 1/10 of my strength is enough to clean up you. After the words, Haha laughed wildly, and his eyes were full of disdain. That's not necessarily. Naruto's mouth twitched slightly, and his hands closed slightly. Multiple shadow clone techniques. Bang bang bang. I saw the figure of Naruto constantly appearing in the field. In a short while, there were 100 Naruto standing in front of Zafu, and the dozens of water that did not take off could not help a while when I saw this battle. Surprise! A genin who just graduated can actually use such advanced ninjutsu that consumes so much chakra. Oh, not bad. It seems that I underestimated you. Dozens of tens of thousands had to cheer up when they faced the crowd tactics. Too many ants could kill an elephant, and now it's just some water. If you don't deal with it properly, I'm afraid you won't be able to resist this time. At the same time, Naruto shouted at Sakura behind to protect Dasna, and then led a group of clones to fly over. The scene of hundreds of clones flying over looks really spectacular. However, even if it is only a water clone who can't cut 1/10 of its strength, with his years of experience, Shadow Clone is indeed more than enough to deal with Naruto. I saw the sword light flashing, and Naruto's clones turned into white smoke and dissipated in the air. After a big battle, Naruto's clones have all disappeared, but the water clones that are not cut have not lost much. In fact, Naruto didn't use all his strength. He didn't want to reveal his full strength so soon. Take advantage of now, Zuiyu. Just when the white smoke in the sky covered all the avatars, Naruto roared at Zuiyu who was still standing by. Zuiyu understood. A smile appeared on her face, her figure had flashed to the other side, and her hands were not stopping. In a moment, the seal of the Kaiden fire style technique was finished. Just listening to her coquettish snort, Cherry's small mouth bulged, and a strong flame has been blasted out. The target is those Zabuza clones who were temporarily obscured by the white smoke. Kaiden fire style Great Fireball Jutsu. The soaring flames instantly dissipated all the white smoke, and even the avatar inside was shrouded in it. Those water bodies who were too late to dodge all turned into water vapor and dissipated in the air under this move. Looking at the scene in front of him, Dasna couldn't believe it. He didn't expect these two little devils to work together so well, and their momentum was no worse than that ninja. Great win! Sakura cheered, looking at the backs of Naruto and Sayu with envy and disappointment in her heart. If only she were so strong. Zabuza, who was trapped in Kakashi on the water not far away, changed his face slightly, and immediately returned to disdain, only to hear him shouting loudly, "What about the water body that defeated me? Even if I have a hand that I can't move now, you still can't help me." Really? Not necessarily. Naruto snorted lightly, looked at Zuoyu, and was about to rush forward, but thought that apart from Kakashi, he was the only one who had learned to tread water. Zuoyu, you cover me. After saying this, Naruto ignored everyone's surprised eyes, jumped, fell on the river in an instant, and moved his feet, and his body was already rushing towards Seifu. At this time, Sayu also suppressed the surprise in her heart, took out several shuriken from the knife bag, and displayed the superb shuriken technique of the Uchiha family. Seeing the shuriken flying towards him from all directions, he felt a big headache if he didn't cut them. Although these shuriken Kakuzu were tricky, it was not impossible for him to avoid them. However, the blonde kid in front of him had already rushed in front of him. Under the attack of the two sides, even if he has 3 heads and 6 arms, he can no longer parry. After knocking down 3 shuriken with one hand, he twisted his waist slightly, letting go of a shuriken flying from the left, and his back was already sweating in shock, but at this time there was still the last shuriken shot from his right side, and before he could change his movements just now, Naruto had already stabbed at his vital point with Kuwu in his hand. Can't escape. Looking at the two attacks, Zabuza was confident that he could dodge either attack, but after dodging he would definitely be hit by the other, unless he let go of Kakashi's right hand. As a result, Zabuza still underestimated the strength of Naruto and Sasuke. Just after he let go of Kakashi with his right hand and blocked the shuriken, his left hand was about to block Naruto's attack, but unexpectedly, Naruto's move changed. The stabbing kuwu suddenly retracted, his body moved, his feet had already left the water and bounced high, kicking in the chest that was not cut with a bang. I didn't expect this kid to change his moves so quickly, but he made a move in a moment and switched to kicking. Under the carelessness, Naruto's full strength bombarded him and flew out again, and his body was drawn a few meters away on the water, and then he was able to stabilize his body and stand on the water. When he raised his head, his face was full of anger. Shame. This is an absolute shame. Being repelled by a little devil and being so embarrassed is simply unacceptable. The arrogant one who is used to it will not cut it again. At this time, there is only one thought in his heart, and that is to tear up this little devil in front of him. Let him taste the wrath of ghosts. The next moment, Zabuza's body suddenly exuded a powerful murderous aura, and at the same time, a strong chakra spread out, and a strong wave suddenly surged above the water surface. Quickly hand seal with both hands, and then shout without smashing, sweeten, water style, water dragon bullet. In an instant, the water surging above the water surface, a huge water dragon suddenly burst out of the water, roared up to the sky, and lowered its head toward the sky. The place where Naruto is swooping down. The frigid wind blew the water beneath Naruto's feet. What? Sayu and Sakura, who were on the shore, felt the huge momentum, and their faces turned pale with fright. Be careful, Sakura screamed, closing her eyes to dare not look. Humph. Sweeten, water style, water dragon bullet. At this moment, an icy voice sounded from behind Naruto, and at the same time, the water surface in front of Naruto suddenly rushed out of an equally huge line. Water Dragon, looked up and bombarded the water dragon that would never be cut again. Chapter 23 Training. Boom. A huge roar resounded throughout the audience, and when the two water dragons collided, Naruto was directly thrown out by the rushing river. Boom. The body fell straight on the shore. Naruto stood up wet. The whole person has become a chicken. It's really dangerous. The battle between Jonin is really not something that I can intervene in now. This momentum is really terrifying. Seeing Naruto being washed up to the shore, Sakura let out a coquettish cry, hurried forward, and said worriedly, "Are you all right?" Naruto. "I'm fine, Sakura, don't run around, go and protect Dasna." Naruto nodded and said with a slight frown. Sakura was stunned for a moment, then said angrily, "Bastard Naruto, I care about you with good intentions, but I am so disrespectful." Humph. He came here with good intentions, but this guy didn't know how grateful he was. And with reproach, "This bastard." Hearing Sakura's angry voice, Naruto couldn't help but froze for a moment, turned his head in doubt, but saw that Sakura had turned and left, leaving only a back. Shaking his head helplessly, he turned his attention to the battle between Kakashi and Zabuza, the life and death duel between elite Jonin. Such a wonderful scene is rare. At this time, Zuoyu, who was not far away, looked at Naruto's figure, but he was a little dazed. Naruto, he didn't expect to be so calm when he met such a powerful opponent, and he finally showed it. Calmness and skill are far beyond what I can compare. After a while, the battle finally ended with no more defeat. Just when everyone wanted to give him the final blow, a light figure suddenly appeared in front of everyone. The weird mask and Kurigakure's Anbu costume, Kakashi couldn't help frowning. "Are you from the Kurigaku assassination unit?" "Yes, I've been following this guy, thank you for beating him, can you hand him over to me now? After all, he's the man we want in Kurigaku." Behind the mask, it's impossible to tell if it's a man or a woman. The gentle voice came out. "This person is naturally white." However, among the people present, only Naruto knew his true identity, but he did not want to expose his intentions, but let him perform. Now the few people here are not his opponents, and Kakashi is now at the end of the shot. If he exposes it rashly, the result can be imagined. Okay, then I'll leave it to you. Kakashi nodded slightly, agreeing to the other party's request. Thank you. Bai nodded lightly, and after expressing his thanks, he floated away with the uncut corpse. Kakashi-sensei, I always feel a little weird, Sakura said suddenly after Shiro left. Ha. Kakashi smiled helplessly. Let's get out of here. After speaking, his body suddenly swayed, and he fell straight to the ground. When everyone saw it, Chi-Chi was shocked. Fortunately, Naruto was quick-witted, and he was ready to reach out to catch him and support him. Looking at the worried faces of Sakura and Sasu, Naruto smiled slightly. It's alright, Kakashi-sensei just fainted out of strength, you should be fine after a rest. In a small village in the land of waves, Naruto and his party moved into his home under the reception of Dasna. After a day of running around, the group finally reached the country of waves smoothly. For this, Dasna is naturally grateful to Naruto and others. At this time, in a room in Dasner's house, Kakashi was lying on the bed, and the three of Naruto were sitting beside him. Kakashi-sensei, are you saying that he didn't die if he didn't cut it again? And that Anbu was with him? Sakura stared at him in disbelief. Kakashi smiled bitterly. Yeah, Anbu usually takes action to destroy corpses, but that guy suddenly took it away without cutting it. This behavior is really puzzling. If I guess right, then we will meet them again. Quote. My body hasn't fully recovered yet. And a week later, the bridge will be completed. By then, the guy's injury should be healed. In this week, you must work hard to improve your strength. Otherwise, I am the only one who can't deal with the two of them. Kakashi said suddenly with a solemn expression. Okay, I can't ask for it. Zuiyu nodded very simply, looking at Kakashi and said lightly, then how should we train? For 7 days, while recovering his own strength, Kakashi instructed the three of Naruto to train, climb trees, tread water, and Naruto had already learned, so Kakashi did not include Naruto, but let him practice alone. Futon, wind style, ninjutsu learned from Asuma. Sasu and Sakura were shocked when Naruto had already learned to climb trees and tread water. No wonder, Naruto was able to stand on the water as strangely as Kakashi when he was fighting again. 3 days later, Zuiyu has learned to climb trees, while Sakura has learned to even tread water, which makes Zuiyu, who has always been arrogant, mad. She was originally a genius, but now she is the last one. This is simply unacceptable. Not to mention Naruto, even Sakura is faster than his master. In fact, how did she know that Naruto's master spent a lot of time climbing trees and treading water? Shadow clones in the woods around this small village. At that time, he also gained a lot of practical experience from the battle with Zabuza. The digestion and absorption of the sky made his strength come in another step. Moreover, in the past few days, Naruto has also figured out a way to exercise mental power, that is, to separate out several shadow clones and let them return all mental fatigue to the body after training. In this way, the main body also suffered a huge amount of mental pressure all at once, in order to exercise and grow his mental power. The past 3 days of training, Naruto's Rasengan has never been able to achieve one-handed instant cast, and the wind cut can't be performed smoothly, all of which are caused by his lack of control over chakra. Night has come, and after Naruto has lifted all shadow clone, he is lying on the grass, gasping for breath, and waves of exhaustion hit his brain. Finally, before Naruto stood up and went home, his consciousness gradually fell into a drowsiness. Chapter 24 Chasing the Dream. Madara's color on the early morning. In a daze, Naruto was awakened by a gentle voice. When I opened my eyes, I saw a beautiful and gentle girl, smiling slightly at myself. Why are you sleeping here? You'll catch a cold. The gentle voice ran through my heart like running water, giving me a sense of tranquility. Naruto was subconsciously startled, and then I remembered that last night, I was too tired from training, so I fell asleep. When I woke up, I didn't expect to meet Bai. With a wry smile, Naruto sat up and began to look at the girl in front of him. In the past life, he saw many colleagues. The gender issue of Shiro has always been controversial. This time, he had to observe it carefully. His eyes swept across the beautiful bubbling face, and fell on the swan-like snow-white neck, only to see the tender doll-like neck as smooth as satin, the skin as white as snow, and the most important thing is that there is no obvious the bulge, Adam's apple. Sure enough, this is a tomboy. However, judging from her age, she should be 14 or 15 years old. After getting the answer, Naruto began to wonder again. What's wrong with you? Bai didn't want to wake Naruto, but since he and him were hostile, he was also curious about this young man with decent strength, so he wanted to contact him first, so that he could get to know him better. His strength. However, after the young man woke up, he kept looking at himself strangely, and even made himself feel like he was out of place in front of him, so he had to remind him softly. The sound of Bai's reminder suddenly made Naruto come back to his senses, and he realized that his behavior just now was a little strange, and he secretly thought that he was 2 trigrams. He wouldn't think that as soon as he let go of his arrogance, Bai would come here to be his subordinate or something. At present, improving strength is the most important thing. I was thinking about something just now, I'm sorry. Naruto scratched his head, his expression returned to calm, and he smiled slightly. Bai tilted his head and looked at him for a while, then suddenly giggled and said with a charming smile, "You are really interesting." What's wrong? Naruto didn't know what to do. His eyes subconsciously swept over her Yuhi lips, and hurriedly subconsciously glanced away. Darling, Bai's charm is really strong. Like this, even if you kill yourself, you won't believe that he is a man. Giggle, it's nothing, I just didn't expect you to train so hard, and you actually slept here all night, aren't you afraid that the enemy will capture you? Bai Qing said with a smile. Sweat, the enemy is right in front of me. Naruto murmured to himself, stretched his waist unconcernedly, and said, is there still less danger in this world? As a ninja, if you are still afraid of enemies, then you are too unqualified. Bai was stunned for a moment, and then laughed softly again. Seeing Bai's seductive appearance when he smiled, Naruto was stunned for a moment, and asked in doubt, what are you laughing at? He found that Bai's personality didn't seem to be at all what he had imagined, but he was so lively and cheerful. That smile makes people feel happy together from the bottom of their hearts. After laughing for a while, he suddenly stared at Naruto seriously and said, do you have a dream? Huh? I said, you train so hard, why do you always want to become stronger? Bai smiled and finally asked her most curious question. Dream? Naruto was stunned when he was asked. Kakashi also asked this question once when he was just graduating, but that time, he fooled the past in a joking way. But this kind of strengthening is aimless. Although his strength is also progressing rapidly, he always feels that something is missing in his heart. Naruto's eyes gradually blurred, and he recalled the world before he crossed, recalled his experience from childhood to adulthood, and his dream of wanting to stand out. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel a little confused. When he came to this world, everything in the past, including his dreams and wishes, was completely different. What do you want right now? Pursuing the will to protect the fire of Konoha village. Become a Hokage, or beauties from all over the world of Hokage. Achieve a peerless grand harem. Naruto couldn't help thinking about these questions in his heart. This was a question he had been avoiding all along, but now he had to face it seriously when he faced the big clear eyes in front of him. But after thinking about it for a long time, Naruto still couldn't get an answer. In the end, he could only scratch his head in distress, shrugged his shoulders and smiled helplessly. I'm so sorry, I can't answer your question for the time being. Looking at the confusion in Naruto's eyes, Bai sighed softly and looked at his blue eyes. Your eyes are very similar to mine. Looks like. Are you lonely now? Hearing this answer, Naruto couldn't help asking himself. Indeed, since coming to this Hokage world, although everything here makes me feel fresh and exciting, but when this fresh and exciting feeling passes, I have to train hard for my future survival, training day and night. All the freshness is gone, all that's left is dull and boring. Compared with the previous life, this life is really different. And the more like this, the more there is a voice in my heart that I want to return to the wonderful world of the previous life, the world that is colorful although there is no gorgeous ninjutsu. Correct. If that's the case, why don't you find a way back to your previous life? As long as you become strong enough, there must be a way to go back. Thinking of this, Naruto's eyes gradually brightened. Yes. My dream is to go back to my past life. A dream called chasing. In Shiro's eyes, the confused color in Naruto's eyes at this moment disappeared, and replaced by a bright and firm color. It seems that you have found your dream. Bai smiled lightly, stood up and said. Yeah, I finally know. Naruto smiled and nodded. At this moment, he felt that his spirit was unprecedentedly relaxed, and his soul seemed to have the pleasure of sublimation. Carrot manipulation has reached a new level. It seems that the bottlenecks that existed before have disappeared. Thank you. Naruto also stood up, looking at Bai with sincerity. Giggle, thank you for what? Just tell me your name if you want to thank me. Bai giggled. She found that she was even more curious about the young man in front of her, and just now she also noticed that the temperament of the blonde boy seemed to have undergone a strange change, becoming more confident. My name is Uzumaki Naruto. I will become the strongest man in the world. Naruto's face showed a bright smile, and at this moment, he secretly made up his mind. Chapter 25 Kill Thief. After Bai left, Naruto calmed down again and looked at his hands. It is unrealistic to want to accomplish such a grand wish at this stage with only his own strength. In this world, the most powerful person is that legend. Fairy in 6 paths. It's just that he doesn't know if his strength has reached the 6 paths immortal Sake. Can he return to the modern age? Naruto didn't know the answer, but for those who traveled alone in this other world, only by pursuing this almost impossible dream can they have enough courage to face any difficulties. After clarifying the goal in his heart, Naruto suddenly became high-spirited. The whole person was full of energy, and immediately entered the state of cultivation. The shadow clone technique was performed, and 10 Naruto started training separately. Own-handed Rasengan, Wind Cut, these 2 ultimate moves are my current ninjutsu at the bottom of the box, and they are only used in very dangerous situations, so now I must master these 2 techniques as soon as possible. If you can't even learn these 2 skills, how can you become the strongest ninja in the future? Archive Dreams. For some reason, with a goal in mind, Naruto found that his training speed has also accelerated a lot, and he has been unable to learn the master's ninjutsu very quickly. Until evening and dusk, an anxious call came from behind, and Naruto looked back, and it turned out that it was Sakura who was looking for him. He didn't go back all day and night. It seemed Kakashi was a little anxious. Naruto shook his head and laughed, turned around and waved to Sakura. Seeing that Naruto was training not far away, Sakura couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. Naruto disappeared for a day and a night, causing the 3 of them to worry about him for a long time, and finally ran out to find him anxiously. She couldn't help it. He glared at Naruto angrily and complained, Naruto, you are too much. Even if you are training, you have to send a shadow clone to talk to us. It makes us worry so much about you. Seeing the hatred on Sakura's face, Naruto's heart flashed with warmth. A shy smile appeared on his face, and he apologized. I'm sorry, Sakura, for making you worry. Really? Sakura was still unhappy, snorted, turned her head and walked away, saying as she walked, come on, Kakashi-sensei and Sasuke have already set off for the bridge with Dasna. Naruto nodded and followed quickly, thinking to himself, it seems that today will be a battle with Zabuza and Bai. Suddenly, he seemed to remember something, and said to Sakura, Sakura, you go first, I'll make it easier, and I'll follow right away. It's really troublesome. Wenyan Sakura complained and walked away in a murmur. Naruto passed through the surrounding jungle and ran all the way from the path to Dasner's house. He didn't really want convenience, but suddenly remembered that at this time in the plot, Cardo's men would go to capture his grandson and daughter at Dasner's house. In this regard, since Naruto remembered, he can't let it go. Anyway, it's just a little effort. If Dazner's daughter and grandson are caught by Cardo, there will be trouble at that time. Naruto's speed was very fast, and he appeared at Dazner's house in just a moment. When Dazner's grandson saw Naruto appear, he couldn't help shouting, "Big brother Naruto, sister Sakura and grandpa have already set off just now, hurry up and go." Naruto smiled and nodded, but did not leave, but sat down and sorted out the knife bag on his body, took out the kunai shuriken detonating talisman and other items to check it. Inari looked curiously at the ninja tool in Naruto's hand. At this moment, a loud noise suddenly came to mind outside the door, and the corner of Naruto's mouth twitched slightly, and a secret message came. After he unhurriedly packed up his ninja gear, he stood up. At this time, Yunai had already run out following the sound, and as soon as Naruto came to the door, he heard a loud scolding from a woman. It was Inari's mother Tsunami. "What are you doing?" Immediately afterwards, the anxious voice of Yunai also came over. Mom, are you alright?" Gia, a sensible person, come with us obediently, otherwise the knife in Lao Su's hand won't have eyes. Then, a vulgar male voice sounded. Yunai was obviously frightened by the three murderous men with big swords in their hands that suddenly appeared, and then shouted desperately, Big brother Naruto, just me and my mother." At this time, Naruto had already walked out of the door. A dozen meters ahead, Tsunami was sitting on the ground, while Inari was supporting her by his mother's side. The three big men in front of them looked at them like dead people. Seeing Naruto coming out of the house, Chi-Chi looked over. Konoha village's forehead guard on Naruto's head, the three couldn't help but froze for a moment, and then they all burst into laughter when they saw that Naruto was just a teenager. "Haha, Konoha kid, you dare to come out to save you so old, do you want to die? Grandpa, I'd better advise you to go back and drink milk." One of the big men laughed. Naruto's face was indifferent, his eyes looked at them, but he didn't seem to fall on them. He walked towards them with steady and regular steps, and at the same time, he turned his wrist, and a cold light of kunai appeared in his hand. Seeing that Naruto didn't kill them at all, the three big men suddenly became furious. How dare a kid dare to despise him? Humph, the little devil who doesn't know how high the sky is. Just let me send you to hell. The big man roared, holding the big sword in his hand and charging directly towards Naruto. Seeing this scene, Yuther couldn't help but cried out in worry, "Brother Naruto, be careful." Naruto glanced at Hinata and gave him a reassuring look. The next moment, the big man had already rushed in front of Naruto, and a forceful slashing force slashed towards Naruto's head with a hooting knife wind. Ordinary people may be frightened by such an attack, but Naruto is a ninja, and such a small character who is not in the mainstream is not taken seriously at all. With a little slap in the face, he let this fast-moving knife pass, and then before the man could react, he held kunai's hand and rubbed it on his neck. Swish! Dahanji felt a faint light flash in front of his eyes, and then the back of his neck became cold, and all his strength was lost like a flood. Boom! The big man's body, which was half taller than Naruto, fell backwards, blood dripping from his neck. Solve 1. The other two just rushed halfway, but they didn't want their companions to be solved by this kid at once. They looked at each other and saw the look of horror in each other's eyes. Stopping the figure, the two began to hesitate. Ninja, even a child should not be underestimated. Naruto didn't stop at his feet, and continued to walk forward. At the same time, his hand flew out of kunai, but with a flash, one of the two had no room to resist, and fell directly. The other one was already terrified, his legs were shaking violently, and the knife in his hand had already fallen to the ground. Naruto threw his arm again, and without even looking, he turned around and said to Yunai, "Ina, protect your mother, I'm going to the bridge." Chapter 26 Against White. Looking at Naruto's figure gradually disappearing at the end of the front, Yi's face was full of admiration, and he couldn't help but think with envy, if only I could be as powerful as Naruto's brother. Naruto naturally didn't know what Yi was thinking. At this time, he was rushing to the bridge. At this time, on the bridge, Kakashi and others, Zabuza and Shiro are engaged in a fierce battle. Kakashi met Zabuza, while Shiro met Sakura. Sakura stood beside him with a bewildered expression, worried about the battle between the two sides, but his own strength was not enough, so he could only secretly blame himself. At this point, Shiro has used the Hyoten ice-style arcane technique, demonic mirroring ice crystals, to completely trap Sasuke inside. "You can't escape from my area, or you can just grab it," Bai said with a mask on his face in a light voice. Zuo-Yu had a stubborn expression on her face, her eyes staring at the movements of Bai's body to prevent her from attacking at the next moment. However, with a swoosh, at the next moment, Bai's figure suddenly disappeared from the mirror in front of Zuo-Yu. Before she could react, Bai's figure appeared in every mirror around her. Damn! Zuo-Yu held kunai in her hand, trying her best to resist the ice thousand books coming from all directions, but there were too many ice thousand books, and it was too fast. Almost every kukuzu from her body there is no defense at all. In an instant, Zuo-Yu, who had no way to escape, was scratched across her skin by countless ice books, her flesh was torn apart, and Yin Yuhi's blood splashed along with the cracked skin. The snow-white and delicate complexion was also engraved with bloodstains. But Zuo-Yu bit Silver Kiba tightly and stood firmly in place. She didn't want to lose like this, she didn't want to fall because of it. Her pride as a genius of the Uchiha family would not allow herself to be killed in this kind of mission. "You can't escape." Seeing that Zuo-Yu was still struggling, Bai said again. At the same time, the battle between Zabuza and Kakashi also entered a stalemate. When he saw that Shiro hadn't solved Zuo-Yu, he couldn't help shouting, "Shiro, don't be merciful, or we'll be the ones who will die." Bai Wenyan, the Binjijanban in his hand tightened, and hesitated slightly. The next moment her attack suddenly became fierce, which made Zuo-Yu even more unstoppable. Suffered repeated attacks. "Ah, Naruto, you're here." Suddenly, Sakura's voice sounded in the field. Kakashi and Sayu were both slightly overjoyed when they heard it, while Shiro and Zabuza's expressions changed slightly. Futon, wind style, wind cut. At this time, Naruto had come to the outside of Shiro's magic crystal ice crystal, and from the gap in the mirror, he saw that Sayu was beaten and could not fight back. Knowing that the situation was critical, he immediately resorted to his own trump card. Hand seal quickly with both hands. The next moment an invisible blade of wind flashed in the air, slamming on the white ice crystal with a bang. Click. After all, wind cut is a high-level ninjutsu, and its attack power is strong, even if it is a white Hyoten ice style. Under this powerful futon wind style, it is cut in half like a paper paste. The appearance of this gap, Zuo-Yu, who was in the formation, naturally saw it clearly. Her heart was overjoyed, and she didn't care about the pain in her body, and her body jumped out in the next moment. But since his whole body was already riddled with holes, and after jumping out, he didn't have the energy to stand again, and he was about to fall to the ground when he stumbled. At this time, Naruto hurried forward and hugged her in his arms. Looking at the injured and tired Zuo-Yu, Sora smiled and lifted her up. "Are you okay?" "Zuo-Yu, I'm late." Suddenly being hugged by Naruto, Zuo-Yu felt slightly unnatural, her face slightly yuhi, but when she heard his words, she suddenly snorted coldly, and said with a frosty face, "Who wants you to save me? Don't think you always like a savior." In fact, Zuo-Yu just saw that the ice crystal of the demon realm that she could not crack no matter how hard she attacked, was easily broken by Naruto, and she felt very uncomfortable. She felt that she was a genius who needed help from others. It was too embarrassing. Naruto didn't know what she was thinking, but he didn't care, let go of her and looked at Shiro. "Now let me be your opponent." Naruto took a step forward, let go of Zuo-Yu in his arms, and looked directly at Shiro's mask, as if to see through it. Bai was unmoved, just stood silently in place, waiting for Naruto's attack. Naruto knew that Bai's current strength was much stronger than his own. Whether it was speed or ninjutsu, he couldn't compare it, unless he used his own trump card. But he didn't want to use that dangerous ninjutsu on her. "What are you hesitating about?" Bai said coldly when he saw Naruto standing there, but he hadn't attacked for a long time. Naruto frowned. He really couldn't connect the current Shiro with the Shiro that morning. With a slight smile, Naruto rushed forward helplessly, swiping his hands towards her at the same time, and slashing several lily swords in the air in a straight line towards her face. Bai just waved his arm lightly, and all the shuriken were blocked by the ice thousand books in her hand and scattered around her. At this time, Naruto's body had already rushed to Shiro's body, and he started a close combat with Shiro. Kuwu stabbed out a piece of sharp light. Chi-Chi pointed at her mysterious mask. Humph! While attacking, Naruto faintly heard Shiro's light hum, and immediately saw that she blocked the kunai in Naruto's hands with one hand, and quickly hand-sealed with the other hand in front of her chest. Own-handed hand seal. Naruto knew that it was not good, but at this moment, Bai Qingyi shouted, "Hyoten Ice Style 10,000 Ice Petals." The next moment, I saw a piece of 1,000 ice petals suddenly appearing beside her. The sharp needles were aimed at all parts of Naruto's body and stabbed fiercely. "It's cold." Seeing this, Naruto stepped back, and just wanted to withdraw his arm and step back. Shiro suddenly reached out and held his arm like lightning. Naruto was immediately caught, but it was too late to dodge. "Your strength is still not enough." During Naruto's slight stunned moment, Bai's voice suddenly entered his ears. Chi. The next moment, Naruto, who was not in a hurry to dodge, was hit by the ice thousand books flying in the sky, and in an instant, his body was filled with ice thousand books. Naruto. Zuiyu on the side obviously didn't react. Naruto was defeated so easily. Seeing his body slowly fall down, Zuiyu's heart tightened, and he screamed. Immediately afterwards, she felt a strange power surge up in her eyes, and the next moment, she only felt that the world in front of her eyes became clearer, and the power in her body also became stronger. Go to hell. Kaden Fire Style Great Fireball Jutsu. Next, Sasuke appeared in front of Naruto without hesitation, and fired a high-level Kaden Fire Style technique against Shiro's figure. Chapter 27 Cardo arrives. The huge fireball overwhelmingly moved towards Bai, and the hot air wave instantly evaporated the surrounding water vapor. Bai obviously did not expect that Zuiyu, who was already powerless at this time, would suddenly explode. After a slight stun, her figure was already drowned in the sea of fire. When the fireball drowned Bai's body, Zuiyu hurriedly ran to the fallen Naruto, picked him up, looked at Naruto anxiously, and kept calling his name. At this moment, Bai Danren's voice suddenly came from behind her. "It's not over yet, this level of ninjutsu won't beat me." Zuiyu turned back in amazement and saw Bai Jung standing quietly at her less than 3 meters behind her. There are only some burn marks on her clothes. It seems that the Kaden Fire Style just now is not ineffective at all. Zuiyu subconsciously wanted to jump away, but unfortunately, her injuries were more serious. She was able to barely stand up and fight when she stimulated her potential just now. Now she is really exhausted. With a grunt, Zuiyu stumbled and fell to the ground together with Naruto. Bai walked in front of the two of them, and the ice thousand books in his hand moved slightly, just wanting to strike the two of them one last time, but just then, something unexpected happened. I saw Naruto, who was dying beside Zuiyu, suddenly banged with a crisp sound, and the whole person turned into white smoke. The next moment, I only heard a hand on the ground next to white feet that was thrown by Naruto just now. With a bang, Lijian turned into Naruto's figure. Immediately afterwards, a cold light flashed, and a sharp kunai was already on Bai Shuibai's neck. "Don't move. You lost," Naruto said coldly. Both Bai and Zuiyu were taken aback for a moment. They did not expect such a change in the situation. Naruto. Zuiyu's gaze at Naruto suddenly became very complicated. "So this is your tactic." "Hehe, it looks like your Sharingan has awakened, congratulations." Naruto smiled and said again, "You don't seem to be doing your best." "It seems that I carelessly underestimated you." Bai closed his eyes and said, "Quickly kill me." At this time, the battle between Zabuza and Kakashi also entered a white-hot stage. Just when Kakashi was going to use his psychic technique to cooperate with Rhetoric to solve Zabuza in one fell swoop, he saw Naruto, Shiro and Sasuke walking over. "Stop and don't slash. She has already failed. You have no chance of winning this time." Naruto put Kuu's hand on Bai's neck, restraining Bai's body and stepped forward to face Zai. Seeing that Bai was restrained, his pupils could not help shrinking slightly, and he had to stop helplessly, unable to believe, Bai actually failed. What a useless waste. If I don't kill you again, I'm sorry that I got rid of you and you. Bai Wuyan will face you again. Bai Wuyan saw how reluctantly he stopped beheading for her own sake, and felt a lot of remorse in her heart. Suddenly she stretched out her hand and squeezed it. Naruto held Kuei's hand on her shoulder and pulled it towards his neck. Seeing her movements, Naruto was startled, his arm wiggled slightly, but he couldn't endure Bai's hand strength. That Kuu instantly cut through her snow-white neck, and a trace of Yin Yuhi's blood spilled out. What a mess. At the critical moment, Naruto's other hand grabbed Shiro's body and pulled him backward, and immediately, together with his own body, the two fell backwards together. Boom. The two fell to the ground, one up and one down, sitting on Naruto's body in white, looking at Naruto in front of her with a stunned expression. Her mask had fallen to the ground at some point, revealing the beauty of the country and the city. Pretty face, eyes full of puzzlement. Why don't you let me die? Naruto frowned, pushed her away and stood up, angrily said, "You didn't use all your strength when you fought me just now, and it seems that you also lost to me on purpose, and now you are going to commit suicide by my hands. Are you so don't want to live?" When Yanbai couldn't help but stay for a while, and then smiled bitterly. "I have never liked fighting since I was a child, and I don't want my hands to be covered in blood, not to mention that we have no deep hatred at all. You rely on your strength to defeat me. I have nothing to say, but I don't want to be a drag on not beheading your lord." Snapped. A crisp sound sounded clearly in the field, so that everyone present could not help but stun there. All eyes turned to Naruto. I saw Bai's fair face. 5 clear fingerprints appeared there. At this time, Naruto was looking at Bai with an angry face, but he was also surprised by his behavior at the moment. The slap just now was like I just fanned it instinctively. Why did I get so angry when I heard Bai's words of suicide? You let me down. The meaning of a person's life is not others. You should live for your own. Bai looked at Naruto blankly, and an unspeakable feeling surged in his heart. Why did he save himself? Why didn't he let himself die? Why should he care so much about the meaning of his existence? At this time, she felt that the boy who was younger than her own eyes, his eyes were so clear, firm, and penetrated into her heart. At this moment, Bai had a feeling that he didn't dare to look at him. Do you live for yourself? Bai murmured these words over and over again, and was speechless for a while. Humph. You are a bastard with a weak mind. What's the use of you? Zabuza was furious when he saw Bai's weak appearance, but he was helpless because he was covered in injuries and had no room for resistance at all. The big knife also fell aside. Naruto, good job. Kakashi also took time to look at Naruto and praise the odds. Ha ha ha. At this moment, there was a burst of proud laughter in the air. The sound was from far to near. Everyone couldn't help but look towards the bridge, but saw Cardo leading a group of ninjas and samurai to this side. When he came over, he laughed and scolded, "Damn it, don't cut it, useless trash. The failed guy will never get another commission." As he said that, he winked at a man dressed as a ninja behind him. The man took the lead, and a flashing technique suddenly appeared in front of Zabuza, and then a punch hit him in the face. Death flew backwards and fell heavily to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Sir Zabuza, Bai cried out when he saw Zabuza being knocked to the ground. Yoshino Masamune, clean up these 2 useless wastes for me, and their commissions are yours. Cardo stepped forward and kicked Zaibu, who was lying on the ground, unable to move. Spit out a mouthful of saliva. Since almost half of the chakra was consumed in the previous battle with Kakashi, and he was seriously injured. Both arms were unable to move, and he could only endure this humiliation without cutting. Bai Zhao shouted, and was about to rush forward to save her, but as soon as she set off, the rest of Cardo's men had already surrounded her. Chapter 28 No More Beheading. Get out of here. In order to save him, Shiro's aura was full, and with a coquettish shout, he swung his arms out again and again. In an instant, several enemies fell around him, but Yoshino Masamori had already greeted him. Looking at her sneeringly. I heard that the Hyoten ice-style Keke Genkai of the Shui Wuyu clan is very powerful. I wonder if I will be lucky enough to meet today. At this time, Kakashi and others were also surrounded by others. Although there was no danger for a while, it would take some time to get out of trouble. Only Naruto stayed by Shiro's side at this time. Seeing Masamune Yoshino's movements, he suddenly stepped forward and said to Shiro, "Leave this guy to me, and you can go and cut over there." Hearing this, Bai was stunned for a while, then turned to look at him. Her beautiful eyes were full of gratitude, but she felt a little worried about Naruto after feeling the powerful strength of Yoshino Masamune. I had to speak. This guy is very strong. You have to be careful. No problem. Naruto smiled at her, tightening the kunai in his hands. You two, don't even want to leave. Yoshino Masamori heard the conversation between the two, but said coldly. Sweeten, water style, water dragon whip. A heavy shout, Yoshino was guarding the sudden and fast hand seal. In a moment, the water surface under the bridge slammed into a stream of water, which converged into a huge sphere in midair, with a diameter of 3 or 4 meters. An arm-thick stream of water suddenly shot out of it, covering the place where Naruto and Shiro were. Snapped. With a crisp sound, Naruto jumped away quickly, but the ground under his feet was cracked by the water whip before, which shows the powerful force of the water flow. If he was hit, at least he would be injured. Moreover, there were dozens of these water whips, and they were waving downwards in midair, causing Naruto and the two to be in a hurry. But fortunately, the dodge speed of the two is very fast, although they can't fight back for a while, but there is no danger. Hey, there are still 2 hits. Yoshino Masamune saw that he couldn't kill the opponent with this move, and praised him, dispersed the ninjutsu, and rushed up, holding a strange machete in his hand. Looks gleaming. Seeing him rushing up, Naruto hurriedly took out a kunai to meet him. There was a crisp sound, the weapons were handed over, Naruto was shaken and flew backwards, the tiger's mouth was almost cracked, and he secretly thought, this guy is definitely Jonin level, it seems that he can't fight with him. At this time, after seeing Naruto being repelled, Shiro instantly issued a hand seal in Hyoten, ice style, with one hand, and in an instant, countless ice thousand books flew towards him. However, in front of Masamune Yoshino, these ice thousand books only obstructed his actions a little, and it was a fool's dream to want to hurt him. The two failed to attack twice, but Yoshino Masamori has also stopped, and the two sides are evenly matched. However, Bai, who was anxious not to slash, was unwilling to fight. She wanted to rush to the side of Zaishu, and she couldn't help showing an anxious look on her face. Masamune Yoshino saw her gap, and suddenly flew forward and attacked her, forcing her to retreat again and again. Naruto hurriedly stepped forward to assist. The three of them fought together, ping 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 pong sound continuously. Suddenly, there was a burst of muffled noises not far away, and with a slight glance in his white eyes, he saw a scene that made people anxious. I saw that Cardo had sent a few men down to Zabuza and gave him a meal. He beat him fiercely and scolded while grinning, "I'll call you arrogant again. Now you know who is your employer. Are you still proud of me? Don't you have to fall at my feet now? Ha ha ha." Zabuza had already been beaten to the death at this time, but a person like him could never bear this humiliation, so he put all his strength into his hands, suddenly roared, and bounced his body violently, using his own. The head smashed hard at Cardo. With a bang, Cardo was hit with blood on the head, and he screamed, covering his bleeding forehead, and shouting, "Kill him! Kill him for me!" Several subordinates heard the sound, and immediately stabbed in their hands. In the chirp, all the weapons were stabbed on the body of Zabuza. Zabuza opened his eyes wide and stared at Cardo, blood splattered all over his body, and finally fell slowly. Seeing this scene, Bai Zhao's body trembled, her eyes were about to split, and she cried out in sorrow, "I won't kill you again." However, if he didn't cut it, he could only glance at Bai at the end, and then slowly closed his eyes. Hee, where are you looking? At this time, Masamune Yoshino suddenly came to Shiro, and while she was absent-minded, the machete in his hand instantly slashed towards her delicate neck. Seeing this, Naruto hurriedly stepped forward and blocked a knife for her, then pulled her away and shouted at her, "Don't be distracted." It's just that Bai's eyes were hazy with tears at the moment, and he stood there motionless, and fell into a great sadness. No matter what Naruto called, he didn't respond. In the end, he had to separate a shadow clone to watch her, his own body. Then he rushed to Masahiro Yoshino. "HMPH, you little brat, do you want to be my opponent by yourself?" Masano Yoshino also has the strength of Jonin, and when he saw Naruto coming up, he immediately smiled contemptuously. "Whether I can be your opponent, let's see who we will kill." Naruto narrowed his eyes slightly, and in this tense state, his thinking became clearer. If you want to defeat Masamune Yoshino, it is absolutely impossible to just rely on one-on-one head-to-head. If you want to defeat him, you can only rely on surprises. Thinking of this, Naruto quickly threw out a few hidden weapons in his hand, and rushed forward. "Hey, it's beyond your own power." Although Yoshino Masamori was surprised by Naruto's strength, out of self-confidence, he still didn't take Naruto seriously. Said to be one-on-one. Looking at the hidden weapon that came flying, after he knocked it out, he quickly hand-sealed it with both hands. Doden Earth-style Earth Dragon Thorn. Chi. In the process of rushing forward, Naruto instantly pierced through sharp earth thorns, almost piercing his whole body. Fortunately, he had used the wind attribute change to accelerate at this time, and the speed was no longer a small door opening. Beneath Lee, Kankin was able to avoid these thorns. But as a result, his progress was also interrupted, and Yoshino saw the opportunity and made a series of seals with his hands. Doden Earth-style Earth Dragon Bullet. The next moment, I saw powerful earth bombs spit out from his mouth, covering almost all of Naruto's retreats. Chapter 29 Defeat Jonin. The face of this series of ninjutsu attacks, even a ninja like Kakashi has to deal with it carefully, not to mention that Naruto's current strength is far from enough. Flew far away. It fell to the ground with a thud, just under Shiro's feet. At this moment, Bai was finally awakened by the movement at her feet. She raised her sad face, glanced at Naruto, and stepped forward to help him up silently. At this time, Naruto's chest was smashed by a soil bomb, causing a burst of chi and blood, and a trace of blood spilled from the corner of his mouth, and his body was covered with soil. After being lifted up by Bai, he smiled at her. "Are you alright?" Blood shot at the corner of her mouth, accompanied by this dazzling smile. This scene could not help making Bai's heart tremble, and her voice trembled slightly and asked, "You're already like this, why are you still worried about me?" Naruto didn't answer, pushed her away silently, raised the kunai in his hand again, and prepared to fight. Bai looked at his straight back, and didn't know what it was like in her heart, but if she didn't die, she became at a loss, as if she suddenly lost the meaning of existence, and hoped to die just like that. But Naruto's smile, it appeared in her mind over and over again, and the words he said, "People want to live for themselves." Just when she was struggling and confused, Naruto rushed out again, but this time, he did not confront Yoshino Masao, but divided several clones again, and each clone spread out and circled around. As he ran quickly, each clone shot several kunai from his hands to distract him, while he approached quietly, trying to decide the outcome with the strongest strike. Yoshino was facing these shadow clone attacks, with a disdainful smile on his face, and sneered, "Boy, this level of attack can't hurt me, don't you understand?" However, just as he finished speaking, a white shadow suddenly flashed in front of him on the left side, accompanied by a strand of golden hair and a violent flow of chakra. Rasengan. holding the blue chakra ball tightly in his right hand. At the moment when Yoshino was underestimating the enemy, Naruto quickly approached, and he pressed his hand fiercely, pressing it to his chest. Yoshino Masamori seemed to have only reacted at this time. His body hadn't made any movement yet, and he seemed to be startled. However, just when Naruto thought he had succeeded, he noticed the strange arc that inadvertently rose from the corner of the opponent's mouth. Oops! The next moment, Naruto was shocked, and a dangerous aura rose up. He just wanted to stop, but there was nothing he could do. Really? Just as Naruto's arm stretched out to Masamune Yoshino's chest, Masamori Yoshino's left hand suddenly moved like lightning, just holding Naruto's right wrist holding Rasengan's point. This sudden change caught Naruto by surprise, and Rasengan, who was whistling in his hands, was forced to disperse. Masamune Yoshino raised the scimitar in his right hand and looked at Naruto with a playful face. "Little devil, do you have 2 strokes? If I was hit by this ninjutsu, I really have to explain it here, but the range of your movements. It's too big, and there are too many flaws. This is a fatal injury in front of me. So, go to hell obediently." When he caught Naruto, he was not in a hurry, but became complacent. But he didn't notice the panicked look on Naruto's face. "Really? That's really going to disappoint you. I haven't lived enough yet." Naruto smiled slightly, and in the latter's shocked eyes, his body slammed into a cloud of white smoke. "What?" Yoshino Masamori was shocked, but this time, as soon as he turned around, he heard a few thuds in his ears, and suddenly 4 or 5 Naruto shadow clone appeared beside him. In the hands of every shadow clone, there is a Rasengan shining with blue light. The powerful momentum accompanied Rasengan's rotation, blowing him like a candle in the wind. Standing unsteadily, Yoshino is guarding his heart, only fear is left. Because he has nowhere to run. He found that every one of his retreats was blocked by a shadow clone. No matter how fast he was, he wouldn't have time to kill all 5 shadow clones, and as long as one was missed, at this distance, definitely getting hit by Rasengan. The results are predictable. His underestimation caused him not to leave behind. After dodging and killing 2 clones, he was hit in the back by another shadow clone. Boom! The powerful chakra whirlwind instantly threw Masamune Yoshino's body out, and the spiral force mixed in it directly smashed a pit in his back, and the inside of the body was even more damaged and ruined. His body fell to one side, blood was bubbling from his mouth, and he seemed to be unable to live. After defeating Masamune Yoshino, Naruto dispersed all the shadow clones. A feeling of weakness came from his body, and the chakra consumed more than half, but the most important thing was the mental stress, which made the having fought such a level of life and death battle, he felt exhausted. However, now he finally used his own strength to defeat the Jonin-level guy Yoshino Masamori. Although there were also factors that the opponent underestimated the enemy, it was not easy for him. On the other side, Kakashi, Sakura and others have also dealt with most of Cardo's subordinates. They all looked towards Naruto. When Naruto defeated Yoshino Masamori by himself, his face all could not help showing a shocked expression. Suddenly, Naruto was recorded with a slight sigh of relief, and in a trance, Masamune Yoshino, who had fallen to one side, suddenly spit out a cold light from his mouth, turned his back to Naruto, and shot at his neck like lightning. "Be careful, Naruto." Kakashi noticed this scene for the first time, and his face changed greatly, but it was too late when he wanted to jump over to stop the attack, and the 2 Sakura and Sasuke on the side were even up to now. Only to realize that, Chi-Chi exclaimed, "Naruto." At the moment when he heard Kakashi's reminder, Naruto had an extremely dangerous illusion in his heart, as if his life was hanging by a thread. He didn't think about it at all. There was a clanging sound in the ear, and 1,000 ice books came out of the sky, just blocking the cold light of the repeated sneak attacks. The 1,000 copies of ice landed, and the cold light was also shot away. It was a specially made hidden weapon. Naruto turned around and saw the right hand that Bai Na just waved. Her face gradually relaxed. "It's really dangerous." At the critical moment, Shiro stopped this hidden weapon and helped Naruto a lot. Kakashi and the others were also greatly relieved, and looked at Shiro gratefully. Naruto also walked over at this time, facing Shiro's tear-stained clean-up face, with a heartfelt grateful smile on his face. Thank you so much, Shiro. Chapter 30 In Light and White. The thick fog gradually dissipated, and the people of the Land of Waves gradually surrounded them. Cardo and his few remaining subordinates also became turtles in the urn, looking so small and helpless. White expressionlessly watched Cardo walk over, looking at Cardo who was shivering. Big, Lord, spare your life. After shivering for a long time, Cardo popped these words out of his mouth. Bai looked at the dead man who lay on the side, and then looked at the hideous Cardo in front of him. He clenched 1,000 ice books in his hands. For the first time in his life, he felt that he wanted to smash the corpse in front of him into thousands of pieces of revenge. With a slight wave of his hand, Cardo groaned, and Bingshinbin was in the middle of his forehead. Cardo fell, and the rest of his men dispersed in a rush. Dasna and others cheered. For them, Cardo, who had been running rampant in the country of waves, died, and they would have hope in the future. However, after killing Cardo, Bai just walked silently to Zabuza's side, picked up his body, and left the crowd. Naruto stood and recovered for a while, and Sakura immediately came up and said in surprise, Naruto, you are so powerful, you actually defeated that powerful guy alone. Zuo-Yu also stepped forward, looked at Naruto with unwillingness on her face, pouted her lips, and whispered, this time you have won. After speaking, she couldn't help recalling that she was in a desperate situation just now. The scene of people being rescued, imagining the moment when he fell into his arms, in addition to panic and shyness, there was a sense of peace of mind. It was so useless. Seeing her obviously unconvinced look, Naruto just shook his head helplessly and didn't answer, but looked at Bai, who kept walking away, and couldn't help but feel a little worried. Okay, this mission has been successfully completed. Naruto, you have made a great contribution. When I go back, I will treat you to a guest and treat you well. Kakashi also dragged his tired body over at this time and waved gently. Waving and smiling. Okay, it's really not easy for us to save a life this time. I finally feel that life is really beautiful, Sakura replied with a smile. In contrast to the joy of the Kakashi class, on the other side, Shiro was sitting quietly on the tomb that had just been prepared for Zaibujian. The sadness spreads. Sakura and others don't know how deep is the brother-father relationship between Bai and Zaibujian. The two walk in the world of ninja and rely on each other for life. Although Zaibujian has always regarded Bai as a tool, in Bai's heart, Zaibujian has a special meaning, because he gave her a reason to live and a meaning of existence. It's just that at this moment, no more beheading. In addition to sadness, Bai's heart is filled with confusion beyond words. Next, what should I do? Where should I go? What am I supposed to live for? As if responding to the question in Bai's heart, a voice rang softly in her ear. My condolences and change, then you should live for yourself. It's Naruto. Bai looked back blankly, with a sad look on his face. If you don't kill the Lord, I will no longer have the meaning of existence. How do you tell me to live? Hearing this, Naruto sighed helplessly, and sighed inwardly. The more simple a person is, the more stubborn his head is. In his mind, his life is his own, and he will never be for someone else. End live. Seeing Naruto Nana's speechless, Bai seemed to be looking for an answer, and anxiously urged, say it. There was incomparable anxiety and confusion in his voice. When Naruto heard it, she almost felt like she would kill herself immediately if she couldn't say why. The next moment, Naruto gently sat beside Bai and said slowly, human existence is never for someone or something. In my opinion, I can pursue and fight for someone and something, but not for someone or something. I will regard it as the whole of life. For me, the existence of human beings is to constantly feel the feeling of being alive. As long as you are still alive, you will definitely gain something and lose something. Just live. Experience the truth. Bai couldn't help turning his head suspiciously, looking at Naruto's clear blue eyes, his face full of understanding. Naruto smiled lightly, then suddenly stretched out his hand and grabbed the other side's icy and jade-like little hand. A warm feeling immediately reached Bai's palm. Bai couldn't help but froze for a moment, and immediately became a little overwhelmed, and his face changed. Wei Yuhi. It's like this. Naruto held Bai's little hand, with a sunny smile on his face, and said softly, I hold your hand, and what you feel is the truth. Real. Bai Leng stared blankly at the hand held by Naruto, feeling an unprecedented warm flow, and his heart seemed to be cheerful all of a sudden, as if he pushed the clouds away and saw the clear sky. Is this the truth? Bai murmured to herself. At this moment, the sadness in her heart seemed to be very light, and everything in front of her seemed to be no longer gloomy. She looked at the smiling man beside her again. Young man, her heart seemed to be touched. She looked at him blankly. Her bright smile would never go away from her heart. Okay, it looks like you already understand. Naruto let go of Bai's hand, feeling slightly disappointed. He let out a long sigh, stood up, and finally said to her mysteriously, if you have nowhere to go. If so, I hope you can consider coming to Konoha. I welcome you anytime. After speaking, he couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed himself. He smiled and stood there. Bai Wenyan, but her delicate body trembled suddenly. She raised her head, her face full of emotion. Thank you, Naruto. No one has ever said so much to me to enlighten me. No one has ever cared about me like this, the feeling of being a homeless person. Thank you so much. It's just that I can't go to Konoha right now. I want to walk out alone and experience what you said, true. After speaking, Bai's expression was no longer sad. Although there were still pitiful tears on his face, hope was rekindled in his eyes. Naruto nodded, although Bai's words rejected his invitation, and although he was a little disappointed, Bai finally regained hope of living under his own enlightenment, which made him even more happy, and his face couldn't help but feel with a bright smile. Okay, Shiro, then let's cherish it. Yeah. Bai stood up, took one last look at the cemetery that would never be cut again, wiped the last tear from the corner of his eyes, looked at Naruto, and gave him a tactful smile in return. At this moment, she has grown up. Chapter 31 Peep. Bai left, with a little exploration of the future, and with Naruto's blessed smile, which made her feel that she would no longer be alone in the future, because no matter where she went, her heart was filled with joy. There is Naruto's inspiring smile. Naruto also left, and the three of them, Sakura, Sasuki and Kakashi, walked back with the joy and ease after the task was completed, talking and laughing all the way. After the war, Zuiyu's attitude towards Naruto seemed to have improved somewhat. He was no longer so cold and ignorant, but would occasionally say a word or two. And Sakura also admired Naruto's strength even more, which made her sandwiched between two strong men, feeling pressure and loss. A day later, several people have answered Konoha smoothly, and at the gate of the village, the four of them planned to part. Kakashi waved his hand, squinted his eyes and smiled. It's not easy for everyone to come back alive from such a dangerous mission this time. This time I will ask Lord Hokage for a 7-day vacation so you can relax and relax. Quote. Okay, Teacher Kakashi is so good. Sakura was the first to cheer. To be honest, after this mission, as the weakest one, she has always been nervous, for fear of someone who accidentally kills her. Explained. Zuoyu also sighed softly, thinking to herself, this time she has to step up her training, otherwise Naruto will really be thrown away. She secretly glanced at him with unwillingness, but it attracted the latter's nasty smile. As a result, she could only pouted slightly and turned her head away with a light snort. Naruto has no opinion. For him, whether it is a task or a rest, he will not miss any time for cultivation. After saying goodbye to each other, Naruto went home. This mission was quite rewarding for him. Not only did he see Kakashi's strength at this level, but he also fought a Jonin in person. Although he defeated the opponent when he underestimated the enemy, but it also gave him a rough idea of his current strength. In some aspects, such as the application of Rasengan, wind cutting, shadow clone, etc., he already has the strength of Jonin. However, compared with Jonin, his obvious disadvantage is the lack of combat experience, although he is very good at himself. The tactical arrangement has always been very confident, but when facing the enemy on the scene, there is no mature routine for predicting the opponent's move and its own reaction. However, in another way of thinking, do not play cards according to the routine. Only by surprise can he win, but Naruto knows in his heart that at this stage, he is far from being able to do whatever he wants in ninjutsu, taijutsu, and other aspects. Now, all he has to do is to sort out himself one of the fighting styles and routines, and after you are proficient, you can further practice, improve, and change until you finally give up this routine. At that time, you can do whatever you want, and attack the enemy first, and you will really achieve it. One of the strongest in the ninja world. However, this is easier said than done. Thinking from the perspective of a ninja is to learn more ninjutsu, refine stronger chakra, and fundamentally speaking, it is speed and strength. Running with weight can effectively improve people's speed and endurance. However, when the weight reaches a certain stage, the effect achieved is not large, and if the weight is increased, it will not achieve the effect of an exercise, but will bring about the human body. Overloading the burden, it is only 100 harm and no benefit. As for Naruto, he has been carrying weights all these years, and now, he has felt that his body can no longer be strengthened in this way. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but think of another exercise method, which was to practice under a turbulent waterfall. This method of putting pressure on his entire body would be more effective than weight-bearing. Thinking of this, Naruto couldn't wait in his heart, but when he saw the sky, it was almost evening, so he decided to take a good rest today and go to practice under the waterfall early in the morning. The next day, when Naruto was ready, he walked towards a small forest in the east of Konoha. He has been in Konoha for many years. He is already familiar with Konoha village, a prosperous but not a big village. Clearly, in the small mountain forest in the east, there is a flat grass, and in front of the grass is a cliff. Above the cliff, a huge waterfall flew down, washed into the pool below, and made a deafening roar. Naruto arrived here, looked at the imposing waterfall, and took a deep breath. Suddenly, his face became a little weird. His eyes quietly glanced at a big tree not far behind him, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. But soon he ignored it and began to take off his clothes and pants neatly. At this moment, Hinata, who was hiding behind a big tree not far away, was stunned when he saw Naruto actually taking off his clothes and pants, and immediately seemed to have thought of something, and his pretty face suddenly became clear. Yuhi, Naruto-kun is taking a shower. OMG, I thought he was here to train, but what was the scene in front of me not taking a bath? Thinking of this, Hinata's heart was beating wildly, and her face was flushed with shame. Yuhi, she turned her face away and didn't dare to look again, thinking to herself, what are you doing? Shameless to peek at Naruto-kun taking a bath. It's so embarrassing. Therefore, Hinata held his chest with both hands and leaned back against the back of the tree. Yuhi did not dare to let out the air, let alone stick his head out to take another look. She kept praying in her heart at the moment, never let Naruto-kun find out, or she would become a bad girl in his heart, and in that case, she would be finished. After a while, Hinata was immersed in the panic in her heart. After she calmed down, she found that there was no movement behind her. Except for the rushing sound of the waterfall, she could not hear any sound of bathing. Somehow, Hinata couldn't help but quietly stick out his small head, and there was a hint of Yuhi dizziness on his jade face. The next moment, the panic and shyness on her face suddenly turned into surprise. I saw Naruto standing quietly under the waterfall, motionless, letting the rushing waterfall slant down from the top of his head and wash over his body. The surface of the water was almost unsustainable. The soles of the feet floated up and down on the surface of the water, almost sinking. Fortunately, after getting used to the heavy pressure on his body, Naruto increased the output of chakra and finally stabilized. Standing on the water. This scene, in Hinata's eyes, is confusing. What is Naruto-kun doing? Chapter 32 Together next time. While Hinata was bewildered, Naruto was practicing in full swing, and under this waterfall, he found that his chakra was getting the most training. Physically, he must withstand the pressure of the waterfall, and in order to maintain his feet on the water without sinking, the chakra output under his feet must also be continuously output. Therefore, Naruto persisted for more than an hour and was already overwhelmed with exhaustion. He knew that if he continued to hold on, it would have no effect on the training, so he stopped immediately and lay on the grass on the side to rest quietly. Physical recovery. At this time, he remembered the person hiding not far behind him. Looking at the blue sky and the dazzling sun, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. A breeze blew slowly and swayed the hairs of the two of them. Naruto couldn't help but enjoy this quiet moment, so he didn't pull out the hiding Hinata. He didn't want to destroy the mood at this moment. After a while, Naruto finally had enough rest. It was almost noon at this time. He felt that Hinata behind the tree had left. Just as he was about to find something to fill his stomach, Hinata's voice rang behind him. Naruto-kun. Naruto was stunned for a moment, then turned to see Hinata trotting over, holding a lunchbox in his hand, his face full of anticipation and a hint of shyness. Naruto-kun, I saw you training here, so I brought you something to eat. Hinata mustered a lot of courage to finish this sentence, a small face already the nervous tongue Yuhi looks extra cute. Looking at the steaming lunchbox in front of him, and Hinata's slight panting, Naruto couldn't help but feel a warm current in his heart. It turned out that Hinata had just left to prepare lunch for himself. Seeing how tired she was running all the way. Must be in a hurry. Under Naruto's gaze, Hinata was so ashamed that Yuhi's neck was so embarrassed, but she finally mustered up the courage and didn't want to run away so uselessly, so this time the miracle persisted. Thank you, Hinata. Finally, Naruto smiled slightly, reaching for the lunchbox. Hearing Naruto's words, Hinata breathed a sigh of relief, but then he didn't know what to say, so he stood there nervously rubbing the corners of his poor clothes, lowered his head and didn't dare to look at him, but in his heart, secretly delighted, Naruto-kun accepted his lunchbox. Facing such considerate and gentle care of Hinata, Naruto also had a strange feeling in his heart, but it was a little distressing that this cute little girl was nervous in front of him. Hinata, don't be so nervous in front of me in the future, I understand what you mean. The next moment, Naruto stretched out his hand, took the initiative to hold the other's weak and boneless hand, and pulled down the latter's stunned expression. She sat under a big tree. Ah, Naruto-kun, what did you say? It was only then that Hinata realized what Naruto was saying. Her face turned shy and happy, as if she was fainting again. Seeing her overwhelmed look, Naruto only thought she was more cute, and without waiting for her to continue to be shy, he opened the lunchbox, glanced at Hinata, and smiled slightly. Hinata, I don't think you have eaten. Right, why don't we eat together? Ah, let's eat together. Hinata's little heart was hit many times today, and she couldn't take it anymore. After hearing Naruto's ambiguous words, her face suddenly became hot and she fainted. ... Naruto looked at her speechlessly, and could only wait for her to wake up. It wasn't until 2 hours later that Hinata woke up faintly. When she saw Naruto's smiling face for the first time, she couldn't help but feel relieved. Sitting up, Hinata was about to stand up when he heard the sound of his stomach gurgling, and his face that had just calmed down turned Yuhi up again. You're finally awake, Hinata, you haven't eaten lunch, are you hungry? Naruto looked at her amused. Naruto-kun, Hinata lowered her head and didn't know what to say. She was supposed to bring him food, but she passed out, and Naruto-kun took care of it. Turning to look at the lunchbox on the side, it seems that Naruto didn't eat it either. This time, Hinata's heart became uneasy again. He was so useless, he would faint if he delivered a meal. Naruto wouldn't hate him, would he? Okay, Hinata, the lunchbox is already cold. Why don't we go to the street to eat something? Naruto patted her on the shoulder, pulled her to stand up and smiled. I don't like making you hungry. Quote. Hinata stood up along Naruto, and she couldn't help but be pulled forward by him, but she felt a little sweet in her heart, and felt that her hand was being held tightly by him. This time, although her face was Yuhi's heartbeat, she did not faint. Past. This feeling is so good. Hinata's heart is sweet. Perhaps after the previous shock, Hinata is no longer nervous now, but watching Naruto occasionally turn his head to face his gentle smile, Hinata also relaxes in his heart. He said that he already understood what he meant. Along the way, Hinata seems to be in a dream. The person who has been secretly in love with her all the time holds her hand and walks in the sunshine. What a happy thing it is. And the next meal, the two sat facing each other. Hinata felt that his heart was an unprecedented joy. Today, it is destined to be remembered for her life. Naruto accompanies Hinata to dinner, and after walking around again, looking at the sky, it is almost evening, so he asks Hinata to go home first and prepare to continue practicing. Naruto, next time, can I still see you practice? Under the setting sun, when parting, Hinata asked him regularly. Okay, but next time you come, let's practice together. Naruto responded with a bright smile, which made Hinata in a trance, then nodded heavily and returned home happily. Hyuga Mansion. Chapter 33 Cave Silhouette. In the next few days, whenever Hinata was free, he would come to the waterfall where Naruto practiced and bring him meals, and Naruto was so happy that someone would bring the meal, so he readily accepted it. Hinata's face lit up every time he watched Naruto finish his meal with gulps. Due to getting along these days, Hinata is no longer so shy and nervous. Even some of Naruto's intimate actions, such as holding hands and shoulders, are only to the extent of Yuhi's face. This day is the last day of the vacation that Kakashi won over. Naruto's practice under the waterfall has gradually improved. Now he can easily stand under the waterfall. After the body is washed and exercised by the waterfall, his muscles have also changed. It is more solid, and more importantly, in this case, he finds that his chakra is also getting the maximum exercise, which is more useful than the usual meditation practice. It was almost evening. Naruto was sitting on the water under the waterfall, and the huge current washed over him constantly, drenching him all over. Hinata should be here to feed himself, right? While cultivating, Naruto suddenly thought to himself, he seems to have gotten used to Hinata's gentleness and care these days, and now he is looking forward to it. At this moment, a familiar female voice suddenly sounded in front. Naruto, so you're here. I'm really looking for it. Sakura's figure ran over quickly, with long pink hair flying behind him as he ran, and he looked very beautiful. However, there was a trace of anxiety on her face at this time, and when she ran to Naruto and saw him sitting strangely under the waterfall, she couldn't help but wonder, Naruto, what are you doing? I'm looking for you urgently. Sakura's arrival made Naruto a little curious, so he had to stop practicing, walked out from under the waterfall, stepped on the water and smiled while walking. I'm practicing, what happened in such a hurry? Hearing this, Sakura's face was relieved. It turned out that Naruto was cultivating, no wonder. But seeing him soaking wet and wearing only a pair of pants is really indecent, Yuhi said with a slight expression. You put on your clothes first, come with me, we will talk as we walk. Naruto frowned slightly, looking at Sakura's anxious face. He also had a bad premonition in his heart, so he didn't talk nonsense, quickly put on his clothes, and left after her. Sakura took Naruto and ran all the way until they reached the gate of the village, and Naruto asked, what's the matter? It's Zuiyu. Sakura turned around and said, I met her on the street just now, and found that she was holding a task book, and I don't know where she got it from. There was a B-level task on it. Also said to do a B-level task alone to exercise. Quote. B-level quest. Naruto immediately became a little worried when he heard this. Although Zuiyu's strength has reached the level of Chunin, it is still too reluctant to do B-level quest alone. The most important thing is it's because she has no experience and is easily in danger. Yeah, Sakura nodded, recalled a little, and said, "But fortunately I saw the location on the mission book, we should have time to get there now." After listening to Sakura's words, Naruto thought for a while, and nodded in agreement. After all, Zuo-yu is his companion. Although he has always been cold, he can't help him, right? So, the two kept running towards the outside of Konoha village. Along the way, Sakura pointed out the location where Sayu was going, but it was on a certain mountain north of the village, but the specific task was unclear. But no matter what, the most important thing now is to find Zuo-yu first, and then bring this stubborn girl back. After confirming this plan, when he reached the mountain in about half an hour, Naruto decisively separated dozens of shadow clones and went out to search in different directions. On the other hand, the main body and Sakura carefully started a search. This mountain looks small, but after diving in, I realize that it is full of gloomy aura. Looking at the forest above my head, where the sun does not see the sun, there are various shrill screams of unknown creatures from time to time around. It further reflects the strangeness of this forest. Looking at this scene, Sakura could not help shrinking his neck, and leaned slightly closer to Naruto. Noticing her movement, Naruto couldn't help but smile slightly and patted her on the shoulder as a sign of comfort. Seeing Naruto's smile, Sakura miraculously calmed down, and with Naruto there would be no problem. The mountain road was not only dark, but also full of thorns, so the two had to jump between the treetops. After a while, Naruto suddenly shuddered, and a burst of information emerged in his mind. It turned out that the shadow clone he sent out had already found the footprints of Sayu. "I found it." Naruto stopped and said to Sakura beside him. Sakura was shocked and hurriedly asked, "Where is it?" At this moment, in a dark cave, Sayu was holding kunai in his hand. The pair of Tomo Sharingans earned a lot of money and watched the surroundings with great vigilance. This cave was the destination of this mission. The mission stated that the cave there are a few missing nins of Konoha hidden in it. Just the day before yesterday, they stole important information of Konoha and fled all the way to this place. They were accidentally discovered by Anbu, who returned from the Konoha mission. Anbu sent a message after returning to the village mission, and Zuo-yu happened to get this mission at the first time, and that's why she came here. However, because the strength of these ninjas is really not very good, the level of the task is not high, only B level. This is also a very rare exercise opportunity for Zuo-yu. As a girl, it is indeed very rare for her to break into this enemy's lair alone. As she walked forward, Zuo-yu found more and more that the twists and turns in this cave were confusing like a fan of gongyi. After a while, she was already lost in it. In a corner of the cave, a man wrapped in a black robe was standing there quietly. The place he was in was a small stone house. The stone house was filled with various scrolls and utensils. It looked like a small laboratory. But at this moment, a figure suddenly appeared at the feet of the black-robed man, and the figure quietly rose from the soil with a gloomy smile on his face. Chapter 34 Distress. Zuo-yu didn't know anything about this. She was struggling with whether she should go in further to investigate. If she went in, there were unknown dangers inside, which would be very unfavorable to herself. Pride is never allowed. After a little hesitation, Zuo-yu decisively walked towards the dark corridor ahead. And on the ground she just walked on, the strange figure suddenly rose from the ground, and a pair of snake-like pupils greedily stared at Zuo-yu's back. Zuo-yu looked back, but she didn't see anything, so she went inside. Uchiha Seijutsu, it took me a lot of effort to bring you here. At the entrance of the cave, Naruto looked at the dark cave, frowned slightly, and turned to look at Sakura. You stay here, I'll go in and take a look. Naruto tightened the kuudao in his hands. I'm going too, Sakura replied immediately after hearing this. Just stay here, we don't know what's going on inside, I can act better by myself. Naruto shook his head. Hearing this, Sakura's face darkened slightly, she bit her lower lip and looked at Naruto and said, Do you think my strength is too weak to be a burden? Naruto was speechless. Sakura's expression of, I'm useless, I'm very self-reproachful, made him really not know what to say. If he nodded affirmatively, I'm afraid she would cry right away. With a slight smile, Naruto pressed Sakura's shoulders, stared at her with clear blue eyes, and said slowly, "Listen to me, Sakura, I'll set up a shadow clone here now. I'll go in first. If the time comes, the clone suddenly disappeared and my main body didn't come out, then you hurry back to the village to find the Jonins in the village. You know, you are the only one to do this task now." Being stared at by Naruto like this, Sakura couldn't help but dare not look at him. His eyes drifted slightly, but he nodded mysteriously and couldn't help listening to his words. Seeing her nodding, Naruto grinned with satisfaction, made a seal, separated a shadow clone beside Sakura, and rushed towards the cave. Because of this, Naruto also thought of just in case. If he was knocked down in the cave, shadow clone would disappear, and Sakura could also go to the village to find someone to avenge him. As for danger, Naruto has never been afraid of it. If he doesn't dare to set foot in even a little unknown danger, then he is not worthy of pursuing the path of being a strong man. Let's not even be a ninja and be a small person all his life. After entering the cave, Naruto immediately noticed a strange aura, which was a disturbing aura, as if his body was enveloped in a layer of deadly fog, which made people nervous. This girl, Zuo-Yu, is so messed up. Naruto cursed inwardly and quickened his pace. However, just after he walked for a while, he encountered the same problem as Zuo-Yu before. That is, this cave has too many twists and turns. It is simply a big labyrinth. This is definitely not a natural cave, it must be man-made. Thinking of this, he felt more and more that things were different. After standing in the same place and thinking for a while, he decisively separated several clones. Then, each clone was marked with a transformation technique. Naruto has changed into the image of Sasuke. The reason for doing this is actually because Naruto has a bad feeling in his heart. This matter is by no means simple, maybe it is a conspiracy against Sasuke. It has to be said that Naruto has a powerful intuition from his modern soul. In that small stone house, two figures were talking. It was the man in black robe and snake pupil. "Lord Orochimaru, I have brought Uchiha Sasuke here as you requested, and it's up to you," the black-robed man said with a smile. Snake Eye Man is actually Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin. I saw Orochimaru smiled faintly and said slowly, "No hurry, just let her go around this maze for a while. When she arrives here and finds out that everything is just my arrangement, I don't know how you will feel. You say this isn't it fun?" Hee, Lord Orochimaru is really wise. The black-robed man smiled and flattered. At this time, Naruto changed into Sayu's appearance and was constantly groping around. The surroundings were dim, but a faint light came from the front of the cave. With this light, he quickly quickened his pace. After a while, he came to the end of the cave. A wooden door appeared on the stone wall at the end. Seeing this door, Naruto couldn't help but jump in his heart. That light came from this door. Gently approaching the wooden door, Naruto leaned into the crack of the door and looked inward along the glimmer of light. Looks like she's already here. Inside the stone house, Orochimaru glanced in the direction of the door and muttered. As soon as he finished speaking, Naruto suddenly kicked the wooden door open, and a few hands of Lijian and Kunwu flew in. Ding 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 came a few times, but saw the kunai shot by Naruto being bounced to the ground. Orochimaru's chuckle came. How cautious, Uchiha Seijutsu. And when Naruto, who was in the transformation state at this time, saw the person in front of him, his pupils shrank suddenly. Orochimaru. In front of this is actually one of the big bosses in Hokage, Orochimaru, whose strength has reached Kage level. At this moment, even Naruto, who has always been confident, had a feeling that he was about to end. But the next moment, his heart quickly calmed down and his mind turned rapidly. Why is Orochimaru here? It must be for Zoe. As if to confirm what Naruto was thinking, Orochimaru said with a smile, I've been waiting for you here for a long time. Sure enough. It seems that Orochimaru is planning to attack Sasuke. According to the plot about Sasuke in the original book, this guy must want to get Sasuke's Sharingan. In this way, he must not hurt himself now, because the current Sasuke is not strong enough. Even if Orochimaru wants to be reincarnated, he will need various preparations and rituals, and after a little observation of the environment of this stone house, Naruto found that there is nothing special here. Thinking of this, Naruto calmed down, pretended to be Sayu's tone, and said coldly, "What kind of guy are you? Waiting for me here, what conspiracy is there?" Chapter 35 Shocked. He, don't be so nervous. I won't hurt you, I'll give you the strength you need. Orochimaru said with a light smile. The excitement of seeing Sayu made him stretch out the long tongue lick the corner of his mouth, which was even more weird. However, Naruto already knew the details of Orochimaru, and was extremely vigilant in his heart, always guarding against his actions. Of course, he chose to ignore Orochimaru's words. Seeing that he didn't seem to be moved at all, Orochimaru's eyes flashed a ruthless look, and he continued to seduce him. Don't you want to avenge the family? Don't you just want to watch him go unpunished? With you with the current strength, if you want to defeat him, you still don't know what year and month. Naruto listened to Orochimaru's seductive voice full of magnetism, but suddenly there was an idea in his heart that he wanted to agree. Just as he was about to speak, his spirit suddenly shook. Wrong. This is demonic illusion. This guy Orochimaru, even when he speaks, has to give demonic illusion, which is really, well-intentioned. However, if it is true that Sayu is here, maybe he will really fall into his trap. However, although Naruto has not studied demonic illusion, he who has read the original book knows clearly that the powerful demonic illusion does not matter where he is. At any time, it is very scary, so he has also seriously learned how to resist demonic illusion. Now, as soon as Orochimaru's demonic illusion had a little impact on him, he immediately raised his spirits, chakra dashed, and his mind suddenly became clear. However, just when Naruto breathed a sigh of relief, he felt a sudden darkness in front of his eyes, and then a head flew over. Naruto was shocked, and he squatted down subconsciously, trying to flash past, but how could Orochimaru's attack be so easily resisted? Although Naruto dodged the first blow, Orochimaru's neck was like a snake, and he quickly wrapped around Naruto's body. Feeling that the foreign object was entangled, Naruto quickly stretched out his hand, and the violently spinning Rasengan was generated in his hand, but now he and Orochimaru's skills are too far apart, and he has taken the lead in terms of reaction and strength. In terms of speed, he is no match for Orochimaru, who lived 50 years old. So, before Naruto's Rasengan hit the target, Orochimaru snapped his mouth open and bit Naruto's neck. Humph! Naruto grunted, and the next moment, he only felt a piercing pain along his neck that went deep into the spinal cord of his body, and the pain was so painful that he was about to faint. A few minutes ago, in a tunnel in the cave, Zuo-Yu looked around vigilantly, holding her weapon tightly in her hand. Suddenly, a familiar figure flashed by in the corner ahead. This is... Zuo-Yu chased after him without thinking. For a moment, she had already seen the figure in front of her. But the next moment her face was full of surprise, because she saw another self. Stop! A coquettish voice sounded, and the figure in front turned around at the same time. And this person is Naruto's clone changed into Sayu. Who are you? Zuo-Yu narrowed her eyes and stared at the guy who was disguised as herself. However, there was a happy expression on the face of the person on the opposite side. I finally found you, Zuo-Yu. I am Naruto. With a bang, the Naruto clone changed back to its original form. Zuo-Yu looked at Naruto in front of her, her expression suddenly stunned. Why are you? Naruto, what are you doing here? You guy, I heard from Sakura that you took on AB level mission by yourself. I was afraid that you would have an accident, so I chased after you to take a look. I didn't expect you to be so reckless. It looks unusual here. Come back with me quickly. Sakura is still waiting for us outside the cave. Quote. After listening to Kemen and finished speaking, Zuluyu snorted dissatisfiedly. You are really nosy. This is my own business. This mission is no big deal in my opinion. If there is any danger in this cave, I will also show you my own strength. I won't stop there. If I don't dare to take on such a challenge, how can I become stronger? Zuluyu's words were justifiable, and Naruto couldn't refute it. He just wanted to persuade him to go back, but his face changed. No, the main body is. Before he could finish speaking, Naruto in front of Zuluyu turned into a cloud of white smoke with a bang. Shadow clone. Zuluyu was stunned for a moment, and then her mind was shocked. This turned out to be Naruto's clone. If you say that, where is his main body? Thinking of the bad look when the clone was lifted, Sayu had a bad feeling in her heart. Did something happen to Naruto? Thinking of this, Zuluyu's expression changed slightly, and she quickly spread her footsteps and ran towards the inside of the cave. On the other side, Orochimaru bit on Naruto's neck, which made Naruto's chakra disorder all of a sudden. As a result, even shadow clone and transformation technique could not be maintained. In Orochimaru's surprised eyes, Naruto banged. The body suddenly appeared. You're not Uchiha Sasu. You're. Orochimaru jerked his head back, looking at Naruto in shock and annoyance. His golden hair was extremely dazzling, reminding him of the competition he once had with him, the fourth generation of the Hokage. But the fourth generation has already died, and the Naruto in front of him surprised him. His transformation technique actually concealed his eyes, although there are also elements that he despised in it, and he had already noticed it when he took a bite. Something was wrong, but the ninjutsu had already been released, and it was too late to take it back. Broken my good deeds, you bastard, are courting death. The next moment, Orochimaru's face darkened suddenly. Chapter 36 Sealed Space. An angry Orochimaru is not easy to deal with. As he has Kage-level strength, and he is still a standard boss-level character, even if Naruto now has the strength comparable to Jonin, it is still extremely difficult to face him. At this time, Orochimaru released the momentum of Kage-level, and Naruto immediately felt a suffocating pressure. However, compared to the burning pain in his neck and body at this time, the latter was more threatening to him. Keeping the last bit of sobriety in my mind, knowing that now is not the time to be brave at all, with a sudden force under my feet, my body quickly retreats, and if I can't beat it, I run. In the face of absolute strength, he will never die foolishly. What's more, now that he has a curse mark on his body, his strength is greatly reduced, and he can't face Orochimaru at all. Seeing that Naruto was about to run away, Orochimaru saw it at a glance, and just as he stepped out, his big mouth suddenly opened, and a long sticky tongue flew out, instantly wrapping Naruto. Human body. Although Naruto had already reacted and wanted to dodge, the pain in his body slowed down his movements a little, and with just this, he was easily swept up by Orochimaru. A force on the tongue suddenly hit, almost crushing his body. Orochimaru watched Naruto struggle with interest. This kid dared to destroy his good deeds. He was really impatient. Could Sanin's reputation be easily offended by a kid now? However, just when Orochimaru thought that the blonde kid was going to die, he suddenly discovered that there was a faint golden light on the other's body. As soon as this light appeared, a powerful burst of light came from his tongue. The power of resistance. The next moment, I saw that the black curse mark on Naruto's neck suddenly spread slowly along his skin, and the original black curse mark pattern quickly covered Naruto's entire body. A chuckle came from Naruto's mouth. This power is not bad. What? This kid, how could he enter the second state of curse and seal so quickly? This is impossible. Seeing this scene, Orochimaru retracted his tongue in shock, staring at Naruto in surprise. People were shocked in their hearts. You must know that less than 1/10 of the mantra he developed by himself can withstand its erosion and survive, and the subsequent stages of the mantra need to be developed and exercised step by step, and the most important thing is, it is even rarer to find people who can remain awake in the state of the second curse and seal. What is the origin of this kid? Blonde blue eyes. This looks. Is he? Thinking of this, Orochimaru was shocked. Immediately afterwards, more intense interest appeared in his eyes. I didn't expect that you were the Kyuubi, Nine-Tails, Jinchuriki, column force. Orochimaru whispered, looking at Naruto's body being completely covered by the curse, exuding bursts of golden light. I already have the idea of taking him back to do research. However, Naruto at this time felt an incomparably powerful force constantly emerging in his body, and this force was constantly coming from the curse mark on his neck, and among them, there was still a very aggressive consciousness. He who knew the original book knew that this must be part of Orochimaru's soul. And because of this consciousness, this powerful force is also very difficult to control. It roams around in his body and almost loses control. The sealed space inside Naruto, where Kyuubi, Nine-Tails, is located. Kyuubi, Nine-Tails, who was sleeping, suddenly opened his red beast pupils, grinned and sneered, "What? How dare you come into this old man's container?" Orochimaru's figure, that part of the soul, immediately appeared outside the sealed space of Kyuubi, Nine-Tails. As soon as Orochimaru came here, before he could stand still, he suddenly felt an incomparably powerful chakra coming towards him. But it was a roar from Kyuubi, Nine-Tails, accompanied by his huge chakra slamming towards him. This soul, which only had the strength of Orochimaru's body part, was instantly blown back by the strong chakra wind of Kyuubi, Nine-Tails, and it took a long time to stand still before exclaiming, "Kyuubi, Nine-Tails. The guy is Kyuubi, Nine-Tails, Jinchuriki, column force. Is this his consciousness space? Hee, that's really interesting." "Interesting. You little brat, you'll find out later that this is not a place you can come in at all." Kyuubi, Nine-Tails, was woken up from sleep. Naturally he didn't like Orochimaru, an outsider, and stood up immediately. A huge head looked down at Orochimaru and cried. At the same time, Naruto's consciousness also appeared in the space. Seeing Orochimaru appear here, he said lightly, "You really sneaked in with the curse mark. You are not welcome here, get out." Facing Naruto's plain words without any fear, Orochimaru laughed and said, "Little devil, I didn't expect you to be Jinchuriki column force from Kyuubi, Nine-Tails, otherwise I wouldn't want to enter this troublesome place. However, since you have ruined my good deeds, you can never hope for a better life. In the future, I will make you unable to use chakra normally in your body." Orochimaru is also very annoyed now. The inner world of human Jinchuriki column force is originally very complicated. Although the spell of one's own spell can implant part of one's own soul into the other's spiritual world, and then can be reborn with the help of certain conditions. But if you want to compete for the power of the tailed beast in the body of the human Jinchuriki column force, it's really impossible to do it with your own strength alone, so this time it's really a big loss. However, although he can't take this guy's body, he can definitely disturb the opponent's chakra and greatly reduce his strength. This is also a kind of revenge. However, although Orochimaru's abacus was very good, he still missed one thing, that is, he is in Naruto's consciousness space at the moment. Because of the existence of Kyuubi, Nine-Tails, and the seal, Naruto is still unable to. He is in control, but because of his transmigration, his spiritual power is extremely strong. Even Kyuubi, Nine-Tails, can't do anything about him. So here, Orochimaru's consciousness is absolutely no match for Naruto's spirit. With a hazy smile, Naruto ticked the corner of his mouth. "Really? Are you so confident? This space is my territory. You, a guest, are not qualified to settle here, so get out of here." As soon as the words fell, under Orochimaru's amazed eyes, Naruto's figure suddenly disappeared in place, and the next moment he appeared by Orochimaru's side. Rasengan. There was no fancy blow, although it was clearly seen in Orochimaru's eyes, but it was really difficult to avoid such a fast blow, given that he was in such a disadvantaged state at the moment. Boom! A bang! Orochimaru's figure burst back, and the ground he was on suddenly burst open, and a burst of gravel flew up with water splashes, and the entire silent sealed space suddenly became lively. In this space, Naruto's consciousness is absolutely dominant, so at this time his power and speed have been greatly enhanced, while Orochimaru's power has been suppressed by most. At this moment, Orochimaru's eyes are also cautious, just now that if it was placed in normal times, he would never take it seriously, but now he is at a disadvantage. This brat really underestimates him. I didn't expect his soul to be so powerful. Chapter 37 Fairy Power. Facing Naruto's quick skills at the moment, Orochimaru never imagined that he would also be suppressed by a kid one day, and he was extremely angry in his heart, and his body suddenly skyrocketed, and his whole body suddenly turned into a big 8-headed snake. Hachimaru art. Orochimaru roared. This was the strongest art he could perform, and he wanted to take Naruto down in one fell swoop, which might damage his soul. However, just as Orochimaru changed after becoming the 8-chassis snake, Naruto showed a proud smile on his face. The body has become so huge, is this for me to fight? Naruto folded his hands together and shouted, multiple shadow clone techniques. Bang bang bang. The next moment, almost hundreds of Naruto appeared and surrounded the 8-chassis Orochi in front of him. The number of shadow clone. Orochimaru was startled, but before he had time to react, he saw every Naruto clone soaring into the sky, swooping down towards where he was. Rasengan. And in the hands of every shadow clone, a blue chakra ball is spinning, and the strong winds it brings even set off a storm in this space. There are so many numbers that cannot be avoided. In Orochimaru's terrified eyes, all the Naruto clones rushed up together. The chakra balls in their hands were ruthlessly printed on the huge body of the Hachimaru. Countless the chakra whirlwind almost completely wrapped the entire 8-chassis Orochi. A huge roar sounded, and there was a turbulent scene again. When Kyuubi, Ninetales, who was in the seal behind him, saw Naruto make this move, his eyes widened in surprise, and he said, "Boy, I didn't expect you to be able to use such a powerful force." When all the indiscriminate attacks by the clones ended, the scene of the place gradually appeared, and a huge deep pit was in sight. And the Orochimaru transformed into the Orochimaru, lying there quietly, without any sound. Slowly, the Orochimaru gradually dissipated, and together with this part of Orochimaru's soul, all dissipated in this space. After disbanding all the shadow clones, Naruto couldn't help but feel a little weak. Driving so many shadow clones to use Rasengan at the same time, the consumption of himself is really not small. Looking back at Kyuubi, Ninetales, Naruto smiled faintly and disappeared in a flash. The battle in the sealed space was fierce, but in reality it was only a split second. When Naruto's consciousness returned to reality, the curse mark on his body still covered his entire body, but a dazzling golden light appeared on his body at the moment, and the golden light almost illuminated the entire dark cave. At this time, Naruto suddenly felt that an incomparably powerful force was continuously entering his body from the outside world, and these forces seemed to be very obedient. Together with the chakra in his body, they merged into a completely different force. This is a powerful force that is fundamentally different from human chakra. This is the force of nature. Orochimaru stared at Naruto in front of him with wide eyes in disbelief. The message that part of his soul had been destroyed just now had been sent back to his body, which made him a little surprised for a while. Looking at the Naruto in front of him again, there was a burst of golden light all over his body, and a burst of thick chakra kept emerging. This chakra, Orochimaru, is a power that he is familiar with, that is, the power of immortals that he has studied and pursued for a long time. I didn't expect that the power of immortals would appear on your body. Why did you realize this kind of power so easily? Orochimaru was about to go crazy. This time he was just here for Uchiha Sasuke. I didn't expect to meet such a freak. I couldn't help resisting the erosion of my curse mark, and I also realized the power of immortals. Hey, Orochimaru, thanks to your spell mark this time, this power is really good. Naruto smiled and looked at his hands. He now has the ability to punch through this cave with one punch feel. Not a simple boy. Hearing Naruto's words, Orochimaru was amazed at the fact that the other party knew his name and Akatsuki got the curse mark. Who is this guy? How's it going? Orochimaru, let's fight. Naruto is now full of confidence and has understood the power of nature. He is no longer afraid of Orochimaru and other Kage-level powerhouses. Before Orochimaru could answer, Naruto couldn't wait to shoot, only to see him punch with a bang. Orochimaru only felt a golden light flashed in front of him, and the next moment, a powerful chakra energy emerged and attacked him directly face door. A hurry, Orochimaru hurriedly turned his head to the side, but there was a loud bang in his ear, and turned his head to look. The layer of stone wall behind him was smashed to pieces by the chakra brought out by this punch, and the gravel smashed his head and covered his face. Flying around in this small space, Orochimaru was also in a state of embarrassment, while Naruto stood there dumbfounded and looked at his fist. What he did not expect was that his punch could have such a powerful force. Even the chakra of Naruto in the original book burst out EPUB, 9 tails, with this intensity, right? At the same time, due to this punch, the entire cave seemed to become unstable. Orochimaru glanced at Naruto angrily, and said unwillingly, "Boy, I will let you go this time, I will come looking for you." After speaking, Orochimaru's figure flashed, and gradually merged into it against the stone wall beside him, and lost his figure in an instant. Naruto naturally refused to accept such a good opponent. Orochimaru is a big boss. He has just acquired new powers, and was just about to use him to practice his hand. He closed his eyes, he sensed it carefully, and immediately knowing the direction Orochimaru fled from, the corners of his mouth curled slightly. Want to escape. Due to the power of nature, Naruto's perception at the moment has reached a terrifying point. Although Orochimaru left through Doden, Earth style, how could he escape his perception? However, just when he was about to chase out, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. Chapter 38 Rhetoric. Naruto. The voice of the person who came was Zuoyu, but she ran to Naruto and saw that his whole body was gleaming with gold, and immediately opened his mouth in disbelief and shouted, "What's wrong with you? What's going on?" Seeing Zuoyu appear, Naruto frowned slightly. "Didn't my clone tell you to leave here as soon as possible? Why did you come here?" Zuoyu heard this. She stubbornly pouted and retorted, "Why can't I come here? Can you be brave alone?" After saying that, she looked at the messy scene around her, and her eyebrows tightened. "What's going on here? What's the matter with you looking like this?" Unexpectedly, Zuoyu asked back. Naruto shook his head helplessly, smiled bitterly, and said, "Hey, I really can't do anything about you, let's go out and talk about it first." He was too lazy to explain at the moment. What happened today was not a big deal to him. "It's a little incredible. I didn't expect that I had obtained the curse mark by accident and gained such a powerful power. If it wasn't for Zuoyu's willful behavior, I really wouldn't have such good luck." Zuoyu frowned, snorted softly, and muttered, "My mission is not finished yet. I don't have your mission here. I'd better go outside and explain it to you in detail, and I also have something to talk to you about." Naruto shook his head, his expression suddenly solemn. Zuoyu was stunned for a moment. She was very puzzled by Naruto's words, but the abnormality that happened to Naruto's shadow clone just now made her a little worried, and she was relieved to see him in good condition at this moment. It was full of doubts, but after seeing his serious face, he stopped talking and followed him out. At this time, Sakura, who was staying outside the cave, was overwhelmed by the sudden disappearance of Naruto's shadow clone, and was worried about whether to go in to find him or go back to the village to find helpers, but saw 2 figures already came out of the cave. Taking a closer look, the expression on Sakura's face suddenly loosened, and she couldn't help but stepped forward and said coquettishly, "Naruto, are you alright? Just now your shadow clone disappeared, scaring me to death. I thought you had an accident." "Zuo, why did you come to such a dangerous place and not come with us, really?" Naruto waved his hand and said with a slight smile, "It's alright, let's go back to the village first." At this time, he had already withdrawn the curse mark and returned to normal, but his expression was a little tired. "Okay, let's go back to the village first." Realizing that Naruto seemed to have something to say, Sakura and Sayu didn't say more, and followed him back to the village. "I found a restaurant in the village, entered a private box, and waited for the 3 of them to sit down, and then Sakura couldn't restrain her curiosity and asked, Naruto, what happened? Why did your shadow clone disappear just now? He also nodded. Did you find something inside? That's why you didn't let me continue the mission. Naruto saw that the two kept asking questions, so he stopped hiding it and opened his collar slightly, revealing the curse mark on the side of his neck. How is this possible? Orochimaru, the legendary Sannin, has his eyes on Sakura. Hearing Naruto's narration from beginning to end, Sakura exclaimed and covered her small mouth. Then he couldn't help but look at Zuiyu with worried eyes, and said with an extremely anxious expression, "What can I do?" Zuiyu, we have to tell Kakashi-sensei immediately and let him arrange the power to protect you. After listening to Sayu, she couldn't believe it. She didn't expect that this mission was actually a conspiracy by Orochimaru against her. If Naruto had not turned into herself and blocked this conspiracy for herself, she might have fallen long ago in the hands of Orochimaru. However, seeing that Naruto was able to escape from the legendary Sannin's hand, the two of them were also very shocked. Sayu, who had always been dissatisfied with Naruto, couldn't help but ask, "Naruto, why didn't I see you at that time? See Orochimaru, has he been driven away by you?" When Naruto heard this, he didn't know how to answer. To say that he has the strength to use the power of nature now, of course he will not be afraid of Orochimaru, but to say that he can repel Orochimaru, this is really unknown. After all, although he is powerful, it's powerful, but whether it's combat experience or fighting mind, it's still far from enough compared to the long-established Orochimaru. Maybe if you give yourself a few years of experience, then you won't have any burden in the face of Orochimaru. Thinking for a while, Naruto had to say, "Orochimaru is the legendary Sannin. I have no way to drive him away. He left by himself. I don't know why he left. People like them, in their minds what we think is not something we can easily speculate." Quote. Hearing what Naruto said, Sakura was even more worried. She stared at the curse mark on Naruto's neck and couldn't help but care. "Naruto, are the scars on your neck okay?" "It's okay." Naruto shook his head, looked at Sakura with a worried face. His heart warmed, he straightened his chest, looked at the two, stood up and said loudly, "You don't have to worry, this guy Orochimaru is strong. But we may not be afraid of him, he is not invincible, even if he comes back to Zuiyu in the future, he will never think about me. Never sit back and watch your comrades be in any danger." Looking at Naruto with a confident face, Zuiyu couldn't help being stunned. After listening to his words, she couldn't help feeling a little warm in her heart. Since the extermination of the clan, she has always been alone. At this moment, she suddenly felt a sense of being protected by others. The feeling of caring about people, this feeling, made her miss her very much. And Sakura was also excited by Naruto's rhetoric, and there was a strange look in his eyes. Chapter 39 Guide. Sakura finally informed Kakashi and the third generation of Hokage, and then the third generation found Naruto and asked him to talk in detail. Naruto has long been mentally prepared, but in this way, he can no longer hide the fact that he has obtained the power of immortals through the fusion of the curse seal, but Naruto believes that even if this matter is told to the third generation, I won't do anything to him. On the contrary, I will be more optimistic about him because of this. Of course, in this way, Naruto has to stand on the cusp of Konoha. The third generation is very kind, and he is also very good to Naruto. The fourth generation sacrificed for the village. In fact, he felt very guilty and wanted to make up for Naruto. Therefore, after Naruto told the three generations of the incident, the three generations immediately, he gave Kakashi class a task instruction. That is, during the period between today and the Chunin exam, the three of them will practice in the village under the guidance of Kakashi. Everyone's protection, on the other hand, can also make Naruto familiar with the power of immortals. In fact, it also means that Kakashi can explore the power of immortals in Naruto. However, he doesn't care about these Naruto. After all, as a Jinchuriki column force and his special status as a four-generation son, Konoha's top management will not treat him like that, and with 3 generations of protection, his future can be described as limitless. Hokage office with a smile. Naruto's face softened. After talking with the 3 generations for a long time, the old man's thoughts were actually very simple, that is, to protect the village well and cultivate a better next generation for the future of the village. And now Naruto, who possesses the power of immortals, is naturally very much expected by him. Of course, the conversation with Sandai is an absolute secret. Except for Sandai and a few senior guys at the top, the other ninjas know nothing. Sakura, Sasuke and Kakashi have also been sealed. Naruto was also very relaxed in the face of the time with no tasks in the future, so after leaving the Hokage office building, he went to a restaurant by himself to have a good meal. The next day, Naruto, Sakura, and Sasuke came to the training ground. On the opposite side was Kakashi with a lazy expression. "Mr. Kakashi, why didn't you come late today?" Sakura asked him in surprise. It was only 7 or 8 in the morning. If it was normal, Kakashi would not arrive until noon. Kakashi waved his hand helplessly, yawned, and then said, "This time Lord Hokage has given a death order. I must train you a few. After all, the Chunin exam is coming, and you are at your current level. When the time comes to face the other elites, it's really not enough to watch." And Naruto obviously didn't believe Kakashi's words. After all, most of the training depended on himself, and Kakashi only played a guiding role, and it didn't matter if he was late. Sayu said lightly, "Kakashi, train us now. I want to become stronger. I must surpass Naruto." As she said that, her cold and arrogant eyes glanced at Naruto very unwillingly. Kakashi looked at Naruto, who shrugged helplessly, and smiled bitterly. "Okay, then let's start now. Zhao Yu, did your Sharingan awaken during the Battle of the Wave Kingdom?" "Yeah." Zhao Yu nodded and listened carefully to Kakashi's words. After all, Kakashi also has Sharingan, and his eyes are obviously more mature than his own. "Then in the next few days, let me guide you on the use of Sharingan," Kakashi said to her. Sasu nodded with satisfaction and anticipation, and Kakashi looked at Sakura again. "Sakura, I suggest you train with Naruto first. After all, he is now the strongest among the 3 of you." You want me to train with Naruto?" Sakura was obviously surprised when he heard it. Although Naruto's strength was very strong, he wasn't enough to guide him, right? "Well, I believe Naruto will be up to the task," Kakashi finished, looking at Naruto with a smile. Naruto was a little speechless. Kakashi was really lazy enough to leave Sakura to himself to guide him. However, he could understand in his heart. She is dedicated to guiding and supervising her in a one-on-one manner, and I believe that even what Orochimaru wants to do is not so easy. "Okay, then from today, Sakura, let's train together." Naruto turned his head, looked at Sakura with his white Kiba teeth, and smiled. Sakura nodded, looked at Naruto's sunny smile, and thought to himself, wouldn't he want Tenten and Naruto to train alone these days? Thinking of this, for some reason, she had a little expectation in her heart. Humph. Zhao Yu looked at Naruto and Sakura laughing at each other, and felt uneasy for no apparent reason. After humming lightly, she looked at Naruto and shouted firmly, "Naruto, wait a minute. Come on, when Chunin takes the exam, I will definitely be better than you." "Okay, let's wait and see." Naruto smiled slightly, with the same sunny smile on his face as always. "Then it's arranged like this. Naruto, I have another thing to tell you next." Kakashi clapped his hands, gave Naruto a wink, and then said to the other 2, "You 2 stay here first." "Wait a minute, this is a top-secret mission issued by Lord Hokage, you can't know it yet." The curious look on Sakura's face grew even stronger after Kakashi said those words. It's just because of the words, top-secret mission, even if the fire of 8 trigrams is burning in her heart, she can only give up. Following Kakashi to another training ground, there was no one around, and Kakashi told him about this so-called, top-secret mission. "Naruto, in fact, the 3rd generation has discussed this incident with you in detail, right?" Kakashi said, and after seeing Naruto nod, he said, "Actually, After you finished talking with him that day, the third generation the Lord summoned me again, and later he made another decision, that is, he will carry out your training for you these few days. Huh. After Naruto heard it, he couldn't help but be surprised. The 3-generation-old man actually wanted to guide himself. Chapter 40 Shelter. With doubts, Naruto came to the place designated by Kakashi, in a corner of the huge training ground, where the slightly hunched back of the third Hokage appeared in Naruto's line of sight. I didn't expect that, the old man of the third generation, you have time to guide me. Naruto stepped forward. At this time, there were only him and the third generation around. The 3 generations turned around slowly and said with a smile, I'm old, and the 1010 is almost rusted when sitting in the office. It is necessary to come out and practice my body occasionally. Naruto just smiled. Okay, Naruto, let's get started. The third generation looked at Naruto's smiling face, and also had a very kind feeling. This smiling face was very similar to the original Minato. Naruto nodded. Of course he knew that it was a rare thing to be able to get the guidance of the 3 generations. After all, the 3 generations had cultivated such a powerful person as Sannin, and he was also known as Dr. Ninja. Visible Amadara. Naruto, although I have a lot to teach you about ninjutsu, I won't teach you this time. What I want to teach you is the details and awareness of the battle, which are more important than ninjutsu. The 3 generations said in a hurry. Naruto listened and nodded. A hint of surprise flashed in the eyes of the third generation, and then he nodded approvingly. In his eyes, a child of Naruto's age had a very strong yearning for powerful ninjutsu, and Naruto could hear him. There was no refutation or disappointment after the words, which really made him feel great comfort. So, in the next few days, I will continue to fight with you. I hope you can understand step by step in the battle. Sandai took a deep breath, and his expression became solemn. In the battle, I will not keep your hands. If you don't have the determination to kill me, you will not achieve the greatest effect. That evening, Naruto returned home full of exhaustion. He ate something hastily. He sat cross-legged on the bed and began to practice chakra, constantly thinking about the various battles with the 3 generations today. Third generation deserves to be Hokage, even if he is old, but his experience in countless battles, and the momentum that he has constantly honed in between life and death, has already made Naruto feel pressured. However, Naruto is not a crane tail who knows nothing. In the face of the powerful ninjutsu and attacks of the 3 generations, he is also extremely calm to deal with, and the strength shown has shocked the 3 generations. Of course, although Naruto has done his best, he is still not the opponent of the 3rd generation. Although he did not use the power of the immortal, the 3rd generation did not use his full strength. However, the purpose of the training has been achieved. After fighting with the 3 generations, Naruto feels that he has benefited a lot at this time, and there are many things worth learning. 3 days later, the 3 generations will take time out to fight Naruto again. At that time, Naruto believes that his performance will be better than today. At this time, in Hokage's office, the door was closed, and Sandai ran into some trouble just after returning from the training ground. The reason lies in the 2 old men in the office at this time. Looking at the 2 old guys in front of him, the 3 generations had sharp eyes, as if they had penetrated their intentions, and said lightly, Kaharu, Menyon, are you here for Naruto's business? Kaharu, who has always had a bad temper, immediately said, Yuan Fei, I am really curious, why did you suddenly want to teach that Kyuubi, 9 Tails Jinchuriki column force? Yeah, Yuan Fei, Naruto is a Jinchuriki column force, his status in the village can only be a tool, and now you are working so hard to cultivate him, what do you think? Hearing this, the 3rd generation shook his head helplessly, with a mocking smile on his mouth. Jinchuriki column force. Tool. Hee, Kaharu, Menyon, what are we old Konoha guys doing all this time? Isn't it just Konoha? Is it prosperous and stable? But look at the current Konoha. Since the death of the 4th generation of Hokage, the suicide of White Fang, and the departure of Sannin, how many ninjas are there? The seemingly prosperous Konoha is actually in jeopardy. Quote. The two of Kaharu and Menyon also showed helpless expressions on their faces. Nodded, Kaharu said. It is exactly as you said. We are also aware of Konoha's current situation, but even if Naruto is a human Jinchuriki column force, don't need you to train. Unless, you want him to be Hokage. The three generations smiled slightly and did not answer, but this shocked the two of them. Kaharu frowned and said, Yuan Fei, even if you're too old to do Hokage, it's not Naruto's turn to do it, right? How old is he now? I didn't say that the next Hokage will be held by him. I just have a pure love for talent. I have an intuition. Naruto is destined to be extraordinary. Have you forgotten the power of immortals that appeared in him? What? Three generations said indifferently. The power of immortals. These four words made Kaharu and Menyon speechless. Yes, the power of immortals, although they didn't know what kind of power it was. But judging from the existing records, the power of immortals is a kind of power that uses natural chakra. This can be seen from Jiraiya in Sannin, how powerful this kind of power is, and the power of immortals in Naruto it seems to be somewhat different from Jiraiya's. HMPH. The power of immortals. At this moment, an old cold humming sounded outside the door, followed by an old man with white bandages all over his body, leaning on a cane and walking in. The exposed looking at the third generation with one eye full of eyes, he said coldly, when will your naive thinking change? Yuan Fei, we are no longer the hot-blooded teenagers. Even if Naruto has this kind of power, he is Kyuubi. Ninetales Jinchuriki column force, living in an environment of exclusion since he was a child, none of us know what his attitude towards the village is. If he boldly expands his power, what will he do? The matter is still uncertain. If he uses this power to take revenge on the village, so what? I think it is better for me to train him. Danzo, are you going to oppose me again? Seeing him, the three generations didn't have any good feelings in their hearts. This radical guy, who has done many unsightly things over the years, will come to harm Ming again this time. Is it anyone? Naruto is the son of the fourth generation, and I also believe that he will never do anything harmful to the village. Using your method to control Naruto into a puppet, I will never agree, and if you dare to if you shoot at him. Don't blame me for being rude. Humph. Sandai snorted coldly, his usual amiable appearance was gone, and his face was strong, just like when he was in power back then. Let the presence the three of them couldn't help but be stunned. They have no doubt that if Naruto is really touched this time, this old guy will definitely do unacceptable things. After all, he is Hokage. Chapter 41 Training Sakura. Naruto didn't know about the arguments between the three generations and several high-level executives. He sat quietly until midnight before falling asleep. The battle with the three generations had benefited him a lot. He believed that in the next battle, he would definitely be better than this time. Early the next morning, Naruto woke up early. After washing up, just as he was about to go out to buy some breakfast, there was a knock on the door. When I opened the door, it was Sakura. Sakura, why are you here so early? Naruto was hanging his ninja bag around his waist at this time, and Sakura's appearance obviously surprised him. Didn't Kakashi-sensei want me to practice with you? Sakura said with a smile, I can't wait to become stronger, so I'll come to find you sooner. Naruto smiled and nodded. Okay, but I haven't had breakfast yet. I'll go buy something to eat later. By the way, have you had breakfast yet? I've eaten it. Sakura nodded, then took out a bento from behind with a smile, handed it to Naruto and said, if you didn't eat it, I'll eat this for you. Huh, bento at this time? Naruto was stunned. This is for me. Thank you so much, Sakura. His heart couldn't help but warm. It turned out that Sakura was also very gentle. Seeing that Naruto had already taken it, Sakura nodded hesitantly, but she was screaming in her heart, this is the lunch she prepared for herself. God knows why he took it out and handed it to him after hearing that he hadn't eaten breakfast. However, looking at Naruto's grateful expression, her heart was sweet. Maybe that's not bad too. So, Naruto opened the bento and ate the food at once, then wiped his mouth and set out on the road with Sakura. In today's training, Naruto still intends to go under that waterfall and continue the last practice. The two came to the waterfall while talking and laughing, then stopped and turned to look at Sakura, saying, "Sakura, I will assign a shadow clone to accompany you to train, and I will go to the other side to train." Naruto, won't you accompany me yourself? Sakura was a little unhappy when she heard Naruto's words at first, and she only used shadow clone to deal with herself. What is this? I think a shadow clone is enough, don't underestimate my clone. Naruto didn't know what Sakura was thinking, and she thought her clone was not strong enough. Okay. Sakura opened her mouth, hesitated, and finally nodded her head, but there was a hint of resentment in her heart. This guy, it turned out to be perfunctory me. Naruto didn't see her slightly pouted mouth, but quickly separated a shadow clone, and then the body rushed into the waterfall and practiced. Shadow clone brought Sakura aside to help her practice. Sakura, your chakra control is good, but there are relatively few chakras, so when fighting, it is very important to allocate chakra reasonably and apply it tactically, although I am constantly in this regard. While studying, I already have some experience. We will let you experience it slowly through battle later. Naruto's clone looked at her and said, "Okay, Naruto, but are you sure you can deal with me only with shadow clone? If you are defeated by me, you will have to replace it with your body." Sakura exclaimed tenderly, still underestimating herself for Naruto. Unsatisfied. Taking out kunai, Sakura stared at Naruto in front of her with a calm concentration, thinking to herself, if you don't blow up your avatar this time, you won't know how powerful this lady is. Naruto stood on the spot and took out a kunai without any hassle before saying, "Let's start. You attack first." Humph. Sakura felt even more unhappy when he saw him despising her like this. After humming lightly, she showed her body and flew towards Naruto like a flying swallow. "Do you want to hit me with such a direct attack?" Naruto squinted his eyes slightly, shook his head secretly, looked at the figure she was rushing towards, and raised the kunai in his hand. When a crisp sound, both of them were ejected backwards by the force of the shock. At this time, Sakura quickly threw out several Ryan swords with both hands, covering Naruto at once. Naruto raised his hand and quickly blocked all the shuriken. When he squinted again, Sakura's figure had circled to his left. "Use a hidden weapon to divert my attention first, and then take the opportunity to attack. This is much more effective than the previous attack." "But," Naruto said with a smile, but Sakura found that he had no intention of evading at all. The next moment, only a few chi-chi-chi chirps could be heard, and Naruto's body was immediately shot by many kunai shuriken. However, with a bang, Naruto's body turned into a dead tree, and all the hidden weapons fell on the dead tree. The next moment, Naruto's figure sounded behind Sakura. This tactic has appeared countless times in textbooks. If you don't make a cover and disguise in advance, you can see it at a glance. Sakura couldn't help but froze for a moment, and then an inexplicable smile appeared on her face. "Naruto, do you underestimate me like that?" Sakura finished, her figure also turned into a piece of wood with a bang. "Oh, it turned out to be a substitute technique." Naruto smiled slightly, but his eyes turned to the upper left side of himself. "It's well hidden, Sakura." His eyes instantly turned to Sakura, who was swooping down from midair and was about to attack him, which made Sakura feel powerless. This guy, just a shadow clone, is already so powerful now. Not only did he dodge his own attack lightly, but he also saw through his own tactics in an instant. This guy is really a monster. Chapter 42 Suggestion. Just being a clone of Naruto, Sakura is powerless. This feeling of powerlessness makes her panic. At the ninja school, she considers herself a top student with outstanding achievements, right? And she was also a student of Konoha's first technician, Kakashi, but at this moment, the only bit of pride she had was destroyed. She still clearly remembered that at the ninja school, Naruto was still a guy with average grades, but in the few days she was with him, almost every day he would surprise her with more surprises. She originally thought that she knew him well enough, but when she got to know him step by step, the result she got was only to fall into a deeper fog again and again. Naruto, I really can't see through you more and more. Regardless of the kunai that Naruto was holding on his neck at the moment, Sakura was dazed without permission. Hey, why are you in a daze? Are you at a loss when you are subdued by the enemy in battle? Naruto said with a stern tone in his voice. Having said that, he withdrew his kunai and let go of Sakura. Stomping her feet, Sakura lowered her head and muttered, "That's not it. Who knew you were so powerful?" Seeing how unwilling she was, Naruto was a little aware of what she was thinking. I'm afraid this girl was hit by herself. Thinking of this, Naruto couldn't help but feel a little regretful. Next time, let's teach her another way. Maybe, we can let her go that way in advance. Going up to pat her on the shoulder, Naruto smiled and said, Okay, Sakura, don't be discouraged, let's go to lunch after the training, then I have something to tell you. What is it? Sakura heard the words, and his attention was drawn to the second half of his sentence. I'll tell you later. It'll be noon in a few minutes, you should do some practice yourself. Naruto shook his head. Humph. Seeing his mysterious appearance, Sakura couldn't help but snorted coldly, stingy. At noon, the sun is in the sky. Naruto and Sakura were eating at a restaurant. After listening to Naruto's words, Sakura pondered for a long time. Naruto looked at her with a smile. Just now, he had told her the idea of recommending her to be a medical ninja, and he also listed her various advantages over medical ninjutsu. After a long time, Sakura finally raised his head, looked at Naruto and said, although I'm a little unwilling to be left behind so quickly, I think it might be a good thing to become a medical ninja now. So, you've already agreed. Naruto didn't expect Sakura to be persuaded by himself so quickly. Although the naturally kind Sakura yearns for ninjas very much, as a little flower who has lived under the greenhouse of Konoha since she was a child, she does not like fighting and killing, and even some bloody and terrifying pictures are unacceptable, and she also knowing that you want to survive in this dangerous ninja world with your own strength, becoming a medical ninja should be the most correct choice. After all, she thinks that she is not good at fighting, which can only be seen from the fact that she was easily defeated by a clone of Naruto. Yeah, I promise. Sakura finally nodded, and then asked him hesitantly, but, Kakashi-sensei doesn't seem to be a medical ninja, and it seems like it would be troublesome for me to become a medical ninja now. What should I do? Naruto thought for a while, then smiled and said, this is not in a hurry, as long as you have the determination to become a medical ninja now, start with the basics. You can first find a few books about medical ninja knowledge. At that time, you can join the systematic study in the medical Madara. Quote. Is that so? Sakura looked at him and nodded for a while, then I'll listen to you. After saying these words, Sakura felt very puzzled even in his heart. When did he listen to Naruto like this? But his advice really suits me. After noon, Sakura went to find books about medical ninjas alone, while Naruto went back to the waterfall to continue his previous practice. At the same time, he was constantly exploring the power of immortals brought to him by the spell under the waterfall. Naruto-kun, Hinata exclaimed in surprise and delight to Naruto, who was going to get dressed and go back by the waterfall. Hinata. Naruto put on his clothes, smoothed his wet hair, and walked towards Hinata with a smile on his face. Naruto-kun. Looking at the dazzling smile on his face, as well as the shattered golden hair that swayed slightly, Hinata couldn't help but beat his heart, and said with a small face, that afternoon when I came to find you, I found that you were not here, and I couldn't find you in the village. Naruto-kun, did you go on a mission? Quote. Naruto was stunned for a while, and immediately remembered the day Sakura came to find him to save Sasuke. Hinata must have come to deliver food to him that afternoon, but she could not find herself because she left without saying hello to her. Looking at the concerned look on her face now, it seems that she was worried again at the time. With a warm heart, Naruto smiled and shook his head, stretched out his hand and pulled her white little hand and said, "I'm sorry Hinata, I was dragged by Sakura that day, and I forgot to tell you that I was worried about you coming here for nothing." Being pulled by Naruto's hand, Hinata's face became more yuhi. Feeling the warmth from Naruto's hand, she was shy and happy, and seemed to faint again, but finally she had some resistance. So she didn't faint, but at this time she also completely lost her ability to think, and she just let him pull her for a while. Looking at Hinata's cute expression, Naruto also felt very interesting, pulled her and walked back. "Hinata, let's go eat something, I'm hungry. It's been a day of training, and it's almost dark now, and Naruto is also feeling tired. That's it for today's training under the waterfall. Let's go back to other aspects of practice." Under the setting sun, the figures of the two were stretched very long, and the far end seemed to have long been connected. Chapter 43 Fight Against 3 Generations. A few days have passed. During these few days, Sakura and Sasuke have their own work to do, and Naruto is the only one left to practice. However, every evening, Hinata will appear by the waterfall on time to follow Naruto. Go to dinner together. Sometimes when Hinata has no assignments, she will stay with Naruto all day, training with him. And today, it's time for Naruto to face the 3 generations again. This was done secretly in an indoor training ground. In the huge training ground, the ground is full of gravel, and there are various tall stones from time to time. This is a training ground that is purely dominated by rock landforms. At this point, the 3rd generation had already taken off the Hokage uniform, revealing the combat uniform inside, and Naruto also changed into a loose white combat uniform. Next to them, there is no ninja, just the two of them. "Naruto, I haven't seen you for a few days. I noticed that your aura has changed again. Your change is really beyond my expectations." The 3rd generation smiled and looked at Naruto opposite. He couldn't help but admire in his heart. Just judging from the momentum, Naruto is stronger now than a few days ago. 3 generations of old man, then you can learn from my cultivation results in the past few days. Naruto said lightly. "Okay, Naruto, wait and see." The 3 generations heard the words, "No nonsense," stood there motionless, but the momentum of the whole body was already rising. Naruto frowned slightly, feeling the relationship between himself and him. Imposing manner, it seems that he is trying to force himself to shoot first. The momentum of the 3 generations is as calm as a mountain, and Naruto's momentum is like a sword unsheathed, but under the incomparably huge momentum of the mountain, Naruto's sword has to be unsheathed. Without warning, Naruto threw out several lily swords, and when he threw his hand out, there was also a fast hand seal in his hand. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. Swish swish. Suddenly, the shuriken that Naruto flew out was divided into 2 and 4. Hundreds of shurikens were instantly differentiated, forming a rain-like curtain of swords that shrouded the 3 generations. A light flashed in the eyes of the 3rd generation, and he handed the seal in admiration. "Naruto, in just a few days, you have learned this ninjutsu from me, Doden Earth Style 2 Lubi." As soon as the voice fell, a huge stone wall was erected in front of the 3rd generation, and it suddenly lay in front of the overwhelming shuriken. There was a chaotic sound, and the next moment I saw that the dense shuriken was inserted on the stone wall, but the 3 generations after the stone wall were intact and unharmed at all. The stone wall fell, and the 3 generations jumped out from behind, looking at Naruto with a smile. "Is it so imposing as soon as you come up?" Hearing the words of the 3rd generation, Naruto's eyes flashed, and he suddenly kicked his feet and leapt high into the air. Bang! There was a shock, and the next moment I saw that the ground where Naruto was standing suddenly burst, and a pair of dead wood-like arms slammed out, followed by the silhouette of the 3rd generation. Doden Earth Style Decapitation in the Heart. At this time, the voice of the 3rd generation sounded. Naruto, who was in the air, avoided the 3rd generation's ninja surgery, looked at the other 3 generations standing by the stone wall, and muttered, "Shadow clone." Fortunately, I dodged quickly, otherwise he would have caught him. However, which of the two is the essence? Naruto's eyes turned between the two, but he didn't see any clues. Just as he was thinking, his figure had fallen to the ground. However, there were several backjumps and traverses immediately under his feet, and he quickly opened the distance from the three generations. Seeing Naruto dodging his surprise attack and pulling the distance so vigilantly, a hint of admiration flashed in the eyes of the third generation, but immediately, the expression on his face turned into surprise. Because the Naruto in front of him suddenly turned into a white smoke in the next moment, and the next moment, the white smoke suddenly shot several kunai, and flew towards the third generation at several extremely tricky angles. The figure of the third generation hurriedly dodged to one side, but at this time, another Naruto rushed out of nowhere, and the Naruto rushed towards the three generations who were dodging. At the same time, Rasengan was constantly gathering in his hands. The sound of the east and the west. Sandai's expression couldn't help but be startled, because he was attracted by the few kunai that suddenly flew out from behind the white smoke. Before he could stop Naruto rushing up from behind, he was already close to him. The powerful spiral energy came to Sandai in an instant, and saw that the third generation was directly hit by Rasengan. Boom! With a loud bang, Sandai's figure was instantly knocked out, but with another bang, Sandai's body that was being blown away turned into a cloud of white smoke. Sure enough, it's Shadow Clone. Naruto had a warning sign when he saw the white smoke, because at this time, the other three generations immediately attacked Naruto after seeing his clone being eliminated. Kaden, Fire Style, Great Fireball Jutsu. I saw a huge fireball sprayed out of Sandai's mouth in an instant, and flew towards Naruto who had just used Rasengan. The fireball is not very big, but its momentum is amazing. Just the hot air wave has already opened a ravine in the soil under the fireball. However, Naruto stood there, motionless, and let the fireball annihilate him. Boom! The flames instantly filled half of the training ground, and under the strong air waves, three representatives were serious and stared at the flames. But at this moment, a faint laughter suddenly appeared behind him. 3 generations old man, you lost. At the same time, a sharp kunai was placed around his neck. The face of the third generation changed, and he hurriedly turned his head, looking at Naruto in surprise. When did you come behind me? That's just one of my clones. When you attacked my clone, I had already approached you. Naruto replied with a slight smile. After speaking, he slowly retracted his kunai. Okay, Naruto, your use of Shadow Clone has reached the point where I'll be successful even if I'm not paying attention. The third generation looked at Naruto with an extremely relieved look in his eyes. Suddenly, there was a slight seal in his hand, and with a bang, his figure turned into a cloud of white smoke. An old voice came from a corner of the training ground, with a hint of indescribable joy in the voice. Naruto, even my 30% strength clone has been defeated. It seems that I still underestimate you. Chapter 44 Unwilling. Naruto pouted and said dissatisfiedly, Cut, the 3-generation-old man, you actually sent a clone to fight me. Hee, Naruto, although it's just my clone, your current strength is beyond that of an ordinary Jonin. Even if you are an elite Jonin, you're only short of experience. The 3 generations smiled, walked up, and patted him. Shoulders. Naruto smiled slightly. In fact, he still has many trump cards that are useless, such as the power of immortals in the state of the curse mark. This power cannot be well controlled by himself, so in ordinary competitions, he will not use it. Yes, if the one just now was the body of the 3rd generation, perhaps Naruto would really use this power. But it's not needed now. After the two of them fought, they left the training ground. Sandai did not go back to the Hokage office, but walked around Konoha with Naruto at random, explaining to Naruto some problems in the battle just now. Based on his old experience, point out some shortcomings to Naruto. Naruto was also very humbly educated, and seriously reflected on it. He also benefited a lot in his heart. The two walked, chatting and laughing, and the 3 generations did not have the air of Hokage at all. The old man made Naruto feel extra relaxed, and unconsciously, the relationship between the two became deeper and deeper. Okay, it's almost time, I should go back, Naruto. After a while, Sandai finally said. Well, the third generation old man, you go. I should go back to continue training. Naruto nodded. It's really hard work. Now I finally know why you are so powerful. Sandai smiled with relief. Before leaving, Sandai suddenly turned around and asked, Naruto, isn't Konoha a good place? Naruto was stunned for a moment and said, well, yes, what's wrong? Nothing, I want you to promise me one thing. What's the matter? Naruto faintly noticed something in his heart. If one day, old man, I don't have the strength to protect Konoha, will you protect it for me? Sandai said in a serious tone. Sure enough, Naruto smiled slightly, no problem. As long as I'm still alive, I won't let such a beautiful village suffer. With your words, I feel at ease. Sandai's face showed an extremely relieved smile. He turned around, and finally left. Naruto shook his head and laughed, and walked towards the waterfall. He has no feelings for this village, but he has regarded it as his own place to live, just like his own territory, and naturally he will not let others destroy it. Although there are too many people in the village who look down on him and stay away from him, those people are just ignorant and ignorant. Yi Luo returned to his roots. As a traveler, he didn't want to die of old age in another world. In the days that followed, Naruto entered the non-stop cultivation again, which was boring, but fortunately, Hinata always appeared on time every evening, accompanied Naruto, and the two of them ate, took a walk, and had a good time. Interesting, and Naruto can't help but like the feeling of teasing cute little Hinata from time to time. Konoha Village, near a rocky mountain, a ninja with a face mask and only one listless eye and a girl are standing in front of a rock that is as high as a person. These two are Kakashi and Sasuke. Kakashi, are you finally going to teach me that art? Sayu looked at Kakashi eagerly. Kakashi said with a serious expression, your attributes are thunder and fire, and you also have Sharingan. It is very suitable for my Reikiri to teach you, but you have to promise me a request. What request? Learn this ninja technique, you must not use it on your companions. Zuoyu frowned when she heard this, her face seemed to be struggling a bit, and it took a long time before she said, isn't it okay to learn from each other? Kakashi shook his head and smiled, I know you're trying to defeat Naruto, right? Zoe nodded. Give it up, Kakashi said lightly, Naruto is not something you can beat. Why? Upon hearing Kakashi's words, Zuoyu jumped up like a kitten with its tail tucked in, and shouted unwillingly, I must defeat that guy. Is it that important to defeat him? Sasuke, Kakashi asked rhetorically, it doesn't matter what your goal is, right? Zuoyu was stunned, but she had a strong feeling in her heart. She has always been the number one among her peers, but Naruto's power has subverted her status. She is not reconciled. If even Naruto can't be defeated, then what's the point of defeating that man? She wants to go above and beyond, kill that man, and revive the Uchiha clan. Okay, Zuoyu, don't think about this anymore. Naruto is practicing hard all the time. What you should do now is to practice harder than him, right? That kind of competitive thinking, leave it alone, Kakashi advised. When Zuoyu heard this, she had no choice but to nod her head, but her heart was full of dissatisfaction. Chapter 45 On the Road. Before I knew it, a month had passed. On this day, Naruto got up and went to practice as usual. As soon as he went out, he was stopped by a clear female voice. Naruto, I am here, Kakashi-sensei asked us to gather at the training ground number 9. It turned out to be Sakura. Sakura, I'll be right here. Naruto responded, closed the door, and ran over quickly. Compared to a few days ago, Sakura looked in a very good mood today, with a sweet smile on her face all the time. What's wrong? Is there anything Sakura is happy about? Naruto, you've seen it all. Yesterday I applied to join the medical class, and I got passed. Sakura said with a smile. That's really congratulations, shouldn't it be time for a dinner? Naruto also joked with a slight smile. Well, of course, I can call Sakura together then. Oh, yes, Kakashi-sensei told us to hurry up, we're going to be late. Sakura ran quickly. Naruto followed behind her, and after a while, the two finally arrived at their destination. Two familiar figures appeared in front, one tall and the other short. It was Kakashi and Sayu. Naruto hadn't seen Zuiyu for nearly a month. Seeing her standing there quietly, he stepped forward to say hello. Yo, Zuiyu, long time no see. How is your practice with Kakashi-sensei? When Zuiyu heard this, she turned her head, curled her lips slightly, and snorted softly, HMPH, just wait and see. Seeing her dissatisfaction with Naruto, Kakashi shook his head and laughed, clapped his hands and raised his voice. I have a piece of news for you. Today is the day when Konoha holds the Chunin exam, and I called you here just to ask a question. Do you want to participate in your opinion? Of course I want to participate. Zuiyu knew the news for a long time, and she answered first, and then stared at Naruto, as if she would not give up if Naruto didn't agree. Naruto nodded. I will participate too. Then what about you, Sakura? Kakashi looked at Sakura after the two finished their expressions. Sakura hesitated a little, and seeing the two companions were very interested, she had no choice but to nod, but she was a little unsure. To the Chunin exam hall, all kinds of ninjas kept appearing, and the three of Naruto were also going to sign up. Along the way, Sakura looked around curiously. Sasuke had a cold and unconcerned expression, and Naruto lowered his head in deep thought. In this Chunin exam, what should he do in the face of the impending Konoha collapse plan? His original plan was to follow the script of the original book, but since he got the curse seal and realized the power of immortals that day, he always had the idea of breaking all of this. While thinking about it, a rude voice suddenly came from the front. Little devil, you bumped into me, you know. Hurry down and apologize to me. The young voice resisted loudly. Let me go, my grandfather is Hokage, if you dare to touch me, I will die. It was Konoha Maru. Oh, Hokage. Kankuro glanced at him in surprise. He didn't expect it to be Hokage's grandson, but what about Hokage's grandson? Just a stinky brat like you would be Hokage's grandson. Haha, how dare you lie to me, see if I don't teach you a good lesson. Hey, stop it. Sakura saw this scene, and immediately rushed up, pushed Kankuro away, snatched the Konoha pill from his hand, and glared at him. Who are you? Bullying children like this, aren't things boring? Haha, we are the ninjas of Sand Ninja Village, where are you running out of, dare to get in my way. Kankuro stood still, but when he met a cute girl who was wearing Konoha's forehead guard. You, too arrogant, this is Konoha. There's no room for you to bully people here. Sakura exclaimed angrily. At this time, Naruto and Sasuke also came over. Seeing the rescued Konoha Maru, Naruto pulled him behind him and said, Konoha Maru, are you alright? I'm fine, big brother Naruto. This guy dares to look down on me and teach him a good lesson for me. Konoha Maru saw Naruto coming, and he spoke with confidence. I have to say that Konoha Maru didn't know Naruto originally, because Naruto didn't invent a good lure as in the original book, and got acquainted with him by coincidence, but these days, due to the reason that the three generations have played against Naruto several times, Konoha Maru happened to meet him on one occasion. At that time, he deeply admired how Naruto could fight with his grandfather when he was only 12 years old. Naruto works hard for the goal. Naruto shook his head and laughed, turned his eyes, saw the tense atmosphere between Kankuro and Sakura, and seemed to be fighting. He knew that Sakura was not Kankuro's opponent, so he stepped forward and stopped in front of Sakura. Right, Kankuro said lightly, if you want to fight, I will accompany you, don't shoot at women. Hearing this, Sakura immediately felt a sense of being protected. Looking at Naruto's back, she couldn't help being dazed. Cut, here comes another self-righteous kid. Kankuro was very upset at Naruto's pretending tone. thinking that this kid dared to pretend in front of him, so he had to show him some color. Kankuro's fingers moved slightly, and instantly a chakra shot out of his fingers, shooting towards Naruto's knees. Naruto's eyes narrowed slightly, his feet moved slightly, his body did not move, but he had avoided his attack, with a faint smile on his face. So the ninjas in Sand Ninja Village are just guys who can sneak attacks. Kankuro missed a hit and was dodged lightly. He lost face and glared at Naruto. The next moment, he undid the mummy-like thing wrapped around his back. Stabbed hard on the ground. It seems that you can't do it without showing some real strength. Kankuro smiled evilly. At this time, the yellow-haired girl holding a huge fan who had been silent all the time beside him suddenly said, "Kankuro, don't be impulsive." Chapter 46 Challenge. Tamari, why don't you want me to teach this guy a good lesson? Kankuro glared at Tamari in dissatisfaction after hearing this. Tamari said lightly, "This is Konoha village, don't make a fool of yourself, and if Gara finds out, you will die." Very miserable. Gara. When the name was mentioned, Kankuro shuddered suddenly, recalling the horror of the guy. He quickly calmed down the thoughts just now, but at this moment, Gara suddenly appeared in the crowd with a swoosh. Before. Sand instant body art. Naruto narrowed his eyes slightly, looking at this young man with brown hair and two dark circles under his eyes who just appeared. The huge sand gourd behind him was particularly noticeable. At this time, Gara was staring at Naruto coldly. "What's your name? I'm very interested in you." Naruto heard this. He curled his lips and said, "No, I have no interest in men." Tamari, who was behind him, laughed. When Naruto said these words, the heavy atmosphere at the scene disappeared. Gara glared at him with anger on his face. Sakura and Zuoyu also felt amused secretly. Naruto is also quite humorous sometimes. This kid is funny, Tamari thought to himself. However, she also saw Gara's dark face, so she didn't dare to laugh anymore, and hurriedly restrained her expression. Gara stared at Naruto quietly, as if to see through him, but Naruto ignored him and said to Sakura, who was beside him, "Let's go, we'll be late if we don't go." "Oh, good," Sakura hurriedly responded, and followed Naruto out of the scene with Sasuke, but when he turned to leave, Naruto still told Gara his name. "My name is Uzumaki Naruto. Chunin has to be merciful during the exam." Quote. Gara's face looked better now, and the next moment, he, Tamari and Kankuro headed towards the destination. "So that blonde kid taught Uzumaki Naruto," Tamari murmured. "He looks very powerful, but he was able to dodge Kankuro's sneak attack so easily just now. Che, that's just luck. Watch me teach Chunin a good lesson during the exam." Kankuro snorted in disapproval. "Don't be careless, Kankuro, I can feel that guy is very strong." Gara, who has been silent for a while, said. Quote exclamation mark. Tamari and Kankuro couldn't help being surprised when they heard it. Even Gara, a monster-like strongman, said that the other party was strong, so it must be right. However, I think the black-haired girl next to the blonde boy is also very powerful. She seems to be from the Uchiha family, a famous Konoha family, right? She seems to be the last orphan. Tamari pondered. It seems that Konoha really is not simple. I'll be more interested then. Gara got excited. When they came to the hall where the examination room was located, the three Naruto were stared at by many genins as soon as they entered the door. Because of Sayu's relationship, both men and women looked at them. As for Naruto, although they also felt there have been some changes, but it is still not as high as Zuoyu's attention. Then, after the little demonic illusion in the examination room was solved, Little Lee also jumped out like the original and confessed to Sakura. Sakura refused, and hid behind Naruto, being too enthusiastic for Little Lee. White's way was terrifying. By Sakura, Naruto had no choice but to stand up and smile at Little Lee. "I think we should go to the exam first, don't waste time here." "I agree." Ten, who was losing face because of Little Lee, came up and pulled him back, saying, "Little Lee, which nerve is wrong with you? Why don't you go? Don't pull me. Ten. Little Lee broke Ten's hands, ran to Naruto, glanced at Sakura who was standing behind Naruto, and said to Naruto, I want to challenge you. Huh. Naruto was stunned. This Little Lee was really looking for trouble. Naruto couldn't help but feel helpless. According to the plot of the original novel, wouldn't Little Lee be going to challenge Zuoyu? He didn't know that Little Lee would challenge him because Sakura was hiding behind him. Seeing that Sakura seemed to be relying on Naruto, of course Little Lee was not happy. I want to challenge you. Little Lee said seriously again. I'll see it. Naruto waved his hand and turned around. If you want to fight me, there is a chance. Now it's better to sign up first. Don't go. Look at the fist. Little Lee didn't expect Naruto to leave like this. He was anxious, but he didn't care about anything and punched him directly. The speed was so fast that it was a sight to behold. Naruto had already heard the voice behind his head. He was about to turn around, but saw a figure flashing beside him. Zuoyu suddenly shot, and slammed into Little Lee's fist. But Zuoyu is also secretly shocked. This guy is really strong. Huh, are you Uchiha Zuoyu, the genius of this freshman class? Then come and fight me. When Little Lee saw it was Zuoyu, he immediately became excited, challenging geniuses, which has always been his favorite thing. Because his creed is that hard work must surpass genius. Zuoyu didn't say a word, but after feeling the power of Shaoli, she was also very moved, and really wanted to have a fight with him. So, the two jumped directly to the center of the hall and competed face to face. Seeing that things had developed like this, Naruto couldn't help shaking his head helplessly. At this time, the genins who came to sign up all gathered around to watch the fun. Tenten and Neji also stood by, and didn't mean to stop them. They are very confident in Lee's strength, and they are also very curious about Uchiha Sasu, a talented freshman. This time, it's time for Little Lee to try her strength. The battle was about to break out, and the two present were staring at each other with serious expressions. Chapter 47 First Round. I'm going, Little Lee shouted in a low voice. His body was slightly shorter, and he kicked his feet sharply. In an instant, his figure flew towards Zuoyu like a flying arrow. Zuoyu only felt a flower in front of her eyes, and the next moment she saw Little Lee appearing in front of her, she was shocked. However, her strength has also improved greatly. After learning Chidori from Kakashi, her speed has also improved rapidly. He stretched out his hand to fight, but suddenly it was empty. His eyes suddenly darkened, and a familiar back came into view. It was the dazzling blonde hair. Naruto. The onlookers were shocked. What a great speed. This is an instant technique that only Jonin can use. Little Lee also looked shocked, because Naruto's teleportation technique was too fast. Even he could only see a shadow, but Sakura next to him couldn't even see Naruto's movement trajectory. Naruto, why are you interfering in our battle? Little Lee shouted. If that's the case, let you be my opponent. Zuoyu also had a tight face, and was very unhappy with Naruto's sudden intervention, and muttered in her mouth, humph. Pushy guy. Naruto ignored the words of the two. He pointed to the side and said, you two, look, what time is it now? If you keep fighting, you will be late and won't be able to enter the arena. Teacher Kakashi and Teacher Guy are watching. Quote. Little Lee heard the words and looked to the side, and sure enough, Guy was staring at him, while Kakashi was leaning over there indifferently. Seeing Naruto and the others looking over together, Kakashi waved his hand and said, if you want to learn from each other, there is time, and the first exam will start in 5 minutes, so why don't you hurry in? Cut. What a disappointment. Zuoyu curled her lips when she heard the words, and left with a displeased face. Little Lee can only give up. So the three of Naruto walked towards the classroom for the first exam. Behind them, Neji and Tenten and Little Lee's group looked at Naruto's back with a look of interest. This Uzumaki Naruto didn't seem to be very prominent in this freshman, but I just saw his skills. I think he must be hiding his strength. There are more and more opponents worth challenging. Neji murmured. Neji, Uzumaki Naruto's speed is so fast. Did he use the teleportation technique just now? Tenten on the side asked curiously. Neji nodded. That's right, that is indeed the instant technique of Jonin's talent master. Really? Isn't this guy amazing? Tenten listened, looking at Naruto even more curiously. You bastard, I will remember what happened just now. As he was about to enter the examination room, Sayu suddenly said to Naruto, you owe me a fight, next time you will be my opponent. Naruto was stunned for a moment, turned his head to see the serious look on Zuoyu's face, shook his head and laughed, and had no choice but to say, don't be so serious, let's talk about it next time. Seeing Naruto's insufferable appearance, Zuoyu's eyebrows were raised, and she suddenly sneered, then you will be the one. Naruto suddenly couldn't help laughing and crying. This tone was too bandit-like. Could it be that she seemed to be forced to come? The three of them entered the examination room, and Zuoyu stopped investigating because she had no time to pursue it. In front of the three of them was the entire classroom full of ninjas. The elites from various villages were all looking at each other at this time. Gathered on Naruto, who had just entered the door. Ino, who was already there, saw that his good sister Sakura was coming, and immediately waved at her. Sakura, I'm here, why are you coming so slowly? Sakura saw it and ran over immediately. Naruto, Sasuke and the two slowly followed. Naruto's eyes swept away slightly, but he saw a pair of eyes staring at him in the crowd. He nodded slightly towards her and showed a kind smile. Naruto slowly walked over and sat down beside her. What a coincidence, my seat is next to you, Hinata. Naruto said with a smile. Yeah, Naruto-kun, do your best for this exam. Hinata nodded lightly and whispered, I heard that the first exam is a written exam 1 inch. I have no problem with the written test, how about you, Hinata? Would you like me to help you? Naruto asked. I'm fine, Hinata said, a little sweet in her heart. Naruto-kun is really gentle and considerate. While talking, the three little Lees also entered the examination room, and then the super spy Kabuto jumped out to show his intelligence ability to many newcomers, which immediately made everyone focus on those geniuses, Gara, Neji, Sayu and others, but then Gara asked about Naruto's information again. Kabuto took out a card after a little stunned, and read out Naruto's information. However, Naruto's information is very ordinary, and there is nothing outstanding at all, which makes many people puzzled. How can a genius like Gara be interested in an ordinary character like Naruto? But there are also people who have witnessed Naruto's shot know that Naruto's information may be incomplete. After all, everyone will have their own secrets and cards. However, in this way, many people also secretly paid attention to Naruto. Next, the exam continued on its original track. Sayu relied on her Sharingan, and Sakura easily answered the exam with her solid basic knowledge. Just because Naruto is no longer the original Naruto, he did not cheat, but wrote the answer completely on his own strength, and under the intimidation of the examiner Morino Ibiki, he remained unmoved until finally passed with ease. Ibiki, you actually kept so many people this time. Just after the first game ended, a figure suddenly jumped in from the classroom window, and exclaimed carelessly, this is a lot more than before. Come down in my exam room and I'll cut their numbers in half. Chapter 48 Encounter with a Serpent. At the entrance of the Death Forest, everyone who passed the first exam was eager to get together. Before Enko announced the exam rules, everyone didn't know the danger. Naruto stood looking at the expressions of everyone around him as if he were a bystander, with a smile that was not a smile on the corner of his mouth. What are you laughing at? Sakura asked with sharp eyes, seeing Naruto smiling so strangely. It's nothing. Naruto turned his eyes, but saw Orochimaru disguised as Kusanagi in the crowd. At this time, he was staring at Sayu with interest, and the enthusiasm revealed in his eyes made him feel very uncomfortable. Zuiyu, on the other hand, didn't feel anything. She was still indifferent, unaware that the crisis was slowly approaching. It looks like I have to be more careful this time, but it is still difficult to guard against Orochimaru with my own strength. Naruto was a little worried. Seeing Naruto's mysterious expression, Sakura pouted slightly. At this time, Enko finally announced the rules, and everyone entered the Forest of Death after taking the Scroll of Heaven and Earth. The three Naruto were the last group to enter. Enko reminded from a distance, "You must maintain your physical strength. This forest is full of enemies now. If you are a little careless, the scroll in your hand will not be a trivial matter. Don't even lose your life." "Well, thank you the examiner for reminding me." Naruto turned back and smiled, and with Sakura and the two of them, the figure gradually disappeared at the entrance of the forest. "Hee, is this blonde kid the guy who was personally instructed by the 3 generations of adults?" "Don't die so easily," Enko murmured, and after speaking, she stretched lazily, and took out a piece from her pocket. The meatballs brought by the skewer package are eaten with relish. Compared with Enko's comfort and comfort, the 3 Naruto were in a state of tension all the time after entering the forest, especially Sakura. Listening to the faint fighting sounds nearby, they held Kuu tightly in their hands, fearful. Suddenly, someone jumped out of nowhere and attacked. For Naruto, there are few people who deserve his attention in this exam. Even Neji Gara and the like, with his current strength, he doesn't have to worry at all. What he cares most about is Orochimaru's actions. After thinking for a while, Naruto directly separated out more than a dozen shadow clones, and dispersed them, heading towards various parts of the forest to collect information. Naruto's move immediately aroused Sayu's dissatisfaction. "Naruto, do you think you have too much chakra? What are you doing with so many shadow clone running around?" "Gather intelligence," Naruto replied. "I still have a lot of chakra, so don't worry about it." "HMPH, who said they were worried about you?" Zuo turned her head away and muttered, "Just don't hold me back." A day passed quickly, and Naruto felt a little strange, because Orochimaru did not appear, and there was no trace of him in the information obtained by the shadow clone he sent after disappearing. This guy Orochimaru is a poisonous snake hiding in the dark, and the 3 of them are now the prey under the sun, and Naruto suddenly has a bad premonition. At this moment, Sakura's exclamation suddenly came from behind. "Ah, it's a snake." Sakura suddenly jumped to Naruto's side, and pointed to the little snake that jumped right at her. The little snake was no bigger than a thumb, and Naruto frowned. There were many snakes in the forest, and he wasn't sure if Orochimaru was ready to act. "Don't be afraid, let's move on." Naruto waved kunai, cut the snake into 2 pieces, and said to Sakura. Only then, he was even more cautious. Just as he was concentrating on Orochimaru, who was guarding the dark place, 3 figures suddenly jumped out and stopped in the middle of the road. Sakura immediately became vigilant when she saw these ninjas who suddenly appeared, wearing the forehead of the grass ninja village, and Zuyu's eyes brightened. She stepped forward and said coldly, "Hey, you guys, the what scroll is it?" Since his side is the scroll of the earth, if the other party happens to be the scroll of the sky, he can take it directly, so Zuo stepped forward and asked them. The 3 of them stood there quietly and did not speak, but instead stared at the 3 of Naruto with a smile. Seeing this, Zuo was slightly angry and snorted coldly. Just as she was about to step forward to teach them a lesson, she saw Naruto suddenly reach out and stop her. "Sao you step back," Naruto said solemnly. "These guys are not simple. If I read correctly, it's Orochimaru." Zuo was startled suddenly, and looked at the 3 people in surprise. And Sakura also whispered, "Orochimaru. Is it Orochimaru, one of the legendary Konoha Sannin? Didn't he defect to Konoha? How could they?" Before Sakura could finish speaking, Kusanagi, the leader of the 3, licked his lips, looked at Naruto's excited eyes, and said with a weird smile, "Kyubi Nine-Tails kid, I didn't expect you to recognize it so quickly. Get out of me, last time you ruined my good deeds, this time you have to pay it back." He smeared his face, and the original unfamiliar face suddenly turned into Orochimaru's pale and feminine face. A pair of snake pupils continued to emit shadowy eyes. At the same time, a powerful and unparalleled aura emanated from Orochimaru's body. Naruto was slightly startled, and hurriedly shouted to Sakura and Sasu, "Go back." However, at this time, Sakura and Sayu were already forced by Orochimaru's powerful momentum, and they stood there dazed and trembling all over. Yu was better, but she was also full of cold sweat, and her face was full of struggle. "It's really bad." Naruto didn't expect these two guys to be so imposing and oppressive, so Sakura was nothing, even Suzuki who had already learned Kakashi Chidori. "Go backwards." However, Orochimaru, who was on the opposite side, did not miss this opportunity at all. He was like a poisonous snake, looking at the space where Naruto could not move his hands, opened his mouth, and a long tongue flew out. Rolled towards Naruto's waist. Chapter 49 Fight. I didn't expect Orochimaru to be so despicable, that he would even start with a genin junior of his own, and Naruto was quite ashamed. But there was no time for him to think more at the moment. At the critical moment, Naruto twisted his waist slightly, avoiding Orochimaru's tongue. However, Orochimaru's attack is not so simple. Just after Naruto dodged, the dexterous long tongue turned in an instant, and actually rolled Sayu on Naruto's left hand. At this time, Zuiyu was still at a loss. She didn't react until she was dragged by Orochimaru in front of her. She gave a heavy drink. Stimulated by this sudden crisis, she finally got rid of Orochimaru's momentum and immediately opened her eyes. Sharingan, Kakunai stabbed Orochimaru's body with his backhand. "It's beyond your own power." Orochimaru smiled, reaching out and lightly grabbing Sayu's wrist. Sayu couldn't move when he landed, and his waist was wrapped by his tongue. He actually controlled the whole person in his hands. When Naruto saw this situation, he couldn't help but feel anxious. While scolding Orochimaru for being mean, he flew towards Orochimaru directly, using the speed of his whole body to the fastest speed, as if a golden streak flashed in the air. The shadow, in the blink of an eye, was in front of Orochimaru. Orochimaru didn't expect Naruto's speed to be so fast. This level of speed is comparable to that of a strong man who specializes in physical art. At this time, he was also controlling Sasu with one hand, and his tongue was also sticking. If he didn't come out, he couldn't hand seal with only one hand, so he couldn't fight back at all, but he didn't worry. Just when Naruto was about to cut Orochimaru's tongue with kunai, he suddenly stuck out next to him. A kunai clanked off Naruto's slash. Naruto turned his head to look, his eyes narrowed slightly, but saw one of the two Kusanagi beside Orochimaru blocking him. The man's entire face was wrapped under a face towel, but the pair of large round glasses suddenly revealed his identity. Yakushi Kabuto. Naruto failed to hit, and immediately turned around and went behind Orochimaru, but at this time, Kabuto suddenly turned around and waved his arm violently, and a light green light flashed from his palm, cutting straight to Naruto. Human neck. In a desperate situation, Naruto swooped down to avoid his chakra scalpel, backflipped a distance, and retreated to Sakura's side. Only in this way, he can no longer get close to Orochimaru's body. After calming his breath, Naruto stood up straight and mocked Orochimaru lightly. "As one of the Sannin, Orochimaru-sama, you have to make a sneak attack on a genin like me, so it seems that you have no more power than that." Orochimaru just smiled faintly, looked down at Sasu who was struggling constantly, and ignored Naruto's words, but Kabuto retorted, "How can a kid like you understand Orochimaru's measure? You should go first. Hit me and talk." Kabuto rushed over. His hands were covered with green light. As long as he was rubbed by these green chakras, the muscle meridians in his body would be cut off. Naruto didn't have time to think about it. He couldn't be careless about a ninja like Kabuto, otherwise he would definitely lose. Suddenly, he glanced at a big tree not far away, and he thought about it. Facing Kabuto's attack against him, Naruto just kept backing up and dealing with him. Kabuto is worthy of being Orochimaru's right-hand man. His strength made Naruto too tired to deal with it, and he was beaten to nothing for a while. Fight back. Sakura on the side was finally awakened by the fierce battle in the field, but she was still shaking slightly at this time, watching Naruto's situation getting more and more critical. She could only watch worriedly, but she had nothing to do. You are so useless. Sakura had never hated herself so much in her heart. And at this moment, when Sakura was already feeling desperate, a sharp blade piercing through the air suddenly came from behind Orochimaru. The next moment, a kunai shot towards Orochimaru's back from a tricky angle. Orochimaru stood there, but only smiled slightly at the sudden attack. After hiding for so long, I can't help coming out. Little Anko. As he muttered to himself, a graceful figure suddenly descended from midair. It was Anko. I saw frost on her face, and her hands kept hand seal. Orochimaru, what are you doing here again? Ninja hidden shadow snake hand. A group of serpents suddenly flew away from her sleeves, and opened their mouths to bite at the vital parts of Orochimaru's body. But Orochimaru did not panic. He seemed to have expected Anko to have such a hand. A disdainful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He waved his empty arm in an instant, and likewise drilled out several large snakes from his sleeves and stopped them respectively. Anko's offensive. Orochimaru knew nothing about Anko, who had been taught firsthand, and he didn't care about her attack at all. However, at this time, the sudden change was born. Was originally with Kabuto, suddenly burst out with a powerful momentum, and suddenly a golden light flashed. In the next moment, Kabuto, who had not had time to deal with Naruto's sudden momentum change, quickly took a step back, but unexpectedly this step just fit Naruto's mind. I saw the next moment, after Naruto used the curse mark, his body almost turned into a golden light, and he rushed in the other direction in an instant. The target is exactly Orochimaru. At this time, Orochimaru was dealing with Anko's attack. He had to control Sasuke and resist Anko. Although he had already noticed Naruto's movements, Naruto's speed was too fast at this time, even if he had already noticed it. But in this moment, it was too late to dodge. The other Kusanagi next to him was just about to come over to help Orochimaru resist Naruto, but just as he moved, he was blasted out by Naruto. Immediately afterwards, Naruto continued to blast Orochimaru's face with unabated momentum. Chapter 50 Curse Mark. The fist of the surging chakra that contains the immortal power of the curse seal. Even if there is a stone wall in front of him, he can break it. Although Orochimaru is known to be immortal, it is definitely not good to be hit by this punch, so at this time, there was no other way but to let go of the tongue that wrapped Sayu's body and rolled it towards Naruto's arm. It was just at this moment that Zuo-Yu, who had been under control for a long time, finally had the opportunity to fight back. She stared. Sharingan launched demonic illusion. This level of demonic illusion has no effect on Orochimaru at all. At most it only makes him a little dazed. However, as long as there is this slight trance time, it is enough for Naruto. The next moment, I saw that his figure suddenly turned into a golden light. The speed increased again, and it exploded, avoiding Orochimaru's tongue in the blink of an eye, and a short figure had appeared under his armpit. Boom! Rasengan. Rasengan, driven by the immortal power of the curse seal, made an extremely huge roar. For a moment, everyone only felt a blue light shining in front of them. Then, a strong hurricane broke out, which directly slammed Orochimaru's body. It flew out, and Sasuke and Anko, who were beside Orochimaru, fell backward. Lord Orochimaru! Kabuto exclaimed. He couldn't imagine that the invincible Lord Orochimaru would be knocked into the air by a little devil. Uzumaki Naruto, this little devil is so powerful when he uses the magic seal. Incredible. In fact, the original curse imprint carried Orochimaru's consciousness, so the curse imprint was not completely controlled by humans, and in Naruto's curse imprint, the spiritual energy of Orochimaru has been removed, and the only remaining is the pure natural immortal power. And, with the help of this natural immortal power, Naruto's own potential has also been stimulated, so that when he is using the spell seal, he can already sense the natural power of nature, but the power and the power generated by the spell itself are slightly different. But he couldn't figure it out for a while, but the power of nature is really powerful. Naruto stood quietly, with a faint golden light emitting from his body, looming, which made him seem like a god descended from the earth, which made Enko and Sakura on the side stare blankly. Zuo-Yu was in a very complicated mood at the moment. She was once again saved by Naruto, and the strength Naruto showed at this time was far beyond her reach. Just by staying by his side, she was already affected by that kind of strength. The powerful aura made it a little hard to breathe. In comparison, the momentum that Orochimaru showed just now was not as good as Naruto. And Enko didn't even think that Naruto, an unremarkable guy, could actually knock Orochimaru out. She knows Orochimaru's strength the most. It is absolutely Kage level, a special Jonin of her own is not enough to see in front of him, and Naruto is just a genin, but he has done something that even a Jonin can't do. This made her full of surprises and sighed inwardly. The guy who was valued by the 3 generations was really extraordinary. In the smoke-filled ruins, Orochimaru's figure gradually became clear, and I saw that his clothes were all tattered at this time, and the flesh in his abdomen was directly twisted into blood by the spiral energy. Fortunately, he was not directly penetrated, otherwise the body is broken again. Orochimaru looked at Naruto with a gloomy expression on his face. Kabuto held him with one hand, also looking at Naruto with a look of horror. Uzumaki Naruto, it's really unexpected. My curse mark gives you the power to hurt me, and today you have become my biggest obstacle. However, Uchiha Sasu, I am bound to win. You want to stop me if you want, just come. Orochimaru finished speaking, opened his mouth, and suddenly another Orochimaru spurted out of his mouth. It was the Orochimaru-style substitute technique. Orochimaru that rushed out of his mouth was fast, and he rushed towards Sasuke regardless. Humph! Naruto snorted coldly. Orochimaru actually dared to go over him and attack Sayu directly. This is absolutely not allowed by him. The figure flashed, and the next moment Naruto also rushed directly to Orochimaru. A Rasengan condensed in his hand again, and slammed into his body. However, Orochimaru ignored Naruto's attack and let his Rasengan hit him. Boom! There was another shock, and Naruto pushed Orochimaru's body directly over several large trees, and finally slammed into a rock. However, after a short while, Naruto's expression changed, because when he wanted to withdraw his arm, he found that his arm was firmly motionless. His 2 pairs of arms were tightly clasping his hands, and his neck suddenly stretched out, and he flew behind Naruto with his head. There, it is Zuo-Yu. Damn! Naruto scolded secretly, and hurriedly shouted, Enko, hurry up and protect Sayu. However, there was a dull snort from Zoe behind him. Orochimaru let go of Naruto's arms, retracted his head, licked his lips, and couldn't help laughing. Naruto's figure flashed and he quickly came to Sayu's side, seeing her kneeling on the ground with one hand covering her neck and her face full of pain, while on the other side, Enko was being held back by Kabuto. Seeing this situation, Naruto sighed and said to Orochimaru, Jong is still old and hot. Orochimaru stood up and covered his abdomen with his hands. Although his face was covered in cold sweat, his expression was full of happiness. He glanced at Sayu, who was moaning in pain, and said to Guy with a smile, Uzumaki Naruto, what I gave it's a good thing. If it weren't for my curse mark, would you have the power you have now? Don't you want to share this power with your companions? You are really selfish. Hearing Orochimaru's words, Sasu, who was in pain, couldn't help but look up at Naruto and finally fainted. Facing Orochimaru's words, Naruto frowned, and when Orochimaru said that, Zuyu would definitely have a quarrel with herself. With her stubborn head, she would definitely be led by Orochimaru's nose. Orochimaru, you have won this time. But next, you have to prepare. I will never let you have a better time. Naruto is really angry now. Orochimaru actually gave Zuo under his own eyelids you planted the curse mark, which made him full of self-blame and guilt for a while, and swore in his heart that he would recover this debt. Chapter 51 is bright. The 3 of Orochimaru fled quickly, and even if Naruto had the power of the spell, they couldn't keep him, let alone Sakura and Enko. At this moment, one was in shock, the other was helpless. It wasn't until Orochimaru left that Anko came back to his senses. She hurriedly lifted Sayu from the ground and called her a few times. Zuiyu snorted and woke up. Those big black eyes were now full of exhaustion and pain. Even Naruto would have fainted due to the erosion of the curse mark. If it wasn't for Orochimaru's consciousness being obliterated in the consciousness space, and quickly controlled the immortal power of the curse seal, I am afraid that he is similar to the current Zuoyu. Zhao Yu, how are you? Sakura came over at this time, with deep anxiety, worry and self-blame on her face. If it wasn't for her being too useless, everyone wouldn't be so miserable. Zuiyu looked around diligently, and when she saw Naruto beside her, she suddenly struggled to stand up. Naruto looked at her with some puzzlement. Zuoyu, you should take a rest. Don't continue this exam, let the medical ninja in the village help you. Zuiyu suddenly smiled and covered the curse mark on her shoulder with her hand. The next moment, a powerful chakra suddenly appeared on her body. She looked at Naruto and said inspiringly, Naruto, the power is so powerful. Is this the power Orochimaru speaks of? You've always been hiding such power, no wonder you've become so powerful. But I feel like I'll be able to beat you now. Feeling the Orochimaru chakra on Zuoyu's body, Naruto couldn't help frowning. Zuoyu, you can't rely on this power, hurry up and suppress it. Anko on the side listened to Naruto's words and said in a timely manner, yeah, this guy Orochimaru is definitely not a good person. The appearance of this curse mark on you will make you a tool for him step by step, and you must never go back. Used. However, Sayu smiled disapprovingly and looked at Naruto with a dissatisfied expression. No, with strength, I can realize my dream, Naruto, I really want to try now. Let's fight. Before she could finish speaking, an extremely strong fighting intent erupted in Zuiyu's eyes, and her white face was also covered with black spells and runes, which looked extremely evil. Naruto wanted to persuade him again, but Zuiyu suddenly threw a punch and slammed into Naruto's face. Anko saw this, his figure flashed, he immediately blocked in front of Naruto, stopped Sayu's offensive, and said to Naruto, Uzumaki Naruto, she has lost her mind, I will stop him, you hit her quickly Halo. Naruto shook his head helplessly, and was about to start when suddenly Anko groaned. A flash of electric light flashed, Naruto's face changed, a flash appeared behind Zuoyu, with a wave of his arm, a hand knife cut on Zuoyu's jade neck, stunned her, and then fixed her eyes on Anko, only to see an astonishing Yuhi color appearing on her chest. It was Sayu who took advantage of Anko's speech and used Chidori to injure Anko. Fortunately, Anko is also a special Jonin, who is not weak, and avoided the key point, but was scratched by the electric light of Chidori, and a hole was opened in the chest. Seeing this, Sakura couldn't help but let out a soft cry, and hurriedly stepped forward to check. Anko put his hands on his chest and shook his head to Sakura to indicate that it was okay, but his face was slightly sweaty. Seeing that Naruto had stunned Sakura, he breathed a sigh of relief. It's really careless, I didn't expect she learned Kakashi's trick. It happened. With such a major matter, I have to report to Lord Hokage right now, and Zuiyu will be taken care of by you, and I will go to the tower soon. After you arrive there, the situation of Zuiyu will be dealt with further. Naruto supported the fainted Sasu and nodded. Okay, I'll leave it to me here, you can hurry up, by the way, bandage the wound first, Sakura. Sakura hurriedly opened the medical bandage in the package he was carrying and handed it to Anko. After Anko took it, he showed a grateful smile to the two of them, and blamed himself. I didn't expect that I, the examiner, would have to accept your help in the end, but, Uzumaki Naruto, I'm becoming more and more interested in you. Oh. Naruto was stunned, but Anko had already turned and left. Shaking his head slightly, Naruto looked up at the sky. The surroundings were already dark, and it was almost dark. Sakura, it seems that we have to find a place to rest tonight, and we will be on our way tomorrow morning. It is easy to ambush at night, Naruto said after thinking for a while. Well, I'll listen to you. Sakura was completely out of his mind at this time, and left everything to Naruto. Then let's find a place first. In the dark forest, a bonfire was quietly lit, illuminating all the silence around. Naruto and Sakura sat around the bonfire, talking in a low voice, while in the space between them, Sayu quietly lying there. She hadn't woken up yet. Are the alarm settings okay? Naruto asked. Yeah. Sakura nodded slightly. A drowsiness suddenly surged up. There were too many things happening in one day, and it was beyond her tolerance. At this moment, she was physically and mentally exhausted. I really want to sleep well. It would be great if I was at home now. Seeing that Sakura kept dozing off, but still had to endure the look of cheering up, Naruto advised, you can sleep for a while, and leave it to me to watch the night here. When Sakura heard this, her spirit was immediately shocked. She suddenly raised her head to look at Naruto and said, Naruto, am I so useless? When Orochimaru came, I was so frightened that I couldn't move. Upon hearing this question, and seeing her negative self-denial look, Naruto smiled and shook his head. Nothing, in fact, this time it was purely an accident. We were not beaten by an opponent like Orochimaru. I've been lucky enough to get rid of it. But, Sakura wanted to say you couldn't knock Orochimaru away. On the other hand, he was so frightened that he couldn't move. In comparison, he was really useless. Okay, Sakura. Naruto put his hands on Sakura's shoulders and smiled. People are always growing, and only by constantly struggling in difficult situations and experiencing the powerlessness will they realize their own inadequacies. If you realize your weakness now, then in the future, I believe that you will be stronger than you are now. You know, so don't worry about it. What you have to do now is to get a good night's sleep. Leave everything to me, come on. There was a bright smile on his face, reflecting the firelight, and at this moment, Sakura almost felt that it was not night, but the bright day. Naruto. In an instant, Sakura couldn't help sobbing, and couldn't help but threw herself into Naruto's arms, sobbing. Chapter 52 reacts strangely. Naruto was stunned for a moment, then smiled bitterly, hugged Sakura's soft body, and comforted, okay, don't cry, be strong, as a ninja, you can't be so weak. Sakura was crying non-stop in Naruto's arms at this time, but she felt very relieved. Naruto's arms didn't expect to be so warm. She suddenly felt a little reluctant to leave, listening to Naruto's gentle consolation in her ears. At this moment, her heart melted. Parents once said that you must never approach Uzumaki Naruto, and there have always been rumors that Naruto is a monster in the village, but at this moment, Sakura has put this thought aside, and she will never believe these words anymore. Gradually, she fell into a deep sleep, showing a sweet smile in Naruto's arms. Feeling that her crying had stopped and her breathing had gradually stabilized, Naruto could only continue to sit on the spot holding her tender body for a while. I was thinking about how to deal with Orochimaru this time. With his own strength, he was no weaker than him in terms of chakra strength, and even in terms of momentum, Orochimaru might not be able to match himself, but no matter what. Whether it is the control of power, the knowledge of ninjutsu, or the experience of fighting, these Naruto are far less than Orochimaru. He has no doubt that if the two have a life and death duel, the probability of winning is less than 30%. Just as he was in a trance, Naruto suddenly turned his head and looked to the side, only to see that Zuiyu, who was in a coma, had opened those big black eyes at some point, and was now looking at himself with a strange expression. Zuoyu, you're finally awake, are you alright? Naruto was stunned for a moment, then asked. However, at this moment Zuoyu snorted coldly and turned her head away, inexplicably angry. What's wrong? Naruto continued to ask. At this time, Zuoyu sat up directly and said lightly, during my coma, your relationship developed really fast. Huh? Naruto was stunned when Sayu said a word, and then he realized that he was holding Sakura at this time, and Sayu was obviously very concerned about this matter. After thinking about it, Naruto couldn't help laughing. Sayu was not interested in herself, she was not happy to see her holding Sakura. But he didn't bother to explain. After all, this kind of thing is getting worse and worse, so he simply changed the topic and said directly, "Does your neck still hurt?" Unexpectedly, as soon as Naruto said these words, Zuoyu shook his head. "I want you to take care of it." Then, under Naruto's funny and helpless eyes, he found some dry wood nearby, lit the fire and raised a fire not far away, and then leaned on the tree trunk and closed his eyes to rest. However, Zuoyu was very uneasy at this time. These two guys actually got together. It was too much. Naruto, a bastard, after knocking himself out, actually kissed me and me with Sakura. Since that's the case, you might as well be out of sight. Never ignore him again. The angry Zuoyu. Naruto naturally didn't know what was in his head, but he couldn't help but feel a little distressed. He is not a fool with zero EQ. Zuoyu is obviously jealous. If he can't even see it, then the transmigrator himself is too fake. However, despite this, he was an adult man in his previous life. Although he is now a 12-year-old Naruto, he is still an adult psychologically. He likes the type of Yuji. The girl in the cardamom age, of course, likes it very much, but it is really a joke for him to reach the level of love. After thinking about it for a while, Naruto no longer bothered, so he hugged Sakura like this, sitting on the spot and closing his eyes, secretly practicing chakra. The reason why I didn't let her go was because I was afraid of waking her up. After all, Sakura hadn't closed her eyes all day, so let her get a good night's sleep. Soon, the surroundings gradually became brighter. Although it was still so dim in the forest, the sky was already white with fish belly. Naruto, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground practicing chakra, slowly opened his eyes. After practicing in the middle of the night, his chakra improved again. In her arms, she naturally woke up when she moved. Opened her confused eyes slightly, and Sakura was quite cute at this moment, but she sat up immediately and whispered, "My God, I fell asleep." Naruto smiled slightly. Looking at the smiling Naruto, Sakura couldn't help but think that last night she desperately threw herself into his arms, and she actually fell asleep in his arms. Feeling that his body temperature was still lingering on her body, Sakura couldn't help but look like Yuhi's face, bright, and for a while she sat on the spot and faltered. After a while, she stood up abruptly and said quickly, "Oh, by the way, where's Zuoyu?" Looking around, he saw Zuoyu sitting alone by another fire. She was also practicing chakra at this time. With the movement on Naruto's side, Sayu naturally opened her eyes and saw Sakura's question. Then she stood up and came to the two of them. Without looking at Naruto, she said lightly to Sakura, "Since I woke up well, let's go and grab the scroll and enter the tower." Naruto also stood up and nodded and said, "Okay, but before that, let's eat something to fill our stomachs. The dry food we brought with him was finished yesterday, so let's grab something to eat." Hearing Naruto's words, Sakura was hungry too. Zuoyu's face was flat, she couldn't see any expression. She ignored Naruto, but her stomach growled a few times, which made Naruto secretly laugh. What a stubborn girl. Zuoyu's face turned to Yuhi, and she walked forward on her own. Although Sakura felt that Zuoyu's behavior was a bit strange, she was both worried about Zuoyu and a little afraid of her. After all, yesterday she suddenly lost her mind and wanted to fight Naruto and injured Enko. At that time, she was shocked. Naruto smiled slightly and followed. Chapter 53 Barbecue. Soon, with the skills of the three, they successfully caught a big hare, and then they finally found a stream and barbecued next to the stream. The three of them have never grilled game, so they didn't know how to do it for a while. In the end, only Naruto did it himself, and it was quite interesting to try it. Sakura assisted Naruto with great interest, giggling from time to time. Since last night, she has become even closer to Naruto, and she has a feeling of being inseparable from him. On the other hand, Zuoyu had a cold face, watching the two of them, talking about love, muttering something from time to time. After a while, the big hare that had been fragrant was finally roasted, and the fragrance drifted away. Sakura shouted excitedly, "It's fragrant." Naruto, I want to eat this leg. Naruto smiled and pulled down a hair leg and handed it to Sakura, who gave him a sweet smile. Zhao Yu, the hair is cooked, come and have some too. Naruto greeted the other side and turned around and pretended to be on guard, but in fact he was closely watching Naruto and the two of them. But Zhao Yu didn't respond, and deliberately ignored him. Naruto called her again. Sakura nibbled at the rabbit's leg while staring at Zhao Yu's reaction strangely. Naruto frowned slightly, but had no choice but to get up and walk over, pulled down another hare's leg, handed it to her, and said with a smile, "Here, eat quickly." Zhao Yu glanced at him, and was hooked by the scent to shrug Xiaoyao's nose, but she still pretended to be indifferent. "You guys eat, I'm not hungry." Zoe, I clearly heard your stomach growl just now. Sakura on the side said after listening. Nonsense. Zhao Yu immediately retorted. Seeing Zhao Yu's face showing Yuhi's defense, Naruto couldn't help shaking his head and laughing. He stretched out his hand, suddenly grabbed Zhao Yu's hand, and shoved the rabbit's leg over, looking directly into Zhao Yu's black eyes, earnestly said, "Zhao Yu, you should eat something first, otherwise in the next scroll battle, what if you don't have the strength to fight?" Hey, what are you doing? Zhao Yu felt her hand being grabbed by him. She struggled, but didn't. She pushed back awkwardly. I don't want to eat. You still force me to eat. You or me, who the hell do I want you to take care of so much? Suddenly, a slamming sound flew towards the two people in the quarrel. The target was Zhao Yu's clean forehead. Naruto was slightly startled, but he reacted in an instant, and then slammed forward, pushing Sayu to the ground, and the man also pressed him heavily. Ah, what are you doing? Zhao Yu didn't notice the kunai, because at this time her attention was all on Naruto, and before she could find out the whereabouts of the kunai, she was pinned down by Naruto. Underneath, at this moment, her heart was beating. Be careful, there is an enemy attack. Naruto put his hands on the ground, and led Sayu to turn some somersaults on the ground quickly, and straightened her upright with a serious expression. What? Zhao Yu was also startled suddenly, looking towards Naruto's line of sight. A handle of kuwu was stuck on the ground in front of the two of them. At this time, several rough voices sounded in the field. Ha ha ha, big brother, there are two more little beauties here. I don't know if they have the scroll of the sky on them. Several tall figures appeared in front of the three of Naruto, wearing the forehead guards of Longan village on their heads. Excited smiles all over his face. Naruto frowned slightly. At this time, Sakura was also shocked by the abnormal situation in the field, and instantly prepared for battle and came to Naruto's side. What scroll do you guys have on you? Naruto let go of Sasu, handed the hair in his hand to Sakura, and asked her to hold it well. He slowly took out a kunai from the knife bag and said straight. Sakura next to him. He laughed a few times, and one of them stood up and shouted, "Boy, take out your scrolls obediently, leave these two little beauties behind, and leave on your stomach, we will bypass you, or we will kill you." Saying that, those people cooperated with a burst of murderous aura from their bodies, and together with their sinister smiles, if Genin, who had just graduated from the ninja school, might be shocked, but the three of Naruto have already experienced Orochimaru's murderous. I don't care about these guys who are only a little bit stronger than the average genin. Seeing that the three of them were still in the same state, there was no reaction, and even Naruto had a disgusting smile on his face, and one of them couldn't help it and yelled, "Boy, it's really a chance for you, you don't cherish it, right? Huh, then just wait and die." With that said, a few people started to hand seal, but before they could move, they felt a strong wind blowing in front of them. And the next moment, Naruto had appeared in front of them. And Naruto was holding kunai at this time, and he placed his front on one of them's neck, and asked lightly, "What's on your back?" Huh, the three big men could only see Naruto's flashing figure, and they didn't have time to block and react. One of them was already restrained, and they were shocked. The other two hurriedly jumped away from both sides. Oops, this guy is so fast. I can only see a shadow of him. It's terrifying. This speed. Is this still genin? Naruto didn't care what the other two said, but just stared at the guy who was restrained by him. The man's face was covered with cold sweat instantly, his eyes showed fear, and he hesitantly said, "No, nothing, yes, it is the prey we caught in the forest, the forest." "Really?" Naruto murmured softly, and suddenly a knee bumped against his stomach. The man muttered in an instant, and knelt down in front of him weakly with his legs together, and behind him was the big cloth bag also rolled down. Naruto didn't even look at him, he walked directly to the bag, and untied the bag cautiously. Chapter 54 Karen. The next moment, a figure rolled out of the bag, but it was a person. A girl with an Otogakur village browguard. The color of Yuhi, and a delicate little face, this girl was stuffed with a piece of cloth in her mouth, and her whole body was tied up. At this time, she was looking at Naruto with surprise and searching. "It's Karen." The moment he saw this girl, Naruto almost recognized her. He, who had already read the original book, was deeply impressed by the character of Karen, because in the original book, her infatuation with Sasuke was like a moth. To the point of fighting fire, and she is also a descendant of the Uzumaki clan. Strictly speaking, she is still her own clan, although the current Naruto has no concept of family in his heart. However, although Naruto recognized her, in order to reduce unnecessary trouble, he couldn't show it directly. He just smiled and helped her up, and while untying the rope on her body, he said, "Are you alright?" Karen was still a little stunned at this time, because she was struggling in the bag just now. The myopia glasses she had been wearing fell off, and although she was tied in the bag just now, her mouth was tightly sealed and she couldn't speak. But his ears could hear all the movements outside, and he knew in his heart that it was the person in front of him who saved him. However, her highly short-sighted eyes made it impossible for her to see the face of the person in front of her. In her sight, there was only a blur of blonde hair and a smiling face. I'm fine, my glasses. My glasses are missing, maybe they're in the bag, can you help me find them?" Karen opened her eyes hard, her free hands grabbing Naruto's eyes. Arm. Naruto nodded slightly, released Karen and picked up the bag. With a slight shake, a pair of black-rimmed glasses suddenly fell out. "I found it." He picked it up, wiped it with his sleeve and handed it to her. "See if it's broken." Karen hurriedly took it and put the glasses on. At this moment, the blurred vision suddenly became clear, and she was staring at Naruto in front of her with a grateful smile on her face. "Thank you for saving me, my name is Karen, what's your name?" "Uzumaki Naruto." Naruto smiled faintly, seeing that she didn't seem to be doing anything, then turned around and faced the three ninjas in the village. One was lying at Naruto's feet and moaning, while the other two stared at him from a distance with a wary expression on their faces. When Naruto finally dealt with Karen, affairs and turned his head, a trace of fear flashed in their eyes. Because at this moment, the aura emanating from Naruto made their hearts tremble, and even Jonin in his own village could not have this kind of aura. Who the hell is this kid? Suddenly there was a thought in their hearts to run away immediately. "I ask you, what are you trying to do with Karen?" Naruto blurted out. When Naruto asked the two of them, their bodies trembled, and they didn't know what to say. At this time, the man who fell on the ground bit Kiba and shouted at the two, "You two trash, come on. Kill this kid for me. What are you afraid of?" "Old boss. He is too strong, we can't beat him." The two said in unison, "I think we should retreat. Boss, we will come back to save you." After speaking, the two of them threw a smoke bomb and ran back. At this time, the two of Sakura, who were waiting on the side, flanked them from behind in an instant. Sasu, who was already itching to do it, restrained them in 2 or 3 times. Throwing the two together on the ground beside the boss, Sakura came to Naruto's side, and then looked down at them condescendingly. Faces of the three were ashen, and finally they begged for mercy. "It's all our fault that we have no eyes," and provoked the three. "Please let us go, we will give you all the scrolls on our body. I just ask you to spare our lives." Zuo sneered. "We will find out the scrolls on your body, you don't need to give them." Come on, what's your purpose for catching this girl? On the other hand, Naruto waved his hand, suddenly lost interest in continuing to ask questions, turned around and left. Forget it, these 3 guys will be handed over to Karen. Karen, you will deal with them. Karen was stunned for a moment, looked at Naruto, and then bit Kiba and gnashed his teeth in front of the 3 of them. He looked at Naruto with a slight hesitation, and suddenly slapped the 3 of them with his palm and slap in the face. Screams began. Moreover, not just a few times, but dozens of times in a row, until their cheeks were swollen high and their mouths were covered with bloodshots, and then it stopped. At this time, even if they have the strength of genin, they have been beaten to death. The 3 Naruto on the side looked at Karen with strange expressions. Really hard to start. Looking at Karen, who was still full of intellect, Naruto had a strange thought in his heart. Karen, who seemed to be full of intellectual aura, was actually quite violent. However, it's no wonder, if she really looks so intellectual and quiet. In the original book, Orochimaru would not have been sent to the base detention center to manage the group of mad guys who were often mad by the curse mark. The power to take care of those guys requires more than just talent. After a while, Karen calmed down and thanked the 3 Naruto again. Thank you so much, if it weren't for you, I would have been in trouble. She said, looking at her with strange eyes. Naruto whispered in his heart, his chakra is so warm, it feels like the sun is shining. However, Sakura on the side immediately noticed Karen's strangeness, and his expression immediately became vigilant. He pulled Naruto and said, by the way, Naruto, let's go get their scrolls. Well, good. Naruto nodded. So, the 4 of them took out the scrolls on their bodies on the spot, and at a glance, there were actually 2 scrolls of the sky and 1 scroll of the earth. It seems that the harvest of these 3 people is not bad. It's a pity that I met the Naruto group, and that's it. Seeing the 3 scrolls at once, Sakura couldn't help frowning and said, these 3 guys are too sinister. They already have a pair of scrolls, but they have to take another one. Such people should be taught a lesson. On the other hand, Naruto shook his head and said, I think this is quite normal, as long as the number of scrolls in your hand is more, the other groups will get less, and the fewer people will pass. More people will be brushed down in the next exam, which is also reducing competitors for themselves. Quote. Oh, that's right, as expected of Naruto. Upon hearing this, Sakura scolded herself for being too stupid, and at the same time admired Naruto's mind, and now she was full of Naruto, so naturally she was small flattered in the past. Chapter 55 Variety. Next, the 3 Naruto who happened to have the scroll of the earth took one of the scrolls of the sky, and Naruto gave the remaining pair of scrolls to Karen. Karen couldn't help but froze for a moment, and said in disbelief, are you going to give me the scroll? Well, we already have a pair, so it's just right for you. Naruto said in disapproval, is there anything wrong? No, nothing's wrong. Karen lowered her head slightly when she met his clear eyes, and a slight beauty flashed across her tender white face, but the next moment she suddenly raised her head and said, this is I can't have the scroll. I got separated from my companions, and my 2 companions are stronger than me, they should have already got a pair, so I'll leave this scroll to you. Is that so? But what if your companions don't get the scroll? It's just right for you to take it back. Naruto continued. No, I can't. Karen stubbornly refused. Naruto frowned slightly, and suddenly noticed the Otogakure on her head. He knew in his heart that if he guessed correctly, Orochimaru should have given them an order. In the original book, the Otogakure photographed by Orochimaru was I have always been against the Naruto group. Thinking of this, Naruto couldn't help but nodded slightly. Well, since that's the case, I won't force you. Yeah, Karen bowed her head with guilt, her heart a little complicated. Sakura, who was beside her, looked at her strangely. The small storm passed, and the 3 of Naruto continued to eat barbecue, but it became a meal while on the road. And after Zuoyu diverted her attention after this incident, she was even more hungry, and she no longer had trouble with her stomach. She picked up a piece of hare meat and ate it. During this period, Karen, who was already hungry, also ate it. Joined it and got a piece of hare meat. The four of them ate hare meat together, talking and laughing. After some inquiries, Karen also said some things, and the reason for her arrest was also revealed. It turned out that the three big men took a fancy to Karen's beauty and wanted to take it back for training and enjoy it. Everything was learned when Karen was caught in a bag and listened to their discussion. She was terrified at the time. She was not afraid of death, but it was more terrifying than death. After listening to Karen's narration, Sayu and Sakura were both females, and immediately became angry. Sasu pulled out kunai with a murderous look and said, "I'm going to kill them." Although Sakura wasn't so radical, she didn't object to Sakura's actions. Naruto stopped her with a slight smile. "Okay, you go back now, those three guys don't know if they are there. Maybe they have woken up and ran away. They are just three little ones, don't worry about it." Zuoyu heard this. She snorted coldly, glared at Naruto and said, "You actually speak for them. Do you want to stop me? Well, fight me now. If you win, I won't go." Seeing Zuoyu's high fighting spirit, Naruto suddenly had a headache. This Zuoyu really didn't miss any chance. Moreover, looking at the anger in her eyes at this time, it seems to be aimed at herself. Seeing that the atmosphere between the two was about to become tense again, Sakura quickly came out to persuade. "Okay, Zuoyu, we still need to hurry now, we will talk about it later." Seeing Sakura stand up to speak for Naruto, Zuoyu's heart suddenly felt bitter and she felt like crying. The two of them sang together, which would make her aggrieved to death. However, she is stubborn by nature and has a strong personality. She will never show her weak side in front of them easily. Although she is a little jealous of Sakura and has complicated feelings for Naruto, when she thinks of her identity and her dreams, her mood is extraordinarily calm. Yes, he is an avenger too. These things are not what she pursues. The love that the flowers in the greenhouse can enjoy, she is not qualified to experience. Thinking of this, Zuoyu's expression suddenly calmed down, but her eyes became colder, as if she didn't have any emotion. It's just that at this moment, when she made up her mind, deep down in her heart, she didn't even notice that touch of the most regrettable bitterness. Naruto didn't know about Zuoyu's psychological changes, but when he saw that Zuoyu calmed down, he was relieved. Since she was in anger with herself, she stepped forward and comforted, "Zuoyu, if you really want to fight me. 1. It's not impossible. After this Chunin exam, I will definitely accept your challenge." Zuoyu heard the words, her eyes lit up slightly, but she didn't speak anymore, and walked forward on her own. This time, it was Karen's turn to look at the three of them strangely. She was sensitively aware that the relationship between the three seemed to be a little subtle. After the four of them walked together for a while, Karen said that he would separate from them to find companions, but Naruto did not hold back. After all, it was within their own group. But before leaving, Karen looked at Naruto with a hint of reluctance. Seeing Karen's figure disappearing from sight, the three of them went back on the road and headed towards the tower. Now they have 2 pairs of scrolls on them, the mission is already completed, and the rest just needs to hurry. As for the situation where someone will snatch it, whether it is Sakura or Sayu, it has been ignored. In Sayu's view, she just needs an opponent to abuse her, and in Sakura's view, Naruto is such a powerful person. In the group, even if Orochimaru came, he couldn't snatch the scrolls. Chapter 56 Danger. It was not until noon that the three Naruto approached the tower. From a distance, they could already see the outline of the tower. Sakura exclaimed excitedly, "It's finally here. Great." So, the three of them speeded up and moved forward. However, the closer you get to the tower, the more careful you have to be, because many candidates just lie in ambush near the tower for convenience, wait for those candidates who already have scrolls in their hands to pass by, and then capture them in one fell swoop. Generally speaking, these candidates are all amazing and confident guys. Naruto analyzed the situation with Sakura and Sasu, the two agreed. Although Sasu still looked cold, she also agreed with Naruto's thoughts and raised her vigilance slightly. At this moment, a sound of fighting suddenly came from not far away. Naruto frowned slightly. Sakura immediately became nervous, while Sasuke was instantly excited. Looks like there's a fight there, let's go to the tower quickly. Sakura didn't want to be involved, so she said to Naruto and Sasuke. However, when they looked at Naruto, they saw Naruto's expression strange, and only heard him say, Sakura, Sakura, you two should go to the tower first, I will go over there and see it later. Follow me right away. Naruto, what are you going to do? Sakura couldn't help asking, and Sayu also looked at him strangely and dissatisfiedly. Naruto smiled slightly. There's an acquaintance over there, I'll go take a look. After saying that, regardless of the reaction of the two, he hurried towards that side. Sakura and Sasuke looked at each other and had no choice but to follow. Unconsciously, Naruto has become the backbone of the three, and even Sayu, who is very unconvinced, can't help but follow. At this time, the few people who were fighting were the Gara group and a group of ninjas who were extremely powerful along the way. On the way Naruto rushed over, this group of ninjas had been killed by Gara's sand waterfall. The blood that kept splashing was like raindrops, which made people feel chilling. And all of this is being watched by the Hinata team and Shikamaru team who are hiding. They all knew Gara's strength, so they didn't dare to provoke them easily. When the scene appeared in front of them, they were still shocked. Both groups grew up in Konoha's environment without wind and waves, and they had never encountered such brutal killings even when they were doing tasks. At first sight, they were terrified and shivered. Especially the two girls, Hinata and Ino, were so frightened that they stood there, their bodies trembling slightly, and they dared not move. At this moment, a thought popped into the hearts of the six of them. If they were discovered, they would definitely end up the same as the guy who was killed. Akamaru, who was in Kiba's arms, hid in his clothes for a long time, shivering. Shino's bug didn't dare to make any difference. Choji was timid, and his reaction was not much better than the two girls. Only Shikamaru was a little calmer, but his face was also covered in cold sweat. At this time, Gara, who had solved a small problem, said indifferently to Kankuro and Tamari beside him. Let's go, their scrolls should have been crushed by sand, it's really weak, this exam is really boring, didn't need a guy that excites me. Both Tamari and Kankuro glanced at Gara with lingering fears, and nodded quickly. This kind of person who kills purely for the sake of killing, even his younger brother, would not dare to get close at all. Suddenly, the snack bag in Choji's hand, who was hiding and staring, accidentally fell off. In an instant, Gara noticed the change, and his eyes suddenly turned to where the three of Choji were. Done. At this moment, the three Shikamaru had only this word in their hearts. Hinata three who were hiding on the other side didn't know that there were other groups besides their own group. At that moment, they thought they were about to be discovered. Sure enough, a cruel smile appeared on the corner of Gara's mouth, and he murmured, I didn't expect there to be a few bugs hiding here. After speaking, he pressed the momentum of his entire body towards the three Chojis over there. The three of them instantly felt a terrifying and strange aura envelop them, and at this moment, a feeling of suffocation came. As a last resort, the three of them slammed into Kiba and suddenly jumped out together and stood in front of the three of Gara. But when she saw the three Shikamaru, Gara glanced at them contemptuously, and said to herself, oh, it turned out to be some little devils. Although Shikamaru and the others were still little devils, being so despised by a peer of the same age also made a few hot-blooded teenagers dissatisfied for a while, and the three of them immediately felt a sense of swearing to the death. However, when they think of Gara's horror, the three of them are a bit lacking in confidence. At this time, when the three of Kiba saw that it was Shikamaru, they were stunned for a moment. They thought that they were classmates in the same class as their own. But when they saw that they were facing such a powerful and murderous enemy, they couldn't stand up when their minds were hot. Oh, I didn't expect there to be a few more. Gara said in surprise. And Temari next to him couldn't help but sigh. It seems that these guys are going to become the ghosts of Gara's subordinates. Temari couldn't help but feel a pity to see the outstanding-looking Hinata and Ino in the field. Gara was slightly excited. You guys, who has the value of being killed by me? He raised his arm slightly, a pile of sand floated up, and aimed at the 6 people in the distance. Let's start with you. Gara let out a low laugh, and the sand instantly ran towards Ino who was present. Under the sudden attack, Ino was at a loss, and just as she exclaimed, the sand had already arrived in front of her. Although Shikamaru and Choji next to her have already reacted, but facing Gara's attack, they don't know how to resist now. Maybe Choji's doubling technique can take a blow from him, but at this time, they want to hand seal is obviously too late. At this critical moment, Naruto finally arrived, but when he saw Gara, he was still a long way from Ino, and he absolutely couldn't come to Ino to block her before sand attacked. Seeing that Ino was about to die under the sand, Naruto was surprisingly calm in his heart. He decisively pulled out a kunai. The immortal power of the curse immortal was activated instantly, and his arm slammed out. Chapter 57 A Small Fight. The sound of breaking the sky suddenly sounded, and the next moment, the kunai that flew out of Naruto's hand turned into a dim light and arrived in front of Gara's face in an instant. The speed is astounding. At this moment, Gara's innate sense of crisis also shocked him. His face was shocked, he quickly raised his arm, and a stream of sand flew up in front of him. A clanging sound came out, and kunai was finally blocked, but Gara originally controlled the sand that was going to kill Ino, so he lost his control and was powerless to withdraw. Ino thought he was doomed, but his wide-eyed beautiful eyes saw the terrifying sand flow and retreated. At the same time, a familiar voice suddenly sounded. Gara, is killing really so interesting? It's Naruto. In Ino's line of sight, Naruto was standing on the treetop in front of him, with his back to him, his blonde hair swaying in the wind, and for a moment, she actually had the illusion of a heartbeat. Naruto smiled back. Ino, are you okay? I'm fine, Naruto, thank you. Naruto's warm smile made her stunned, and she quickly responded. This guy is very dangerous, Naruto, you have to be careful. Gara was already looking at Naruto excitedly at this time. If I kill you, I will definitely find it very interesting. Naruto frowned. Gara, a guy who is emotionally unstable, is very difficult to deal with, and he doesn't want to fight him here. So he said, Gara, can you stop being so excited? Anyway, we will meet sooner or later in the Chunin exam. If you want to kill me, just come. As for now, can I take them away? Naruto said, pointing to the 6 people present. Hearing Naruto's words, Gara was very unconvinced and said coldly, I can't help but want to kill you now. Since you appeared in front of me, I can only blame you for bad luck. As soon as Gara finished speaking, he directed the sand to fly towards Naruto. However, before the sand was close, the next moment, Naruto's figure was already facing the sand. Naruto, it's dangerous, come back. Naruto's move made several people present suddenly scream, and Ino, who had saved his life just now, shouted loudly. On the other hand, looking at Naruto's death move, Hinata was even more nervous, but she always believed that Naruto was not someone who would do such a stupid thing, and just secretly prayed for him. Sayu and Sakura also rushed to the scene at this time, and they couldn't help but stunned when they saw so many acquaintances present, but then they saw Naruto rushing towards Gara, but they just watched and said nothing. There was no anxious look. At this time, Naruto and Gara's sand were very close, and everyone almost felt that he would be crushed by the sand in the next moment. However, just when the sand was about to hit Naruto, Naruto's body made a wonderful turn, and he avoided the sand's siege with an extremely clever movement. In front of Gara. Gara was startled, and the next moment, just as he was about to use the sand to defend, Naruto suddenly saw a kunai in his hand and slashed towards Gara's neck. The sand automatically sensed the danger, and was able to stop Naruto's kunai. With a swoosh, the sand was immediately cut open by kunai, splashing Gara's face. After that, Naruto didn't wait for Gara to react. He turned around again, and suddenly came around behind Gara. Gara's eyes moved, and the sand once again followed Naruto's erratic figure, but Naruto's speed was still very fast. Yes, with Gara's current strength, it was a bit reluctant to use sand to keep up, but despite this, Naruto couldn't break through his defense for a while. Kept flashing left and right around Gara. Gara's sand could only be used for defense for a while, and there was no time to focus on attacking. The people who were watching the battle silently behind him immediately opened their mouths in surprise. This speed is too fast. Except for Sasuke and Sakura, who are used to it, the Shikamaru team and the Hinata team are unbelievable. Naruto, who is usually not great, has such a strong strength. At this time, it was Temari and Kankuro who were even more shocked, because only they knew the horror of Gara sand best. You must know that kind of sand is difficult for even ordinary Jonin to deal with, and it is also offensive and defensive. It can be said that Gara's strength has already reached a level where the general Jonin is inferior. However, this blonde boy in front of him was able to force Gara to be powerless to fight back. Moreover, this kind of dazzling speed, even Jonin can't have it. Only a strong person who specializes in physique can exercise this kind of physique. It's unbelievable. There are times when Gara is at a disadvantage. Kankuro said very complicatedly. On the one hand, he was excited that a strong man like Gara was finally suppressed. Troubled by such a strong power. And Temari is more interested in Naruto. I remember him as the Uzumaki Naruto from before. I really want to know how he became so strong. While everyone was amazed, Naruto had become impatient. Gara's defense was always this way, and he was just making a living target for himself. The next moment, Naruto flashed back, and suddenly a turning point appeared behind Gara at an extremely fast speed. At the same time, in his right hand, a blue chakra instantly formed. What kind of ninjutsu is this? When Naruto's Rasengan used it, Temari and the others were shocked by the powerful chakra and the surrounding wind. What a powerful chakra! Rasengan. The next moment, Naruto's right hand slammed into Gara's back. And at this moment, Gara's sand is just right in front of Rasengan. Boom! A roar sounded, and after that, the field was filled with smoke and dust. How's it going? Temari couldn't help but murmured nervously, looking in the direction of Naruto and the two of them. A gust of breeze blew, and the sand and dust slowly dissipated. Gara stood there blankly, while Naruto's right hand rested on Gara's back. That's it for today, Naruto said suddenly with a slight smile, then he patted Gara's shoulder and turned back to Sakura and Sakura. Chapter 58 Preselection. Gara stood there dumbfounded, and did not move for a long time. Just as Temari and Kankuro both walked over with some worry, he finally reacted. He saw that his face suddenly became hideous, and his mouth was like a beast. With a low growl, he roared towards Naruto. You really surprised me, you have such a powerful force, I must kill you. I must kill you. Just when he was blocking his back with sand just now, Rasengan simply defeated his proud sand defense with ease. And Yue continued to come towards his back unabated. To be here, it is a very fatal thing for a ninja to turn his back on the enemy. At that moment, there was even a kind of fear and confusion in his heart that he had never felt before. Could it be that he would fail? But just when he thought he was about to be hit hard, the powerful chakra suddenly disappeared and was replaced by his palm without a trace of strength. At this moment, even a fool knew that he had taken it back. Strength. For this kind of thing that has never happened, Gara's heart is full of incredible, and she has been bypassed once. This made him unable to calm down for a long time. Naruto frowned slightly, looking at his struggling face. It seemed that the power of the tailed beast in his body was about to wake up. Just now, I didn't wound him or take back the power, I just didn't want to wound him and trigger the power of the tailed beast in his body. You must know that a tailed beast is a tailed beast after all, even if you are not afraid of it, but if you wake up at this time, it is also quite troublesome. At least under the cover of Shukaku's power, it will definitely cause damage to several people present, which is certainly not the situation he wants to see. However, I still underestimated Gara's emotional instability. But at this moment, Temari and Kankuro also came to his side. Seeing him like this, their expressions changed, and the two of them couldn't care about anything. Temari hurriedly whispered in his ear, "Gara, now you don't be impulsive and don't forget to plan." Quote. The mad Gara was suddenly awakened by Temari's deep drink, and the remaining reason finally came back, which slowly calmed his unstable emotions. "Let's go." The next moment, the three of them didn't want to stay any longer and left the place quickly. After the three of Gara left, everyone in the field exhaled in unison, and their tense nerves relaxed a little. But soon, they had a strong interest in Naruto. The strength he showed just now was far beyond their understanding. For them, it was even more unacceptable than seeing Gara's brutal murder. "Naruto, when did you become so strong? This really surprised us. Did you always hide your strength before?" Kiba shouted and walked over, looking at him with envy and hatred. Naruto didn't know how to answer. At this time, Sakura came over and said for him, "Naruto is so powerful. Even the 3 generations of Hokage have taught him personally. Same as myself." Showed a kind smile to Hinata, who was looking at him with concern not far away, and then said to everyone, "Since you are all safe, then we will go to the tower first, and then we will turn there." Quote. Saying that, he didn't hesitate, and hurried away with Sakura and Sakura. Are you just leaving? I haven't thanked you properly yet, Naruto." Ino cried out in frustration when he saw Naruto quickly disappearing from his line of sight. "Hey, Ino, you don't want to make a promise?" Kiba couldn't help joking when he saw Ino's staring eyes. When Ino heard this, his face suddenly became Yuhi, and he glared at him fiercely. "Shut up, don't talk nonsense to me." In the largest lounge in the tower, Sandai is sitting on a chair. Beside him are several famous Konoha Jonin, Kakashi, Anko, Kurenai Yuhi, Asuma, Gai, etc. At this time, they are discussing just now Anko's report on Orochimaru. Sure enough, the Orochimaru guy's target this time is Sayu. "This guy is really immortal," the 3rd generation said with a headache. "Has Sayu reached the tower now?" One of the ninjas went out to take a look and came back to report, "Yes, Lord Sandai, they have just arrived." "Okay, then let Uchiha Sasu come over quickly." "Forget it, it may be too late, let's go out and talk about it first," Sandai said after a moment of indifference. At this time, in the hall of the tower, the ninjas who passed the 2nd test have all arrived and are gathering there to discuss in a low voice. Dry Jonin to the platform above the hall, announcing the end of the 2nd exam and the start of the preliminaries. Like the original book, the first battle is between Sayu and an Orochimaru spy, but Sayu's strength is much stronger than in the original book. After Kakashi's Chidori, her speed has been able to catch up. She went to Little Lee, and the spy with the dragon set couldn't catch up with her at all, and was soon defeated by Zuoyu's few moves. Seeing that Zuoyu easily defeated his opponent, all the Genin and Jonin mentors were amazed. The people of the Uchiha family are powerful. Naruto and Kiba. The originally won and very funny battle did not happen the same way, because Naruto is no longer the original kid who didn't understand anything. He is a traveler, and his strength has long been much beyond these Genins. 3 generations, Kakashi, and Anko, the 3 who know Naruto's strength, of course know the result of this battle, while other ninjas who do not know, such as Kurenai Yuhi, Gai, Asuma, etc., are looking forward to it, because for Naruto they also secretly learned about the things that were taught by the 3 generations themselves, so they looked forward to Naruto's performance more than Sayu. It's just that Kiba saw Naruto's terrifying strength, so at this time he was desperate for him to become an opponent with Naruto. Of course he knew that he couldn't beat him, but he wasn't the kind of person with stage fright. Although Naruto is very strong, he will try it. But soon, after he and his partner Akamaru tried their best, they couldn't hurt Naruto even a hair, but they were exhausted and out of breath. They finally raised their hands and surrendered unwillingly. And from the beginning to the end, Naruto has been very relaxed, but it is this ease that has become unfathomable in everyone's eyes. HMPH, Uzumaki Naruto, really strong. You smiled excitedly shortly after seeing Neji, who was watching the battle. And Gara stared at him, as if she wanted to eat him. Chapter 59 Secret Room Talk. Just when Naruto returned to the stage, Kakashi suddenly came over with a mysterious look. I saw him beckoning to Zuiyu and said, Zuiyu, come here, I have something I want to ask you. Zuiyu was looking at Naruto with a look of dissatisfaction, because when Naruto came back to the stage, Sakura greeted him attentively, which made her very tasteful, and even more dissatisfied and resentful towards him. And Kakashi's words suddenly woke her up, and then she regained her senses and asked, what is it? Just come with me, I want to treat the wound on your neck. Kakashi said with a serious face. Zuiyu was stunned for a moment. She reached out and touched the place where the curse mark was on her neck involuntarily. Her expression became a little hesitant. Because of the curse mark, she felt a powerful force, but also because of this curse mark, she was tasted when it came to the unbearable pain, especially the feeling of being eroded when using the power of the spell. She also knew that this was not such a simple power. Just when Sayu was hesitating, Naruto, who had noticed the conversation between the two, came over and said to Kakashi, Kakashi-sensei, I think I will have a solution for Sayu's curse. Huh, Naruto, what did you say? Kakashi was slightly startled and looked at Naruto, can you solve this curse? Just after saying that, Kakashi looked around with a vigilant look and whispered, you guys two come with me and take a step to talk. Naruto nodded and followed Kakashi into a secret room. Closing the door of the secret room, Kakashi instructed the two ninjas who were guarding the door a few more words, then turned to look at Naruto and said, Naruto, did you just say that you can deal with the curse mark in Sayu's body? Tell me about it. What do you want to do? Kakashi was also curious for a while, because in his knowledge, Orochimaru's spell was almost an inextricable spell, at least in the current village. No one can do anything about this spell, not even 3 generations of Hokage. Therefore, he really wanted to know Naruto's way. Naruto smiled slightly and glanced at Sayu, who looked indifferent on the surface but was actually very related, and said, Kakashi-sensei, you know that I also have a curse mark on me, right? Then do you know the principle of Orochimaru's curse mark? Asked by Naruto, Kakashi frowned slightly and thought for a while. Although I don't know much about Orochimaru's spell mark, Konoha still has records, especially when Jonin Enko was brought back. He also had a spell mark on his body. We have also studied her spell for a long time, and we found that there is an extremely hidden spiritual fluctuation hidden in this spell, and it itself is a very powerful chakra. Naruto nodded. He didn't expect that Kakashi had already learned about the curse mark, so he stopped hiding it and said directly, actually, I only knew this because of the curse mark placed on me by Orochimaru myself. The essence of the curse seal, and the essence of the curse mark, originated from a very powerful and ubiquitous force between heaven and earth. The power of nature. When Kakashi heard this word, she couldn't help but be shocked, and Sayu was also very curious, but she didn't know what Naruto said about the power of nature. As an elite Jonin, Kakashi has experienced a lot of things. He is the existence of the real power of nature. For the power of nature, he also knows that this is a field that he cannot touch. In his cognition, Konoha is only one of the legendary Sannin, the sage of Lord Jiraiya. Art involves this power. At this time, he also heard the power of nature from Naruto's mouth, which had to make him look at Naruto with admiration. Unexpectedly, Naruto actually knew these things. How did he know? Kakashi couldn't figure this out either. Regardless of Kakashi's shock, Naruto continued, and the power of the spell is the combination of Orochimaru's spiritual energy and the power of nature, a thing called Sage Art Chakra, and this powerful chakra it carries the spiritual energy of Orochimaru, so it has a eroding effect on the spirit of the person who has been casted on the curse. So Sayu, I told you not to use this power. He turned his head and said earnestly. Said to Zoe. And Zuiyu had never heard of these things. She was shocked by Naruto's knowledge, but she was also very puzzled. She couldn't help asking, then why are you able to use it? Are you not afraid of the erosion of the curse mark? Naruto smiled. The point is here, that's why I can solve the curse mark in your body, because at the moment when the curse mark was planted, I have already purified this chakra with Orochimaru's spiritual energy. Quote. What? Naruto, do you want Orochimaru's? Kakashi cried out in disbelief. This time, even the always calm he couldn't take it anymore, because what Naruto said was really annoying. I can't believe it. How much perseverance and mental strength would it take to be able to drive out Orochimaru's spiritual energy? Even other powerhouses at Kage level can't do it, right? At least for him. Naruto nodded. Yes, I can destroy the power belonging to Orochimaru in the power of the spell. However, although I can destroy the spiritual energy of Orochimaru in my body, if I want to enter Sayu's body to destroy it, I don't have this confidence, unless there is an external force to help me suppress it. Speaking of which, Naruto looked up at Kakashi. I need to learn the seal art. Huh, Kakashi was surprised again. Naruto surprised him too much today. How much does this kid know? Judging from his expression, he seemed to have long known that he wanted to bring Zuoyu to seal it. If he hadn't known that he was the teacher's son, he couldn't believe that the one standing in front of him would be a 12 or 13-year-old child. However, Kakashi still believes in Naruto very much, not only because he is the son of the fourth generation, but also because of his own judgment on Naruto. After getting along with him for a while, he can see that Naruto is by no means the kind of villain. Man of. Okay, after talking for so long, it turns out that you want to learn seal art. Kakashi suddenly made a joke, and the tension that had been a little bit relieved. Naruto smiled slightly and said, if there is an opportunity to learn sealing, why should I miss it? Chapter 60 Shameful Seal. An hour later. The secret room, Naruto took back 10 shadow clones. A lot of experience information poured into his brain, and he felt a heavy feeling, but after accepting all the information, he laughed. Okay, it's totally fine. At this time, Sayu and Kakashi in front of them were both stunned. The evil seal, a sealing technique that Jonin is also difficult to master, was actually learned by him in just an hour. Moreover, what surprised them even more was that the method used by Naruto was to use Shadow Clone to increase their cultivation experience. Kakashi thought that only a few people, including himself, knew about this, but Naruto noticed it. Judging from his appearance, it seems that he has already been using this method to practice cultivation. So, it's no wonder that Naruto can improve so fast. However, Naruto's strong insight and active thinking have made him feel ashamed to find a self-proclaimed genius. Kakashi can't help but admire Naruto. Is this the teacher's son? This can no longer be described with the word monster. As for Zuiyu, she has long been stunned by what Naruto has shown. She has always put herself at the top of her peers, but now that she has come into contact with Naruto, she realizes that she is just a naive child. It turned out that I had never understood Naruto. In the past, I was just blindly dissatisfied with Naruto's strength, but now it seems that no one's strength is without reason. Just like Naruto, his talent may still be he is not as strong as himself, but his thinking, his creativity, imagination, and judgment are much stronger than himself. After a long time, the shocked Sayu finally reacted. She said to Naruto with a complicated expression, Naruto, now I know the reason why you can become so powerful. Kakashi looked at Naruto and was secretly amazed. Naruto smiled at Zuiyu. In his opinion, Zuiyu has always been dissatisfied with herself. Today, I will take this opportunity to show her. Maybe she will give up this idea, and on the other hand, even if Kakashi knowing his own strength, he has no burden on him. After all, he will not believe the reason why Kakashi will harm him. Okay, then next, it's time to deal with Sasuke's spell. Naruto glanced at Kakashi and said, Kakashi-sensei, you can go out now. Huh, Kakashi said inexplicably, I'm still here to watch you all. If something goes wrong with your seal, Naruto, I'll be there to help you. When Naruto heard this, he frowned, glanced at Zuiyu slightly, and continued to Kakashi. Don't forget Zuiyu's identity. She is a girl, what are you doing here as a big man? She has runes engraved on her body. Also, I'll separate Shadow Clone for myself, so you don't have to worry about it. When Kakashi heard this, his expression suddenly became very strange, and then he went out sweating profusely, thinking in his heart, this guy, Naruto, is not the ultimate goal, right? In this regard, Kakashi is becoming more and more incomprehensible to Naruto. After Kakashi went out, Sayu, who had been silent for a while, finally said, he's a big man, so what are you? Are you a woman? Naruto smiled slightly, I'm a boy. You. Looking at his smile, Zuiyu suddenly felt that this guy was also very shameless, and, when she thought that she was going to take off her clothes and have runes carved on her body, she had a feeling of trembling all over her body. This is something that has never happened. If she had known, she should not have promised these two people to come and deal with the curse. It's just, I didn't expect that Naruto would actually drive Kakashi out. It seems that he also cares about himself. Thinking of this, Zuiyu suddenly felt a strange feeling in her heart. In fact, Naruto was also a little strange about his behavior. He didn't have any obscene thoughts about this stubborn girl Uchiha, but he didn't want her to be seen naked by Kakashi. Perhaps it was because this girl was jealous of herself, which led to her occupying an important position in her heart. This kind of subtle psychology, even if Naruto is a transmigrator, it is not clear at this time. Fortunately, next, he focused his energy on the seal. Take off your clothes. Naruto's words made Zuoyu's body tremble slightly. She bit her lower lip, slowly took off her jacket, and opened the underwear inside. Suddenly, her half-white body appeared in Naruto. In front of the person, in this dark secret room, he has a bright feeling. Her skin was as delicate as snow, her thin shoulders, and her smooth jade back. Although Zuiyu was only 12 years old, she was just developing at the moment, and the slight bulge on her chest could be ignored, but her entire body was already radiating the amazing charm of women. However, that's all, Naruto just couldn't help but sigh in admiration. Sure enough, it's not unreasonable that there are people like Lolicon in this world, and then he started the formal procedure. Biting his fingers, the blood slowly flowed out. Naruto's eyes narrowed slightly. Starting from the curse mark on Zuiyu's neck, he used blood to write a series of runes on her tender body. The back, arms, waist, and chest, plus the small navel, Zuoyu's naked upper body, almost all corners were covered with runes. At this time, Zuiyu's face was full of yuhi, and her body was trembling. Because Naruto's fingers were constantly wandering around her body, she couldn't help but feel a strange feeling, and her body was inexplicably hot. This strange reaction made her feel uneasy and restless. But more of embarrassment. Naruto, has he already taken advantage of him? Call. He exhaled, and it took more than 10 minutes to finally record all the complex runes. Then, together with Shadow Clone, he carefully checked the runes again to see if there were any mistakes, and then nodded and said in his mouth. Said, the rune has been burnt. Zuoyu, next, you have to concentrate. Chapter 61 End. Naruto's words made Zuiyu, who was in a state of confusion, immediately wake up. Although her heart was extremely complicated and throbbing at the moment, she had to force herself to settle down. Listening to Naruto's words, her eyes slightly narrowed. Okay, next, no matter how painful it is, you have to hold back and know. Don't pass out, Naruto said solemnly. Zoe nodded slightly. Well, just be patient for a while, it will be over soon. The next moment, Naruto slowly pressed his hand on her neck. Naruto's gentle words made Zuoyu's heart finally calm down, and she felt the warmth from his palm around her neck. At this moment, she seemed to be in spring. However, in the next instant, an incomparably strong, heart-piercing pain suddenly came from the neck and hit all over the body. Zuo-yu couldn't help but let out a painful moan, but she bit her lip and tried her best to hold it back. The wave after wave of pain made her tender body tremble, and the pain that went straight into the depths of her bones made her almost faint, but he kept Naruto's words in mind and tried his best to stay awake. Her lips had been bitten, and the slightest trace of blood slowly flowed out and dripped to the ground. And here, Naruto finally snorted, and the runes written on Zuiyu's body suddenly poured into the curse mark on Zuiyu's neck like flowing water. At the same time, the sigil mixed with Naruto's blood was also exerting a strange power. Naruto's spirit followed these runes written by his own blood and sank into Sayu's spell. Half an hour, for Zuo-yu, it seemed like a year had passed. When the pain all over her body dissipated, she finally fell down weakly. A warm embrace hugged her naked body tightly. "Okay, it's alright, I'll make you suffer, Zuo-yu," Naruto said softly, unlocking the shadow clone, and his voice was slightly tired. The evil Dharma seal, using his own spirit as the vanguard, entered into Sayu's curse seal, and cooperated with the power of the seal to eliminate the spiritual power of Orochimaru hidden in the power of the curse seal in one fell swoop. After doing this, he couldn't help feeling a bit tired. However, in this way, Sayu's curse seal is completely out of Orochimaru's control, that is to say, the curse mark on Zuo-yu's body is now the same as her own, and it has no erosive effect on the body. However, it is even more difficult for Sayu to use the power of the curse, because at this time the power of the curse has been transformed into a pure force of nature, unless it is like Naruto who can comprehend this nature on the spot. If you use the power of nature and use it for your own use, it is absolutely impossible to use it unless Zuo-yu also cultivates the power of nature to achieve the way of the immortal. However, how many people have been able to achieve such a state throughout the ages? The power of nature is not so easy to learn. Naruto relies on his own potential and the powerful spiritual power from the Traversers to use the power of the curse seal for his own use, and it is extremely difficult to further understand the power of nature. Therefore, although Naruto now has a powerful spell seal immortal power, in terms of application, it is still in its infancy. Sayu leaned on Naruto's warm embrace and felt extremely tired both physically and mentally. At this moment, she finally fell asleep, but unconsciously, a sweet smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. Feeling that Sayu was tired and fell asleep, Naruto had to help her get dressed, and then walked out of the secret room with her in his arms. Outside the secret room, Kakashi was looking down at the intimacy paradise. The moment Naruto opened the door, he turned his head and saw Naruto holding Sayu in his arms, and immediately asked, "Naruto, is it going well?" Naruto smiled back. Kakashi let out a sigh of relief and laughed, "Nice job, Naruto. But, Sasu, didn't she have a big reaction?" "Huh, what's the reaction?" Kakashi laughed and said, "When you seal it, you have to take off your clothes with her character, she is willing to let you." The corners of Naruto's mouth twitched. This Kakashi laughed really wretched. "Sure enough, I have seen a lot of intimacy heaven. I'll take her to the restroom first," Naruto hurriedly said, and the figure disappeared in a flash. After settling Zuiyu and coming out of the lounge, Naruto returned to the hall of the tower. Seeing Naruto appear, Sakura immediately ran over and asked in a coquettish voice, "Naruto, where have you been just now? You don't know how exciting the game was just now. Besides, you didn't see my game, really." "Yes." Sakura chatted about the game to Naruto, while Naruto smiled and listened quietly. However, when he heard that the next game was Choji, he was stunned. "So, everyone else is done?" Naruto asked involuntarily. "Yeah, but you missed a lot of great fights. Tell me about the specific situation of the game," Naruto said, because he went to seal Sayu just now. He missed all the exciting parts of the game, and he was most concerned about Hinata's safety. "Don't know how her fight with Neji went, if it's still the same as the original." Fortunately, from Sakura's face, he didn't see anything bad happening. It seems that it should be similar to the original. And then, judging from the news he learned from Sakura, it was indeed the case, but Hinata, who was seriously injured, couldn't see herself beside her, so he must be very sad. It seems that this time gotta see her after the game. Chapter 62 Visit. Next, Naruto watched the final game of the preliminaries, and the three generations announced the matchup list for the third final to be held a month later. Naruto still faced Neji like the original. Sasuke meets Gara. It seems that things have not changed much. Naruto thought for a while. Orochimaru's Konoha collapse plan was about to come, but he still didn't think of any effective way to stop him, unless he became stronger this month. The evening, Naruto came to the gate of Hyuga's house. At this moment, two janitors from the two branches in front of Hyuga's house stepped forward to stop him. Uzumaki Naruto, what are you doing here? Naruto smiled lightly. I'm here to see Hinata, please let me know. The two looked at each other, nodded after a slight hesitation, and one of them ran in. Naruto waited in front of the door, and after a while, a middle-aged man walked out slowly. It was Higashi. When he saw Naruto, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes, and then he regained his composure. I heard you want to see Hinata. Well, she seems to be seriously injured today, is she all right now? Naruto asked. Hinata is fine. Higashi nodded, then pondered for a while and suddenly said, if you want to come in, you can go and see him. With that, Higashi stepped aside and motioned for Naruto to come with him. Walk in the door. Naruto smiled slightly, feeling a little strange in his heart. This Higashi is quite kind. He thought he would be hated for his identity as Jinchuiki column. In fact, Naruto didn't know that since he was appreciated by three generations and showed a certain strength and talent in the Chunin exam, these elites and high-level people in Konoha have been admiring him, and patriarchs like Hyuga Higashi, whose vision and knowledge the things that come to mind are also more far-reaching. Although Naruto is still only a human Jinchuriki column force, but because of the support of three generations, his future in Konoha can be said to be bright, so everyone's attitude towards him is natural. Got better. After all, a qualified and powerful person, Jinchuriki column force, is more important than Hokage. Follow Higashi all the way to Hinata's bedroom. The furnishings in Hinata's bedroom looked simple, but it looked very clean and tidy. At this time, Hinata was lying on the couch, in a deep sleep. Hinata's heart was damaged during the battle. Fortunately, the medical ninja rescued him in time, so his life was not in danger, but he was seriously injured, and it won't be healed for a month. Higashi on the side said with a sigh. Naruto stepped forward, sat beside Hinata's bed, looked at her pale face, and couldn't help but feel a little distressed. This girl is so stupid, she fell down early if she couldn't beat her, but she had to stand up stubbornly. He shook his head helplessly, looked at her for a while, and saw that although her face was pale, her expression was peaceful and pain-free, and her body should be fine, so she stood up again. Well, since Hinata is all right, I'll take my leave. I'll see her next time. Higashi looked at Naruto and smiled politely. Thank you Naruto-kun for coming to see Hinata, then let's go slowly. Yeah, Naruto smiled slightly, walked out the door, and just wanted to leave across the yard, but suddenly heard a tender scolding suddenly sounded behind him. At the same time, a strong wind hit Naruto's back. Naruto frowned slightly. Someone dared to attack him. The next moment, I saw him turn around gently, stretched out a hand, and already grabbed the attacking palm. I saw a 7 or 8-year-old girl appearing in front of her. I saw her staring at him with a pair of Byakugan. Are you that guy Uzumaki Naruto? The girl asked, wrestling away from Naruto's arm. I am. What's wrong? Naruto looked at the little girl in front of him strangely. In his memory, this seems to be Hinata's sister, right? The one named Hyuga Hanabi seems to be much more talented than Hinata, and Higashi has also been focusing on cultivating her. Humph. So it's you who stole my sister's heart. It doesn't look like much. Hanabi looked at Naruto and shouted angrily. Huh. Hearing her words, Naruto was slightly taken aback. Hinata likes her own business, doesn't even her sister know? My sister always mentions you in her diary, but I didn't expect you to be not handsome at all. You are still far from being worthy of my sister," Hanabi said with a look of disappointment and indignation. Naruto couldn't help shaking his head and laughing. This little girl is too busy, isn't she? Hey, don't worry about so many things as a child. Besides, is it wrong for you to peek at your sister's diary? Naruto said helplessly. You are such a poor fellow. You are not qualified to teach me a lesson. If you can beat me, let's talk about it. Look at the palm. Hanabi pouted angrily and attacked Naruto involuntarily. Naruto had a slight headache. I didn't expect this Hanabi to run out against him so inexplicably. This girl is too worried, right? At this moment, Naruto decided to teach her a lesson, otherwise it would be really lawless. She dared to read her sister's diary, it was really no big or small. However, Hanabi's moves and styles are still very standard. Although she is a 7 or 8-year-old girl, her gentle fist is no worse than Hinata's. Except for the amount of chakra, she can't compare to Hinata. The angle of punching, as well as the stepping technique, and the position of dodging are more proficient than Hinata. It seems that Hiyashi is really eccentric, and he spends more energy on this little daughter than Hinata. Naruto thought to himself while smiling and dodging Hanabi's moves. After a while, Hanabi still didn't even touch Naruto's clothes Kakuzu. He was so tired that he was panting. Naruto still stood there with ease, as if he had never moved. Chapter 63 Naughty. Naruto's relaxed attitude made Hanabi look very annoyed. Didn't his father say that even his sister Hinata's strength might not be able to beat him? Why does this guy look useless at all? Why do you just run away? Hanabi exclaimed angrily. Naruto smiled and taught, "You girl, you can't win even if I don't make a move, let alone if I make a move, don't you understand? I advise you to find a chance with your sister. Be humble." "Humph, I want you to take care of it." Hanabi was annoyed by Naruto's preaching, and he snorted, and wanted to expand his movements to hit Naruto, but at this time, a man's snoring suddenly came, followed by Hiyashi's figure. Shua appeared on the field and stopped Hanabi. "Go back, Hanabi, you're still too young," Hiyashi said calmly and dignifiedly. When Hanabi saw that his father was coming, he immediately stepped back and stood behind him, his head bowed in an obedient manner, but those pure white eyes were still staring at Naruto faintly. Clearly looked displeased. Seeing her look like this, Naruto couldn't help but sounded Zuo-yu. Both of them are considered geniuses. This kind of unconvinced look is really similar. "Naruto, the little girl is ignorant and bothers you. I will teach her a good lesson." The next moment, Hiyashi politely said to Naruto, "You're welcome, she's still young and ignorant, of course I don't care." "Then I'm leaving," Naruto replied with a smile. I'm not young." Hanabi couldn't help muttering when he heard Naruto's old-fashioned words. Naruto waved his hand and left Hyuga's house. Hiyashi still stopped in place, looking at the direction Naruto was leaving, but he was still thinking about his skills just now. Unexpectedly, his own gentle fist turned out to be a child's play in front of him. Although it was displayed by Hanabi's gentle fist has also brought a bit of heat, but this kid has never made a move from beginning to end. The gentle fist method, famous for its close combat, didn't even touch his Kakuzu. This had to shock him. To be able to do this, the strength of this Uzumaki Naruto has definitely reached the level of a Jonin, even an elite Jonin. But how is this possible? Although he has the power of Kyuubi, 9 tails, his own strength is too outstanding, right? After leaving Hyuga's house, Naruto's mood was a little relieved. Seeing that Hinata was not a big problem, he just had to recover for a while, and he couldn't help but smile. The sky was dark, and the sky was only dotted with a few stars. Naruto walked freely under the street lights, thinking about his thoughts. The atmosphere of the nightclubs on both sides of the street was lively, and there were bursts of fragrance from various snack bars from time to time. Suddenly, he also felt hungry. At this moment, a clear female voice came from the side. "Hi. Naruto, why are you alone? When I turned around, I saw Enko was sitting in a meatball shop, with the meatballs in his mouth and waving to himself with a smile. Naruto was stunned for a moment, then walked in with a smile. Mr. Enko, what a coincidence to meet you here. He greeted politely. Enko greeted Naruto to sit down and said with a smile, Naruto, it's so late, what are you doing on the street alone? I just did some business and was going back to sleep. Oh, since we met here, let's eat something with me. Enko handed over a kushimaru and said enthusiastically. Thanks a lot then. Naruto was also welcome, took a few bites and said with a smile, it tastes pretty good. I happen to be hungry too. Okay, then I'll ask the boss to bring some more skewers. Enko called immediately, and then she immediately ordered the boss to bring up a few more plates of balls, still with various fillings. Naruto smiled and said, so much, I won't pay if I can't finish it. It doesn't matter, just treat it as my treat. Naruto kept eating, and after a few kusamaru had eaten, he was no longer hungry, and suddenly raised his head and asked, oh, by the way, how is your injury? He subconsciously looked at the direction of her hole. It'll be fine after bandaging, you're still very considerate. Enko smiled for a moment after being taken aback. A baby face looks really cute, Naruto thought to himself. The two chatted while eating, and the time passed quickly. In a blink of an eye, it was midnight, and the customers in the store also left. Naruto and Enko were already full. Ouch, I'm hungry. Just when the two of them wanted to stand up and leave, Enko suddenly shouted, clutching his stomach with his hands and crooked, almost falling to the ground. Fortunately, Naruto was on the side and hurriedly supported her slender waist. However, Enko suddenly pressed his entire body on Naruto's shoulders, and suddenly a woman's unique body fragrance floated into his nose. At the same time, Enko's baby face also naughtily approached Naruto and laughed. Little Naruto, you have to help my sister, I can't walk anymore. I don't know if it was the smell of meatballs or the original fragrance in Enko's mouth. When it was sprayed on his face at such a close distance, Naruto suddenly became very uncomfortable. Seeing Naruto's embarrassed expression, Enko suddenly let go of him and laughed. Little Naruto, you look so shy and cute. I was just teasing you. Forehead. Naruto was sweating, and he couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. It was really terrible. When Enko was leaning on her just now, her weapon with AD cup size was placed on her shoulders, and it felt heavy, soft and slippery all of a sudden. It aroused the enthusiasm of his men. Fortunately, Enko stopped in time, and he hadn't made a fool of himself, otherwise he would be laughed to death. Naruto really couldn't do anything about this quirky Enko for a while. I had to say lightly, actually, I don't mind, do you want me to take you back? Cut, you really think I'm overwhelmed? Enko stood up and patted him on the shoulder. Don't be rude, Naruto, honestly, did you have any bad thoughts just now? Chapter 64 Celebration. This Enko is such an adult, and he likes to be so funny. Naruto couldn't help but smiled helplessly and said, since you are not hungry, then I will go back first, thank you for your hospitality. After speaking, she left without waiting for her to say anything. Huh, why are you running so fast? I'm not going to eat you. Enko yelled from behind. However, when she chased out, Naruto was long gone. Humph, how dare you escape? Don't get caught by me next time. Enko muttered angrily, and then a sly smile appeared on his face. This guy, it's quite interesting. Back at home, Naruto, who had been tired all day today, couldn't help but feel a little tired, so he lay down and fell asleep. The next day, Naruto got up early and planned to practice. Now my Rasengan is very skilled, and things like combat skills and experience can't be rushed. If you want to deal with Orochimaru, you must have more powerful tricks. Perhaps, you should also change Rasengan's attributes. Learned. At this moment, the knock on the door suddenly sounded, and Naruto stepped forward to open it and looked at it. A cold jade face appeared in front of him. Zuo-yu. Naruto was slightly surprised. Why did this girl come here? Naruto, I came to see you because I wanted to train with you. Zuiyu said indifferently, but Naruto still saw a trace of unnaturalness on her face, and smiled inwardly. Zuiyu would have when you have a soft temper. It seems that this girl must have something to ask herself. Okay, it just so happens that I'm going to practice. Naruto nodded without hesitation. When Zuiyu heard the words, she felt a little joy in her heart, but her face was expressionless. The two came to a training ground somewhere in Konoha together. Then, the two started as if nothing had happened. Naruto divided several shadow clones, used Rasengan continuously, and wanted to add the nature transformation of the wind attribute to them, and Sayu also learned Naruto's appearance and divided several. A shadow clone and start practicing. Naruto frowned slightly. It seems that this girl heard about her training method yesterday, so she also wanted to try it. However, this method is only suitable for people with strong spiritual power and vitality beyond ordinary people like themselves. In the arena, the shouting and shouting kept on. Sayu was in the thunder and fire. Naruto was in the whirlwind. Both of them were practicing their own ninjutsu. Time passed unknowingly, and Naruto already felt a little bit. Since he had already learned the change of wind attribute, he only needed to add this change to Rasengan at this time. After such a moment of groping, Rasengan has already begun. Something has changed. However, just when he was secretly rejoicing, Zuoyu suddenly groaned, and all her shadow clones turned into white smoke, and at the same time, her body collapsed weakly. Seeing this, Naruto hurried up to help her up, but saw Zuoyu leaning on his arms with a tired face. Naruto, what's wrong? I'm so tired. Zuoyu still didn't understand that this was a burden brought by shadow clone training, and was lying in his arms weakly and asked. Naruto shook his head and smiled bitterly. Zuiyu, this method is not suitable for your cultivation. Your current spirit is under a lot of burden, and it is not bad that you haven't fainted. Why is this? So Naruto had to explain to her the side effects of the shadow clone cultivation method. After listening to all this, Zuoyu's expression suddenly became depressed. It turns out that I have always been dissatisfied with you, and now I finally understand. You have all my progress has come from bearing such a heavy burden, but in comparison, I have. I don't know what's going on. Since Naruto sealed herself that day, she is no longer so dissatisfied with him in her heart, and even she felt that the feeling of lying in Naruto's arms at that time was really warm, the thought of wanting to lie down forever. But another voice in her heart told her that she must become stronger, and she must kill that man, so today she put down her face to practice with Naruto, and wanted to make some progress from the practice of contacting Naruto. After all, Naruto's rapid growth has completely convinced her. However, what Naruto said now shattered her hopes again. It turned out that even if she was a master and trained in the same way as Naruto, she would not be able to become stronger. Seeing her look of loss, Naruto couldn't help but smile and comforted. It's okay, Zuoyu. My cultivation method is not suitable for you. You can find a method that suits you. You can become stronger. I am also very happy. Quote. After a while, Zuoyu was no longer so dizzy, and Yuji broke away from Naruto's arms and stood up. Then I'll go back and think about it for myself. I'll go first, and I won't disturb you. Yeah. Naruto nodded slightly, with a sincere smile on his face. It seems that this girl Zuiyu is also polite. After training until the evening, Naruto walked home slowly. However, just as he was passing by the village gate, Sakura suddenly stopped him. Naruto. Sakura, what's the matter? Naruto was also a little surprised to see Sakura here. It seemed that she was waiting for her. Sakura trotted over, came to Naruto and said, Naruto, everyone is going to hold a celebration tonight to celebrate your selection for the finals next month, and you are missing. You will definitely come tonight. Huh? Naruto was stunned for a moment. A celebration party. Will everyone go there? Of course, and I called Sakura just now, and she agreed. Don't you want to go? Sakura pouted. Oh, well, since everyone has gone, let me go too. Naruto looked at her expectantly, so he had to agree. Anyway, he didn't care about this kind of party. Although it was just a group of children, it would definitely be boring to go there by myself, but since everyone was helping me celebrate being selected for the finals, I had to go. Chapter 65 Busybody. Location was set at the barbecue restaurant in Konoha, and at night, Naruto went there alone. Before we arrived, we could already hear everyone's laughter. As soon as Naruto walked in, Sakura immediately came over, took his arm and walked in. Naruto, you're the last one here. You see, Sakura came earlier than you. Naruto turned his eyes slightly, and sure enough, he saw Sayu who was sitting quietly eating barbecue, and when Zuo saw Naruto's arm being pulled by Sakura, he glared at him angrily, and continued to eat barbecue. Looks like everyone was having a good time eating. Naruto greeted him, and sat down without hesitation. But at this time, Ino suddenly waved to him attentively. Naruto, sit on my side. Take my side. As soon as Sakura heard this, her expression changed. She glared at Ino secretly, then pulled Naruto's arm tightly, pulled him to sit beside her, and said to Ino, of course Naruto is sitting next to me and Sayu. He is our team. Ino, why do you want Naruto to sit with you so much? I just want Naruto to sit with me. Sakura, you won't even interfere with that, will you? Ino retorted. Sakura looked at Ino strangely. You don't like Naruto, do you? Immediately, everyone laughed weirdly. Ino got slapped on Yuhi's face all of a sudden, and then bit Kiba, raised his neck and shouted, yeah, what's the matter, I just like Naruto. Ever since Naruto saved me that time, I fell in love with him as soon as I lived, so, as my good sister, Sakura, do you know what to do? Naruto was slightly sweating on his forehead. He didn't expect Ino to be so daring to confess in front of so many companions. He was a little embarrassed. However, after Sakura listened to it, she looked at Ino's expression carefully. After seeing that she didn't have any joking elements, her face became complicated, and she thought to herself, I didn't expect Ino to like Naruto too, what should I do? As her good sister, should I let her? No, everything can be given to her, just this one thing. So, Sakura also raised his neck and shouted, no, Naruto must sit with us today. Why are you doing this? Ino was suddenly very angry, standing up and wanted to fight with Sakura. Sayu, who was sitting on the side, saw that Sakura and Ino were fighting for Naruto's jealousy, but she felt extremely uncomfortable, and suddenly felt that the barbecue around her mouth was tasteless. Smelly Naruto. Dead Naruto. It's all your fault. Fortunately, at this time, several voices interrupted the atmosphere in the field. Yo, I didn't expect you little bastards to gather here, the relationship is so good. Kakashi appeared with a lazy voice. Ah, Kakashi-sensei, you're here too. Sakura hurriedly stood up. I thought you weren't free. How could I not come with a free barbecue? Kakashi smiled. At this time, there were several voices next to him. How can students get together without a teacher? A teacher can make the atmosphere more lively, haha. It was Guy. Haha, Kakashi, your disciple is still quite popular. Asuma adjusted Guy to Kakashi, and then said to Yuhi next to him, are you saying that, Yuhi? Yuhi just smiled faintly, but his eyes were fixed on Naruto, and there seemed to be a trace in his eyes. Dissatisfied. Naruto didn't notice. Taking advantage of this moment, he quickly sat down beside Zuo. Although Ino was a little disappointed, after a while her eyes rolled, she immediately left her seat and came to Naruto with a few skewers of barbecue and handed it to him. Naruto, try this, is my favorite barbecue. Naruto smiled slightly, but it was not easy to refuse her kindness, so he took it and ate it. Ino smiled sweetly, happy to see how he was eating. Several Jonin teachers made everyone more active. After a barbecue, everyone was very dedicated, but there was a little episode in the middle, that is, Choji ate too much at once, and had a stomachache, and then Asuma had to sending him back made everyone dumbfounded. Lee nor Hinata was present at the celebration, because they were both seriously injured, especially Lee, who is still in a coma, so everyone decided to go see Lee after the barbecue. As for Hinata, because his family belongs to the Hyuga clan, the clan rules are strict, and it is not easy to visit. Next, the group visited little Lee at Konoha's hospital. Watching little Lee, everyone dispersed. Just when Naruto was about to go home, Yuhi suddenly stopped him. "Naruto, can you come with me? I have something to tell you." Naruto was stunned. On the quiet street, only the footsteps of the two of them were left. Accompanied by the dim street lights, Naruto finally turned his head and asked, "Mr. Yuhi, if you have anything to say, just say it." Yuhi stopped, looked at him suddenly and said slowly, "Do you know how Hinata performed in the qualifiers that day?" Naruto was slightly startled, then nodded. Yuhi frowned. "You were not there at the time, you must not have seen it. This child behaved as if it were two people at ordinary times." Naruto thought of Hinata's character of being soft on the outside and tough on the inside, and how cute and shy he was when facing himself, and he couldn't help but smile. Yeah, Hinata is a very strong girl. Fortunately, her injury is not a serious problem now. But do you know, after she fell down, she kept calling your name. Yuhi frowned and looked at Naruto. "As her teacher, I know her best. This child already loves you into the bone marrow." Naruto was stunned again, a little surprised that Yuhi knew that Hinata liked him, and replied, "Yeah, I know that, Mr. Yuhi, isn't that what you said when you came to me?" "Humph, Uzumaki Naruto, I thought you were much more mature than your peers, but it seems you are still a child," Yuhi said angrily when he heard this. "Since you know what Hinata has in mind for you, then don't entangle with other girls. Although puppy love is a very troublesome thing for children of your age, but I think you should understand that Hinata can't stand hurt. If you let her know that you are still dating, she'd be heartbroken if other girls were so entangled." Naruto looked at her strangely. "Are you listening to me?" I said, "Mr. Yuhi, what are you worrying about?" Naruto was silent for a while and then suddenly smiled. "I remember you don't have a boyfriend yet. You don't worry about your own affairs, but you come to worry about me. Matter. Yuhi choked on Naruto's words. Chapter 66 Jiraiya. "Okay, Mr. Yuhi, I won't let Hinata be sad." Naruto smiled. "Hinata is such a cute girl, I won't let her hurt." "Really? That's the best way." Seeing Naruto's smile, Yuhi seemed a little relieved. "Well, that's it, I'll go back first. Goodbye." Naruto waved to her, turned and walked back, and the figure quickly disappeared in the street ahead. Yuhi looked at his back and murmured, "I hope you don't break your promise, Uzumaki Naruto." In the following days, Naruto began to practice. He divided more than 10 shadow clones and let the clones practice Rasengan, while the main body continued to sit under the waterfall to practice chakra. As for Sakura, she couldn't find any good training methods for a while, so she could only continue to explore and practice alone, while Sakura had already gone to the medical class to participate in the training. Others also practiced this practice individually. This Chunin exam, everyone saw their own strengths and their own shortcomings, so everyone was very motivated. On this day, Naruto was sitting under the waterfall cultivating. The huge waterfall almost drowned Naruto's entire body, leaving only a little space for him to breathe. However, under this incomparably huge pressure, his body, chakra, all the time intensified under pressure. But soon, Naruto's quiet practice was interrupted. Because at this moment, several crisp and pleasant female voices sounded beside the waterfall. "This place is so good, there is such a pool under the waterfall." "Hey," I said, "everyone is taking a bath here." One of the girls exclaimed happily. Okay, the water here must be cool." Immediately, several girls began to undress, and after a while, they jumped into the water and played with each other. They didn't notice Naruto in the water-filled waterfall. And when Naruto heard these voices at this time, he immediately knew that someone was here to take a bath, and he couldn't help but sigh inwardly, how unlucky. If you want to cultivate well, it will not make people quiet. At this time, Naruto felt a little resentment in his heart, so for his own cultivation plan, he had to make an amazing move. Wow! There was a sound of water, and Naruto's half-naked body suddenly jumped out from under the waterfall, and then stood directly on the water, looking at the girls who were playing under his feet with a smile. You guys had a great time, can I join in? Naruto laughed. Quote. Perverts. After a few seconds of silence, the girls suddenly screamed, and they didn't care about anything. They crawled out of the pool directly, covering their hidden spots with both hands, while going to get your own clothes to find cover. In less than a minute, the girls ran away, and Naruto stood on the water and muttered to himself, I hope everyone will not be regarded as a pervert. Well, for the sake of cultivation, there is no way. After he finished speaking, he wanted to go back to practice. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded from the side. Hey, boy, why did you drive my beautiful little sister away? Don't you know that Immortal Ben is taking materials? With long white hair up to the waist, a rough face, a forehead guard engraved with the word, oil, on his head, and a Yuhi-colored imperial robe, he looks pretty cool, but the one with nosebleed, his wretched face suddenly revealed his true nature. However, Naruto was also a little surprised to meet him here. He was hesitant at first, should he go to find him near when Izumi, but he jumped out first. Does a wretched guy like you dare to call himself an immortal? Naruto counterattacked mercilessly. What? How dare you say that this immortal is wretched? Jiraiya was furious. You brat is so ignorant. Do you know who I am? I am Mount Myoboku Toad Immortal Jiraiya. The legendary Sannin knows. I know, but I'm even more disappointed when I find out. It turns out that Sannin is such a wretched guy. Naruto looked at him, laughed secretly in his heart, and said sarcastically. You little brat is so unlovable. Seeing that Naruto could not fight, Jiraiya suddenly lost his way. Do you know how important they are to my materials? Of course I don't know, but I know that they have seriously disturbed my practice, and I think scaring them away is also a kind of salvation for them, or else they will be watched by your wretched uncle. After speaking, Naruto didn't care about his reaction. He walked into the waterfall again and sat down to practice. Jiraiya was very curious when he saw that his cultivation method was so strange, and could not help but walk over to observe it. After a while, he opened his mouth and said, Boy, I think you are quite smart. You can come up with such a good method, which can not only strengthen the body, but also strengthen the chakra. I really deserve it. As expected of Minato's son, Jiraiya thought to herself. Suddenly, a light flashed in his eyes. He stretched out his arm, clenched his fist and punched Naruto in the waterfall. Although Naruto closed his eyes, he could also feel a fierce momentum coming. He suddenly opened his eyes, his body suddenly stood up, his hands were in front of him, and with a bang, his body shook slightly, and he immediately blocked it. Jiraiya's blow. When Jiraiya saw Naruto blocking his punch, his eyes lit up, and he shouted, Good boy, you are strong. Immediately after, he kept attacking Naruto. Naruto saw that he wanted to test his strength so much. It looked like he fought with him. After a few rounds, the two continued to compete in physical skills, hitting the shore from the waterfall all the way. With a snap, the two sides each took a kick and separated. Still, Jiraiya laughed and said, That's great, boy, who did you learn such a powerful skill from? Teacher Kakashi. There are also 3 generations of old men. Naruto smiled. Strictly speaking, Kakashi and the 3 generations can only be regarded as guiding by the side. The most important thing is his own efforts and the advantage of knowing everything. It seems that you have a good life in Konoha. You are also an absolute genius among your peers. Jiraiya praised. However, this is all you can learn in Konoha. Let's take a look at you ninjutsu like you've never seen before. As soon as the voice fell, Jiraiya stretched out his arm, and a Rasengan whistled and condensed. He kicked his feet and rushed towards Naruto. Seeing Jiraiya's Rasengan, Naruto twitched the corner of his mouth, and then in the latter's suddenly widened eyes, he stretched out his palm, and he was very skillful to condense an identical Rasengan. Rasengan. I already knew that. Chapter 67 Psychic. Jiraiya was frightened and stopped immediately. The Rasengan in his hand disappeared, and cried out in disbelief, "Boy, how can you do this technique? This is the technique developed by the 4th generation Hokage. No one in Konoha knows it. Teach you." Naruto showed a bright smile and pointed to his head, which was rather mysterious. "It's a matter of human beings. No one teaches it doesn't mean you can't learn it. Isn't the 4th generation of Hokage no one taught it?" Jiraiya's eyes widened, and he asked, "Did you create it yourself?" "It's too coincidental." Jiraiya didn't believe it even if he was killed. "It's just that genin guys can create ninjutsu, and it's even more incredible, yes, he can create the magic that his father created." Do sons and fathers think alike? Seeing that Jiraiya didn't give up without asking, Naruto actually didn't know how to explain it. Could it be that he was a transmigrator and already knew the principle of this technique? In the past, Kakashi's 3 generations and others had not asked themselves about this matter in detail. In fact, they were also very puzzled and could not understand. In the end, they could only blame it on the inheritance that the 4th generation left him. Thinking about it, Naruto can only shirk this to his own dead ghost father, so he waved his hand and explained, "Okay, for the sake of you don't look like a bad person, I'll tell you. In fact, there are sometimes things and information will pop up in my mind inexplicably, and this Rasengan is what I cultivated according to that information." Quote. When Jiraiya heard this, she was startled and thought to herself, could it be that Minato left something in his body when he sealed Kyuubi, 9 Tails? It's no wonder then. "Hey, Minato, it looks like you've left a lot to your son." Seeing that Jiraiya has been brought into the conversation by himself, Naruto smiled slightly, and secretly said to the 4th generation, "Don't blame me, I didn't mean to lie, this is a white lie, a white lie." After a while, Jiraiya finally came back to his senses. He looked at Naruto carefully again, looking at his blonde hair that was exactly the same as that of the 4th generation, and his face that was somewhat similar to Kina's, and his loving heart suddenly overflowed. "Naruto, I see that your strength is very good. Do you want to become this immortal's disciple?" The next moment, Jiraiya said to him. "Oh, disciple." When Naruto heard this, he let out a feigned surprise. In fact, he was already thinking about whether he would become Jiraiya's disciple and accept his protection and training as in the original plot, or would he just go his own way and find a way out on his own? After thinking for a while, he nodded affirmatively. "Yes, but I don't know if you are qualified to be my master." Naruto is neither stupid nor too. Of course he will not refuse. Watching Hokage all over, who is the most qualified to be a master? It is only Jiraiya, although he is usually unruly and has no ethics, but he is still very powerful at critical moments. Yes, especially the love for Naruto. In the original work, it was Jiraiya who made up for the lack of parental love and motherly love, and only Jiraiya can give him the kind of parental protection. Although the current Naruto does not need parental love and mother love, nor does he need the protection of others all the time, but to have a relationship with Jiraiya as a master and a disciple, that is also something he can't ask for. "Hey, boy, how dare you underestimate me? Let's you see this. The art of psychics." Jiraiya laughed. The next moment, he bit his finger and pressed it on the ground. With a bang, white smoke rose from the spot, and then a toad that was as tall as a person appeared in front of Naruto, and around the toad's neck, there was a beads with the word, "Loyalty," printed on them. My psychic beast is the toad family with the title of the strongest psychic beast in the ninja world. How about it? Do you want it? Evening. It was still in the open space beside the waterfall. After signing the contract, Naruto finally mastered the key points of this technique after practicing psychics for a long time. Basically, as long as he knows the hand seal and controls the output of chakra, he can do it. The toads are successfully summoned, but if you want to summon the toads of Mount Myoboku as you like, you must have further contact with those toads. Once you are familiar with the other party's breath, you can make an accurate call. Now, Naruto has achieved the first 2 points. The hand seal is very familiar, and the amount of chakra is well controlled. Next, let's try the result of the summoning. The art of psychic. Naruto suddenly maximized the chakra output in his body, and slammed his palm on the ground. Boom! With a loud bang, accompanied by the white smoke rising into the sky, a huge toad that looked like a small hill appeared at Naruto's feet, and Naruto suddenly rose into the air. Slightly exhaled, Naruto looked at the toad Bunta wearing a short jacket with a pipe at his feet, and laughed. Sexy toad, look, this is my achievement. At this time, Jiraiya had already stood there with his mouth open and stunned, looking up at Naruto with a bright smile standing on top of Wentai's head. Under the reflection of the sunset, his figure seemed to overlap with the fourth generation. Jiraiya couldn't care less about being called such an ugly nickname by Naruto, and he kept mumbling, just one day, he summoned Toad Bunta with his own power. This child's talent is completely beyond for you, Minato. I will definitely train him to be a ninja who surpasses everyone. Really? Who called me out? Huh, it's actually you little brat. Toad Wenta exhaled in annoyance, and then said slowly, Jiraiya, why did you give the contract to a brat like you? Toad Wentai said so, but he was secretly shocked. This kid looks so similar to the fourth generation, could it be that he is? Then, Naruto entered the test of Toad Wentai, but the current Naruto has surpassed Jonin in any way. It is easy to stand firm on Wentai's head. Let Wentai jump around. Go, he just stood still. Finally, Wentai also had to admit his strength. Little devil, it looks like you are much more reliable than that guy Jiraiya. Don't let me down. Toad Wentai left such a cool sentence before disappearing in place with a bang. Jiraiya, who was stunned in front of him, and smiled, how is it? Did my performance pass? Chapter 68 Visit. Since he learned the psychic skills, Jiraiya's understanding of Naruto has become more profound. Powerful talent, smart mind, and mature thinking, all of which, in his opinion, do not look like a 12 or 13-year-old at all. Children. For Naruto's teaching, it is also easy to understand, and he does not need to worry about it at all. Jiraiya has never felt that it is so easy to bring an apprentice. This apprentice not only has a solid foundation, but also cultivates very hard. Once he encounters something he doesn't understand, he doesn't need to fully explain it himself. He understood and went to practice on his own. A month passed quickly. Naruto has become very proficient in psychic practice, and he and Jiraiya have also learned several other summoning techniques, such as Toad's esophagus, etc. In just 1 month, Jiraiya has a feeling of being out of blue. However, this month, Naruto did not focus all his energy on psychics, during which he also practiced Rasengan, which requires strong control and enough chakra, but it is not that simple, although he divided more than a dozen shadow clone to work together, but until now there is no complete master. Moreover, even if he turned on the spell mark mode, after using the spell mark immortal power, he could not use this technique perfectly. This is similar to the original Naruto master who can quickly train to throw Rasengan after mastering the Sage mode. Compared to the level of going out, there are obviously some gaps. From this, Naruto also realized the inadequacy of his own spell seal state. Although it seems to be powerful, the natural power of the spell seal immortal power can also greatly enhance his body and chakra, but this power after all, it only comes from the curse imprint. Every time Naruto relies on the curse imprint to exert the power of nature, in fact, he does not have the complete master's natural power. The power of the outside world, he may be able to sense some of the natural power of the outside world, but it is far from the level of application. After all, the power of nature that can be used through the spell seal is still limited. Moreover, Naruto himself also lacks a process of comprehending nature. Compared with Naruto in Sage mode in the original work, his control is also slightly inferior. The day before the final, after Naruto finished his training at the old place, Jiraiya specially invited him to have a big meal in order to wish him success in the final tomorrow, and after the meal, he would take him to soak in Izumi. Of course, Naruto is very happy about this. Jiraiya is a person who enjoys life very much. He drinks, massages and takes a bath. After doing the whole set, he enjoys everything except that he does not go around with women. The two came out of Wen Izumi's bath contentedly, and it was already dark. Seeing this, Naruto couldn't help frowning. What's wrong, Naruto? Not satisfied. Jiraiya smiled and patted his shoulder. Naruto didn't make a sound, and he thought about it in his heart. During the period of cultivation, he wanted to find the news of finding Orochimaru in the village, but since the preliminaries, everyone in Sandin village went back immediately, until this morning. Without the news of their return, Orochimaru was really cautious, and did not blatantly stay in Konoha for a month, but chose to return to Sandin village to discuss specific matters during this period. This also reduces the risk of the Konoha plan leaking out of the joint collapse of the two villages of Sand Ninja and Otogakure. However, tomorrow is the finals, and this group of people should be arranged tonight. It seems that something must be done on the corners of the mouth tonight, otherwise it will be too passive tomorrow. After all, Orochimaru is very annoying, and Sayu's revenge has not yet been avenged. Naruto pondered for a while, then slowly raised his head. The corners of his mouth showed a smile that was not a smile. Lascivious Toad, will you be in the village for tomorrow's finals? Yeah, don't worry, I'll watch your performance. Jiraiya laughed. That's good. Naruto nodded and suddenly said, I think you said hello to the 3-generation-old man. You must have known about the last time I met Orochimaru in the Forest of Death, so tomorrow you be careful. Jiraiya was stunned for a moment. Then his face became serious. Naruto, did you find anything? No, I just have an intuition. That guy will definitely do something tomorrow, and now you can compete with him in the village, so. Reminding Jiraiya, Naruto separated from him. In fact, he also wanted to make it clear that Orochimaru's plan was rooted in Jiraiya, but he also knew that once he explained this kind of thing too clearly, it would be detrimental to himself. No matter how talented he is in ninjutsu, he can tell Orochimaru's plan at a young age, which will only make him a spy. He will not do such a stupid thing, and even if he says it himself, the organization it is not easy for everyone to find Orochimaru. The Konoha collapse plan was carefully arranged by the two ninja villages. If they could be caught so easily, Naruto would not believe it. Therefore, tonight is destined to be the only one to act alone. The evening breeze was blowing in the street, and before the finals came, there was a chilling atmosphere in the air. It seems that God's premonition is much stronger than that of human beings. Naruto was walking alone in the dark, and the direction in front was Konoha's guest house. Temari, who had just arrived in Konoha, stayed in the room quietly. Gara stared blankly at the night outside the window, Kankuro carefully wiped the puppet, and Temari was playing with his big fan. Suddenly, Gara said lightly, someone is here. Who is it? The two of Temari immediately stood up and became vigilant when they heard the words. Tomorrow is the time to implement the plan, and this time is very important, and there must be no mistakes. Uzumaki Naruto. Gara's eyes flashed with excitement. Go down and have a look. Both Temari were taken aback. How did he come? Chapter 69 Show Up. Opening the door, Naruto was standing at the door smiling at them. Can I come in? Three were stunned for a moment, but Temari was the first to react and nodded hurriedly, okay. Please come in. After entering the door, Naruto first observed the furnishings in the room. After finding that there was nothing special about it, he directly said his name. I want to meet your Kazekage-sama. Huh, what do you want to see Lord Kazekage for? Kankuro stopped him all of a sudden. Temari hurriedly glared at him, and asked Naruto calmly, what is the matter with you seeing Lord Kazekage? But he was secretly vigilant. What is he doing to see Kazekage at this time? Tomorrow is the time to implement the plan. Did he see something? However, there is nothing wrong with the look on his face. Naruto smiled and said, it's nothing important. We, Lord Hokage, want me to inform him of something. It's about the arrangement of tomorrow's finals. Temari and the others have no doubts. Since it was sent by Hokage, it's nothing to meet him. Anyway, he won't find anything. After all, this plan has the cover of the Chunin exam and the alliance agreement between the two parties, which can paralyze the site. Difficult to be found. Well, Lord Kazekage is inside, I'll take you there. Temari nodded. So, Temari brought Naruto into the room where Kazekage was, and Naruto's mood fluctuated slightly. There is no doubt that Kazekage is Orochimaru now, but after seeing him, what should he do? Are you going to expose him directly? Just when he was thinking about how to expose Orochimaru, he looked up and suddenly found that the room was empty. Where is Lord Kazekage? Temari also made a surprised voice. Naruto frowned. He could still feel Orochimaru's breath, which means that this guy just left. It seems that he is avoiding him on purpose. How prudent, Orochimaru, he said silently in his heart. It seems that your Lord Kazekage doesn't want to see me. In that case, I have to say goodbye. Naruto turned his head and said helplessly. Temari smiled embarrassedly. Sorry, maybe Lord Kazekage has something to do with him temporarily. Maybe. Naruto smiled lightly. His thoughts changed, and he suddenly said, in this case, you can send me a journey. I also happen to have something to talk to you about. Temari couldn't help being stunned for a moment. Seeing the mysterious appearance of the blonde boy in front of her, she felt a little uneasy in her heart. Did he notice something? However, she is not so easily shaken. In that case, let's walk with him and see what he will say. Gara and Kankuro watched Naruto and Temari leave the guest house. Gara couldn't help muttering, Uzumaki Naruto, tomorrow, I can kill you. At this time, Naruto and Temari were walking down the road beside the river, one after another, and the bright moonlight reflected in the river. Temari finally couldn't help but said, Uzumaki Naruto, that's it, if you have anything, you can said. Naruto stopped when he heard the words, turned around and looked at her with a smile on his lips. Actually, you already know what I want to say, but you are still kept in the dark about some things. What are you talking about? Temari trembled inexplicably, looking at his clear eyes that seemed to have seen through everything, making her feel like she couldn't look directly, and her tone couldn't help being a little anxious. He, who had always been calm, became uneasy in front of him. Actually, I know about one of your plans, and in this plan, there is an inside story that you don't know. Naruto looked at Temari and said lightly. Temari's pupils shrank suddenly. When she heard Naruto's words, her heart skipped a beat, and her whole body's momentum skyrocketed, ready to take action at any time. However, at this moment, several kunai suddenly flew out of the air beside Naruto, targeting his vitals. Who moved the hand? Temari turned his head suddenly, but found that there was nothing in the air, and at the same time, a palpitating breath suddenly rushed to his face. Naruto seemed to be prepared. He took out kunai and waved it a few times quickly to block all the hidden weapons. At this time, a figure had already rushed towards Temari very quickly. Temari was shocked, and there was an ambush in his heart. But always vigilant, she hurriedly waved the huge fan in her hand, wanting to sweep away the people in the future. However, the speed of the approaching person was extremely fast, and Temari's fan couldn't touch the opponent's body at all, and the other party had already circled behind her. The next moment, with a muffled thud, Temari fainted. Orochimaru's figure appeared in front of Naruto, and a pair of snake eyes stared at him with a dangerous atmosphere. Naruto-kun, you know a lot. Naruto smiled faintly, and was not surprised by the appearance of Orochimaru, because he had smelled a faint dangerous breath in the air just now. Although he did not know how this dangerous breath came, I know, the only one who can bring this feeling to me is probably a Kage-level powerhouse like Orochimaru. Orochimaru, I said, I will fight against you to the end. From the moment you planted the curse on Sasuke in front of me, you are destined to usher in my revenge. Naruto said coldly, you thought your disguise as Kazekage was perfect. What a mistake, Naruto-kun, I didn't expect you to be able to perceive this at such a young age. I really underestimated you. Orochimaru heard Naruto reveal his plan. Even if it was his, Hanyang couldn't help but be shocked. Not because of his strength, just because he has such a keen insight, but he still smiled on the surface. But, what if you know this? There are no loopholes in the plan now, and the 3 generations can't find anything at all. Even if he knows it now, tomorrow's finals will definitely continue. As the leader of the 5 major ninja villages, if Konoha can't even take up this kind of challenge, then really decadent home. HMPH. Is that so? How can you be sure that I'm the only one who knows your plans? Naruto sneered. Chapter 70 Finals. Haha. Naruto-kun, although it's amazing that you can have such a mind at such a young age, it's not so easy for me, Orochimaru, to let you sabotage your plan. Orochimaru laughed. Naruto-kun, even if you report to the 3rd generation without evidence, it is estimated that you will not get the approval of the high-level group, right? The finals will still be held as usual. What can you do? Instead, you will be noticed by those suspicious guys. Will it cause trouble? Hearing this, Naruto fell silent. Indeed, as Orochimaru said, although the strength and talent shown by himself has been regarded by 3 generations, Kakashi and others, and they are also very trustworthy, most of Konoha still excludes him. In such a big environment, if he casually said Orochimaru's plan, it would only lead to suspicion. I had already thought of this before, but I didn't expect Orochimaru to be able to think so thoroughly. It seems that this guy paid a lot of attention to him. Seeing Naruto's silence, Orochimaru's mouth showed a proud arc, and suddenly said, "How? Naruto-kun, this place Konoha is already rotten. Do you want to come to my side? Witness this world with me." The truth. To be honest, I admire people like you very much. Orochimaru, can you put away your tricks? Naruto replied indifferently. I'm not one of those ignorant teenagers, and I'm not ignorant of the world. Orochimaru, you are really cunning like a loach. Barely, but tonight, I have to try and keep you. Having said this, Naruto's aura suddenly rose, and in an instant, he opened the curse seal, and the magic seal immortal power was applied to the whole body. There was a faint golden light on his body. Orochimaru was slightly taken aback. Looking at Naruto's serious look, he laughed again. Naruto-kun, are you trying to expose me by fighting? Haha, you are so naive. Even if you curse in Yin's state, his strength has soared, but if you want to keep me, it's still too whimsical. Naruto didn't say a word, and when Orochimaru spoke, his figure turned into a golden light and shadow, and rushed in front of him. There was no fancy punch, and there was a chirping sound in the air. The speed of this punch had already broken through the limit. Orochimaru didn't expect to see Naruto's strength even after he had not seen him for a month, and he had improved so fast, even himself would be hard to resist. In an instant, he analyzed the situation and knew that he couldn't be in love, otherwise he would really be contained here. Spirituality. The next moment, Orochimaru summoned a huge khaki-colored snake with a single press of his palm. Stop him. Boom. Just as Naruto's fist was about to reach Orochimaru's side, the giant snake's tail slammed into it. Boom. A burst of smoke rose in the loud noise, completely obscuring Naruto's sight. Oops. Naruto was taken aback and rushed out of the area shrouded in smoke. He stomped on the head of the khaki-colored snake that was more than 10 meters high, but Orochimaru was no longer in sight. And the next moment, a burst of white smoke rose, and the big snake under Naruto's feet disappeared. After a while, when the scene calmed down, Naruto only saw the dirt pit that was hit by the big snake. As for Orochimaru and Temari, he didn't see a single one. So crafty. Naruto cursed inwardly. He originally wanted to tell Temari the truth to shake her, so that in tomorrow's final, she might be able to turn her back, but he didn't expect Orochimaru to go out in person and knock Temari unconscious. And although he said the fact that he knew their plan, the more important information Temari did not know. Moreover, the scary thing about Orochimaru is that he knows everyone very well. He knows that his Jinchuriki column power in Konoha is just a tool in the eyes of most high-level executives. He also knows that if he behaves, he knows too much. It would cause everyone's suspicion, so he wasn't worried that he knew about his plan. As long as nothing went wrong on his own side, what would it matter if someone on Konoha knew something? After all, the power is still in the hands of the top. The finals will continue. Standing in place for a while, Naruto sighed, and finally left. Facing the huge forces, his own strength was really weak. Old bosses are not so easy to overthrow. Only strength is the most fundamental thing to change everything, and I am not strong enough. Otherwise, just kill Orochimaru and nothing will happen. The next day, Konoha was very lively. The audience at the final venue not far from the village was already full of spectators from all over the world and the village. Most of them are ordinary people, but they are still very eager to follow this wonderful game that belongs to ninjas. At this time, it was just after 9 o'clock in the morning. In the final venue in the center of the auditorium, Naruto and others were already standing in 2 rows, standing there quietly to receive the attention of audiences from all over the world. The stands on both sides of the auditorium were also full of people, including Kakashi, Yuhi, Gai, Asuma and others, as well as their students, who also came here to cheer on their companions. Little Lee dragged his injured body to stand beside Gai, cheering for Neji. Sakura also continued to cheer for Naruto and Seijutsu. Also, Hinata also stood beside Yuhi, watching Naruto silently, folded his hands and prayed quietly. In the final venue, Naruto was observing the people around him. Neji, the first match was between myself and him. If you made Hinata like this, even if you are a genius, even if you have difficulties, this time you have to teach you a lesson for Hinata. Zuiyu, I haven't seen you for a month. It seems that the momentum has changed again, and it seems to have become stronger. I don't know what will happen in the next game with Gara. And, Tamari, Orochimaru knocked her unconscious last night, and it seems that she took her away when she escaped. I wonder if she realized Kage's identity. Gara, this guy is staring at himself with a staring expression. Naruto glanced to the side. Can't help but have a big head. Your opponent is Sayu. Shikamaru with a listless and troubled face. Naruto looked around, and finally turned his eyes to the stand in front of him. The 3-generation-old man, Orochimaru, was sitting down accompanied by the guard. Chapter 71 The First One. The atmosphere at the scene was not without enthusiasm. Although Naruto stood in the final venue, he still heard some of the comments in the audience. Most of them are looking forward to Seijutsu, who is a descendant of the Uchiha clan, and Neji, a genius boy from the Hyuga clan, has a very high attention rate. As the 2 famous Konoha, those spectators who came from the outside to watch the lively are of course very optimistic. In contrast, because almost no one knows Naruto's identity, he seems isolated and helpless, and his popularity is obviously not as high as that of Sasuke and Neji. However, people who really know Naruto's strength, such as Kakashi, Enko and other Jonin, and all of Sakura's comrades know that this win is basically Naruto. As Naruto's former teacher, Iruka, he also knew his talent and strength. Seeing Naruto standing on this finals venue and receiving everyone's attention at the moment, he seemed to have seen his younger brother stand out. Rejoicing. The final is about to begin. When it was announced that the first match was between Naruto and Neji, the examiner Shiranui Genma came to the arena with bamboo sticks in his mouth, and asked all the players except Naruto and Neji to return to the auditorium first. Amid the enthusiastic shouts, the others stepped back, and the 2 of Naruto stood quietly in the center of the arena. Naruto, come on! Sakura shouted first, and saw her excited face with her hands clenched into small fists, as if it was not Naruto who was competing, but herself. Not to be outdone, Ino cheered loudly, Naruto, you must win, I want to invite you to dinner after the finals. When Sakura heard it, she didn't expect Ino to be so insidious, so she took this opportunity to invite Naruto to dinner. Immediately, he rushed to her place to reason. In fact, Hinata also wanted to shout cheers like Sakura Ino, but because of her character, she didn't dare to make a big splash like the 2 of them. She could only use her own way to closely watch Naruto's silent prayer. Compared with Naruto, Neji has more support than him. Almost half of the people support Neji. After all, the name of the genius of the Hyuga family is not for nothing. At this time, Sayu and the others had returned to their respective groups in the stands and began to watch the game with all their attention. In Sayu's heart, although Neji was the genius of the previous session, she knew Naruto's strength without doubting the final victory. The one is Naruto. Instead, what she cares about now is what kind of tricks Naruto will have to defeat him during the game. The game begins. Amidst the anticipation of everyone, the examiner finally announced the start of the game, and as soon as the order was given, both Neji and Naruto took a step back. Seeing Naruto standing there casually, Neji's eyes were slightly excited. I know that you have hidden strength, the guy who can use the blinking technique that only Jonin can do. Let me see how much strength you have hidden. Naruto smiled slightly. Neji's gentle fist has been practiced to a very strong level, but, no matter how good his physical skills are, if he can't match his speed, it will be futile. If that's the case, let's try his physical skills first. Thinking of this, he made a mistake and rushed towards Neji in an instant, holding the key point of Kuaiji in his hand. Neji turned slightly to the side, avoiding Naruto's blow, and then he reached out with his palm and pointed at the acupuncture point on his chest exposed by Naruto. Naruto had already noticed that. His body suddenly turned inconceivably, and he avoided Neji's palm lightly. Instead, his body quickly circled behind Neji, without a single stroke, and pointed to his vital point again. Neji frowned, quickly waved his palm, and hit Naruto's wrist. Unexpectedly, in the close combat, his own skills could not suppress Naruto, but he was forced to defend twice because he pointed at the key points. After pushing Naruto away, Neji thought to himself. The figures of the two people in the field kept staggering. Naruto's figure was erratic, and the weight was light, while Neji was defensive and airtight, and for a while, he was deadlocked there. But the discerning person knew at a glance that Neji was at a disadvantage, and neither of them had used their full strength. Boom! Suddenly, Naruto's fist and Neji's palm met fiercely, and they both bounced back. Neji stared at Naruto with a dignified expression. He thought that Naruto's physical skills were so powerful. The speed is faster than that of the little Lee who specializes in steel fists, and his movements are compared to the straight steel fists, and he brings a bit of gentle fist skills. Really great. Neji was secretly shocked, thinking that his physical skills could definitely suppress him, but now it seems that this battle is extremely difficult. Compared with Neji's dignifiedness, Naruto seemed much more relaxed. Through the test just now, he had a general idea of Neji's strength. Needless to say, in terms of speed, except for Little Lee, even Zuoyu was a step behind him. And in the skills of close combat, Neji is also worthy of the name of genius. Compared with Hinata's gentle fist, he is obviously much stronger, and the two are not on the same level at all. The taiju duel between the two immediately shocked everyone present. As we all know, the Hyuga clan has always been the strongest in taijutsu, but now there is this Naruto who can suppress Neji in taijutsu. People were shocked. Hyuga Hiyashi, who was sitting in the auditorium, looked at the two figures in the field with a focused expression. Hanabi, who was beside him, couldn't help but ask, "Father, can brother Neji defeat that guy?" It's impossible to say. Although Neji is a rare genius in the Hyuga family, Uzumaki Naruto is really unfathomable, and I can't see it clearly. Hyuga Hiyashi said solemnly. Really, Uzumaki Naruto is so powerful. After listening to his father's words, Hanabi couldn't help but pouted, and was secretly unhappy. What's so great about a guy who looks so inferior? At this moment, the field changed again. Naruto suddenly took out a bunch of kunai shurikens, threw them at Neji from a distance, and quickly formed a seal with both hands, shuriken. The art of shadow clone. For a moment, those hidden weapons thrown by Naruto were divided into 2 in midair, 2 divided into 4, and 4 divided into 8. In a blink of an eye, there was a dense rain of hidden weapons in midair. Compared with the hidden weapons in the Tenten scroll, this is also a way of winning by quantity, but Naruto is more concise and convenient to use. As long as you carry a small amount of hidden weapons, you can use ninjutsu to materialize them and make a lot of them. Come on, this made the Tenten standing in the stands a burst of envy. This technique was learned by Naruto stealthily from the third generation, and now it is quite handy to use it. But Neji didn't seem too panicked when facing the rain of hidden weapons. When the overwhelming hidden weapons came to him, he swung his hands and put on a mysterious posture. Chapter 72 for Hinata. As soon as this pose came out, Hyuga Hiyashi in the audience stood up immediately. This is revolving heaven. I didn't expect Neji to master this secret technique. Hiyashi muttered in shock. At the same time, Neji finally used this technique. He turned around suddenly, and a chakra whirlwind suddenly rose in place, surrounding his entire body, and Naruto's hidden weapons all fell on above the blue chakra hood. There was a constant clanging sound, and then they turned into white smoke and disappeared. After a while, all the hidden weapons were deflected, and Neji finally stopped. He stood gracefully, looking so elegant in his white robe, that a large number of girls in the audience suddenly screamed. And Naruto was standing in front of him, with a faint smile on his lips, and he was expected to make this move. Uzumaki Naruto, I admit that you are very powerful. But next, I have to be serious. Neji raised his palms and said proudly. Speaking, Neji's figure had already rushed over and slapped Naruto fiercely. The speed was faster than before, making people unable to react. When Naruto was stunned for a moment, Neji was already close to him, only to see that he was short, his hands were open, and he immediately put on a starting gesture. Gentle fist 8 trigrams 64 palms. Neji didn't dare to underestimate Naruto, and when he rushed up, he used his own trick. Now you're in my 8 trigrams field. There's absolutely no escape, Neji said confidently. And the audience didn't expect that Neji would actually make this move, and suddenly screamed in surprise, and Hiyashi's face was even more incredible. Hanabi, look at it, this is the strength of the genius of the Hyuga family. You study hard, it will be of great benefit to you in the future. After being surprised, Hiyashi turned to teach his daughter. On the other side, Hinata looked at Naruto with a worried look on her face. 8 trigrams palms were powerful. As the eldest Miss main clan of the Hyuga family, she couldn't be more clear. The acupoints of the hit person were instantly closed. The chakra stops flowing, it is like a waste person. If Naruto is hit, he will definitely lose if he can't use the chakra next. So, Hinata is now worried and wants to cry out. Yuhi, who was beside him, frowned slightly when he saw Hinata's nervous face. Hinata's body hadn't recovered yet, so he couldn't be too excited. After all, if the injured heart was hit again, it would definitely injured again. She couldn't help but patted Hinata's shoulder lightly and comforted her softly. Hinata, don't worry, Naruto is very strong. He's not so easy to fail, and your body needs a lot of rest now, and your emotions shouldn't be too excited. Quote. With Yuhi's comfort, Hinata finally calmed down. At this time, Neji had launched a fierce attack on Naruto, and 8 trigrams 64 palms hit him hard with every palm. The sound of bang 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 caused everyone on the stage to scream involuntarily. Sakura Ino shouted worriedly, Naruto. Sakura also clenched her fists, and seemed to be very nervous, but Kakashi and other Jonin showed no expressions and seemed not to worry at all. Finally, the 64 palms all slammed on Naruto, and Naruto's body flew backwards heavily. However, there was no expression of joy on Neji's face, instead he frowned and stared cautiously around. Boom! The next moment, the Naruto that was knocked into the air turned into a white smoke and dissipated. Shadow clone. Seeing this, Neji's Byakugan searched the surroundings with all his strength, scanning the full range of 360 degrees, including the underground, not letting go of every corner. Suddenly, he slammed his palm towards the midair behind him. Boom! In an instant, a fist landed on his palm. It was Naruto. The two faced each other with one punch and one palm, and opened a distance again. It's just that Neji is no longer so calm at this time. Instead, he sees sweat on his forehead, and his heart is full of shock. How does he know his blind spot? If it wasn't for the momentary thought that he had just now, I'm afraid he would have been hit by him long ago. How did you do it? Neji yelled at Naruto. This is a secret that only belongs to him. Why would Naruto know it and just attack from his own blind spot? Naruto smiled and didn't answer, but said, Neji, I want to defeat you, it's just a thought. Neji was stunned for a moment, but he didn't expect Naruto to say such arrogant words, and immediately became angry. You underestimate me, Hyuga Neji too. Haha, I didn't underestimate you, I was just a little unhappy with you. Naruto smiled lightly. A guy like you who, by virtue of his own genius, seeks revenge on people who are weaker than you, is actually just a weakling. What did you say? Am I wrong? Hinata and you have no grievances or hatreds. Strictly speaking, he is still your cousin, but what did you do to her that day? You just spread your dissatisfaction and resentment on her. Now, Hinata is still seriously injured. What is someone like you who is not weak? Naruto stared at Neji and said suddenly. Saying these words, Naruto also sighed inwardly. For nothing else, he just wanted to breathe a sigh of relief for Hinata. After all, Neji beat her up like that day. If he was on the side, he would definitely stop it. It's a pity I'm not here, and I've been regretting it for the past 2 days. Today, I finally found the opportunity to let out this breath. After saying these words, Naruto didn't care what Neji's reaction was, and his aura soared. In an instant, a powerful aura comparable to the elite Jonin enveloped the surrounding venue, and even Shiranui Genma on the side was shocked. Eyes. This chakra, it's so strong. Naruto actually released such a strong chakra. Is it for Hinata? Feeling this chakra far surpassing Genin, everyone's reaction was extremely unexpected. Looking to the side of Hinata. On the other side, Hinata was already shocked by what Naruto said. She didn't expect Naruto to vent his anger for herself, which made her heart extremely sweet. Naruto. Chapter 73 Second Round. Feeling Naruto's unparalleled aura, Neji seemed to be in the mud, and he was so overwhelmed that he couldn't breathe. What do you know? However, under this powerful momentum, Neji also burst into unwillingness in his heart and shouted at Naruto. As a separated family, I have been engraved with the main clan's curse seal. How do you understand the pain that I can't master my own destiny? He suddenly pulled down the forehead guard, and the ugly curse seal rune engraved on his forehead seemed to be a bloody rune at the moment. The scars are exposed to everyone's eyes. It turned out that behind the genius, there is also such a helpless and bitter story. This is what most people think. However, this is an internal matter of the Hyuga clan, and others can only sigh, but can't do anything for him. Looking at this hideous curse mark, Naruto sighed slightly. Indeed, your destiny is tightly bound by this curse mark and cannot be freed, but as long as you keep getting stronger, you will be able to break free from the curse mark one day. Besides, I think no matter how unfair your own destiny is, you can't spread your resentment on others. And you can't spread your anger on innocent Hinata. If it's a man, you should go to the source of all this. Hyuga clan. Neji shuddered, looked at Naruto, and muttered to himself, are you free from bondage? This is simply impossible, right? You, someone else, said it so easily. You don't understand at all. Neji roared. His heart was in chaos. He didn't care about anything. He directly pounced on Naruto and delivered his most powerful blow. However, Naruto just swayed, and just when Neji's palm was about to hit his chest, his figure had quickly circled around Neji's back. At the same time, a kunai was gently placed on Neji's neck. You lost, Naruto said lightly. So fast. Everyone's expressions couldn't help but be startled. At that moment, even the eyesight of the Jonins could only see a trace of afterimage. Even if the speed is compared to Guy, the strong martial artist, it's not much worse. Neji stood there blankly, with no one in front of him, only the cold touch on his neck made him finally wake up. Why, you are so strong. Neji lowered his head in frustration, raised his hands in surrender, and asked Naruto. Naruto retracted kunai, patted him on the shoulder, and smiled slightly. As long as you have a strong heart and the courage to break your destiny, anything is possible. Break fate, Neji murmured involuntarily. Okay, examiner, the game is over, can we announce the result? Naruto said to Shiranui Genma, seeing that Neji had surrendered, and he didn't have any fighting spirit now. The first game, Naruto Uzumaki won. Shiranui Genma was stunned for a moment, and then he announced that he never expected Naruto to win so easily. From beginning to end, Naruto's performance was extremely easy. This is really amazing, surprising. It was only then that there was a burst of enthusiastic shouting from the audience, and Naruto's words also made the blood of most of the people present. Yes, what does it matter if you are weak now? As long as you have a heart of courage to break your destiny, you have nothing to fear. Even if he died, at least he had resisted his fate, which was 10,000 times better than those who were cowardly at the mercy of fate. That's so handsome, Naruto. Seeing Naruto slowly exiting the stage and returning to the stands of the auditorium, Ino rushed over, hugged Naruto's neck and wanted to kiss her, and her eyes were also full of all the little stars. Hey, Ino, you dare to attack Naruto. Sakura quickly pulled Ino away, then looked at Naruto with a slightly yuhi face. Congratulations, you have won. Well, thank you for cheering me on. Naruto's face showed a bright smile. At this moment, his smile seemed to be the sun, which was so desirable. Zuo-yu, who was on the side, came over slowly at this time, and congratulated lightly. Congratulations, Naruto. However, her eyes were a little afraid to look at his smiling face. This smiling face that once made him hate, now makes him feel that he is afraid to look directly. Zuo-yu secretly thought, he has become so strong, but he is still far behind. At this time, Shiranui Genma suddenly announced the start of the second exam. Second, Uchiha Hasuki vs Sandstorm Gara. Zuiyu, you're on the field next. Naruto looked at Zuiyu and said seriously, Gara is very strong. You must be careful, don't force yourself. Do you know? Zuo-yu heard the words, although she heard that Naruto was caring about herself, but she was very dissatisfied and secretly thought, even if I can't beat you, can I still beat Gara? Naruto, how dare you underestimate me? I will definitely prove it to you. Thinking of this, Zuo-yu snorted lightly and walked directly into the venue without saying anything. At this time, Gara was already standing in the arena, looking at Zuo-yu with a blank expression. You are very strong, but compared to Uzumaki Naruto, you still have no value for me to kill. Gara said indifferently after the match started. When Zuo-yu heard this, her aura suddenly surged, Sharingan turned on, and looked at him with a frosty face. Really? Then try it. Maybe I will kill you. That's the descendants of Uchiha. The first one is the Hyuga family, the second one is the Uchiha family. What an eye-opener today. The audience immediately began to discuss. Yeah, it's a pity that Hyuga Neji lost to that blonde boy. I hope Uchiha's genius won't fail again this time. That's not necessarily true. That Yuhi's hair looks great too. Just as everyone was talking about it, Gara Sasuke finally fought. On the other hand, Naruto frowned and quietly watched the surroundings. Suddenly, he saw several Anbu members from the back of the auditorium begin to move carefully. It seems that those are spies. He looked at the audience on the opposite side again, and noticed that Temari Kankuro, Maki and others suddenly became nervous. Although they were pretending to watch the game, they kept looking towards the place where Kazekage and Hokage were. Looking around. Temari's expression was obviously hesitant, and it seemed that what happened last night made her feel uneasy. Chapter 74 Chaos. Hinata's soft and shy voice suddenly came from beside him. Naruto, thank you, thank you. Naruto turned his head and saw that Hinata was wearing a white kimono. His head was slightly lowered, his face was dizzy, and he couldn't help but smile. Hinata, this is what I should do. Who told you to be so cute? Naruto. Hearing Naruto saying that she was cute, Hinata's face suddenly changed. If the two of them were alone, she wouldn't be so shy even if Naruto said that, but now there are people around. People, especially Sakura Ino's eyes have been fixed on themselves. This is really embarrassing. Naruto actually said that in front of everyone. However, her heart is more joy and sweetness. By the way, Hinata, you're not completely healthy yet. You need to rest well and don't run around. Naruto said, looking at her delicate body with a slightly pale face. Hinata nodded obediently. Feeling Naruto's concern, Hinata was surrounded by a huge sense of happiness for a while, and she wanted to throw herself into his arms immediately. At this time, there was also a change in the field of play. The battle between Zuiyu and Gara had entered a white-hot stage. Under the stimulation of the thunder attribute chakra, Zuiyu showed the fastest speed and was very light and fast beside him. Flashing, constantly looking for opportunities to attack, and Gara's sand can only passively defend. Naruto noticed that Gara's expression seemed to be very impatient. In this Chunin exam, Gara actually encountered 3 times his opponents who suppressed him in speed: Naruto, Little Lee, and Sasu. Unable to exert all his strength, at this moment, he really has the urge to burst out Chidori when he couldn't attack for a long time. Immediately, countless thunder lights gathered in his palm, which made the audience stunned for a while. I'll use this trick to solve you this time, Zuoyu said coldly. Gara like lightning. Kai. The defense of killing was torn apart. Zuiyu's arm slammed into Gara's defense, and a muffled roar came out. Zuiyu's face was slightly happy, and he was hurt. But immediately, her face suddenly turned to the side, because at this moment a huge force suddenly grabbed her arm, almost tearing her entire arm off. Not good. In the panic, Zuiyu broke out the thunder attribute chakra again, and broke free of that powerful force. After taking a closer look, I found that after the sandballs scattered in front of me, what was exposed was a monster-like face. What is this? For the first time, Zuoyu felt a little bit of fear in her heart, because she had never seen a person turn into such a terrifying posture. Who is this guy? Ho, I'm going to kill you. How dare you make me bleed? I'm going to kill you. Gara ran wild. At this moment, the atmosphere in the venue changed greatly, because the audience didn't know Gara's identity at all, and with Gara's roar, an ominous and evil chakra spread, and finally, Jonin, who was present, felt that something was wrong. This kind of momentum is simply not something that ordinary people can have. And that form seems to be the legendary tailed beast, Shukaku of One-Tailed Sand. Kabuto, who was hiding behind the scenes, performed a large area of slumber demonic illusion. The ordinary audience present, as well as the weak genin, fell into demonic illusion one after another. Naruto stood silently on the spot, his expression unchanged. This demonic illusion was easy for him to crack, and the chakra broke out a little bit. Hokage in the stands were also held on the roof by Orochimaru at this time, and opened the 4 purple flame barrier. Everything went as planned in the original play, and Naruto quietly watched the start of the riot in the field. Sand Ninja Village Maki first led the Sand Ninja Village and Otobuker Village ninjas who were present to launch an attack, and when he saw the Konoha ninja, he rushed forward. And those high-level spies hiding behind the scenes also launched a sneak attack on Konoha's Jonin elites at this time. I didn't expect things to turn out like this. The Chunin exam is no longer possible, Kakashi said with a solemn expression. He pulled out his kunai to block the attack of one of the enemies, and said helplessly. Sakura didn't fall into the demonic illusion. After she helped Ino solve the demonic illusion, the 6 gods came to Naruto anxiously and said, Naruto, what happened? Why did it become like this? Naruto didn't speak, because at this time Hinata had fallen into demonic illusion and fell into his arms. Because of her injury, he didn't wake her up either, but picked her up and handed it over to Hyuga. Only then did he turn around said to Sakura Ino. Now Konoha is caught in the enemy's attack. 3 generations of old men are trapped on the roof, Kakashi-sensei and the others are also inseparable, and now we can only rely on us. Naruto just noticed that Gara was taken away from the scene by Temari Kankuro, while Sasu accepted the task of the examiner and chased him out. Now he must go to support Sasu first. After all, after Shukaku broke out, ordinary people could not be subdued, even Kakashi. Jonin, there is no way. Ino, you and Shikamaru Choji are defending here. The Inoshikacho combination of the three of you is here, I believe it will help. Naruto said calmly. Yeah, I'll listen to you. Ino also felt that Naruto was right, nodded and went to wake Choji and Shikamaru. The others, after a little panic, under the leadership of their respective teachers Jonin, launched a counterattack one after another. Naruto, what should we do now? Sakura was flustered by the constant fighting sounds around her, but she kept silently encouraging herself in her heart not to panic, absolutely not to panic. She couldn't always hide behind Naruto, and is to face everything bravely. Isn't this a good opportunity? Thinking of this, Sakura suddenly said, let's go after Sayu. She is absolutely unable to deal with Gara and the others. Naruto nodded, seeing that Sakura would be thinking even in the rush, thinking that she had grown a bit, and smiled slightly. Well, as I intended, but I'll go after the pursuit. You just stay here, don't get too far from Kakashi-sensei. Forget it, the art of shadow clone. Bang, a Naruto clone appeared next to him, and Naruto said, Sakura, just stay with me as shadow clone. I don't have much time, I'll go first. Naruto, Sakura whispered. Watching Naruto go away, he couldn't help but murmured in a low voice, you must take care. Chapter 75 Chase. Naruto chased him all the way, because now his strength is very strong, and he can faintly feel the direction of Gara's Shukaku's chakra, so even if he doesn't need the ninja dog Parker to lead the way, he can still go to track it alone. All the way, the speed of the mountain was full, and the surrounding scenery instantly turned into an afterimage. On the way, Naruto also saw a large number of ninjas constantly attacking the village, as well as the summoned beasts belonging to Orochimaru, and all kinds of large snakes. Fortunately, the Jonins in the village can still resist it for the time being. Now, he must catch up with Gara as soon as possible. In a moment, he had chased into the woods outside the village. Zuiyu is fighting with Temari. Temari's large-scale futon, wind style, is blocking the advance of Zuiyu wave after wave, and Zuiyu can't break through for a while, can only watch Kankuro take Gara take away. Originally their plan was to let Gara also participate in the battle, but he accidentally ran away in the middle of the game. Although this successfully distracted most people's attention, Kage's sneak attack for 3 generations was successful, but in this way, they had also lost a few combat power. In order not to affect the battle situation, Temari and Kankuro could only take him away temporarily, and stabilize it before attacking. However, Zuiyu's mission is to chase them, so naturally she won't let them go easily. Gara is now not only her opponent, but also her enemy, so at this moment, Zuiyu's heart has long been determined to clean up herself. However, Temari's strength is also very strong. Own-handed futon wind style ninjutsu forced Sayu to be unable to get close at all. Large tracts of branches were cut off by the powerful futon wind style, and Sayu could only hide in the trunk of the tree for a while. After waiting for her ninjutsu to pass. In order to delay the time, Temari released chakra desperately. After continuing to release a few futon wind style, Temari chakra finally bottomed out, and at this time, Zuiyu's almost finally arrived. She quickly escaped from behind the big tree, and she quickly threw a few handfuls out of her hands. Kunai, with that precise kunai throwing technique, covered all the blind spots where Temari was in all directions. Although Temari has noticed the trajectory of these kunai, she has no choice but to have enough chakra to use the powerful futon wind style to blow all these hidden weapons away, so she can only pull out the kunai to resist the kunai down. A screeching noise, and Temari managed to stop all the kunai, but he didn't realize that a kunai that was sticking to the detonating talisman had been inserted under his feet. And at this time, the detonating talisman was burning, hissing. Not good. Temari screamed badly in her heart, and hurriedly backed away. With a loud bang, it exploded, and the flames accompanied the thick smoke to lift Temari's body out. Temari had jumped a distance before that, but was shocked by the explosion, and his blood was surging, and he fell to the ground. At this moment, Zuoyu stepped forward and looked at her condescendingly. You lost. If you want to stop me, you are not qualified. Temari bit Kiba and fainted immediately. Zuoyu snorted lightly, and with a flick of her figure, she chased out again. When Naruto arrived, Temari just woke up, and when she saw the figure of Naruto chasing, she endured the pain and immediately blocked him. Uzumaki Naruto, I forbid you to take another step. Seeing this, Naruto ignored her, and with a flash, he bypassed her and chased forward. Temari was stunned. This guy actually ignored him. After biting on Kiba, she also started to catch up with her fastest speed. Uzumaki Naruto, stop for me, Temari shouted loudly, but Naruto was much faster than her, and suddenly pulled away from her. She could only hang far behind. Naruto also heard Temari's voice, but he didn't have the time to stop and fight her now. Going after Gara was the key, so he let Temari chase after him. Anyway, when he caught up with Gara, she too it can't play a role, it can't hinder itself at all. After chasing him for a while, Naruto suddenly frowned. He felt that Gara's breath was getting stronger and more violent, and his breath had stopped. Could it be that he was already fighting with Sayu? Gara, who had turned half of her body into a monster in front of her, and couldn't help swallowing secretly. Her eyes turned to Kankuro, who was standing far away from him. His face was full of fear. Kill you. I'm going to kill you. Gara stared at Zuiyu in front of her. Her body was full of terror, and the ominous chakra continued to permeate, and a huge arm of sand suddenly formed, thinking of Zuiyu the direction of the violent grab. Suzuki hands fast hand seal, Chidori. A large amount of thunder light condensed in her palm, facing the palm of the sand coming from the pavement, she fiercely greeted it. Chi chi chi. Boom. The blue electric light cut through the sand, and Zuiyu leaned down slightly and kept sprinting forward, trying to tear all the sand in front of her. However, before halfway through the rush, her Chidori could no longer be maintained, so she stopped reluctantly, gasping for breath. This time, she almost consumed half of her chakra. But even Gara's arm can't dash away. Gara's attack was blocked. He became even more violent. Chakra suddenly soared, and the killing intent in his eyes became more violent. Facing him, Zuoyu was like a candle in the wind. On the other side, Kankuro was already stunned. In Sand Ninja Village, he had never seen a genin who could compete with Gara like this. This genius of the Uchiha family could actually compete with the transformed Gara. Completely exceeded his estimate. The situation has developed to this point, which is beyond the scope of what he can handle. Originally, as long as Gara was given a tranquilizer, he could calm down temporarily, but this time Gara's violent degree exceeded expectations, even the tranquilizer. It has already expired. If he is made into a complete body, everything around this place will be destroyed. And you and others will definitely not be spared. Kankuro's heart was filled with panic for a while. Chapter 76 arrived. The more frightened Kankuro had to run away and hide, for fear of being affected by Gara. And Zuiyu is still fighting Gara desperately, but unfortunately, Gara's current state, chakra is far more than Zuiyu, and Zuiyu's chakra is not much, although Chidori can still resist Gara to a certain extent the sand, but after all, this technique cannot be abused without limit. After using it 3 times in a row, Sayu can no longer condense the form of Chidori, and there is only a trace of electric light in her hand, which quickly goes out. Zuoyu kept panting, her face covered with sweat. How much she hoped that there would be another chakra in her body. However, the power that could be used in the original curse seal was also sealed, and he couldn't mobilize it for a while. Hateful. Am I going to die here? Cannot be done. I'm not reconciled, I haven't avenged yet. I haven't defeated Naruto yet. How can you die so easily? However, Gara's claws of sand are already coming. Zuoyu has no doubt that if she is caught by this, she will definitely be shattered. At this moment, Zuoyu's heart gave birth to an extremely strong desire to survive. Between this life and death, the curse mark on Zuoyu's neck suddenly became hot, and the power of nature in it was mobilized by her. The next moment, I saw an extremely powerful chakra suddenly emerging from her body. The curse mark covered her entire face like fire. At this moment, Zuoyu felt this powerful feeling again, and the chakra in her body was about to burst forth. Chidori. In an instant, Sayu hand sealed again, the tyrannical thunder light flashed again, and with a squeak, Gara's sand was torn to shreds once again. And the next moment, Zuoyu's figure didn't stop, and she dashed towards Gara at a speed twice as fast as before. With Sharingan, her figure has almost turned into a streamer. Gara only felt a flash in front of him, and the next moment, Zuoyu had already appeared in front of him. Roar! With a roar, Gara suddenly rolled up thousands of sand waves, covering Zuoyu in front of her. However, Zuoyu stabbed forward fiercely. Sizzle! The thunder light of Chidori broke through the sand waves, and under Gara's unbelievable gaze, came to him. Kai! Trace of Yin Yuhi's blood splattered out, and Zuoyu's palm was finally blocked by Gara's sand. Chidori, who had lost most of his sprinting power, just cut through the sand armor on Gara's chest and stabbed him. In this way, Gara still couldn't believe that he would be hurt by her again. He was so angry that he finally broke out. The other half of the body also instantly transformed into the form of a monster, and the entire body was immediately surrounded by the form of Shukaku of sand, which looked like a miniature version of Shukaku. Zuoyu didn't know Shukaku, so she didn't know what kind of monster this was, but she already felt that Gara's aura had increased again, and she had completely suppressed her current aura. You wait to die, Uchiha Sasu. Gara almost lost her mind now. Roaring, the monster-like palm grabbed Sayu's arm and threw her out. With a bang, Zuoyu's body was smashed to the ground, and a pit was suddenly smashed into it. Amidst the dust, Zuoyu just struggled to stand up, when a thick yellow sand fell on top of her head. Boom! The yellow sand fell to the ground, stirring up thousands of layers of sand waves and smoke. Zuoyu dodged to the side in embarrassment, dodging this attack by risk. However, there is too much sand in Gara. Even if Zuoyu has the blessing of the curse, she is still unable to adapt to the power of the curse that is not fully activated. The sand slapped fiercely and flew out. In midair, Zuoyu could only watch as she was caught by his sand. Ha ha ha, I finally caught you. Let's see how you run this time. I'm going to crush you. I'll crush you like an ant. After catching Zuoyu, Gara shouted excitedly, not knowing what it was. Shukaku's consciousness was still his own, which made Kankuro, who was watching secretly not far away, tremble. Done. It has fully manifested itself, and there is no way to stop it from now on. Kankuro turned around and wanted to run away, but saw a figure flash past in front of him, followed by Temari. Looking closely, it turned out to be Uzumaki Naruto. Hey, Temari, Gara has transformed into a full body, don't go and die. He hurriedly called Temari to a halt. When Temari heard this, her face was startled. Just as she was about to stop, she saw Naruto rushing over without stopping for a moment. She bit Kiba and bit her head and chased after him. Hey, are you going to die? Kankuro looked shocked. When Naruto heard Kankuro's words and sensed Sasu's chakra, he was already very anxious. When he arrived at the scene, he happened to see Sasu being covered by a lot of sand and pinched in midair. Situation. Sasuke. Naruto couldn't help being startled, hurriedly dodged up, his hands instantly hand seal, futon, wind style, wind cut. The sharp wind blade flew fiercely towards the middle of the sand arm. The compressed wind blade easily ripped Sanji's arm at the waist, and the yellow sand surrounding Zuoyu also scattered in an instant, and Zuoyu's delicate body fell to the ground along with the yellow sand. Naruto's figure flashed, and he hurriedly stepped forward and hugged her by the waist. Zuo-yu, are you alright? She looked down quickly, but saw that the curse mark on Zuo-yu's face was slowly fading, revealing her delicate face, but her brows were frowning and she seemed to be in great pain. Naruto, you are finally here. Zuo-yu said weakly. At this moment, her heart suddenly calmed down. The dangerous environment around her seemed to disappear all of a sudden, and she just wanted to take a good sleep in this warm embrace. It's like a person who has been swaying for a long time in the wind and rain returns to the sheltered harbor. Thank you for your hard work. Leave it to me here. Naruto smiled slightly, dodged to a big tree, put her down, and hand seal separated a shadow clone. Let shadow clone look at Zuo-yu temporarily. He then rushed towards Gara again. Chapter 77 Shukaku. At this time, Temari also came to Zuo-yu's side. Zuo-yu suddenly became vigilant, struggled to stand up and said, "What are you going to do?" Naruto's clone stopped her and said to Temari, "If you want to fight now, even if I'm just a clone, you won't be able to please." When Temari heard the two's attitude was very tough, he waved his hand with a wry smile and said, "Don't get me wrong, I don't have time to fight with you now. The most important thing at the moment is to stop Gara. Also, Uzumaki Naruto, let me ask you, yesterday who was the figure that knocked me out at night?" Hehe, it's too late to say this now, you'll know everything when you get back to Konoha. Naruto's clone shook his head and didn't want to say anything. Zuo-yu looked at them curiously, wondering what happened to them last night. Could it be that Naruto met her last night? Gara was very angry. He could have pinched Sayu to death, but Naruto jumped out again. Now that's it, he finally has a formidable opponent. Roar! Anyone who dares to hinder me will die. Seeing Naruto rushing towards him, Gara raised a pile of yellow sand and slapped him fiercely. Naruto's figure flashed again and again, avoiding Gara's yellow sand, and came to him in a moment. Rasengan. The blue chakra ball was printed on Gara's body in the blink of an eye, but Gara also covered the surface of his body with yellow sand in time. Limited, Rasengan just broke the Shukaku body, and the opposite Gara didn't cause much damage, and it was just a little blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. But despite this, Gara was also injured internally by Rasengan, which made him even more tyrannical. When he was in the air, he once again rolled up a piece of wild sand and rushed towards Naruto overwhelmingly. In the face of this indiscriminate attack, Naruto couldn't dodge at all, but fortunately there were big trees around him to cover him, so he quickly hid behind the tree, and only after the blast of sand passed, did he stand up again. At this time, Gara's momentum has risen again. Naruto knows that if he doesn't completely defeat him, he will never be able to stop the Shukaku in his body. Therefore, before Gara can attack again, he has already divided several shadows. Clone, every shadow clone condensed Rasengan and attacked Gara. Gara waved the yellow sand and broke several clones in an instant, but due to too many clones of Naruto, several still rushed in front of him. Boom boom boom. Rasengan in the hands of the three Naruto clones successfully hit Gara. Countless vigor almost crushed Gara alive. Fu! Gara roared in pain. Temari and Kankuro, who had been fighting not far away, couldn't help but stunned. How strong is Uzumaki Naruto? He actually pressed and beat the full-body Gara, and looking at Gara's appearance, he seemed to be dying. What a horrible guy, Temari couldn't help muttering. Kankuro also came to Temari at this time, with awe in his eyes. I think we are tired of fighting against such a guy. After a while, the three shadow clones dissipated, and Naruto walked over and looked at Gara, who was lying on the ground half dead. You still don't admit defeat. Gara was lying on the ground and was hit by 3 Rasengans on his body. Even if he had the protection of sand, he couldn't bear the powerful energy. At this time, he was seriously injured in his body, but the more this happened, the more he felt excited. The killing intent in the heart is stronger. Uzumaki Naruto, you are the first opponent who can beat me like this. Gara exclaimed in a low voice. So this time, I have to completely release that power. Hearing this, Naruto suddenly felt a more powerful chakra erupt from Gara's body, and at the same time, his roar became even more intense. Seeing this, Naruto hurriedly backed away for a distance, bit his finger and made a few prints, and slapped his palm on the ground. The art of psychic. Shukaku of sand. Boom. Boom. After two loud bangs, two hill-like figures appeared in the forest. Immediately, large tracts of trees were crushed, and a gust of wind was blown up, causing half of the forest to sway. Danger. Retreat. The moment he saw Shukaku appear, Temari Kankuro was shocked, full of fear, and hurriedly retreated into the distance, and Naruto clone had to take Sayu away from this area. After all, that kind of with a level of battle, if one is not careful, it is possible to hurt Zuoyu here. Several people have been backing away for a long distance, and then they watched the two hills from a distance with lingering fears. Shukaku of the sand. Shukaku of the sand is out. There is no way to stop this, we are all dead. Kankuro murmured as he looked at the huge mountain-like Shukaku. However, on the opposite side of Shukaku, the Toad Bunta summoned by Naruto shocked everyone even more. I didn't expect Naruto to master such a powerful psychic beast. At this time, Naruto was standing on the head of Toad Bunta, looking at Shukaku in front of him faintly. And Gara above Shukaku's head has a seal on his hands, the art of hypnosis. The next moment, Gara lowered his head and slowly fell asleep. Instead, Shukaku's spirit was awakened, and his power suddenly increased. Wow, ha ha ha, I'm finally out. Shukaku's sharp voice called out, causing Temari and the others not far away to numb their scalps. Hey, Naruto, did you call me out to deal with this guy? Looking at Shukaku's excited look, Toad Wenta reluctantly called out, this is Shukaku IQ. This time it's really tricky. Hehe, Wentai, are you afraid? Naruto smiled. Wentai took a sharp puff of cigarette, squinted his eyes and spit the smoke on the opposite Shukaku, curled his lips and said, don't use aggressive tactics, although this guy is very tricky, but I'm not afraid of him. Cough cough. That big toad on the opposite side. I'm going to cook and eat you. Shukaku just came out and laughed a few times, but he was choked by Wentai's smoke, and he suddenly shouted angrily. Naruto smiled slightly. It seems that the guy who has been locked up for a long time has a bad temper. Chapter 78 Rasenshuriken. Huh, there's another raspy kid. Shukaku narrowed his eyes, only to realize that the person who had summoned the giant toad was just a teenage kid, and immediately became angry. You're such a jerk. I don't know how high the sky is. Look at how my Shukaku master teaches you. When the tailed beast is angry, it is equivalent to an abnormal natural disaster. Suddenly, the sand and stone are scattered, the yellow sand is flying in the sky, and the forest is suddenly plunged into chaos. The gust of wind swept through, and it seemed to blow all the surrounding trees away. Sasu Temari and others in the distance were full of shock. This level of monster is completely beyond the ability of ordinary ninjas to deal with. Sayu was even a little worried about Naruto, although he knew that he must be very strong, but if the opponent was replaced by such a behemoth monster, no one could predict the result. However, Naruto was just standing on the top of Toad's head at this time, with a calm expression, and instructed Wentai to say, you should restrain him for a while, I need a little time to prepare a spell. Huh, what technique are you going to use? Can you defeat him? Wentai asked involuntarily. I don't know if it can be defeated, but it should bring him some damage. Naruto smiled slightly. Besides, his aura is not strong right now. Wentai will be suspicious. The tail beast is a tail beast after all. Even if it is me, I can only hold him for a while. Can you really do it, kid? Naruto shook his head. I have to try if it works. Now his breath is gradually increasing. If he fully releases his power, it will be even more difficult to clean up then. Okay, I'll trust you once. Wentai pulled out his dagger and said with all his strength, you have to stand firm. With a swish, the cold light of the short knife slashed towards Shukaku's body, and Wentai's huge body also jumped high at the same time. With a gust of wind, the airflow of the entire forest was stirred by the two behemoths. Shukaku raised his arms and slammed in front of him. Despite this, Shukaku was also very angry. He didn't expect this big toad to have some strength. He waved his arm and forced Wentai back. The next moment, he opened his mouth and a cannonball with a large amount of wind attribute chakra suddenly formed. Futon, wind style, practice bullets. The air cannon carrying the powerful pressure blasted towards Wentai in an instant. To be outdone, Mrs. Wen opened her mouth, and a huge water cannon suddenly spewed out. Sweetened water style, iron cannon jade. Boom. The water cannon Hefeng shells suddenly collided violently, and then scattered together with the violent storm, and suddenly the forest seemed to be raining heavily. After that, Shukaku kept hitting him with empty bombs, and Wentai had to use Sweeten, water style, to fight him. At first, he was able to hold on, but the more stalemate, Wentai's disadvantage became apparent. His chakra there is far from enough tailed beasts. After more than 10 rounds of Sweeten, water style, it has gradually become exhausted, while Shukaku is getting more and more fierce, and the chakra is getting stronger and stronger, forcing Wentai back layer by layer. Sayu Tamari and the others were already stunned. They had never seen such a big scene. How could they have imagined such a level of battle? Not to mention the shock brought by the appearance of the huge-tailed beast. Naruto was able to summon a big toad comparable to the tailed beast, which made them speechless for a while. At this time, they also realized that they were really a frog in the bottom of a well. However, in addition to the shock, Zuoyu was worried about Naruto. After all, the big toad is in a weak position now. How can he defeat the behemoth next? Suddenly, a strong chakra fluctuation suddenly rose, and at the same time, a humming sound resounded from the edge, and several people looked at the direction of the sound. That is Naruto standing on top of Toad's head. I saw that he had a shadow clone next to him, exuding a faint golden light all over his body, and a bright white energy ball was rapidly spinning in his hand. The phantom of the sword, the harsh sound, is emanating from here. What a powerful chakra! Tamari couldn't help being deeply shocked. Konkuro is also sweating on his forehead. This chakra is so strong, even I can feel that strong oppression even here. What kind of magic is this? Tamari couldn't help but ask Sayu next to him. How do I know? Zuoyu was already shocked by this technique, but her heart was more complicated. Naruto, I don't know when you have become so powerful. This kind of art can't be used even by Hokage, right? How did you do it? Naruto's forehead was slightly sweaty at this time. Even with the support of the immortal power of the spell, it would be difficult to perform Futon, wind-style Rasengan. Using it at this time is just a master who wants to use this opportunity to make himself faster under pressure. However, the effect looks pretty good. Although Rasengan is difficult to control, he managed to condense it with the help of a clone. However, due to the lack of skill at all, the preparation time seems to be a little longer. Fortunately, the surgery is finally complete. With a bang, Naruto dispersed Shadow Clone, stood up straight, raised the mighty Rasengan with one hand, and faced Shukaku. Finally done. Wenta, thank you for your hard work. He smiled slightly, his clothes fluttering in the wind, his blonde hair flying, and in an instant, Shukaku on the opposite side felt a sense of fear. If I get hit by this technique, I'll be free this time. Shukaku secretly thought badly. Toad Wentai was even more shocked. Feeling the power of this technique at such a close distance, he felt like he was pressing a heavy object under Naruto's feet. This powerful chakra aura requires how strong chakra manipulation. To be stable. Is this technique the technique that the 4th generation Hokage once wanted to evolve Rasengan? I didn't expect to be created by his son at such an early age. This is incredible. Naruto, good job. The next moment, Wentai couldn't help but exclaimed, it's up to you now. Naruto smiled. Well, let's go. Chapter 79 Save. In the next instant, Wentai swooped on him, and Naruto stomped hard on his feet. The speed of the two was superimposed. Naruto's figure seemed to turn into a streamer, and he came to Shukaku with Rasengan in his palm. In front of Shukaku opened his arms and shouted loudly, "Shield of Shukaku." The next moment, his two arms suddenly turned into a huge shield, blocking Naruto. Boom! A huge roar sounded, and Naruto's Rasengan collided with Shukaku's shield in an instant, and an extremely strong energy Uzumaki erupted, and the sky and the earth also lit up. Many ninjas in Konoha village also noticed the powerful energy fluctuation not far away, and they all looked sideways. What happened over there? Kakashi frowned slightly and said to himself, "This powerful chakra feels like Naruto." "What's wrong, Kakashi?" Guy asked as he came to him, frowning. "It's nothing, be careful." Kakashi shook his head, and he immediately blocked a sneak attacker. The terrifying energy brought a violent hurricane, which blew the trees around the forest upside down. Even Zuiyu and others not far away were also swept by the strong wind, and some stood unsteady. Finally, everything is at peace. Shukaku's shield disappeared, and Shukaku's body was slowly scattered with yellow sand, and his eyes gradually disappeared, slowly disappearing with unwillingness and panic. Gara gradually woke up, but he was in great pain all over his body. When he opened his eyes, his pupils shrank suddenly. A huge pit of dozens of meters appeared in sight, and he himself was lying on the edge of the pit. Inside the pit, a big toad was smoking a cigarette leisurely. Beside him is Naruto's upright figure. "Uzumaki Naruto, did I lose?" Gara said only this sentence after 1,000 words. Naruto was frowning and looking at his left hand. He couldn't help laughing when he heard the words, "Didn't you see it in the end?" Hearing this, Gara's expression suddenly darkened. "Since I lost, then kill me. I have nothing to say." Naruto shook his head and sighed. "A person with a distorted mind like you, I should have killed you, but I know it can't be entirely your fault. There are many tragedies in this world. To be honest, I am very sorry for what happened to you. Sympathy, so I won't kill you." "I don't need sympathy." Gara frowned. "Sympathy or something is just the treatment of the weak." "Well, I don't sympathize with you, but I still won't kill you," Naruto said again. Why didn't you kill me?" Naruto lowered his head and thought for a while, then he looked up and smiled. "Originally, I wanted to say that I want to be friends with you, but you will definitely not believe that, so I can only say, I think you are a talent, and the future will definitely be good. The development of the ninja world. I don't want to lose a strong person in the ninja world." Gara fell silent. He didn't understand what Naruto meant. For Gara, Naruto is willing to change him. After all, he will be a Kazekage in the future, and he is still young and calm, a good Kazekage who loves his people like a child. Among them, his mouth escapes, but the key is that he is no longer the original Naruto. There is still no end to whether a person can escape him or not. Therefore, he had to say it according to what he thought in his heart, saying sympathy, no, let's talk about love, but obviously, these can't convince Gara. It seems that I can only learn from the original Naruto. At this time, Naruto happened to notice that Temari and Kankuro were approaching anxiously not far away. Temari was rushing over, and when he saw Gara lying at Naruto's feet from a distance, he couldn't help getting anxious and shouted from a distance, "Uzumaki Naruto, you are not allowed to hurt Gara. Gara, to be honest, your mind is completely distorted now, but, I think you should understand, what do you really need in your heart?" Naruto pointed at Temari Kankuro, and then a pair of them were dazed. Gara said, "Look, even if the two of them are afraid of you, they are still your relatives and companions. They will still be so nervous when they see you like this, so don't think that reality is already a hell. Don't think that you are the most unfortunate people. God is always fair. Look at their faces, can't you see that they really care about you? And what you need, isn't this kind of love from the heart?" Gara opened her mouth and felt choked for a moment. Naruto continued, "Also, you have the care of your relatives, and you have great strength. Even if you have encountered some misfortune in the past, isn't everything worth cherishing now? Okay, stand up." God made you lose something, and it will definitely give you something. Do you continue to choose to lose these things in the killing, or choose to be quiet and appreciate these things? With a knowing smile on Naruto's face, he reached out to him. Gara was stunned. Naruto's words kept filling his mind, and when he turned his head, he saw Temari Kankuro running over. Stop, Uzumaki Naruto. Temari waved his arm when he saw that Naruto was going to kill Gara, and a kunai shot towards Naruto. Naruto tilted his head, and Kuna passed by his ear, but he didn't withdraw his hand, and continued to look at Gara. Finally, Gara reached out to Naruto and held it. A slight effort, Gara stood up. The two Temari were stunned for a moment. This is... Naruto smiled slightly and said, since you guys are here, I'll go first. Wentai, it's been hard work for you, go back. Wentai in the pit sighed and said, remember to call me next time if you have something to do, it's a good feeling to be your partner. After speaking, he turned into white smoke and returned to Mount Myoboku. As soon as he finished speaking, Naruto's figure disappeared in a flash. The two of Temari were stunned. What's going on? Gara, why didn't he? Let's go back. Gara sighed slightly and said, can you help me? Huh, both of them were surprised. When did Gara's tone become so good? Chapter 86 Generation. Saying goodbye to Gara, Naruto quickly came to Zuiyu's side. At this time, Zuiyu was looking at the direction of the battlefield. Unfortunately, she was seriously injured and couldn't run very far. She wanted to see the result very much. She could only stand there anxiously. Wait. Naruto's arrival calmed her heart, and she couldn't help but say, are you alright? Naruto, have you defeated that big monster? Naruto nodded. Well, I'm fine, Shukaku has solved it. That's good. Zuoyu exhaled, her expression suddenly a little sad. Naruto saw that her face was not very good, thought she was seriously injured, and hurriedly said, Sayu, your health is okay. Come on, I'll take you back to Konoha for treatment first. He carried Zuoyu on his back, jumped up, and hurried towards Konoha. Zuoyu was lying on Naruto's back without saying a word, but he couldn't help wrapping his hands around his neck, and brought his face slightly closer to his golden hair, smelling the breath on his body, and suddenly felt a kind of mind. The feeling of being drunk, this feeling is like being on my brother's back when I was a child, peaceful and happy. At this time, Naruto was eager to go back to Konoha to see the situation on Sandai's side, and he didn't pay attention to Sayu's abnormality at all. Moreover, he felt a little pain in his left hand at this time, and frowned secretly in his heart. It seemed that Rasengan can just now still have some side effects on myself. Even in the state of the curse, letting this spell erupt at such a close distance will inevitably cause damage to the body. It seems that we must develop a Rasengan that can be thrown out in the future. After rushing for a while, because the village was in chaos now, he didn't feel relieved to take Sayu to the Konoha hospital, so he carried her directly to the final scene, where the huge 4-purple flame barrier was located. At this time, Kakashi and others were constantly fighting, but due to the small number of combined forces in Sand Ninja Village and Odogakur Village, Konoha Ninja quickly began to defend and counterattack in an orderly manner under the organization of various departments after the initial panic. Although Konoha Village is weakening day by day, its foundation is not so easy to shake. At this moment, it shows its powerful strength. Kakashi and other elite ninjas are very brave even if they are outnumbered. After the other ninjas reacted, the spirit of protecting the village that erupted was also very strong, and the ninjas of Sand Ninja Village and Odogakur Village gradually retreated as they fought back. However, compared to these ninjas, those psychic snakes belonging to Orochimaru are very tricky, and ordinary ninjas simply cannot do anything about them. Moreover, Jiraiya did not appear to help either. After Naruto arrived, he immediately cast a psychic technique and summoned Toad Bunta and his brother Toad Ken, etc. Immediately, 3 or 4 huge toads stood in the village of Konoha. Although the buildings were inevitably destroyed, their huge mountain-like bodies gave everyone in Konoha a confidence. After that, Orochimaru, psychic snakes were also cleaned up by the toads. At this point, Konoha is already in a win-win situation. Naruto carried Zuiyu to the outside of the 4 purple flame barrier, but saw Enko looking anxiously inside. Naruto's arrival surprised her slightly. "Naruto, why are you here?" "I'll take a look." Naruto took a closer look and saw that inside the barrier, there were trees and a vast ocean. Outside, only a few figures could be seen flashing. One of the figures with long white hair in Yuhi-colored imperial robes is Jiraiya. The other figure beside him is the 3rd generation. When he saw Jiraiya, Naruto couldn't help but feel a little joy in his heart. However, their situation is very critical, because in the face of the powerful strength of the 1st generation and the 2nd generation, and the threat of Orochimaru, even Jiraiya and the 3rd generation are almost unable to resist. In fact, the 1st and 2nd generation Orochimaru came out of the dirt this time. The strength is not the peak, but greatly reduced, but despite this, the victory of the two is infinite in chakra, and they will never die or die. They are complete war machines. Couldn't get them to stop, so despite Jiraiya's help, the fight was a tough one. After all, the 3rd generation is old, he has gradually lost his strength. Enko was sweating anxiously, but he could only stare. Naruto also frowned. "Break this barrier," he said. "You don't want to die. Don't be impulsive." Enko hurriedly grabbed him. "This barrier cannot be destroyed from the outside at all. If you force an attack, the attacker will only suffer the consequences. Just look at him and you'll know." Saying that, she pointed to the charred corpse that fell to the ground not far away. Naruto was helpless. After reading the original book, he naturally knew that the power of the 4 purple flame barrier could not be broken even if he used Rasengan himself, unless it was tailed beast bomb or something. However, Jiraiya is his master, and the 3 generations are also his mentors. Although he doesn't have deep feelings for them now, Naruto feels really powerless when he sees them in danger. "No, I have to try." Naruto just thought that Hand Seal released a shadow clone, the magic seal immortal power turned on, and Rasengan used it. Just when he was about to use Rasengan again, there was a sudden tingling in his left hand. The chakra disappeared in an instant. It seems that the injury to this hand is really serious. Naruto secretly said. Helpless, he could only watch the two passively beaten inside. At this time, Jiraiya was being trapped in the big tree by Mokuden, wood style, of the 1st generation. Seeing that the attack of the 1st generation was coming, the eyes of the 3rd generation showed a decisive look. Suddenly, his body exuded a huge momentum. At the same time, the body of the 1st and 2nd generation fell down inexplicably and turned into flying ashes, leaving only 2 bodies before the dirt, and then, Orochimaru's body also shocked. But at this moment, Orochimaru's long sword also stabbed into his body quickly. Blood splashed. Just like the original, 3 generations sacrificed themselves, but due to Orochimaru's final resistance, he could only seal his hands. Before he fell down, the 3rd generation glanced at Jiraiya, who was very sad, with a relieved smile on his face. "Jiraiya, I didn't expect to fight with you in my lifetime. I'm very satisfied, and then the village will be handed over to me. You." At this time, the 3rd generation suddenly glanced at Naruto outside the enchantment, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. "Also, Jiraiya, Naruto is your apprentice now. You can cultivate him as the 6th generation Hokage. He is very hopeful to surpass the previous Hokage. As for the 5th generation, you will be the one." Chapter 81 Persuade Moon. After the 3 generations finished speaking their will, regardless of whether Jiraiya agreed or not, they left with a smile. Looking at this Hokage who had been silently dedicated to the village all his life, Jiraiya couldn't help but have tears in his eyes. Although he has also made mistakes, although he has also had times when he is not sympathetic, but as Hokage, as a devotee, his life is worthy of praise. But now, with one person's life, protecting his apprentice, in exchange for the victory of the battle. In Orochimaru's painful cry, the 4 purple flame barrier was released, and the 4 Otogaku protected Orochimaru and escaped. The rest of the people gathered around to check the situation of the third generation and Jiraiya. 3 generations old man. Naruto came to Sandai's body, looked at the peaceful smile on his face, couldn't help sighing slightly, his mood became extremely low. This old man has taught himself and placed high hopes on himself. More importantly, he has been silently believing in himself behind his back. If there are no 3 generations, I am afraid that he would have already fallen into Danzo's hands. Naruto. Zuo-yu from behind couldn't help calling him softly. The third generation sacrificed himself, sealed the hands of the first and second generation and Orochimaru, and protected Konoha for the last time with his aged body. He, who should have enjoyed his old age in peace, has no turning back. This made all the ninjas and ordinary villagers in the village sincerely admire. This is Hokage. This is the 3 generations they have always loved and loved. Enemy has receded like a tide, Konoha is calm after all, and the post-war matters to be dealt with are also proceeding in an orderly manner. At sunset, when everything comes to an end, the village is still the same village as before, and the villagers are still the same villagers as before. In the hospital, Sayu is receiving treatment, and Naruto's arm is also receiving treatment. During the treatment, Naruto was thinking. For a long time, he regarded himself as a transmigrator, and he always took returning to the world as his direction of effort. Suddenly, he found that he couldn't be like Shisui, and he couldn't indifferently watch the death of familiar people. He found that he already had an inexplicable feeling for this world and this village, not his hometown. But I have lived here for 5 or 6 years, and this is my second hometown. Seeing that the village was attacked, Naruto almost instinctively went to protect it. Perhaps, everyone has a desire to protect the things that are always around them. Become stronger. Stronger for what? In order to return to the modern age, however, until now, Naruto had to admit that he was already inextricably linked with this world. He asked himself, if one day, a gate of time and space was in front of him, and the familiar face was in front of him. The modern age and those relatives, at that time, will I take a step out and say goodbye to the lovely group of friends behind me who have fought to the death together? He didn't dare to think about it. Perhaps, going back to the modern age is just a reason weaved out to make him stronger, perhaps his real intention to become stronger, or something else. Zuiyu has been looking at Naruto, looking at his thoughtful look, and his slightly wrinkled eyebrows. Naruto at this moment makes her very emotional, but the look in his eyes is sometimes gentle, sometimes confused, but she couldn't read it. Naruto, what are you thinking about? Finally, the two came out of the hospital. Sayu's injury was much better, and she just had to go back to rest, while Naruto's left hand needed continuous treatment. Naruto, how is your hand feeling? Zuo-yu asked. Although Naruto's hand suffered side effects, it did not affect his activities, so at this moment he was about to send Sasu home. Fortunately, it should be fine after a few more days of treatment. Naruto smiled indifferently. Naruto, Zuiyu suddenly said seriously, just now they said that the cells in your hand were seriously damaged, I guess it must be caused by that technique. Naruto was stunned for a moment, then nodded, well, that technique is not perfect, so it has a little side effect. Then Naruto, promise me that you will never use this technique again before it is perfected. Zuo-yu turned to look into Naruto's eyes and said. At this time, Zuo-yu's expression was extremely serious, and there was a deep concern in his eyes, which made his heart warm. Slight smile, Naruto nodded, okay. I promise you. Yeah, Zuo-yu then smiled and continued to move forward. At this time, Naruto was stunned, because at that moment, the smile that Zuiyu showed was so beautiful, like a cold plum, with endless charm in the arrogance. She has almost never seen Zuo-yu smile, and this time, Naruto believes that it is definitely the most beautiful time she has ever seen. What's wrong? Naruto's stunned expression made Zuo-yu frown, and she put away her smile and said, do you regret it? No, I just think it's really rare for you to laugh once. It's surprising to see you laugh just now. Naruto explained quickly. When Zuoyu heard this, her face suddenly turned Yuhi, and she was about to laugh and scold, but suddenly thought of something. Her face became cold again, and she said lightly, "This is the only time, I will never laugh again." "Don't say that, Zuoyu, you actually look good when you smile. There's no need to keep a cold face all day." Naruto stepped forward to persuade him. When Zuoyu heard Naruto say that she looked good when she smiled, her heart suddenly jumped, but when she thought of what she was carrying, she suddenly calmed down, snorted softly, and her tone turned cold. It's an Avenger." Naruto sighed slightly in his heart. Zuoyu was too obsessed with hatred, and she really didn't know what to do if she wanted to untie her knot. But even an Avenger has the right to pursue happiness. Vengeance can't be all you have, you should also have moments of happiness, and girls of your age are the cutest when they have a smiling face all the time. He had to say. Humph. Those are other girls. If you think such girls are the cutest, go find them. As soon as Sayu heard Naruto say this, for some reason, he remembered that he and Sakura were talking and laughing appearance, suddenly felt wronged, and said with a cold face. Naruto didn't know that his words just trying to persuade her to laugh more aroused her disgust, but seeing her inexplicably angry appearance, he knew for a while that he couldn't persuade him, so he had to give up. "Okay, let's not talk. I really lost to you," Naruto said helplessly, covering his forehead. Chapter 82 Vengeance. The two continued to walk for a while, and gradually the surroundings became a bit remote. After a while, Naruto followed Sayu into a quiet street. Is this the location of the abandoned Uchiha clan? Sure enough, bleak enough, deserted. Naruto thought to himself. Zuoyu walks down the street with a blank face. Every time she walks on this road, her memories of the past will continue to emerge. The people who come and go, the kind grandparents, and the kind of adults who love each other. My own discussion. At that time, I had a complete and happy family, a brother who cared about me, and everything, but that night, everything disappeared, leaving only this cold street, the people of the tribe. The sound and smile have also become a little memory at this time. However, what was different from the past was that today I had Naruto by my side, and when I walked with him, I actually felt that I was no longer alone. When he came to the house, Naruto saw that the house that used to be the patriarch's house was now deserted and formed a cobweb. And Zuoyu didn't care about these things at home. Anyway, she was the only one who lived alone, and the mother who cleaned the house was no longer there. She would definitely not clean up such a big house. Zuoyu took Naruto directly to her room. Naruto saw that although the room was neatly tidy, it was too simple. There was a bed, a table, and a cabinet, that's all. Zuoyu, this is the first time I've come to a girl's room, haha. In order to ease Zuoyu's dull mood at the moment, Naruto deliberately made a joke. But Zuoyu said lightly, "Are you disappointed?" No, I think it's pretty clean." Naruto shook his head and said. "Compared with the rest of the house, this room that belongs to her will still be cleaned. This house used to be very lively." Zuoyu suddenly sat on the edge of the bed and lowered her head slightly. 5 years ago, on the night when I was 7 years old, my brother, the genius ninja of the Uchiha clan, who has always been my proud role model, killed everyone in the Uchiha clan with his own hands. Including my parents. Zuoyu, the low voice gradually came out, and at the same time, her body could not help trembling slightly, as if the situation that night was still clearly in front of her eyes, which filled her with fear. "Naruto, haven't you been turned into a monster by the villagers?" Suddenly, Zuoyu raised her head and looked at him. "You who have been isolated and feared by others since you were a child should be able to experience loneliness, right?" Naruto was silent for a while. Since he replaced the original Naruto, of course he himself has endured everything Naruto has experienced, but at that time he was already a mature soul and mind, and he kept going. Want to become stronger and train, just to have more self-protection ability in the future, in the face of improving strength, lonely. What does it count? Moreover, he is not a child, an adult thinking soul, how can he be afraid of loneliness? However, although he is not afraid, he is not immune to the vulgarity. Sometimes watching the end of training and looking up at the starry sky, he will always miss his relatives in this world, but even if there are countless thoughts in his heart, in this world, who can he tell to? Listen. No one knows Akatsuki. If Zuiyu's loneliness is the loneliness of having no relatives and friends, then her own loneliness should be the pain of longing for being isolated from the world and spanning time and space. What he misses is not only the relatives and friends in the previous life, but also the feeling of being able to open up and communicate with others like in the previous life, watching movies with friends, arguing with his sister, and adjusting guys with his classmates. In short, in this world, he can no longer do it. Yeah, of course I have some experience with loneliness or something. Naruto looked at her and said, however, I don't think I'm lonely anymore. I have so many friends and companions around me, even if there are still so many in the village. What does it matter that people hate me and fear me? I don't live for them, as long as I am happy and happy myself. I really envy your optimism, Naruto. Zuo sighed faintly. You can too, be optimistic, and you will find that you are not alone, at least you have our companions. Naruto said with a smile. Zuiyu's body trembled slightly and looked up at Naruto. A companion. Well, I'm your companion. Naruto's smile caused Sayu to be in a trance for a moment. This feeling was like the kind smile of his brother when he was a child, like a warm current quietly flowing into his heart. Naruto. Suddenly, Zuo called him softly. Do you hate me like this? Huh. Compared to Sakura, am I not at all as lively as a girl? Not at all cute, Sakura said in a dull voice. Hearing this, Naruto couldn't help shaking his head and laughing. How come, Sayu, although you are not as talkative as Sakura, but I think you are not bad in this way, if you can stop thinking about revenge all the time. Really? Hearing Naruto's words, a strange look appeared in Zuiyu's eyes. Of course. How could I lie to you? Naruto said. After all, Zuo is a little girl who hasn't grown up, and she has no confidence in herself at all. Then Naruto, in the future, can you take me home every day? Zuo, who was secretly delighted, asked with a look of hope. Naruto couldn't help but be stunned, looking at her expectant look. Of course he wouldn't refuse, otherwise he would be a fool. Judging from Zuiyu's series of performances today, she has an inexplicable affection for herself. Although she still can't persuade her to let go of her hatred, it will take a long time to come to Japan. I believe she will understand it one day. Haha laughed, and Naruto nodded cheerfully. Of course that's okay. When Zuo heard this, she lowered her head slightly, and there was a faint smile on her face. His voice finally stopped being so cold. Okay, the mission you sent me today has been completed, and I can go back now. I'll find you to practice tomorrow. Now I'm going to sleep. The eviction order was immediately issued, and Naruto was stunned. After regaining his senses, he had no choice but to leave her room. After Naruto left, Zuo lay quietly on the bed, staring blankly at the ceiling, and couldn't help muttering to herself, Avengers, can you really pursue happiness? Chapter 83 Yuhi. After leaving Zuo's family, Naruto was bored walking on the street alone. At this time, it was already dark, and gusts of evening wind kept blowing. Looking at the broken streets and houses in front of him, he recalled over and over again his future. The road, strength is a must, and although my current strength is very powerful, it is still not enough. There is no chance of winning against a Kage-level character like Orochimaru, let alone the masked man and the leader of Akatsuki who will appear in the future. Therefore, in the next 3 years, I must become stronger. While thinking about it, there was a lively sound from a well-established tavern in front. There were many villagers and ninjas who were drinking. Some of them had no place to go because their houses were destroyed, and some of them were for the victory of this battle. Live to celebrate. However, 2 of them caught Naruto's attention, namely Kurenai Yuhi and Yuanfei Asuma. The 2 of them also happened to be sitting near the gate. Naruto, who passed by the gate, saw Asuma's drunken appearance and Yuhi's jaded face. Are these 2 dating? A thought flashed through my mind, and then I felt it was impossible. Asuma just died of his father, how could he be in the mood to catch beautiful women? Shaking his head, Naruto couldn't help laughing. What's up with him? So he didn't care anymore. Yuhi in the tavern happened to see Naruto walking by, and suddenly stopped him. Naruto. Naruto was stunned for a moment, surprised that Yuhi would actually stop him. He had no choice but to walk back into the tavern, came to the two and asked, "What's the matter, Mr. Yuhi?" Yuhi was obviously drunk at this time. He looked at Naruto with his drunken eyes, and his face couldn't help showing a hint of joy. "Naruto, you came just in time, Asuma is drunk, you help me send him back. Go." Naruto saw that Asuma was lying on the table, drunk and unconscious, and kept mumbling, "Father, father." It seems that he was thinking wrong. Asuma must have come to borrow wine to relieve his worries. Hearing his muttering, Naruto couldn't help but secretly said, "Oh, it's a pity I don't know where he lives." Naruto had to split up a clone and let the clone complete the task. Yuhi smiled and told him the address of Asuma's apartment, and Naruto's clone immediately took the order away. "Okay, my clone has already sent him back, but what do you do? Do you want me to send a clone to take you back?" Naruto frowned at Yuhi who was drunk and full of alcohol. I still want to have a few more drinks." Yuhi smiled softly, took a sip from the wine glass, and said vaguely, "Naruto, luckily you are here. Or else, Asuma, this guy is so annoying, he kept asking me to accompany him out for a drink today. Hey, if it wasn't for the sacrifice of Lord Sandaime, I would really be too lazy to care about him." Quote. Listening to Yuhi talking intermittently, Naruto probably already understood some information. It seems that Asuma, because of the pain of losing his father, wanted to find someone to drink and seek comfort, and Yuhi, who has been pursuing, is naturally the first choice in his heart, and Yuhi is also it's not easy to refuse, so I drank with him. However, haven't these two been together yet? During this period of time in the original work, the relationship should have developed rapidly. Naruto's thoughts changed slightly, and he stopped thinking about it. Looking at Yuhi, who was crumbling in front of him, he shook his head helplessly and said, "Mr. Yuhi, you should drink more. Go home quickly, tell me your home address, and I will send it to you. I'll take you back in the clone." You, take me back. Yuhi looked up at Naruto. "I don't want it." Boom. Yuhi fell on the table, completely drunk. Naruto couldn't help but covered his head with a headache, secretly saying that drunk people are trouble. Not only incoherent, but also dealing with where to sleep tonight. He had to go to the pub to book a box, and wanted her to stay in the box for one night, but he didn't expect the box to be booked long ago, but he had no choice but to help Yuhi out of the pub. He didn't know her address for a while, so he had to go to the hotel. But it is conceivable that the only remaining hotels in Konoha are already overcrowded. Forget it, let's take her home. Naruto carried her on his back and walked directly towards his small room. After taking her to his room, Yuhi didn't stop, spit out a few mouthfuls, and stained the clothes on both of them with filth. Smelling the smell of alcohol on his body, Naruto sighed badly. The next day, when Yuhi woke up, she found herself lying on a soft little bed with a strange quilt covering her body. The moment she opened her eyes, she was shocked. "I drank yesterday, but what happened next? It's like I've met Naruto. This is not my room. Where is that?" At this moment, the door was opened, and a clear voice came. "Naruto, you have been to my room yesterday, and I will come to your room to see today. The person here is Sasuke." After thinking about it last night, she still couldn't figure out where she should go, so she simply stopped thinking about it. Let's come to Naruto to practice first. But when she came to Naruto's room, she found a beautiful woman lying on the bed. At this moment, she thought she had gone to the wrong room, but she felt wrong when she thought about it. Naruto said his room number before. I can't remember wrong. Suddenly, Zuyu felt a tap on her shoulder, and turned around to see, who wasn't Naruto. It's just that Naruto was holding a bag of breakfast in his hand and drinking milk in his mouth. When he saw that it was Zuiyu, he couldn't help but stunned. Zuiyu, you came very early. Naruto. Zuiyu turned around and asked, is this your room? Yeah, Naruto nodded, but immediately realized something. His expression became unnatural. Yuhi was inside. When Zuiyu heard this, her face suddenly turned cold, and she pulled him into the room. But why is she? Teacher Yuhi is in your room. Zuiyu hadn't seen it clearly at first, and only then did she realize this. The big beauty turned out to be Kurenai Yuhi. She was startled and angry. Okay, Yuhi actually lives in Naruto's house. What is this? At this time, Yuhi also came back to his senses and found that it was Naruto and Zuiyu. He couldn't help but stunned for a moment, but he suddenly noticed something. The expression on his face suddenly changed. Where are my clothes? Chapter 84 Gas. As soon as Yuhi said these words, he immediately covered his small mouth subconsciously, and then looked at Naruto with embarrassment and anger. At this time, Naruto was accepting Sayu's resentful gaze that was enough to kill people. Naruto. Zuiyu shouted at him almost like a roar. You bastard, kill me. Raising the slap, Zuiyu fanned to Naruto's head. Naruto couldn't help being startled, and quickly raised his hand to grab her wrist. Hey, what are you doing? Naruto was helpless and depressed now, and was taken aback by Zuiyu's excessive reaction. You, let me go. Your dirty hands. Zuiyu's face was cold, her whole body was shaking with anger, her other finger pointed at Yuhi, who was also a little panicked while lying on the bed, and said, you guys, what happened to you? Quote. At this moment, Zuiyu is both wronged and angry. Naruto bastard. I happily ran to find him to practice. It turned out that this guy was fooling around with a woman last night. And the other party is an instructor like Kurenai Yuhi. This is so hateful. I didn't expect Naruto to be so filthy. At this moment, Zuiyu can't wait to have the urge to immediately trample him to death. Hey, calm down, Zuiyu. When Naruto heard her scolding badly, and she was so excited, she secretly thought that this girl was not only so jealous, but also so suspicious. She felt helpless and amused at the same time. He pulled her in, put down the breakfast in his hand, and sat down with her. Naruto looked at Yuhi and explained, Mr. Yuhi, you were drunk last night and vomited so filthy, I had no choice but to help you take off coat. If there is any rash, please forgive me. Hearing Naruto's explanation, Yuhi calmed down and breathed a sigh of relief. He recalled what happened last night, and suddenly he couldn't laugh or cry. So that's how it is. Hey, why did I become like a little girl? I'm so sorry to have misunderstood you. Zuiyu on the side listened to the conversation between the two, and her face became a little better, but she immediately asked, you only have one bed, where did you sleep last night? When Zuiyu asked, Yuhi frowned strangely and looked at Naruto. Naruto rubbed his nose with a wry smile and said helplessly, because the bed was occupied by Yuhi teacher, I lay on the roof last night and watched the stars all night. Are you satisfied? What am I satisfied or dissatisfied with? Don't talk nonsense. Zuiyu heard Naruto's words, secretly relieved, but immediately covered up in a panic, and said, you bastard, where do you sleep? What's the matter? Humph. Yuhi, who was on the side, finally figured out the whole story. Seeing Naruto and Zuiyu arguing, he thought it was interesting, and he couldn't help but jokingly said, Naruto, it seems that your kid is not small. Lien Zuiyu is also fascinated by you. Look how nervous she was just now. Giggle. Zuiyu's face was so big that Yuhi was exposed by Yuhi's facetto face jokes. She immediately gave her a vicious look, and ran away. God is pitiful. Since childhood, I have never been so embarrassed and shy. It's all you. Damn Naruto. Zuiyu hated Naruto in her heart. Seeing that Zuiyu actually ran away, Naruto couldn't help being stunned. According to Zuiyu's character, he shouldn't be so shy. Now she can't stand being called guy by Yuhi. It seems that she really cares about herself. Thinking of this, Naruto had an indescribable feeling in his heart. After laughing, Yuhi's face suddenly calmed down, and a pair of Yuhi-colored eyes stared at Naruto. This girl Zuyu likes you. This, maybe. Naruto didn't know what to say. Then what about Hinata? Yuhi's tone suddenly became unkind, and he frowned. Hinata's feelings for you are known to everyone, and I think you are also very concerned about Hinata, but now there is another Zoe. What do you think? What to do? Hearing Yuhi ask this tangled question, Naruto suddenly felt helpless and headache. Yuhi seems to be really idle. Why is he so nosy? Come on. Yuhi glared at him aggressively. The more he looked, the more Yuhi realized that although Naruto was still young, he had a unique temperament. This kind of temperament was so unpredictable. Toru, at this moment, even she herself can't understand it. This kind of thing should be discussed later. We are still young now. Compared with this, I have already said it before. Teacher Yuhi, should you worry about yourself? Naruto spread his hands and said lightly. In fact, he had something in his heart. Another answer, that is, as a transmigrator, how can you not be a harem? If in the future, Hinata and Zuo let him choose at the same time, then he must be a double choice. But after saying this, Yuhi might turn his face all of a sudden, right? It's all about him. It's not a good thing to see you grow up. Yuhi said angrily. Bring me the clothes. Naruto frowned. Yuhi's tone was so disdainful, and he felt unhappy in his heart. I respect you as teacher Jonin, so I'm nice to you, but you are not only nosy, but also belittle yourself so much. Even if you are now a child can't do that, can he? And it's still in my room. He took Yuhi's clothes from the side and said indifferently, okay, since you insist on an answer, then I will. Oh, what is it? Yuhi asked curiously, unaware that Naruto was disgusted by his meddling all the time. Naruto threw the clothes to her, and the corners of his mouth curled slightly. How about I choose you? Yuhi was stunned for a moment, then took a closer look at Naruto up and down, and finally said, I didn't expect you to be joking. However, at this moment, Yuhi's tone turned out to be murderous. How dare you tease me? Yuhi was furious. Doesn't this kid know who I am? As an elite Jonin, no one in Konoha has ever dared to tease him like this. Even Asuma, this guy is just trying to be courteous. I didn't expect this blonde kid to dare to talk to himself like this. Looking at Yuhi's eyes, Naruto suddenly felt that the surrounding environment had changed, and his own room suddenly turned into a sea of fire. Yuhi came out of the sea of fire with a dangerous look on his face. At the same time, the surrounding flames suddenly rose to a certain extent, and the scorching temperature actually burned his hair to the point of scorching. Demonic illusion. Naruto was shocked. He didn't expect Yuhi to be so incapable of making a joke. He just made a joke because she couldn't see her nosy, but she used demonic illusion on herself. However, at this moment, Naruto was also angry with her. Since you did it first, if you didn't fight back, you would be taken for granted. Chapter 85 Stroll. However, Yuhi's demonic illusion is not so easy to break. Although Yuhi is not real, Naruto is not very good at demonic illusion. Although he is strong in spirit, he usually spends his time on body training and chakra. In the past, I didn't study much about my demonic illusion cultivation, and I usually only cared about how to crack the demonic illusion. Facing the sea of fire in front of him, and Yuhi's face whose temperature was diametrically opposed to the flame, a sneer appeared at the corner of Naruto's mouth. He slowly closed his eyes and let the flame get closer and closer to him. Set yourself on fire. Suddenly, the aura of his body slammed down, and suddenly rose again. A powerful aura suddenly appeared, and at the same time, the surrounding sea of fire disappeared in an instant, and consciousness returned to the room. Yuhi sat on the bed and looked at Naruto in surprise. She was still holding a hand seal posture, but her forehead was slightly sweaty. Unexpectedly, the demonic illusion cast by Grandmaster Demonic Illusion was forcibly broken by this guy. And the method used is also extremely common. a simple chakra burst method. How strong is this guy's chakra? At least be stronger than yourself. The strength of this guy, as everyone has recently rumored, has far surpassed Genin, and is not even worse than the elite Jonin. The next moment, Yuhi's heart immediately filled with dissatisfaction. How could he be willing to be defeated by a Genin? That being the case, let's play demonic illusion. Yuhi's hands moved, and he was about to hand seal, but suddenly he felt his eyes flicker, and then his body sank, and a figure was already pressing on him. Who is not Naruto? Yuhi was shocked. What are you doing? I saw that Naruto's hands were firmly grasping Yuhi's wrists and pressing them against the head of the bed, and his own body was riding directly on Yuhi's chest. This posture made Yuhi panic all of a sudden, feeling that her hands were firmly restrained by a powerful force. With her Jonin strength, she couldn't break free. This kid is so powerful. At this moment, Yuhi was actually a little scared, but then she struggled hard again. Let go of me, you bastard. Do you know who you are? I'm Instructor Jonin. Naruto doesn't care what Yuhi's identity is, even if you are Hokage, I still dare to fight. Not to mention just Jonin Instructor. There is no status rank in his heart. Don't you want to hand seal demonic illusion on me? Naruto looked at Yuhi's charming eyes from a close distance, and for the first time there was an evil smile on his face, which made Yuhi's heart skip a beat. A woman who can't even make jokes, do you still want to be qualified to be a Jonin instructor? I think you are immature at all, said, and glanced at her bulging breasts contemptuously. To be honest, at this moment Naruto's heart suddenly felt a throbbing that shouldn't have been there. This kind of throbbing was already felt when he helped Yuhi, who was asleep, take off his jacket last night. With such a mature and graceful body, his soul from an adult in modern society inevitably has a glimmer of hope. However, that was just a small thought from last night, and it disappeared after a flash. At this moment, he was controlling Yuhi's body so closely, smelling the unique fragrance on her body. Naruto's heart inevitably throbbed. A woman's intuition is terrifying. At this moment, the desire of men in Naruto's eyes was captured by Yuhi. He was amazed at how lustful this kid was, but at the same time, there was something indescribable in his heart. Feel. And in the same way, Naruto's young body is pressed on his body, and the kind of oppression, defeat, and humiliation that he brings to him. The feeling of conquest suddenly felt an inexplicable excitement. What's wrong with me? At this moment, Yuhi panicked. It was a real panic, and the more panicked, the faster her heartbeat became, and the faint excitement in her heart became more and more intense. At this moment, her originally cold face actually became Yuhi moisturized. Breathing is also accelerated. Just at this moment of stalemate, Naruto suddenly let go of her hands, curled her lips, and said with a light expression, "It's boring. Teacher Yuhi, you're just doing the same thing. Get dressed and leave," said. After that, he shook his head and left the room. In fact, Naruto's mood also became restless at this time. Yuhi is indeed a big beauty, and she is also a level that looks cold and arrogant in the eyes of others. When facing such a mature and sexy Yuhi, as a mature man thought, this is absolutely normal. In order to hide what he was thinking, Naruto immediately left the room, sighing inwardly. Sayu had said it. It seems that he is really a pervert. After Naruto closed the door with a bang, Yuhi was stunned for a long time, feeling a moment of loss in his heart. But soon she came back to her senses, shook her head, put on her clothes and left the room. Is it because you have been alone for too long? Do you really need to find a partner? And what happened just now is destined to be buried in her heart and become a secret that can never be told. Naruto left the room and came to the street. He saw that Sayu was muttering something with her head lowered, kicking the stones under her feet very hard from time to time. Zuiyu, Naruto called her. Seeing Naruto, Zuiyu snorted softly and turned her head away to ignore him. Let's go practice. Naruto didn't care about the temper of a little girl like her. Let's go. Zuiyu pouted and muttered, but did not dare to turn her head to look into his eyes, and walked ahead alone. Naruto smiled slightly and followed. My left hand can't use chakra for the time being, so I can only use my right hand for simple physical training. Along the way, Naruto smiled and suggested, and there are 3 funerals to attend in the evening, so we still come back after a little training. Quote. Oh, Zoe nodded. Huh, Sasu, aren't we going to the training ground number 3? Naruto asked as he passed by the training ground. I don't feel good here, let's go next. Zuo-yu said lightly. It's good here, let's do it here. Naruto said when he passed the training ground on the 14th. It's not good here, let's go. Zuo-yu said lightly. This is the farthest training ground from Konoha, you don't want to train here, right? Naruto, who followed Sasu slowly for more than an hour, pointed to the ground in front of him and said. I think the training ground number 1 that just started is good. Let's go back. Zuo-yu shook her head. Quote. Naruto suddenly became mad. Zuo-yu, do you want to train? Oh, that's not training, just go back to eat. I'm hungry. Looking at Naruto's appearance of being defeated, a smile flashed in Zuo-yu's eyes, but his face was calm and cool. Say. Chapter 86 The Effect of Last Words. After dinner, the 2 went to the hospital again. Naruto's hand was treated for some treatment, and Sayu's internal injury was not healed. They also asked the medical ninja to take another look. After that, the 2 went to see little Lee again, and they came out of the hospital. It was already 2 o'clock in the afternoon. And in a while, it will be the funeral of the 3rd generation, Zuo-yu said. It seems that there is no time for training today, let's take a walk on the street. Naruto had no choice but to agree. Anyway, there is nothing to do next, so it doesn't matter if you just walk with her. So, the 2 of them walked quietly like a couple. Sayu was very intoxicated by this feeling. Although she didn't talk about love, she felt that as long as she was with Naruto, she would just walk quietly and breathe together. The fresh air around her has already made her very satisfied, just like when she was a child with her brother by her side, the loneliness in her heart has become very light and light. In the evening, the sky seemed to be mourning the death of the 3 generations. It became gloomy, and there was a heavy sadness in the air. The 2 of Naruto came to the funeral scene, solemn and solemn. Elder Konoha was presiding over Hokage's funeral. Jiraiya, as a disciple of the 3rd generation, is also listed with the elders. After a series of funeral words, countless people mourned. Naruto also lowered his head and prayed silently for the old man who had guided him. At this time, it was raining lightly in the sky, along with the soft weeping of the villagers and ninjas. Everyone's mood became heavier, and Naruto sighed slightly. Zuo-yu looked at Naruto, but said nothing. At this time, the atmosphere of the funeral, in this atmosphere, even the most happy people can't show a smile, and even people who would not be sad will be infected by it. Naruto doesn't like this feeling very much, and in the future, he doesn't want to participate in such funerals again. After the funeral, the elders suddenly stood up and said, now it's up to us to announce the will of the 3rd generation. Then, several elders glanced at Jiraiya, and Koharu stood up and said, when Sandemu was trapped in the enchantment and was dying, he had told Jiraiya, one of the Sannin of Konoha, the last words, so although part of the last words was somewhat it is unacceptable, we still respect the wishes of the 3 generations, and now take this time to explain to everyone. Hearing this, everyone raised their heads and looked at the elder in surprise. The 3rd generation said before he died that the 5th generation Hokage was taken over by Jiraiya, and one person should be raised as the 6th generation Hokage. Elder Koharu said here, glanced sharply in the direction of Naruto, and then said, that person is Uzumaki Naruto. What? Uzumaki Naruto, is that a monster? The unsuspecting villagers discussed. And some ninjas in the know looked very weird and talked in a low voice. It's actually possible to let a Jinchuriki call him do Hokage, although this is also possible, but can that kid take on such a big responsibility? Isn't it? Did I hear it right? Naruto is going to be Hokage. The ninjas of the same class were shocked. Sakura Ino, Shikamaru Choji and others couldn't believe their ears. 3 generations of adults, you believe in Naruto so much, I am really stressed as a teacher. Kakashi sighed. At this time, Naruto was also shocked. Although he saw what Sandai said to Jiraiya outside the barrier that day, but because he was too far away and was blocked by the barrier, he didn't hear anything clearly at all. You actually want to make yourself the 6th generation of Hokage. And Jiraiya is the 5th generation. Isn't this all messed up? Naruto was shocked and had a headache at the same time. At this time, Sayu looked unbelievable. She never thought that Naruto would be selected as Hokage by 3 generations. Hokage, that is the goal of almost all ninjas in the village. Who doesn't want to be Hokage? But why did the 3 generations only choose Naruto among so many people? Naruto, how did you do it? At this moment, Sayu was extremely curious and longing for Naruto in her heart. Just when everyone was talking, Jiraiya stood up and spoke. Everyone, be quiet and listen to me. When everyone heard the words, they stopped discussing. Jiraiya nodded and said, regardless of the last words of the 3 generations, as far as I am concerned, the question of who will be the next Hokage, the words of the 3 respected 3 generations are of course very important, but the choice of Hokage can't be just like that. It's based on his own words, so I think this Hokage choice has to be discussed again. Jiraiya is right, the last words of the 3 generations are important, but Hokage is the leader of a village after all, not only as the person who handles government affairs to protect the village, but also the spiritual leader of everyone, so we will discuss this matter carefully after we go back. I'll announce it again to see everyone's reaction. Elder Menyan also stood up and said. All the ninjas saw that the high-level people said this, and they all agreed, but then everyone couldn't help but cast all kinds of eyes on Naruto. There are doubts, surprises, dissatisfaction, and jealousy. Anyway, there are all kinds of eyes, which makes Zuyu standing beside Naruto a little unbearable, but Naruto is the old god. It seems that this matter has nothing to do with him at all. Admiring Jiraiya in his heart, you're so powerful, lecherous toad, obviously because he wanted to shirk his responsibility, he just said the position of Hokage was to be determined. As expected of a writer. Next, after the funeral was over, Naruto sent Sayu home and went home alone. Along the way, he once again accepted the attention of countless people, and he felt a little helpless. Well, now he is even more famous. Formerly as a monster, now as a Hokage heir, don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. However, if I really want to make myself Hokage, I don't know what kind of mood I will be in then. Facing the admiration and worship of countless people, it may be very domineering, right? Shaking his head, he no longer thinks about Hokage or something. If you have no strength, you can't even think about it. With strength, what Hokage Kazekage Tsuchikage is, it's all floating clouds, and then you can be at ease, be Hokage, and dominate whether it's the ninja world or Xiaoyao Yuhichin, isn't it up to you to choose? At this point, Naruto has settled down in his heart, and strength is the key. In this ninja world, only strong strength can make him unfettered. So his current state of mind is absolutely not to be induced by these fame and fortune, or to unleash his own potential and cultivate hard. Chapter 87, Missing Nin comes. A few days later, the injuries on Naruto's hands were almost healed, the village was gradually being built, and the damaged buildings were also recovering little by little, and everything was developing in a good direction. On this day, Naruto was about to go to training when Jiraiya suddenly appeared in front of him and said to him with a smile, Naruto, are you going to train alone? Naruto nodded. Well, why did you come to me all of a sudden? How was the conversation with the old guys at the top? Did you get rid of the 5th Hokage hat? When Jiraiya heard this, she immediately exclaimed, how did you talk? Why should I get rid of Hokage's hat? Naruto smiled disdainfully. Don't think I don't know, if you let a womanizer like you who likes to peep into women's bathrooms become Hokage, you won't be suffocated to death. Haha, Naruto, I didn't expect you to know me quite well. Jiraiya was stunned for a while, but then she laughed, as if not embarrassed at all, and even tried to find someone who knew her so well. People are happy. However, after laughing, Jiraiya's expression became serious again and said, Naruto, I'm here to find you this time. In fact, the old guys at the top have a task for me to do, so during this period I just want to go with you and guide your practice along the way. How about that? Quote. Naruto heard this, he immediately understood. It seems that Jiraiya must have fooled those high-level executives and fooled the position of Hokage to Tsunade. Although Jiraiya didn't say what the mission was at this time, for Naruto, the transmigrator, it was known without guessing. Therefore, he immediately agreed to follow him to find Tsunade. After all, with Jiraiya by his side, he could ask him many questions about his cultivation. Moreover, Tsunade, a beautiful woman in her 40s and 50s, would also like to meet him. The two of them agreed that they would meet at the gate of the village in the evening and set off at that time. Goodbye to Jiraiya. Seeing that it is still early, Naruto wants to say goodbye to Kakashi, Sakura, Hinata and the others. After all, the task of finding Tsunade is not a matter of 2 or 3 days. It may be possible to hurry up for 10 days and a half months. If it is slower, it can be I don't know when I will be back. While walking down the street, Naruto, who was thinking about something on his mind, suddenly caught a glimpse of 2 very prominent figures in a tea house. Immediately, he stopped and watched secretly. Wearing a wide bamboo hat on his head, the whole body was covered by a set of wide cloaks. The 2 figures were sitting in the tea house on the street at this time, and they seemed to be drinking tea. They all exude a special temperament. Such 2 people sitting in this tea house can't even attract the attention of others. Yuhi and Asuma, who were sent to patrol just now, noticed those 2 figures at a glance. Asuma whispered, those 2 guys are very suspicious. They don't look like Konoha's ninjas. We'll sneak up on you later. Yuhi nodded vaguely, although she was reluctant to patrol with Asuma, but during the critical period of Konoha's recovery, she could only withdraw to patrol with him. For these 2 suspicious figures, there was even a sense of déjà vu. At this moment, Yuhi also happened to catch a glimpse of Naruto, who was also staring at the 2 not far away. Her expression changed slightly. Due to the conflict and ambiguity between the 2 of them that day, Yuhi really had a headache for Naruto. She frowned slightly, and after hesitating for a while, she finally walked up. Lowered his voice and said, Naruto, did you notice those 2 guys too? Naruto turned his head and saw that it was Yuhi. After a little stunned, he was a little surprised that the other party didn't get angry with him because of what happened that day. He nodded and said in a low voice, well, those 2 are very strong. Do you want to follow them? Yeah, it's an extraordinary period for Konoha, and we mustn't let any suspicious person go. Yuhi said solemnly. Naruto frowned. He already knew that the 2 were Uchiha Itachi and Kisame Hoshigaki. Of course, he knew exactly what was going to happen next, but if it was just Yuhi and Kisame Hoshigaki, now the 2 of Asuma are likely to be in danger. After all, there are some differences in the plot of what is happening now. Jiraiya's time to go out to find Tsunade has been delayed for a few days, and at this time, he is in the village, and Itachi and Oni the target is himself again, and there are only 2 ninjas with decent strength, Yuhi and Asuma, and Kakashi is not here, so if he wants to follow him next, he will definitely make the 3 of himself confront them. They're leaving. While Naruto was thinking, Asuma suddenly reminded. Yuhi quickly followed Asuma and quietly followed the 2. Naruto had no choice but to follow. The other party was Akatsuki's elite. If there were only Asuma and Yuhi, they would most likely be in danger without any support. He didn't know what the consequences would be at that time. He couldn't sit back and watch Yuhi. People are killed by the other party. Asuma also has the kind of guidance for himself, and although there are some contradictions with Yuhi, at this time of life, it is not enough to mention. The 2 of Yuhi followed until the river, and Itachi and Shark finally stopped in front of them. Turning around indifferently, the ghost shark said coldly, your tracking ability is too poor. The 2 were immediately shocked. Been discovered. I didn't expect to follow them with the strength of their two elite Jonin, and they were also seen by these two. Who the hell are you? What's the purpose of coming to Konoha? Yuhi asked coldly after the shock. It's really troublesome. The ghost shark scolded secretly, while Itachi, who was beside him, raised his hat slightly, revealing the pair of blood-colored Tomo Sharingan, and said lightly to the two of them, "Long time no see, Yuhi, Asuma." Uchiha Itachi, Asuma exclaimed in shock. Why did you Missingnin come to Konoha again? Yuhi said coldly, killing all of his clan overnight, people like you are not worthy to step into Konoha. Tisk tisk tisk, Itachi, it seems that your actions made your village comrades very angry. Ghost Shark teased aside. Itachi glanced at the Ghost Shark coldly, and the Ghost Shark immediately closed his mouth, and turned to the two of Asuma and called out, just the two of you want to follow us. You look down on me too much. At the same time, he also lifted his hat, revealing the blue-gray shark face. This guy seems to be Kurigakure Village S-Class Missingnin Kisame Hoshigaki. After seeing the appearance of the ghost shark, Asuma was shocked again. 2 S-Class Missingnin. At this moment, the two of them were suddenly full of pressure. Chapter 88 Fighting. However, tension is tension, but the momentum cannot be lost. Facing two super-strength guys, Asuma and Yuhi are not to be outdone. What the hell are you doing here at Konoha? Yuhi asked again. Itachi's expression remained unchanged, and he said calmly, this has nothing to do with you. I don't want to kill you, go away from me. If you don't make it clear, we won't let you go. Yuhi said coldly with an air of not afraid of death. Itachi was silent for a while, then he had to say, I can't help it, I'll tell you, this time we are here to take the inheritance of the 4th generation. You better not stop us. Hearing this sentence, Yuhi and Asuma both froze for a moment, and immediately reflected in their minds, the legacy of the 4th generation. Isn't he the Uzumaki Naruto? Thinking of this, Yuhi immediately said angrily, what are you going to do to Naruto? I will never allow you to hurt him. Asuma also said, then I can't let you leave. Please clarify what is your purpose in arresting Naruto. That Naruto is a Kyuubi, Nine-Tails Jinchuriki column force is considered a secret in Konoha. Elites like Yuhi and Asuma are naturally aware of Akatsuki, so when I hear it, the purpose of the two is actually Naruto. When I was a human, I naturally thought of the tailed beast in Naruto. It's so annoying. The ghost shark was already a little impatient at this time. Since these two people are unwilling to cooperate, they have to kill it. After finishing speaking, the ghost shark swung up the twisted muscle knife on his back and wanted to rush up. However, at this moment, Naruto, who had been hiding his whereabouts earlier, suddenly jumped out. Seeing Naruto suddenly appear, several people were shocked. Asuma and Yuhi screamed badly in their hearts. In fact, they had long regretted how wrong Naruto had been in following up. At this time, seeing that he dared to show up, the expressions on their faces became even more nervous. At this time, Itachi also frowned slightly. In fact, with his perception, he had already noticed that Naruto was hiding around, but he didn't expect that he would dare to appear after hearing his words. If so, he would have to take him back. Yo, it's a kid. Judging from the data, is this the power of Jinchuriki column from Kyuubi, Nine-Tails? Is he an idiot? Hey, Naruto, get out of here. Yuhi immediately called out to Naruto when he saw the ghost shark looking like he was about to make a move. Their target is you, why don't you run? Naruto heard it, he turned his head and smiled, run. This is Konoha, why should I run? If everyone is bullied, and they run away, that's too bad. Why are you so stubborn? Yuhi is angry and helpless now, and he is even more worried about dying. Is this guy really not afraid of death? Haha, the little devil is quite brave. I just don't know if you are playing cool or have real skills. Ghost Shark said with interest, and after he finished speaking, he swung the big muscle sword at Naruto. Suddenly a gust of wind came. Naruto stood still, letting the wind of the twisted muscle knife blow by. His face remained unchanged, and he smiled slightly. if you want to take me away, I'm afraid it won't work here in Konoha. When he said this, he was also very confident. Even if the strength of the two of them is very strong, they have reached the level of Kage level, but their recent progress is not small, although their strength is not comparable to Kage level. Compared, but at least it will not be weaker than Asuma and Yuhi, and although the individual strength of my side is not as good as them, but after all, there are 3 people here. Once the battle starts, even Itachi and Oni Shark, it is not so easy to win yourself. Konoha have already discovered and rushed to support. After Naruto said this, Itachi was also slightly silent. Before he came, of course, he had already checked out Naruto's strength. He was able to defeat Aikyo Shukaku and was entrusted by 3 generations to become the 6th generation Hokage. Absolutely not bad. However, the ghost shark didn't believe it, and he hated Naruto's confident look the most, and immediately became excited. Okay. Boy, the uncle will try it. As he spoke, he slashed at Naruto. The whistling wind blew Naruto's cheeks into a faint pain. Naruto didn't dare to take it hard. After all, the opponent's strength and Chakra's strength were still unable to take it hard with his current strength. So, he decisively dodged to avoid his twisted muscle, pulled out his kunai and fought him. On the other side, Itachi also had to attack Asuma and Yuhi when he saw the ghost shark make a move. For a time, on the edge of the river, a contest between masters began. Naruto's speed and reaction in normal state are still a little difficult to deal with ghost sharks, so he immediately turned on the curse mark mode. The magic mark immortal power flourished, and the speed and power increased instantly. The ghost shark didn't have time to adapt, and immediately he was punched in the face by Naruto. Boom! The ghost shark flew backwards more than 10 meters and landed in the river with a bang. Fortunately, he stopped in time and stood up from the water, but his face was full of anger. Boy, I'm going to tear you apart. Chakra on the ghost shark also exploded, his momentum soared, and his hands began to hand seal. Being hit by Naruto is definitely a shame. If he hadn't been careless and underestimated the enemy, he would never have let Naruto hit him, but even so, he was still very angry and felt like he was beaten by a kid. Fly, face nothing. At this time, Asuma and Yuhi were also extremely surprised that Naruto was able to knock the ghost shark into the air, which is really incredible. Even Itachi was slightly surprised. However, at this time, the magic of the ghost shark has also been formed. Sweetened water style water shark bomb jutsu. Boom! The water above the river suddenly rioted, and a rushing water Jinchuriki column rushed from the water towards Naruto on the shore. Be careful, Yuhi couldn't help reminding. Naruto's body speed and reaction have also improved a step under the immortal power of the curse seal. At this time, his whole body is slightly exuding a golden light. Seeing the water Jinchuriki column rushing, the golden light flashes slightly, and the next moment he has already flashed. The water Jinchuriki column rushed in front of the ghost shark. Rasengan. With his right hand raised, a blue chakra ball was instantly generated, and with a violent wind, it pressed directly to the chest of the ghost shark. The ghost shark never thought that Naruto's strength could reach such a level, and the speed was ridiculously fast, and he hurriedly raised his sword to block. Chi-chi. The violently rotating chakra energy instantly tore the white bandage outside the twisted muscle into pieces, but after a while, Rasengan's strength became smaller and smaller, and finally disappeared. The chakra-absorbing ability of the twisted muscles. Naruto hurriedly took advantage of this to put his foot on the twisted muscle and jumped backwards with the help of the force of the rebound. Chapter 89 Comprehension. Although the ghost shark absorbed Rasengan's chakra, it also endured the power of Rasengan's part, and his body was slightly shaken back a few steps. So tricky. Instead, he was even more excited, aroused by his desire to win, and his momentum became even stronger for a while, and he wanted to rush up and fight Naruto again. At this moment, Itachi on the other side suddenly appeared in front of the ghost shark, stopped him and said, "Give Uzumaki Naruto to me, and you can deal with those two over there. You can't drag it any longer, you want to attract Konoha." The siege of others. Hey, he's my opponent. Ghost Shark protested, but after being glared by Itachi coldly, he could only reluctantly attack Asuma and Yuhi. The attack was so fast that it seemed like it was going to scatter all the anger on them. And Itachi stared at Naruto and said lightly, "You are too ignorant." Mangekyo Sharingan, Tsukuyomi. In the next moment, Itachi's eyes instantly turned into the shape of a triangular windmill. At the same time, the powerful demonic illusion Yudu was displayed. Naruto subconsciously realized that it was not good. Just as he was about to close his eyes, he suddenly realized that the surrounding environment had changed greatly. The original river and village have disappeared, replaced by a vast world, black land, red sky, and a huge blood-colored Sharingan in the sky hangs overhead like the sun in this world, while Naruto is standing on this black land. There are black crows circling and flying in this strange space from time to time. Suddenly, those crows suddenly landed, fell in front of Naruto, and turned into a figure. It was Itachi. Uzumaki Naruto, this is my Yudu space. Here, time, space, quality, etc. are all controlled by me. Itachi said lightly. I admire your courage, but your approach is too unwise now. You will be tortured by me for 72 hours. Start now. As soon as Itachi finished speaking, a cross suddenly appeared from behind Naruto, and Naruto's body and hands were bound to the cross uncontrollably. Naruto bit Kiba, trying hard to burst out the chakra in his body, but helplessly his chakra seemed to be unresponsive, and he couldn't even move his body. Although his mental power is very strong, it is really impossible to break free from Yudu, Mangekyo's pupil technique. And he doesn't even know Grandmaster Demonic Illusion, let alone unlock it. Itachi pulled out a samurai sword and watched Naruto stab him in the stomach. However, just as the long knife was about to touch Naruto's body, there was a sudden shock in the entire space, and then, an extremely arrogant voice suddenly sounded, "Ha ha ha, boy, are you trapped by demonic illusion? Do you want me to help?" Huh, QB, Nine Tails. Naruto was stunned for a moment, and his expression couldn't help but cheer up, and then, behind Naruto, a huge cage appeared out of thin air, and the hideous-looking QB, Nine Tails, was staring at the two of them through the big iron cage. Itachi frowned slightly. This space was originally under his own will, but this big iron cage appeared here without being bound by him. Looking at the appearance of QB, Nine Tails being imprisoned inside, it seems that this is the seal of the human Jinchuriki column force. Hey, boy, this demonic illusion is not easy. It's not that easy to crack, unless you have the old man's chakra to help you, or you can just die if there is no outsider to help you. QB, Nine Tails, laughed and said, but if you are killed, I will suffer a lot. If you can promise me a condition, I can consider saving you. Naruto heard this. He smiled faintly. QB, Nine Tails, don't think I don't know what you're thinking. Don't you just want to compete for my body? Don't say it. I will never agree to this. Yes. QB, Nine Tails, was guessing what he was thinking, and immediately roared, damn brat. If you don't agree to this old man, just wait to die. At that time, I will be resurrected anyway, and you will have no chance. If I give you my body, wouldn't I be dead? Naruto replied, making QB, Nine Tails, mute for a while. Roar. After a long time, QB, Nine Tails, roared furiously, shaking the entire space. For a while, he couldn't do anything about Naruto. This guy is really stubborn. Itachi looked at the two of them with cold eyes, and there was no expression on his face. Uzumaki Naruto, Itachi said suddenly, as a human Jinchuriki column force, you are so unqualified. Hearing Itachi's tone as if it was a lesson, Naruto shook his head and laughed. He, who has long known Itachi's real side, can also guess about Itachi's mood at this time. Maybe he is very dissatisfied with his rash appearance now. Just when Itachi was about to stab the long knife in his hand, Naruto suddenly laughed, and at the same time, a strong golden light suddenly appeared from his body. And this golden light is even more dazzling than the original magic seal immortal power. Almost at this moment, this space of Itachi was completely shrouded by this golden light. "Kyubi, Ninetales," exclaimed. "What a pure force of nature. This is." However, before he could finish calling, the entire space suddenly disappeared. Naruto suddenly returned to reality, and the river was still in front of him. It's just that the opposite Itachi covered one eye with sweat on his forehead, and said in disbelief, "What kind of power was that just now? How could it be able to directly break my demonic illusion?" At this time, Naruto's golden light slowly dissipated, and he returned to the original curse mark state, and he was also in a daze. Because just now, when he was desperate in Itachi's space and couldn't help Kyubi, Ninetales, he bit Kiba and calmed down to appreciate the power of nature. At that moment, he almost caught an extremely powerful force of nature and integrated it into his body, so that his chakra had a qualitative change and returned to his own. During the control, Itachi's demonic illusion of Yudu was released at once, but he didn't expect that after the Yudu space was dissolved, the power in his body receded like a tide, and he couldn't keep it at all. At this time, he wanted to enter the state of perception in the space just now, but he couldn't do it. How is this going? Could it be that in the space of Yudu, would his perception of nature become stronger? At this moment, Naruto couldn't help but fell into contemplation. Chapter 90 Hurt. But not long after, his meditation was interrupted by the ghost shark on the other side. The ghost shark looked surprised when he saw Itachi covering his eyes, while Naruto was full of golden light just now, and there was nothing at all at this time. And immediately swung the knife out. Asuma and Yuhi raised their hands to block, but they couldn't resist his strength. Chi-Chi was shot and flew out, and then the ghost shark ignored them and jumped towards Itachi. "Itachi, what's wrong? Didn't you get this kid done?" Itachi glanced at him and shook his head. "Kyubi, Ninetales, Jinchuriki column is hard to deal with. Let's retreat first." "What's the matter? Itachi, did your Mangekyo lose to him?" The ghost shark looked at Mangekyo, who was slowly fading in Itachi's eyes, and asked in surprise. Itachi took a deep look at Naruto and said, "We have to reformulate his information and plans. It is not advisable to stay for a long time now. I will explain it to you later. Pull him to dodge away and flee outside the village of Konoha. Don't want to run." At this time, Asuma chased after them with flying swallows in hand, and Yuhi was not far behind, hurriedly chasing after them. "Troublesome guy." The ghost shark turned his head and saw that the two were chasing after him. He immediately formed a seal on his hands, and suddenly a powerful stream of water spewed out of his mouth, covering the entire river in an instant. Sweden, water style, water colliding wave. Boom boom boom. The water spit out from the mouth of the ghost shark quickly turned into a monstrous wave, which submerged the entire area of the river with its incomparably powerful momentum. Yuhi and Asuma had to avoid the wind and waves, and stopped. Naruto also stepped back, and by the time the wave passed, Itachi and the two had already run away. "Damn, these two guys are really strong," Yuhi said unwillingly. At this time, she and Asuma were both swept by the water waves, soaking wet and looking extremely embarrassed. Fortunately, Naruto didn't chase after him, so he hid early and didn't get wet. Seeing Asuma's dejected expression, he walked over and said, "Mr. Yuhi, Teacher Asuma, hurry up and report to the village." Fortunately, they left this time, otherwise we are really not opponents. Yeah, the two nodded, and Asuma suddenly asked, "By the way, Naruto, what happened to the golden light on your body just now?" At that moment, I felt your aura suddenly became very powerful. What technique? Naruto shook his head. He didn't know it himself. Maybe it was related to the force of nature, but he wouldn't tell the two of them, and even if he did, they wouldn't understand. Turning away the topic, he looked at them and said, "You are all soaked wet, so let's go back and change your clothes first." "Okay, if that's the case then let's do this first." Asuma nodded in agreement, said goodbye and walked away. Yuhi also nodded at Naruto and flew away. However, when she just jumped up, she suddenly stumbled under her feet, and her body fell unsteadily to the ground. Naruto was slightly startled. He came to her side in a flash and helped her up, frowned and asked, "What's wrong, Teacher Yuhi?" Yuhi's forehead was sweating, and Naruto's approach made her a little unnatural. She covered her calf with her hand. "I got a little injury on my leg during the battle just now, but it's okay." As she said that, she pushed Naruto away and got up to leave. Naruto looked at her leg, and sure enough, a piece of Yin Yuhi's blood appeared on her slender calf, dyeing the white skin into a patch. It seems that the muscles on the legs were injured by the colic muscles of the ghost shark. Naruto saw it at a glance. She couldn't go back in this case. "This can't be done." Naruto's voice was sonorous and powerful. "This injury must be bandaged first." Saying that, he took out some bandages from the knife bag, let Yuhi sit under the tree against the tree, and directly picked up her calf to treat the wound. After a while, the wound was treated. After dressing her up, she smiled slightly. "It's done. Where is your home?" "I'll carry you back first." Yuhi was staring at him blankly at the moment, especially when he was dressing himself seriously just now. A warm current suddenly flowed in his heart, and he felt guilty about things that he had always embarrassed him these days. After hearing Naruto's words, Yuhi suddenly whispered, "Naruto, don't you blame me." Naruto was stunned for a moment, then shook his head. "Why should I blame you? I've bothered you a few days ago because of my nosy business, don't you blame me." When Naruto heard this, it turned out to be this matter. Although she seemed to meddle in her own business, he was very troubled, but he would not take this kind of thing into his heart. He didn't expect that Yuhi was still worried. He smiled slightly, and he comforted, "What kind of thing is this? Although you are a bit of a nosy, I can't see you getting hurt and don't come to help, right?" Quote. Yuhi couldn't help but smile bitterly. "So, I'm really nosy." Hearing Yuhi's tone of self-reproach and anxiety, Naruto couldn't help but be stunned. He didn't expect that Teacher Yuhi was not only meticulous in his work, but also took things so seriously, not even joking, so he had to say, "Mr. Yuhi, I know you're doing it for my own good, and I don't care about those things, so you don't have to care either." "Really? Including you that day, molesting me?" Yuhi's face turned slightly dizzy. "Of course it's a joke," Naruto said hurriedly, looking a little embarrassed when he heard this. I sighed inwardly. Yuhi's serious attitude is too much. After saying a few words, Naruto didn't want to talk to her anymore, and quickly said, "Mr. Yuhi, let's go back first, and then change your clothes and go to the hospital for treatment." Yuhi nodded and gave up. Naruto let out a light breath, put her on his back, and jumped towards the village following her instructions. Naruto also felt a little unnatural along the way, because when Yuhi was wet, her clothes were close to her skin, and when she was lying on Naruto's back, her sexy and mature body was also close to Naruto. Naruto felt two balls of soft objects pressing on the back of the person, and they gently rubbed and shook with the movement. Naruto couldn't take it anymore and was also very embarrassed because Yuhi didn't know. "What's the matter?" When her wet chest leaned against Naruto's body and swayed back and forth, a strange feeling kept rising, and her own body seemed to react with shame. "How is this going? OMG. This also makes it impossible for people to live." Yuhi secretly screamed bad, but the strange feeling of the two buds in front of her chest constantly stimulated her mature body, making her heart beat faster. Bailey also stood up involuntarily. Yuhi felt this reaction, so he was extremely embarrassed at the moment, but deep in his heart he was also aroused by a glimmer of hope. Chapter 91 Embarrassment. The two of them came all the way to the door of Yuhi's apartment in this strange feeling. Yuhi then said awkwardly, "Okay, let me down." Naruto nodded and put her down according to his words. At this moment, when the mature and sexy body left him, he felt a little lost. The sensitive Yuhi also noticed Naruto's fleeting loss and the slight embarrassment on his face at the moment, and couldn't help but feel a little funny. This guy was so bold to tease himself last time, but this time he was so restrained. "Okay, Mr. Yuhi, since you're here, I'll leave first." Although Naruto thought Yuhi was sexy and attractive, he didn't want to offend her on impulse, so he thought it was better to leave early to avoid any mistakes. At this time, Yuhi suddenly pulled him back and smiled. You want to leave so soon? You got wet on your back, so come in first and I'll wipe it for you. And I'll have to trouble you to help me later. Go to the hospital. When Naruto heard that she was going to be taken to the hospital by herself, thinking that her foot was injured and had difficulty moving, he agreed. So, Naruto was pulled by Yuhi into the room that almost all the young men in Konoha wanted to come in. Shook his head. This room is too simple. Compared to Sayu, there are no other decorative items except for some simple furniture. Sitting down on the edge of the bed, Yuhi took a towel and briefly wiped the wet clothes on Naruto's back, then said, You wait here, I'll change some clothes. That said, Yuhi took out a few pieces of clothing from the cabinet and walked into the bathroom. Naruto sat there bored for a while, observing the room. Suddenly, he saw a mirror frame on Yuhi's bedside table. Inside the frame, a little girl with long black hair and Yuhi-colored pupils is standing in front of a middle-aged man. This is Yuhi when he was a child. And the ninja behind Yuhi is her father. Yuhi was already very beautiful as a child. Looking at the photo in the frame, Naruto thought to himself. After a while, the bathroom door was opened. Yuhi had already changed into a suit and came out. Naruto looked up, but couldn't help but stay for a while. I saw that Yuhi took off the ninja costume at this time and put on a casual clothes, which made him look more mature and sexy, and the look that originally looked a little glam, now completely disappeared under this beige dress, replaced by a touch of charming Hefeng love. At this moment, Naruto's heart involuntarily raised a throbbing. What's wrong, Naruto? Yuhi saw Naruto staring at him in a daze, and the strange look in her eyes made her look slightly Yuhi, thinking that this kid is so young, how can he look at people so naked? Sure enough, it's a pervert. However, at the same time as his heart was secretly split, Yuhi was also delighted with his own charm. Even a kid like Naruto lost his mind for himself. Oh, it's nothing, it's nothing. Naruto's eyes immediately regained clarity, and he said, since you've changed your clothes, Mr. Yuhi, let's go. A faint smile appeared on Yuhi's mouth, and he nodded. Well, then come and help me. Because of her foot injury, Yuhi can only rely on him to help her to the hospital now. Naruto stepped forward to wrap his arms around her slender waist and supported her tender arms with the other, while Yuhi leaned half of his body on top of him, as if he didn't realize his temptation to him at all. The two went out and went all the way to the hospital. Yuhi, dressed in casual clothes, leaned most of his body on Naruto and limped, and the villagers who passed by looked at Yuhi for a while. Those young men were very envious of Naruto. Kick Naruto away and go up instead. But at this time Naruto felt a little bit of a hot water. Yuhi, a beautiful woman, was leaning on her so much, the charming fragrance from her body could not be restrained and penetrated into her nostrils. Trapped in it, the heart is just around the corner. As for Naruto's expression, Yuhi couldn't help but flash a smile. This kid was so domineering before, but this time he knew he was embarrassed. She was amused and couldn't help joking. What's wrong? Did I make you uncomfortable by leaning on you? Naruto wondered how it would be uncomfortable, but it would be embarrassing to continue like this. A smile appeared on his face. It's nothing, let's hurry up. Yuhi smiled slyly, and was relieved to see him deflated. Suddenly, she staggered under her feet on purpose and threw herself to the side. Naruto hurriedly grabbed her by the waist and wrapped her hands around her soft waist, but this time, Yuhi was in Naruto's arms, and because of his height, Naruto's face was buried right in the bulge on Yuhi's chest. Immediately, a feeling like an electric current rose from Yuhi's body. Yuhi's face instantly changed, and he secretly thought that he was too bad. Accidentally pressed his chest on his face. And Naruto was also panic-stricken. At that moment, in order to prevent Yuhi from falling, he squeezed a little too hard. He wanted to pull her back, but he just happened to stick to her chest. The whole face was buried in this pile of softness, and the warm and fragrant nephrite-like feeling on his face made his heart sway. At this moment, he was almost lost in this kind of gentle country. And Yuhi was also stunned by the strange feeling on his chest. Stunned, and the two held each other like this for a few seconds. Finally, Naruto was the first to react, and hurriedly left Yuhi's chest. His face couldn't help but look Yuhi. His eyes were staring at Yuhi's chest involuntarily. His mouth was dry for a while. Yuhi also came back to her senses. Compared with Naruto, she was more regretful at the moment. She wanted to make fun of him, but she didn't expect to go too far, and she was a little flustered. I have never touched my body like this before, especially the secret place on my chest, which is a forbidden area for men, but today I was touched by this kid first. This makes me how to face him in the future. Moreover, his behavior just now, no matter how you look at it, seems to be seducing. Oops. Why did you get dizzy and do such a thing? After all, I am also a Jonin instructor. Damn it. However, at that moment just now, I felt intoxicated. What happened? Do you have feelings for Naruto? This is so ridiculous. Yuhi stared blankly at Naruto, feeling confused for a while. Chapter 92 Brother and Sister Meet. The two had their own thoughts, and it was not until they entered the Konoha hospital that Yuhi received medical ninja treatment and repaired before leaving. This time, Yuhi didn't dare to ask Naruto to support him, and his leg injury was repaired a lot, and he was able to walk alone. At the entrance of the hospital, Yuhi said goodbye. Naruto, just go back first. Thank you just now. Naruto has recovered now, at least he is no longer embarrassed, and nodded when he heard the words. Well, Mr. Yuhi, are you alright? It's alright, I'll go back alone. Oh right, Naruto, just call me Yuhi sister in the future. You are so good, I can't take the word teacher. Yuhi said with a rare smile. Naruto froze slightly. Yuhi smiled, and suddenly his expression became serious again. By the way, Naruto, you must be more careful in the future. Those two guys today are not easy. They seem to be organized actions, and you seem to be being targeted. Well, thank you Mr. Yuhi for your concern. Naruto smiled slightly. I'll be going on a mission with Jiraiya in a while. I think I'll be very safe with him. Besides, I still have confidence in my own strength. Yuhi listened, and the expression on her face relaxed, but she became curious again. Are you going out with Lord Jiraiya today? Naruto nodded without telling her what the mission was, and said, it should be almost time, so I'll go first. After speaking, he dodged and left the place. Yuhi stood there, looking at the back of Naruto leaving, with a complicated expression on his face. At this time, a figure also came out of the hospital, just in time to see Naruto leaving. Just when he was about to speak to stop, Naruto had disappeared from sight. Huh, Zuiyu, why are you here? Seeing Zuiyu's appearance, Yuhi was a little surprised, but also a little fortunate. Fortunately, she hadn't seen the scene of herself and Naruto on the road before, otherwise she would definitely misunderstood. In this regard, while she was slightly relieved, she also had a strange feeling. Zuiyu was slightly surprised when she saw Yuhi's mature and sexy appearance in casual clothes. After being stunned for a while, she suddenly noticed the bandages wrapped around Yuhi's legs, and couldn't help asking, is it Naruto just now? Teacher Yuhi, are you? What happened to the leg? After leaving Yuhi, Naruto wandered around the village before heading to the village gate in the evening. Under the setting sun, Naruto saw the figure of Jiraiya. Lustful toad, I've kept you waiting, Naruto greeted him. Jiraiya glanced back at him. I said don't call me a lecherous toad. Have you eaten dinner yet? Naruto smiled slightly, automatically ignoring the first half of his sentence, and nodded. I came here after eating. Okay, let's go. Jiraiya didn't hesitate, waved his hand, and left the village with Naruto. Before dark, the two rushed to a small town and found a hotel. Jiraiya said to go out for a while and asked Naruto to stay in the hotel and not go out. In this regard, Naruto cast a very contemptuous look at him, and he wanted to ask him a few questions about cultivation, but he could only give up. And just as Jiraiya left the hotel on the front foot, two men wearing black Yuhi cloud robes came to the hotel on the back foot. Naruto was sitting in the room comprehending the power of nature. He was trying his best to find the kind of power he had captured in Itachi's moon space. Unfortunately, there was no progress. He could only feel the curse mark. The force of nature. Suddenly, he noticed two powerful auras appearing nearby, and that aura was very familiar. Kisame Hoshigaki and Uchiha Itachi. Although Naruto was unable to perceive that powerful power, he did a lot of research on the power of nature contained in the curse seal. At this time, when he was comprehending the surrounding nature, his perception was greatly improved, and his awareness of the surrounding situation and aura also changed. They are extremely sensitive, so Naruto noticed Itachi and Oni Shark just as they approached the hotel. Sure enough, after seeing themselves out of the village, the two of them followed in a haunted way. Naruto was not afraid, stood up directly, and came to the corridor of the hotel to wait for the two of them. At this time, Itachi and the ghost shark were also looking for Naruto. When they turned the corner of a corridor, it happened to be the figure of Naruto. I saw Naruto leaning against the wall, playing with a kunai in his hand. When the two of them appeared, he turned his head and smiled and said, "The two of you are really haunted." Itachi frowned and said lightly, "Are you waiting for us? You already knew we would come to you." Naruto smiled and didn't speak. His hands were not tight. He turned around and said, "You guys are just here to catch me, come if you can." Seeing Naruto's arrogant appearance, the ghost shark next to Itachi shouted, "Arrogant brat. Since you knew we were coming, not escaping sooner was your biggest mistake. We won't let you go this time. Now." The ghost shark wielded the twisted muscle knife and approached Naruto. Naruto is not at all afraid of the approach of the ghost shark. In this narrow area of the corridor, the video penning skills like the ghost shark can't be used at all. On the contrary, he is small and uses kunai, and his methods are more flexible than him. Coupled with the speed that surpassed him under the immortal power of the curse, the ghost shark had no chance to defeat himself at all. However, just as Naruto was about to rush to make a move, a coquettish scream suddenly sounded from behind Itachi. "Uchiha Itachi, I finally found you." "Zhao Yu." Naruto was shocked. Zuo Yu actually found here, which coincides with the original plot, but this time without the participation of Kakashi and Guy. Who did she learn about Itachi coming to Konoha? However, Zuo Yu ignored Naruto. At this moment, she was overwhelmed with hatred and anger. Sharingan opened it up and stared at him. When he found Itachi, he saw that the two of them were still going to attack Naruto. Suddenly shouted, "What are you going to do to Naruto?" After hearing Zuiyu's voice, Itachi moved the corner of his mouth slightly, and his expression seemed to change, but he didn't seem to have any. It wasn't until Zuiyu asked loudly that he slowly turned around and looked at Zuiyu calmly. "It's none of your business, don't get in my way." The ghost shark on the side also looked at Sayu curiously at this time, and said to Itachi, "Itachi, I didn't expect you to have such a beautiful sister, but her Sharingan looks really immature." Itachi ignored Gui Shark's words and looked at Sayu lightly. Sayu couldn't bear the expressionless expression on Itachi's face, and said angrily, "I will never allow you to hurt Naruto." Chapter 93 Intervene. Sharingan with only 2 Tomo's, a hint of disappointment flashed in her eyes. "Zuo Yu, are you insisting on protecting this kid?" Itachi said indifferently. "I said, I don't allow you to hurt Naruto." Zuo Yu said word by word. At the same time, her body exuded a cold aura, and her hands quickly hand seal. Chidori. For a moment, Zuo Yu's hands had gathered a lot of thunder light. She was short, and she rushed up with her feet, still shouting to herself, "Naruto, get out of here." Itachi was surprised when he saw this, but he shook his head secretly when he saw the speed of Zuo Yu rushing over. It was too slow. Although she has mastered the powerful ninjutsu Chidori, she is still too tender with her current strength. This is a far cry from Naruto. The next moment, Sasuke flew to Itachi with Chidori, trying to defeat him with the strongest blow. However, after a loud bang, the two people slowly appeared in the smoke. Sayu's right wrist holding Chidori is being held by Itachi with one hand, unable to move. And that violent Chidori was caught by Itachi just now and pressed her wrist against the wall of the corridor. There was a big hole in the wall, but Itachi was unharmed. Zuiyu stared blankly at her being subdued by her brother, struggled and remained motionless. At this moment, a trace of fear rose in Zuoyu's heart. It was too strong. Simply too strong. I thought I had become a lot stronger, but I didn't expect to be so vulnerable in the hands of my brother. On the other hand, Naruto frowned. In fact, with Sayu's strength, it wasn't enough to be subdued by Itachi so quickly, but after seeing this brother who killed the entire clan again after so many years, my heart has long been chaotic, and my mind has lost its calm, so how can I compete against Itachi? Too weak. Itachi exerted force, and Sayu instantly felt as if her wrist was being clamped by a pair of iron pliers, as if her bones were about to break. With a grunt, Zuiyu showed a painful expression on her face, but she did not forget to let Naruto leave. Naruto, go. Naruto stood aside, and to be honest, he was a little moved. Zuiyu couldn't protect herself, but she was still worried about herself. Scenes from the past came to his mind, and he found that Zuoyu's frown and smile had already penetrated into his heart. This girl, how can I watch her being abused by Itachi? The next moment, Naruto's figure flashed and suddenly appeared beside Itachi. He stretched out his hand and grabbed the arm that was holding Zuiyu's wrist. There was a faint golden light all over him. Curse seal immortal power is on. Let it go, Itachi. It's wrong to treat your sister like this. Naruto's tone was light, but he couldn't doubt it. Itachi was a little surprised that Naruto's speed was so fast. Immediately he said, Zuiyu, it seems that you have met a good companion. But... Swish swish. Suddenly, Itachi's other hand slammed out, and a kunai in his hand quickly swung towards Naruto in front of him. And Naruto also greeted him with one hand at this time. Ding ding ding. In a few seconds, kunai collided dozens of times, and a burst of sparks burst out between the two, but both of them were calm. For a moment, the metal symphony stopped, and Itachi looked at Naruto with a hint of admiration that could not be restrained in his eyes. To be able to compete with himself in moves and speed at this age is definitely a genius among geniuses. Genius. Itachi let go of Sayu and looked at Naruto with a strong fighting intent. Zuoyu's arm regained freedom, but she said coldly to Naruto, Naruto, he is my opponent. Don't interfere with me. Although she said so, she was very moved. Naruto, the first time he encountered danger, he stopped him, which proved that he had himself in his heart. However, defeating Itachi is his goal, and he will never allow anyone to interfere. Hearing Zuoyu's cold words, Naruto couldn't help shaking his head. Zuoyu, you are not his opponent. No, I must defeat him with my own hands. Zuoyu shook her head, her face full of determination. Listening to her tone, Naruto could only let it go with a wry smile. At this time, the ghost shark on the other side rushed over with a sullen face and shouted to Naruto, Little devil. Your opponent is me. How dare you despise me like this? Looking for death. He just found Naruto gone in a blink of an eye, actually intervened to Itachi's side, which made him feel ignored. How could he not be angry? Naruto had no choice but to fight with Kue and Gui Shark. After listening to Zuiyu's words, Itachi shook his head and looked at her disdainfully. Zuiyu, stupid, overthinking. Since when did you develop such a problem? Let my brother come here. Give you a good lesson. Zuoyu opened her Tomo Sharingan and stared at Itachi's eyes. Suddenly, she saw the familiar triangular windmill. At the same time, the surrounding environment changed. Naruto had just made a few moves with the ghost shark, when he heard Zuoyu groaning and fell to the ground, and then watched Itachi lift her by the neck, and punched her with no pity and sympathy. Yu's muffled voice said coldly, Do you only have this strength? How dare you appear in front of me so weak? You dare to threaten to protect Naruto. Ridiculous. Sad. Stupid sister, you are too weak. I said long ago, come back to me when you have eyes like mine, have you forgotten? Zuo-yu was completely powerless, and the suffocation from her neck made her pretty face look like Yuhi, but she couldn't do anything about it. The gap in strength was so big that she couldn't resist at all. Why are you so weak? It's because of you. Itachi wanted to stimulate the hatred in Sasuke's heart, but Naruto couldn't listen anymore and roared, enough. Uchiha Itachi. Boom. With a full blow, Naruto kicked the ghost shark. Even though the ghost shark was extremely powerful, his hands were still kicked out when he blocked. Then, Naruto rushed towards Itachi and said coldly, "Let go of Sayu." Itachi was startled by the powerful aura that Naruto exudes at this time. This aura is no less than that of a ghost shark, which is extremely powerful compared to chakra. And I don't have such a strong chakra at all. However, Itachi certainly won't show weakness, holding Zuo-yu in one hand, while coldly said, "You want to stop me again?" Ha ha. Naruto sneered, looked at Itachi and said, "I really can't stand what you are doing. If you insist on imposing your self-righteous thoughts on Sayu, then I can only stop you with all my strength." Chapter 94 Escape. Feeling Naruto's powerful aura and serious attitude at the moment, Itachi couldn't help but be taken aback. And his words sounded as if he vaguely knew his intentions. At this moment, Itachi couldn't help but look at Naruto with admiration. Before, he just thought that Naruto was only powerful, but this time, he had to think seriously. He actually interrupted his next words just now, and what he said after that, obviously knows something. "What did you say?" Itachi was about to ask something when suddenly a deep voice came. "Psychic, toad mouth binding technique." "It's Jiraiya." I saw piles of wriggling flesh suddenly appeared in the surrounding corridors at a speed visible to the naked eye. Within a few seconds, the entire corridor had become a huge closed space, surrounded by unbreakable intestinal walls. The intestinal wall suddenly wriggled, trying to contain the Itachi and the ghost shark. As soon as this technique appeared, the expressions of the two of Itachi couldn't help but change slightly. Itachi quickly dropped Sayu and pulled the ghost shark back. "Jiraiya is back. Let's evacuate." In a flash, the two disappeared around the corner. Naruto caught Zuo-yu in time, and hugged the severely injured and weak her in his arms, but he could still feel the trembling of Zuo-yu's delicate body. I don't know if it's because of too much mental stimulation or because of physical pain. I can't help feeling pity in my heart. Zuo-yu is just a simple girl, but because of the grievances of the Uchiha family, she has to go on the road of revenge. She doesn't understand anything. She is like a blank sheet of paper. It is easy for her to be dyed someone else's color. And this time, just when Itachi wanted to paint her with even more hatred, Naruto couldn't help but stop it. Holding Zuo-yu in his arms, Naruto couldn't help sighing. "Zuo-yu, I will never let you go down the old path. Even if it changes the plot and leads to other unpredictable things. Watching you go into the dark is not my style." At this moment, Naruto was extremely firm in his heart. At this time, Jiraiya had already chased out and shouted, "Don't try to escape this time." Naruto came back to his senses and walked towards the corner with Sayu in his arms, but saw the hole in front of him with black flames, and Jiraiya was standing there with a dignified expression. The seal of fire sealing. Jiraiya took out a scroll, made a seal with both hands, and sealed all the black flames that were still beating in the scroll. Only then did she unlock the psychic spell with a regretful expression. "I didn't expect them to run away. This flame is really domineering. It can even break open the indestructible toad's esophagus." Naruto was not surprised by this at all. After looking at him, he couldn't help but say, "If you hadn't gone out in a dashing manner, they wouldn't have escaped. If you come earlier, the two of us will be able to win at least one." Jiraiya could only laugh dryly at this. At this moment, several figures suddenly rushed in from outside the hotel, and they kicked Jiraiya's wretched smiling face. "Go to hell." With a roar, a green figure appeared in front of Naruto, and Jiraiya happened to be trampled under his feet. "It's Guy." "Naruto, are you alright?" Guy hurriedly said to Naruto after kicking Jiraiya over, and then he looked at the figure under his feet. This was an incredible sight, and his expression changed greatly. "Lord Jiraiya. You bastard." Jiraiya was instantly furious, and his identity as an immortal was actually trampled on. And still being a Konoha Jr., what a shame. "Ah, Lord Jiraiya, I didn't notice that it was you. Please forgive me." Then, Guy hurriedly pulled up Jiraiya and licked his face to apologize to him. At this time, Kakashi, who came with him, walked over to Naruto, glanced at Zuiyu in his arms, and said worriedly, "Naruto, is Sayu alright?" Naruto looked down at her and found that her spirit had been hit hard in Itachi's Tsukuyomi space. By this time, she had already passed out and sighed slightly. She was injured by Itachi's demonic illusion, and it looks like she will be in the hospital. "Lie down some time. Then I'd better take her back for treatment," Kakashi said, took Sasuke from Naruto's arms, carried her on his back, and then pulled up Guy, who was begging for Jiraiya's forgiveness, and left the place. Seeing that the two of them left, Jiraiya came over and looked at Naruto with a solemn expression. "It seems that I have to take you with me in the future. The organization that those two guys belong to has been eyeing you. You yourself, you have to be careful in the future too." Quote. Naruto nodded, but he was still a little worried about Sayu's situation, and he was also very dissatisfied with Itachi, the guy who showed no mercy to his sister, and secretly decided that he must get it back for Sayu next time. "Itachi, as an older brother, you have paid a lot for Zuiyu, but your way of guiding Sayu is wrong, so this time I will never let Sayu enter the plot you set," Naruto said silently in his heart. After a battle, the hotel couldn't stay any longer. The two of Naruto hurried on the road and stayed at another hotel. That night, in order to protect Naruto, Jiraiya stayed in Naruto's room to rest. "Lustful toad, are you going to write?" Naruto, who had just practiced chakra for a while, opened his eyes and saw Jiraiya taking out a pile of paper, writing something with a brush, and occasionally lowered his head to think it looked like he walked over curiously for a while. As one of Sannin, Jiraiya's strength is naturally at the top level, but he also has a well-known identity, that is, a writer, and he is also a hot-selling writer. In particular, the recently released, Intimacy in Paradise, is already a popular item in major bookstores. Every time it is on the shelves, it is sold out. This can be seen from Kakashi's love for this book. As a traveler, Naruto is also curious about this, and really wants to see how a powerful ninja writes books. Naruto's approach made Jiraiya frown and said dissatisfiedly, "Naruto, don't come here, this interrupted my train of thought, you know." Naruto was depressed, but he still walked over, grabbed a pile of paper in his hand unceremoniously, took a closer look, and immediately saw the content on it. Quote. After looking at it, Naruto was immediately speechless, and after being stunned for a second or two, he finally couldn't help laughing. "I'm dying of laughter. Lustful toad, you can come up with such an old-fashioned plot." Chapter 95 Voyeur. When Jiraiya heard this, her face turned ugly, and she reprimanded, "What nonsense. Do you know better than me about a child's family?" Naruto was depressed. Whether it was a previous life's online novels, traditional TV series, or other impurities, it was much stronger than this ninja world with a very backward entertainment culture. So in the plot that Jiraiya came up with, Naruto felt old-fashioned and not new at first glance, and he was confident that even the stories he made up casually were much better than Jiraiya's. It's just that he didn't believe it, and Naruto couldn't help it. He only smiled inscrutable disdain, and went back to the bed to sit cross-legged and practice. Jiraiya was very dissatisfied by Naruto's contemptuous eyes, but he felt that his works were sold all over the world, and being despised by you, a kid, is that you have no eyesight and do not understand appreciation. After humming, Jiraiya ignored him and continued his creation. The next day, the two set off again. This time, Jiraiya told Naruto where he was going and the mission this time. Naruto also asked him many questions about cultivation. In this way, the two walked for a few days. In the past few days, Naruto feels that he has gained a lot. Jiraiya is worthy of being a Sannin who walks in the world of ninja. He has a broad vision and rich experience. Many problems that Naruto has not figured out are easily solved by him. However, in the same way, Jiraiya was also shocked by the questions that Naruto asked, because every time he asked questions, it was something that ordinary people in cultivation could not notice, or a question that many people ignored. Study in detail. The closer you get to him, the more you can discover his uniqueness. Jiraiya sighed secretly in her spare time. On this day, the two finally came to Tantan Street, and Jiraiya said the intelligence showed that Tsunade would stay here for a few days. Of course Naruto knew what was going to happen here, but this time he had a headache. Tsunade was very stubborn. After she left Konoha, she never came back. She drifted around with Shizune and gambled for fun, in fact. It is to gradually anesthetize yourself in a negative life. Such Tsunade, if she doesn't need to impress her with true feelings, she will never agree, and how can she impress her this time? If you act like the original, it is absolutely impossible. With Tsunade's experience, how could he be deceived by Zai's acting skills? Why? What a hassle. Naruto sighed secretly. Jiraiya on the side couldn't help but wonder, Naruto, what's the matter? What are you sighing? Are you not happy that you have finally arrived in such a lively market town? No, I'm worried, will Tsunade go back with us? Naruto said with a wry smile. After all, she hasn't been back to Konoha for so long, so suddenly asking her to go back to be a Hokage this time is too abrupt. Jiraiya frowned slightly, then smiled. I will try my best to convince her then, don't worry about it. Naruto shook his head secretly. If you could persuade Tsunade with your character, you wouldn't have chased after her for so many years. Okay, alright, let's put this aside beforehand. I haven't had a bath for many days. I'll go to the bathhouse and take a dip first. By the way, hee. Jiraiya suddenly showed a lustful look on her face, and said to Naruto, how's it going? Would you like to take a dip with me? When Naruto heard this, he wanted to refuse, but after thinking that he hadn't washed himself for many days, it would be good to take a dip, so he nodded and agreed. In the bathhouse, Naruto, who had finished bathing and was wearing clothes, looked back at Jiraiya who was lying on the edge of the wooden board and said, Slutty toad, haven't you had enough? I'll go first. Let's go, I'll find you later. He, Jiraiya said without looking back, while drooling and laughing. Next to the wooden board, it is the women's on Izumi. Naruto shook his head, although he wanted to see it somewhat, but he didn't want to try peeping, which was an unsatisfactory and backward method. Suddenly, just when Naruto got dressed and was about to leave, Jiraiya suddenly let out a soft cry. Wow! What a white calf! Naruto, come and see. This is the most perfect leg I've ever seen. It's a pity I can only see the calf. I don't know what the top is like. Looking at Jiraiya's saliva, Naruto was also a little curious. There are not many women who can be called beautiful by Jiraiya. But after hesitating, he still didn't go. Jiraiya exclaimed again, she's getting closer. She's getting closer. Wow, I can see better. Her feet are so beautiful. Huh, why is she standing on the water? Could it be? But at this moment, Naruto suddenly felt a powerful murderous aura in the air. Boom! Suddenly there was an explosion, and I saw that the wooden board exploded in an instant, and a snow-white and delicate fist suddenly stretched out through the cracked wooden board. Boom! Ah! With a scream, Jiraiya's face was directly hit by the fist, and her body flew out of Wen Izumi, knocking over the fence around Wen Izumi with a few rumblings. The other people around who were soaking in Izumi were shocked and quickly got up from the water and ran away. Naruto was shocked. This murderous aura was comparable to Orochimaru, and the opponent's speed and strength were astonishing. He actually knocked Jiraiya out. Is it? Looking up, Naruto had such an expression on his face. The person who came was the target Tsunade. Jiraiya, I didn't expect to see you for many years, and it was the first time that I caught you peeping. Tsunade was standing on the water at this time, with his arms folded over his chest, and a large white bath towel wrapped around his body, just in time for the incomparably huge part of her chest was covered, revealing only her white and tender arms and calves below the knees. And beside her, stood a delicate woman with an embarrassed face. She also covered her body with a bath towel. Compared with Tsunade, her figure was naturally incomparable, but from Naruto's point of view, she was still not bad. This sudden change caused Wen Izumi to run away all at once, leaving only Tsunade and Shizune beside her, as well as Jiraiya lying in the rubble and Naruto standing beside Wen Izumi. Jiraiya stood up with a bruised nose and a swollen face. When she saw it was Tsunade, she backed away in fright and shouted, "Ah, Tsunade, I'm sorry, I didn't know it was you." After she was beaten to death, there was already a shadow in her heart. Naruto looked at him with contempt. No wonder Tsunade didn't like Jiraiya all the time. It's no wonder that Tsunade likes his cowardly look. Chapter 96 Punish. Jiraiya, I think you don't remember. Tsunade hummed and stepped on the water. The girl who looked only 17 or 18 years old had a look of evil on her face. She squeezed her fist and stepped closer. Jiraiya's face was pale, as if she was scared, and she quickly called to Naruto, "Naruto, let the master stop this woman. I'll withdraw first. Don't let her catch up." After he finished speaking, he picked up his clothes very quickly and ran away. In fact, Tsunade just wanted to scare him. She hadn't seen her old friend for so many years. She was still very happy, but she didn't expect Jiraiya to run away. This kid looks so familiar. Fourth generation that kid. Moment, seeing Naruto's blonde hair, a figure flashed in Tsunade's heart. She frowned and said coldly, "Boy, are you and Jiraiya?" Naruto is not afraid of her, and now he is admiring this woman who is still a girl in her 40s and 50s. Her skin is fair, tender and smooth. Although it is because of her beauty-preserving skills, she can't help but imagine it. The Jade Girl peak, which was so conspicuous even when surrounded by a bath towel, trembled slightly with her footsteps. At this moment, Naruto couldn't help swallowing, but he immediately realized that it was not good, and hurriedly recovered his expression. However, this scene was seen by the sharp-eyed Tsunade, who was staring at him without blinking, and she was well aware of the change in the expression on Naruto's face. At this moment, she couldn't help frowning secretly, and there really isn't any good thing following Jiraiya. However, Tsunade was secretly delighted that his body could still attract a kid like Naruto. However, preconceived, she still didn't have a good face towards Naruto, and said coldly, "Little devil, answer my question. And what's your name?" Although Naruto was very unhappy with Tsunade's tone, he could leave a good impression on her, so he replied obediently, "Jiraiya is my master, my name is Uzumaki Naruto, you are Princess Tsunade, one of the Sannin, right?" Uzumaki Naruto. Tsunade's eyes flashed with surprise, and he stared at him carefully for a while, knowing it in his heart, nodded and smiled. "I didn't expect a kid like you to know me in this era." Obviously, Naruto's respectful tone made her very useful. But then, the expression on her face suddenly changed, becoming terrifying. "But, you and Jiraiya are sneaking together in the bathhouse, you must have done something shameful. I'll punish you first. Got it, Shizune?" "Yes, Tsunade-sama." Shizune on the side responded hurriedly and respectfully. "Tie this kid up. Hang it up on the tree outside the town later," Tsunade said after giving the order. "Then this guy Jiraiya should come to lead him." Shizune looked at Naruto, but hesitated. Naruto seemed to be well behaved. To be honest, she didn't want to embarrass him, but Tsunade-sama was so stubborn that she couldn't resist at all. "What? Have pity on this kid." Tsunade glanced at Shizune and sneered. "You are the same as Jiraiya, do you still have sympathy? Don't do it yet." Shizune bit Kiba and had no choice but to step forward, looked at Naruto a little apologetically, and said, "Naruto, I'm sorry. I can't disobey Tsunade-sama's orders." Tsunade grinned when he heard it. "Shizune, you don't like this kid, do you? Why don't you do it?" After hearing Tsunade's tune of Guy, Shizune couldn't help but hurriedly rushed towards Naruto. Naruto was very depressed at this time. He didn't expect Tsunade to be so bad-tempered, but Jiraiya peeked at him and wanted to hang himself up. In other words, that was what he did, not me. Naruto, who was secretly screaming injustice in his heart, didn't know that Tsunade punished him like this because of the naked eyes Naruto looked at her just now. Shizune is not as careful as Tsunade, and didn't notice the slight movement of Naruto swallowing saliva just now. Although she is rushing over now, she has only a bath towel on her body, and she can't make big movements. Just stay. So when she came to Naruto and reached out to hold Naruto's arms, she whispered an apology, offended, Naruto. But the next moment, Shizune suddenly felt a flower in front of his eyes. Naruto's figure had disappeared in front of him, and his hands clasped, but it was empty. What a great speed! Shizune, who had reacted, looked at Naruto who appeared on the other side of him with a look of surprise. Seeing this scene, Tsunade was also surprised that this kid's movements were even more skillful and light than Jonin's. She frowned and scolded Shizune, "Use all your strength." "Yes," Shizune hurriedly responded, thinking that Naruto was just an ordinary genin, but he didn't expect his strength to be hidden. "If you don't take it seriously, you will lose face if you are reprimanded by Tsunade-sama." Naruto frowned. Tsunade was so pushy. Still not giving up. He didn't want to be hanged from a tree by Tsunade, so after seeing Shizune's offensive getting stronger, he didn't hold back anymore. "Since it was you who forced me first, I'd be welcome." Clay Bodhisattva also has 3 points of anger. Both hands hand seal. Naruto quickly used a mainstream Suiten, water style, ninjutsu he just learned from Jiraiya. Suiten, water style, water dragon bullet technique. Although Naruto has not yet practiced the water attribute nature transformation, this ninjutsu is not very powerful, but it is enough to pose a threat to Shizune. It's actually a high-level Suiten, water style technique. This kid is not bad. Tsunade looked at him and praised, but he didn't show it on his face. He just instructed Shizune next to him. "Avoid it, use poison to get him halo." Hearing this, Shizune suddenly jumped up, waved his arm, and several silver lights shot into Naruto's chest. "It's a hidden weapon silver needle." Naruto smiled slightly, and under the shocked eyes of the two, he suddenly stretched out his hand, and a blue chakra ball was instantly formed. Immediately afterwards, his arm slammed into the water under his feet. Boom! With a loud bang, when Izumi was suddenly confused by this strong chakra energy, and a high wall of water rose into the sky. The silver needles that Shizune shot out just rushed away. What? This kid actually knows this ninjutsu. And he uses the environment to use on Izumi's water flow as a defense. Tsunade was secretly shocked by the sight. At this time, Shizune was in a state of being difficult to defend because he was in midair, and the chaotic water flow created by Naruto with Rasengan also blocked her sight. Under Shizune's body, he lifted his foot and kicked her stomach with a bang, instantly kicking her out of the air. Chapter 97 Tsunade's Wrath. However, the next embarrassing scene appeared. When the kicked Shizune fell from the air, the towel on his body suddenly spread. Immediately, a delicate white body was exposed naked in the air. Naruto only heard Shizune's coquettish cry, and then fell to the surface of the water, with a jade face that swelled through Yuhi. His heart was flustered and confused. He stood up. Neither, nor squatting, for a while, his hands hurriedly covered the sensitive points on his body. It's no wonder, after all, the towel on Shizune's body is not strong, and it's strange that Naruto kicked him. Just when she was in a panic, she suddenly realized something, and quickly dispersed the chakra under her feet, and her body sank into Izumi, causing a splash of water. The whole person also sank to the bottom of the water, and it took a while to surface, but only one head was exposed on the surface of the water, and the expression was embarrassed and embarrassed. Naruto was immediately attracted by Shizune's beautiful body at first, and stared at her for a long time, and then he smiled slightly after seeing a series of her actions, and recovered. Her virginity burst out, and her subsequent reaction was even more lovely and moving. Naruto laughed secretly in his heart. At this moment Tsunade glared at him, stepped forward and shouted, "You little brat, you still have some strength. You actually shot Shizune into the water, but your methods are really vulgar. Today I will teach you a lesson in person." The incident of Shizune's bath towel falling off also made her feel a little embarrassed, but she wouldn't reveal anything, but attributed it all to Naruto. "Master Tsunade, what happened just now was just a misunderstanding. I can apologize to Sister Shizune, but you can't teach me a junior, right?" Naruto was not afraid of her at all, stepped forward and looked at her. "Humph. It's only right for seniors to teach juniors, not to mention that I always beat up anyone who doesn't like it. Are you not convinced?" Princess Tsunade's arrogant temper combined with Naruto's power. "Okay, if you want to fight, fight. Since you can only fight, then you are not afraid at all." Naruto said to himself, "How can I bring you back to Konoha without showing some strength to shock you? However, you have to be careful when fighting Tsunade, and don't get close to it easily, otherwise, once her palm sage art touches her body, it's her inside who will be hurt. I don't know how to heal ninjutsu, so I can't do anything about this kind of internal injury." Tsunade's eyes lit up when he heard Naruto's words, and he thought that this kid has such courage to challenge himself. "Okay, for the sake of your courage, I won't hang you after I beat you down, just take that guy Jiraiya away." Tsunade waved his arm and said very aggressively. Naruto smiled slightly, clasped his hands together, and made a slight seal. Bang bang bang. More than a dozen shadow clone appeared by his side. "Shadow clone, crowd tactics are useless to me." Tsunade dismissed this, his pink fist creaked, and at the same time, an aura no less than Jiraiya Orochimaru spread out, when Izumi's the water surface was also slightly rippling. Naruto stood still, waved his hand, and the shadow clones rushed up one by one, launching a round of personal battles against her. Boom! Just one punch, Tsunade had already knocked out a shadow clone, and the air wave generated by this punch instantly shook the two shadow clones that were close to him and turned them into white smoke. However, even with such a powerful punch, the towel on Tsunade's body did not fall off because of it, and it is conceivable that her grasp of strength has reached a very precise level. However, Naruto's clones kept rushing towards her, attacking her from 4 directions, front, back, left and right, and finally another clone fell straight down from midair. Faced with this heavy siege, Tsunade's face was calm, but just when she was about to make a move, her face suddenly became startled. She glanced at the water under her feet, and her expression became angry. "Damn and shameless brat. Give me death." She raised her fist suddenly, a burst of chakra poured out, and slammed a punch at Wen Izumi under her. Boom boom boom. The entire Wen Izumi's water was immediately dented downwards by this punch, and even the soil at the bottom of Wen Izumi was lifted up by the punch. The attacking Naruto clone was shaken into white smoke. And Shizune, who was originally in Wen Izumi, was shocked by Tsunade's punch and flew out of Wen Izumi. Suddenly, he had nowhere to hide, and he couldn't help but exclaimed, "Master Tsunade." Seeing this scene, Naruto couldn't help sweating wildly. This kind of momentum and destructive power really did not dare to resist. But Tsunade, why is she so angry? Suddenly, he was stunned for a moment, and then he finally came to his senses, but his face became slightly yuhi, and he secretly thought that it was bad. Just now, I wanted to use Shadow Clone to sneak into the bottom of the water and take the opportunity to sneak attack from the bottom of Tsunade's feet. This method is commonly used in ordinary battles, but the key is that this time Tsunade was only surrounded by a bath towel. At first, Naruto didn't pay attention until he sneaked in only when the Shadow Clone attacked by the underwater driver was blown up by her thunderous punch, did he finally realize that Shadow Clone could see the water directly from the bottom. Although the sight of the water was a little blurred, the undisclosed mysterious area under the Tsunade bath towel was still seen through by myself. Shadow Clone's experience sharing plays a powerful role in this moment. But because of this, Naruto, the transmigrator, couldn't help but face Yuhi. Until now, the infinitely beautiful scene echoed in his mind, the fragrant grass, the mysterious and quiet valley bottom, that amorous feelings that people couldn't help but want to explore. Fortunately, he was thinking about Tsunade at this time, so he didn't notice that Shizune on the shore was also completely naked. Shizune also desperately found his clothes to cover it at this time, which stopped the hot embarrassment on his face. However, what Naruto had to face now was Tsunade's endless anger. Uzumaki Naruto, you are very good. Tsunade gnashed Kiba's teeth and shouted, your ability is out of the blue. Ah, Master Tsunade, don't get me wrong, I didn't mean to offend you. Naruto waved his hands hastily. Stop talking nonsense. Suffer. Tsunade was clearly sinking into a runaway mood. Her speed movement was the fastest, her body almost turned into a white light and shadow, and she came to Naruto in an instant. The thick chakra gathered on the fist, exuding an intimidating power, and slammed it down with one punch. It was too late for Naruto to dodge. Here it is. Tsunade is using all his strength. But at this moment, she also regretted it in her heart, it was too reckless. I actually used all my strength on this little devil. It would be bad if he was beaten to death. Desperation, Tsunade finally pulled back a little bit of strength. However, this punch still inevitably went towards Naruto's chest. Chapter 98 Resistance. And Naruto also felt a great danger at this moment. This feeling made his hair almost stand on end. In an instant, he opened the curse, and the immortal power of the curse rushed to his arm in a hurry. Boom! At the moment when the two collided, an invisible wave of air gushed out from the junction of the two, swept through like a storm. Naruto's arms shook, his palms seemed to lose consciousness at this moment, and the powerful force directly flew out of his body. Boom! After knocking over a fence, he finally stopped, but his legs pulled out two long ravines straight on the ground. Right wrist is dislocated. Naruto looked down at his right hand with a twisted wrist, bit Kiba, his left hand snapped and sent, and with a click, his wrist was finally connected. Heart Chunin couldn't help but be shocked. He didn't expect that under the full force of the curse immortal power, he still couldn't bear the power of her punch. Tsunade's strange power really lives up to its reputation. Naruto, who was secretly surprised, rubbed his hands as he walked towards Tsunade and the two of them. Under the immortal power of the curse immortal, his body exuded a faint golden light. He didn't know that at this moment, Tsunade and the two of them had already set off a huge wave in shock. Tsunade herself really had so much power in that punch just now. It was the chakra-enhanced strength that she had done with all her strength. Although she temporarily regained a little strength, it was beyond the reach of ordinary people. Even Jiraiya Orochimaru wouldn't dare to take such a punch head-on, right? However, looking at his appearance, he didn't look injured. Did this kid have such a strong power at such a young age? At this moment, Tsunade couldn't help but take him seriously. Shizune, who was already dressed, was not only shocked, but more curious. In her heart, Tsunade-sama's strength was number one, and almost no one in the ninja world dared to compare her strength, but this moment Naruto's performance subverted her thoughts. How on earth did he do it? Moreover, the aura that Naruto exudes at this time is actually no worse than that of Tsunade-sama. Little devil, how did you train your strength? Tsunade asked, while secretly analyzing. Even the physique of the Uzumaki clan would not have such amazing chakra and momentum at this age. And he doesn't have the feeling of the tailed beast chakra, so what is this powerful force? Squinting slightly and looking at Naruto carefully for a while, Tsunade suddenly looked surprised and blurted out, have you learned to use that power already? Naruto smiled and ignored Tsunade's shocking question, but said, Master Tsunade, do we still want to fight? Fight? Why don't you fight? Tsunade called out immediately, if I can't even deal with a brat like you, won't I be laughed at to death? Naruto shook his head helplessly, glanced at Tsunade's chest, and said indifferently, you can fight if you want, but you should put on your clothes first, I can't concentrate like this. When Tsunade and Shizune heard this, they both froze for a while. Shizune hurriedly responded and brought a bunch of clothes to Tsunade. Master Tsunade, your clothes. Tsunade looked at himself, and found that it was really inconvenient for him to be like this, and the towel was loosened by the angry punch just now, and now it was almost unable to cover the huge weapon. Even this it was still trembling mischievously. Yuhi expression on his face, Tsunade glared at Naruto viciously and cursed, damn it. Wolf, I'll take care of you when I'm done changing clothes. Then he hurried to change his clothes. As soon as Tsunade left, there were only Shizune and Naruto around. The guests who were bathing in Izumi had already disappeared from the moment when Tsunade and Jiraiya flew away. Shizune had already put on clothes at this time, but because he was in a hurry, his body hadn't been wiped dry, and the clothes were tightly attached to him, showing a moving figure. She walked over slowly, bowed her head and apologized to Naruto. I am so sorry, Naruto, that's how Tsunade-sama is, don't mind. Naruto saw her gentle appearance, and the original unpleasant emotions in his heart also dissipated, and said with a smile, it's nothing, it's normal to have a bad temper when you're older, I don't care about it. You apologize. Hearing Naruto's words, Shizune's face suddenly became Yuhi moist, but he still waved his hand and said, it doesn't matter, I'm older than you, and you're still a child, I won't blame you. Alright, are your hands alright? I'll show you. Halfway through Shizune's words, he pulled up Naruto's hands and looked at it. As a medical ninja, he wanted to heal the wounded as soon as he saw it. I'm fine. Naruto smiled and drew back his hand, admiring secretly in his heart. Shizune is really gentle, generous and considerate, and with such a good figure, such a woman is really the ideal of men. At this moment, Naruto couldn't help but feel a little ripple in his heart, and all the spring light that she had just vented just now reappeared in his mind. Then he shook his head and smiled bitterly. At this time, Tsunade had already dressed and walked out. Seeing Shizune and Naruto talking and laughing, his eyebrows twitched. Shizune, why are you so passionate about this brat? Don't forget that he offended us just now. Tsunade hummed and walked over, raised his fist and said to Naruto, come on. Let's keep fighting. I don't believe that we should clean up today. No more for you. Master Tsunade, Shizune called out helplessly. What? You've been fascinated by this kid so quickly. Want to betray me? Tsunade squinted his eyes with a dangerous expression on his face, walked over, pulled Shizune towards him, and then leaned over to stare at Naruto tit for tat. Naruto still had a smile on his face, looking at her neither humble nor arrogant, as if he didn't notice Tsunade's dangerous aura at the moment. Suddenly, Tsunade cut a sound, waved his hand and straightened up and said, forget it, since you are a junior, I won't care about you. Take us to see Jiraiya. That guy must be looking for me for something. Quote. Naruto was stunned, a little puzzled as to why Tsunade, who was still aggressive just now, gave up now. After sweating secretly, he said, I don't know where he is, but I think he will come to me, so you just have to wait with me. Okay, in that case, let's get out of here first. Shizune, take your things and let's go. Tsunade ordered Shizune, and sighed to himself, it's strange, is it an old friend meeting today? Chapter 99 Stubborn. Naruto also followed the two out of the bathhouse. Tsunade didn't say a word about the destruction of the bathhouse, and swaggered out, leaving only Shizune there to apologize to the boss and compensate for the loss. Group left the bathhouse. Jiraiya suddenly jumped out and laughed. Long time no see, Tsunade. Boom. Tsunade punched him directly in the face, knocking him out. Immediately afterwards, the angry Tsunade jumped over and beat Jiraiya violently. Various screams continued to sound, and even the temperature of the surrounding air dropped several degrees. In a tavern, Naruto, Jiraiya, Tsunade, Shizune and the pet pig in her arms sat opposite each other. Both Jiraiya and Tsunade were drinking while playing cards. It's just that when these two old friends meet, the original hilarious atmosphere seems to be missing at all, but instead there is a dull feeling. Naruto and Shizune sat on the side and watched the two of them play poker in silence. They looked at each other and shook their heads helplessly. Because just now, after Jiraiya explained to Tsunade that she wanted her to go back to be the 5th Hokage, Tsunade kept silent. "How's it going?" Jiraiya said after playing the cards, looking at her. Tsunade let out a long breath after throwing the cards, but said, "Hokage or something, only a fool would do it." Jiraiya frowned. Shizune looked at Tsunade with a worried expression, and Naruto had a calm expression, knowing Tsunade's reaction well. A few words, Jiraiya's face was tense, and there was nothing he could do about Tsunade's refusal to take over as the 5th generation Hokage. The end, he couldn't help but look at Naruto, and suddenly said, "Tsunade, do you know? In fact, before confirming that you were the 5th Hokage, the 3rd generation had already designated the candidate for the 6th Hokage. Naruto, what are you doing? The heir of the 6th generation of Hokage, what do you want to say to her?" Naruto couldn't help scolding Jiraiya secretly, and if he couldn't persuade him, he threw the problem into his own hands. It was really unreliable. However, at this time Tsunade and the two were already surprised by the bombshell thrown by Jiraiya. 6th Hokage, Uzumaki Naruto. The corner of Jiraiya's mouth twitched, seemingly satisfied with their reaction, and smiled. "What's wrong? Don't you believe it? This is absolutely true." Tsunade couldn't help staring at Naruto. This kid who was only 12 or 13 years old was actually designated as the heir of the 6th generation. This is too much a joke, right? Could it be that the 3 generations have no intention of him? Don't underestimate him. Naruto is very strong. His strength has surpassed the elite Jonin, and now even me, it is very difficult to deal with. Jiraiya continued. Such a genius ninja. In the next few years, you must be qualified to become a Hokage, so we ask you to go back and temporarily take over the position of the 5th generation Hokage, and I will bring Naruto to the ninja world to hone. Quote. Tsunade was stunned. At this time Naruto finally spoke. He smiled slightly, and said, "Master Tsunade, this matter is very abrupt to you. We don't want to force you. Just give you one night to think about it, and give us an answer tomorrow morning." Quote. Tsunade frowned. "What if I don't agree?" "If you don't agree, we can't do anything about it. We can't tie you back to be a Hokage, right?" Naruto shook his head and said, "However, I want to ask, Mr. Tsunade, although this life is easy and comfortable, I miss you. It must be a pity, right? I haven't felt like going back to my hometown for decades. Can you still bear it now?" Quote. Tsunade was stunned. Naruto's words reminded her of everything she had in Konoha. Those beautiful or bleak memories, scene after scene emerged in her mind. But then she shook her head fiercely and stared at Naruto. "Little devil, are you trying to convince me with this? Tell you, you failed. Let's go, Shizune." Tsunade walked out of the tavern without stopping. Shizune glanced at Jiraiya Naruto apologetically, then chased after him with a worried face. At this time, Jiraiya couldn't help but sighed and smiled bitterly. "Naruto, you were miserable. You reminded Tsunade of the past. She should hate you to death." Quote. Naruto. The two of Tsunade returned to the hotel all the way. After Shizune put the baggage on Lee, he came to Tsunade who was sitting beside the bed in a trance, stretched out his hand to squeeze her shoulders, and silently comforted his beloved master. Early the next morning, when Naruto and Jiraiya were still resting in the room, Shizune rushed in a hurry. "Not good. Tsunade-sama is gone." At this time, Jiraiya and Naruto just got up. "What's going on, Shizune?" Jiraiya frowned slightly, and suddenly his face changed. "My chakra." Naruto heard this. He knew in his heart that Tsunade had already taken the drug last night when he was drinking with Jiraiya. "How are you feeling now, lascivious toad?" Naruto asked. Shizune hurriedly checked Jiraiya's condition, but sighed. "Jiraiya-sama, it was Tsunade-sama who gave you the medicine." Jiraiya suddenly recalled drinking and playing cards last night. After Shizune's explanation, Jiraiya finally understood the reason. It turned out that before he and Naruto found Tsunade, Orochimaru had already contacted her and proposed a deal. After listening, Naruto secretly said, "It seems that the plot here has not changed, but how can I persuade Tsunade this time? This is really a headache." In an open space outside Tanso Street, Tsunade gasped as he looked at the two in front of him. "I was secretly surprised that Orochimaru was one of Sanin's hard to deal with, but a young man under him was so powerful and agile, he couldn't even hit him for a while." "Tsunade, are you really not going to agree?" Orochimaru asked reluctantly, but was attacked by another storm from Tsunade, and the flat ground became a mess in an instant. "HMPH. Idiot woman, since this is the only way to force you back." Orochimaru snorted coldly, stuck out his tongue, shot Tsunade instantly, and Kabuto launched a joint attack. Originally Tsunade was careless when dealing with Yakushi Kabuto alone, but now Orochimaru has joined the battle again, which immediately put a lot of pressure on her. Chapter 100 Fighting. Tsunade, who had not fought for a long time, suddenly faced such a powerful enemy, and was extremely uncomfortable for a while, and was caught off guard by the two of them, and they retreated again and again. "Haha, Tsunade, you are just like that. The name of Sanin is really a waste." Orochimaru still laughed at his former companion. Tsunade bit his lower lip, and although he was extremely aggrieved, there was nothing he could do. After all, he has not fought for a long time, and now his agility has declined. Suddenly, her feet were suddenly unsteady under a sneak attack by Yakushi Kabuto, and her body fell to the side. At this moment, Orochimaru's tongue rolled over and wrapped her body tightly. "I caught you, Tsunade-sama." Yakushi Kabuto smiled proudly, seeing that the idol in the hearts of all medical ninjas was so embarrassed by himself and Orochimaru, and even caught her. He felt relieved. "Hey, Lord Tsunade, don't struggle anymore. Come back with us obediently." Kabuto approached her step by step, with a faint green light flashing in his hands. He decided to cut off Tsunade's hands and feet muscles first, so that she can't use that kind of power. By that time, won't you let yourself be slaughtered? Thinking of this, Kabuto smiled even more proudly. Tsunade raised his eyebrows coldly. He was not panicked at all, but he was secretly anxious. In this case, it was difficult for him to break free. Even if he broke free from Orochimaru's restraint, he would still be hit by Kabuto, and he would definitely be seriously injured. Futon, wind style, wind cut. Quote. At this moment, a familiar voice suddenly came, followed by a wave in the air. Orochimaru's complexion changed, and he hurriedly retracted his long tongue. An incomparably sharp wind blade suddenly flew past Orochimaru's long tongue that had just been retracted, and landed on the ground not far away with a thud, and the ground was torn open with a bang. At the same time, Naruto's figure also appeared in front of Tsunade. Uzumaki Naruto, Orochimaru both looked surprised. That's right, Orochimaru, are you trying to take Master Tsunade away? Naruto stopped in front of Tsunade and said indifferently, "It's a pity I'm here, you don't have a chance." Arrogant boy. Kabuto was furious when he heard that, and with a wave of his forearm, he was about to attack Naruto. Unexpectedly, the ground slammed, and a pair of hands just got out from Kabuto's feet. Doden, Earth-style, decapitation in the heart. Kabuto was slightly startled. He was only halfway through the attack, and his body jumped back in time, avoiding the attack. Boom. A white smoke rose from the soil, but it was disbanded because Shadow Clone failed. Nice sneak attack. Orochimaru praised from the side. Uzumaki Naruto, as the 6th generation Hokage heir, you are indeed very talented. Naruto smiled slightly, not surprised that his sneak attack was unsuccessful. In fact, he just wanted to save Tsunade. It was not easy to kill Orochimaru and Kabuto, so he immediately pulled Tsunade and retreated far away. Go. At this moment, the rescued Tsunade asked, "Little devil, why are you here?" Naruto glanced at her and said, "Are you still asking me? Last night, I drugged Jiraiya liquor, thinking that we could solve the problem by confronting us alone. I didn't expect you to be so naive." Tsunade was startled when he heard this. Shizune, she will tell you everything. Master Tsunade. At this moment, Shizune's voice came from the side. Tsunade turned his head and saw that she was holding a dolphin in her arms, and Jiraiya came from a distance. Seeing everyone coming, Orochimaru and Kabuto secretly frowned. So many powerful enemies are not easy to deal with, but fortunately, they have mastered Tsunade's weakness, and Jiraiya has been drugged. As for the rest of Shizune, Orochimaru didn't take her seriously. The only thing that made him feel a little bit jealous was Naruto. Although he was very young, his powerful chakra was no worse than himself. It may not be easy for Kabuto to defeat him. You are all here. Tsunade could only sigh when he saw this. He wanted to solve this problem by himself this time, but he didn't want to make a mess of it. Sannin hasn't been together for a long time. Today is really a rare day. Jiraiya sighed slightly after seeing this. Humph. Since that's the case, let's settle things between us today. Orochimaru also laughed excitedly. Kabuto, let's do it. Orochimaru gave an order, and he first flew towards Jiraiya. Although his hands were no longer able to hand seal, his body was extremely flexible. With Jiraiya's strength after being drugged at this time, he couldn't handle it at all. After dodging Orochimaru's tongue, he was kicked out immediately. On the other hand, Kabuto also launched a rapid attack on Tsunade. Naruto wanted to stop Kabuto, but was stopped by Tsunade. This is a battle between medical ninjas, Tsunade said, and greeted Kabuto. Apparently she is also a militant. This time Naruto and Shizune can only stay on the sidelines and watch, but compared to Shizune's worries, Naruto seems a lot more relaxed, and he can learn something from the battle between Sannin. After all, they are fighting at this level, but it is rare. Even if he has the strength to be comparable to them now, he still needs to learn a lot from the master's experience. After a while, Jiraiya was caught by Orochimaru's tongue, and with a bang, his body was thrown far away and fell to the ground. The smoke was flying, and Jiraiya was already in the pit, unable to get up. Jiraiya, your level isn't that high even in Kai. Orochimaru sneered at him, then ignored him and turned his attention to Tsunade and Kabuto. And Tsunade has become more and more brave now, and after some desperate struggle, she has gradually regained the feeling of being on the battlefield. Kabuto was forced to retreat by her fierce and swift methods for a while. Finally, when there was no way to retreat, and seeing Tsunade's fist to hit him, Kabuto finally took out Kuwu and stabbed him hard on his hand. Hey, Yin Yuhi's blood splattered instantly, and Tsunade's face was just splattered. Her whole body trembled, and her legs shrieked and she almost fell down. This is blood. The thick blood aroused the dusty memory in her heart, and at this moment, Tsunade's hyperphobia attacked immediately. Seeing this scene, Shizune couldn't help but exclaimed, "No! Lord Tsunade's hyperphobia has committed. Lord Tsunade, she is in danger." Before she finished speaking, she hurried up. At this time, Kabuto showed a satisfied smile, and he kicked Tsunade with a laugh, kicking her upside down, who had no resistance, and slammed into Shizune's arms, and Shizune also fell to the ground. On the ground. As expected, the #1 female ninja in the ninja world is actually afraid of blood. It's ridiculous. Kabuto laughed and walked over to the two, his face full of excitement.